Colonialism and Revolution in the Middle East. Social and cultural origins of Egypt's Yoruba movement. Juan R. Cole. Introduction 3. 1. Material and cultural foundations of the old regime. 23.2 Economic change and social interests. 53.3 Body and bureaucracy. 84.4 The long revolution in Egypt. 110.5 Political clubs and the ideology of dissent. 133.6 Guild organization and popular ideology. 164.7 Of crowds and empires. Euro-Egyptian conflict. 198 Repression and censorship. 213.9 Social and cultural origins of the revolution. 234 Conclusion. 273 In December 1975 I abruptly found myself with time on my hands. The Lebanese Civil War had interrupted my studies at the American University of Beirut. And so I visited Egypt, as a tourist, for the first time. The throbbing vitality of Cairo as a city, the rich texture of the country's history, the warmth and humor of the people, all intrigued me. Besides, Egypt was not having a civil war. So in 1976-78, I pursued, instead, an MA at the American University in Cairo, receiving a marvelous introduction to the history of the most populous, and culturally most central, country in the Arab world. I will always be grateful to Marsden Jones, Arnold Green, Bernard Weiss, the late Mohammed Al-Noai, and, in a different capacity, Hussein Biker, Muhammad Al-Azawi, and the Ruai brothers, for the initiation they gave me into a new world. In January 1977, I lived, and sometimes walked, through the bread riots that shook the country from one end of the Nile to the other. Young men rode each other's shoulders, chanting apostrophically at President Sadat, "You're wearing the latest fashions, while we sit, 7 in a room." And Talabis Akar Moda, Ina Aiden Sabafi Eloda. I watched how they reversed, at least for a while, the economic policies planned out by technocrats in Cairo and Washington. Coming on the heels of my experience of the popular militias in Lebanon, this first-hand introduction to crowd collective action piqued my curiosity, and it became clear to me as I read more about the country that the elite-centered standard histories of Egypt had left out something important. In 1978 I returned to Beirut, foolishly thinking the situation had settled down there, and worked with a newspaper as the Iranian Revolution and the mobilization of the Shiites in Lebanon unfolded. I went on to write on Shiism, but retained my interest in 19th-century Egypt. When I gained the opportunity again to conduct research on the latter subject, I decided I had to try to make better sense of popular politics and popular culture. I gradually began to see, in part through the work of Ali Barakat and Latifa Salim, that many popular developments contributed to the outbreak of the Yoruba revolt of 1882, and I started to see ways in which the revolt had actually been a revolution. In a sense, the general experience of living in and studying the Middle East and especially Egypt provoked me to write this book. To look more closely at why and how this might have been the case, I needed documents on the lives of these ordinary persons. And there I was in luck. Since 1968 the Egyptian government has opened to researchers, and been involved in organizing, the Egyptian National Archives, housed during the 1980s at the picturesque citadel of Muhammad Ali overlooking the city. This magnificent repository of evidence for the history of so complex a civilization as modern Egypt is a historian's dream come true. Among the many exciting documents I read there were petitions to the government from ordinary folk in the 1860s and 1870s, precisely the sort of non-light record of thought and concerns I was looking for. There were also the reports on the peasants and artisans accused of acting in support of the rebels in 1882. Some series had been newly catalogued when I conducted my research in 1985-86, others were being transferred over from the Ministry of Finance archives, and I saw them when I returned in the summer of 1988. For access to these records I am grateful to archivists like Madam Sazan Abdul Ghani and the then director, Ustad Fadhullah. Let me add that I do not want to play down the problems I encountered in making sense of these materials. During the period of my research, the archives were open only 3 hours a day, in the morning. Because many records remain only preliminarily catalogued, the discovery of important new documents involves a great deal of stumbling around in the dark and depends on the great kindness and patience of the staff. I also have the sense that many relevant document series have not yet been catalogued and made available. No definitive statement can be made about the full significance of some papers, since it is impossible to cross-reference them with other relevant series. One of the referees for the manuscript complained that my findings may have been distorted by reliance on what was in the archives, since recording officials may have paid too much attention to Euro-Egyptian riots and too little to rural disturbances. I have no way of positively correcting for such a bias, however, save to warn readers of its possible existence. I have preferred, instead, to dwell on what can be accomplished, and to make a strong argument rather than a timid one, since I feel that progress in historical understanding is better served in this manner. In the course of writing and revising this book, I have been exceedingly fortunate in friends and critics. Although I have no doubt often failed to incorporate them successfully into this book, I am grateful for the comments and insights, in regard either to chapters or to the entire book, of Afaf Lutfi Al-Sayed Marsat, Zachary Lockman, Ken Kuno, A.G. Hopkins, Ron Sunni, Ma'ij Gosek, Bill Sewell, Jeff Ely, Ray Grew, Jacob Lassner, and Tom Trotman. Nikki Keddy was kind enough to tip me off to the importance of the manuscript papers of Sayyid Jamaluddin al-Afghani on microfilm at the University of California, Los Angeles. James Stewart Robinson heroically tutored me in 19th-century Ottoman texts. In Egypt, Hassanein Rabi, then a fellow at the American Research Center in Egypt, Dick Verderi, then RSA director, and Fulbright director, and Ridwan, were all extremely helpful. I would like to express my special thanks to Anwar, who tirelessly brought me dusty registers and boxes from the bowels of the citadel, often balanced on her head. I received a different sort of help, equally essential, from Jonathan Rogers and other bibliographers at the Hatcher Graduate Library at the University of Michigan, especially the interlibrary loan staff. This project received subvention from the Council for the International Exchange of Scholars, which granted me a Fulbright postdoctoral fellowship for a stay in Egypt in 1985–86, from the Social Science Research Council and the American Council of Learned Societies, which funded a research trip to the United Kingdom in the summer of 1986, and from the Horace H. Rackham School of Graduate Studies at the University of Michigan, which awarded me a grant for further research in Egypt in the summer of 1988. I am thankful to the staffs and referees of all these institutions for this support. Portions of chapters 7 and 9 appeared in a different form in Comparative Studies in Society and History, and I am grateful to Cambridge University Press and to Ray Grew, the editor, for permission to rework and include that material here. All citations are given in full in the bibliography, and for that reason a simplified system of footnote citation has been employed. Books are cited with the author's last name and a short title, along with date of publication at the first citation. Journal articles are cited by author's last name and year of publication. For the convenience of non-specialists, I have omitted diacriticals, except for Ain and Hamza. I have transliterated Arabic according to the system of the Library of Congress. With a few exceptions, I have shown sun letters in the definite article, and shown the construct state in proper names. Thus, I write Abdu ar-Rahman, not Abd al-Rahman, since this more accurately catches the pronunciation and avoids the impression that Abd could stand alone. Ottoman Turkish is given according to the system used by the International Journal of Middle East Studies. In ambiguous cases, I have preferred an orthography that retains the visual connection to Arabic words, and so have not shown the hardened final dental, Abdul Hamid, not Abdulhamid. As always, I owe an incalculable debt to my wife, Shahin, who gamely accompanied me to Egypt on both of the trips I made in researching this work, and who soldiered through many inconveniences. Without her support, this book would not exist. Our son, Armin, also came on the second trip, and he, too, drank the water of the Nile. In the Middle East in particular, colonies often existed before colonialism. The political and economic dominance of one country by another during the 18th and 19th centuries, in the absence of any conventional colonial state, has come to be called informal empire. This rather messy and improvised arrangement has much in common, it seems to me, with 20th century neocolonialism, where the former colonial or dominant power continues to wield exaggerated influence even after decolonization and the establishment of an indigenous regime. Informal empire is typified by a dual elite, a regional landed or capitalist class, and a foreign stratum of investors, merchants, workers, and diplomats, who, typically, have some sort of extraordinary leverage over the indigenous state. Some neocolonial states, likewise, include foreign cabinet officers and officials. Informal empire develops where a more powerful state, usually with a significant industrial base, makes an alliance with a collaborating group to attain informal hegemony over a weaker state, usually that of a primary commodity-producing country from the periphery or semi-periphery of the capitalist world system. Their leverage gives the foreigners influence over decisions affecting imperial strategy, along with access to the local economy and privileges that allow them to exploit it. This system ensures that the imperial state will not have to bear the costs of administering the informally colonized country, costs driven high by the need for an extensive apparatus of repression given both the unpopularity among most peoples of being directly ruled by foreigners and the relatively high rates of social and political mobilization achievable in the modern era. When powerful, organized groups in a society characterized by informal empire or neocolonialism come to perceive the system as deleterious to their interests, a revolution can occur. Revolutions typically involve movements of resistance by social groups and the masses, an ideological program or set of programs that enunciates positive objectives, and the violent overthrow of established institutions. I am in this book especially interested in historical situations where such conflicts eventuate in a social revolution, that is, one wherein major changes occur in relations of property. Egypt in 1882, China in 1899 to 1900, and Iran in 1979, all stand as instances of informal empire or neocolonialism gone sour. Of course, most informal empires end less violently, raising the question of why revolutions occur in some such states and not in others. In my view, 4 explanatory elements should be combined in attempting to explain a revolution: social structure and its socio-economic context, organization, ideology, and conjuncture. These 4 approaches are not generally met with in one book, but I maintain that all 4 complement one another and are required for a total history of a revolution. Social structure, especially the constitution of socio-economic classes and conflict among them, has been the focus of Marxists and of scholars who emphasize the importance of the class arrangements in agrarian societies. Organizational capacity has been stressed by resource mobilization theorists. Ideology has been highlighted by Weberians and by spiritual historians of ideas, and conjuncture, the way in which events in one social sphere have an unexpected impact on other groups, has been adopted as a central explanatory idea by sociologist Theda Skocpol in her States and Social Revolutions, 1979. In appealing to all 4 of these dimensions of social action, I seek not to becloud the focus that might be achieved through single-mindedly appealing to any one of them, but to achieve a rounded picture of a revolution against informal empire. Those who participated in it, after all, belonged to large social classes as well as to smaller organizations, and articulated a culture and ideology that underlay their actions. Finally, the conjunctures of various types of collective and political action with one another helped shape the outcome of the revolution. Concentrating on developments in Egypt that led to the upheaval of 1882, I want to show that revolutions in informally colonized states involve a peculiar set of conjunctures that distinguish them from the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions surveyed by Skocpol. Skocpol's method is to concentrate on 3 basic elements: 1. The nature of the old regime state; 2. The class structures and contradictions existing in the state's territory; and 3. the set of political conjunctures that typically set off a social revolution and carry it through to its conclusion. Her approach combines techniques drawn from history and sociology. She suggests that only a handful of social revolutions have occurred in modern history, and therefore, unlike most sociologists, is willing to content herself with a relatively limited range of generalization. She also employs diachrony, a consciousness of change over time, in her theory of conjunctures, which emphasizes the manner in which one political event in one social sector leads to unexpected consequences in another. She defines conjuncture as the coming together of separately determined and not consciously coordinated, or deliberately revolutionary, processes and group efforts for. The most important example she provides of this phenomenon is the way that a crisis of the state can allow uncoordinated peasant revolts against large landowners, which in turn heighten the polarization between reformist and conservative factions within the ruling elite. Once the peasants revolt and conduct land invasions, even if they do not think of themselves as making a revolution, the elite reformers must choose between supporting land reform or allowing the conservatives to crush the villagers. If they back the peasants, they commit themselves to a social revolution that the conservative nobles or high state functionaries are likely to resist with violence, thus risking a decisive split in the ruling elite. Skocpol maintains that conjunctures take place over short periods of time, differing from a more static conception such as social structure, even though she thinks they recur wherever similar structures and processes exist. She makes the difference between political revolutions and social revolutions central to her argument, holding that in a political revolution, such as the English Civil War of the 17th century, one section of the ruling elite replaces the other but no real change occurs in the social structure. In a social revolution, a new elite emerges from below and property relations, especially agrarian ones, are permanently altered. Skocpol's innovative book has been praised by sociologists and historians alike, though the latter sometimes quibble about details. Others have reservations about some of her premises. For instance, she plays down voluntaristic approaches to explaining revolution, asserting that social structures, rather than the ideas of major political actors, determine its progress and outcome. Revolutions are not made by bands of revolutionaries who succeed in spreading their message to the masses, she insists, rather, revolutions simply come. Less controversially, she stresses the importance of international economic and military competition in the creation of internal crises that weaken the state and allow a revolution to begin and to proceed. She insists on the autonomy of the state as a coercive organization, refusing to accept its demotion to a mere front for some social and economic class or even simply an arena wherein classes carry out their conflicts. She argues that urban revolts have had relatively little social consequence, and that all the major social revolutions have come about because of peasant revolts that successfully challenged a class of large landowners. Finally, she makes the case that social revolutions typically provide an opportunity for ambitious state-making politicians and bureaucrats from the margins of elite families to create a new, mass-incorporating bureaucracy whose interests are ultimately put before those of the various groups that made the revolution. 5. Skocpol's vision resembles a Rube Goldberg machine. A country falls behind its competitors economically and politically, causing a section of its ruling elite to rebel against the center. Such divisions in the elite in turn detract from the resolve of the military. While the reformist group is attempting to force changes, they find they have unexpectedly weakened the state in a way that allows the outbreak of urban and rural revolts. As explained above, the peasant revolts then pressure the reformist group into enacting major changes in land tenure that cause a stark disparity between conservatives and reformists within the elite. The urban revolts, on the other hand, have deprived the old nobility of control over administrative apparatuses that might be employed to advance their cause, leading to their downfall. The displacement of the landed nobility or gentry, in turn, allows a group of ambitious bureaucrats to come to the fore, and they go on to create a new bureaucracy that reincorporates the urban and peasant masses. If Skocpol's treatment of conjuncture is highly original, her emphasis on social structure has a parentage in Marxism and in what might be called agrarian structuralism. Marxist theorists tended to see revolutions in the modem period as struggles of a growing bourgeoisie against an entrenched feudal nobility, a dialectic of binary opposites. Marx himself discounted peasants as significant political actors in this struggle. Although Marxist conceptions of economic exploitation, the constitution of classes, and class struggle remain useful, reality is clearly too complex to be contained within such simplistic methods as a dialectical materialism based on binary opposition. In the case of the French Revolution, even Marxists began seeing a multi-class revolution, and research has demonstrated that feudalism had withered well before the revolution, that the nobility itself had taken on bourgeois attributes, and that the peasants and marginal officials probably played more pivotal political roles than did the bourgeoisie. The revolution constituted a multi-class alliance against anachronistic privileges and was bourgeois only in the sense that it led to changes in law and administration that recognized social and economic transformations that had occurred earlier in the century. Having despaired, perhaps, of the bourgeoisie, the agrarian structuralists employ the ideas of exploitation and class struggle, but make the peasants their primary protagonist. Barrington Moore, Eric Wolfe, Jeffrey Page, and more recently Chaim Gerber emphasize the nature of agrarian social structures and the peasants' alliances with other classes as the key to understanding the evolution of modern societies. 6. Dealing directly with the Middle East, Gerber argues that countries with a class of large private landowners witness peasant rebellions more frequently than those characterized primarily by medium and small holdings. China, he says, had a rural gentry class that helps account for its history of peasant uprisings and its revolution. He attempts to show on the other hand that the Ottoman lands, Anatolia and Arab West Asia, because they lacked a class of permanent large landlords before the 20th century, suffered relatively little peasant unrest. By the mid-20th century, when such a landlord class had emerged in some of these areas, social tensions began to rise but were defused by radical military coups that led to land reform from above. Gerber largely excludes Egypt from his analysis, but points out that it did develop a class of large landlords in the 19th century, well before Turkey, Iraq, and Syria. Strangely enough, he never suggests the relevance of this development for the Egyptian Revolution of 1882, which included an element of peasant revolt against large holders. The theorists so far discussed on the whole have a conflict model of society. Some have a Marxist view of social classes as generated by different relationships to the means of production, whether one works in a factory for a wage or whether one owns the factory. Others seem influenced by the sociological idea of wealth stratification, where categorization depends on how much one earns every year, regardless of whether one is a wage worker or self-employed. In either case, they see classes as having differing interests that either do or can create conflict among them. For Marxists the conflict is endemic, for other sociologists it might be the exception, and develop out of a specific conjuncture. For the latter, the question arises as to what factors produce heightened class conflict. Jack A. Goldstone has put forth a wide-ranging theory of the demographic origins of increased social conflict leading to state breakdown, a term he prefers to revolution, in the early modern world. 7. He argues that population growth, being cyclical, also contributes to cycles of political breakdown and instability. High rates of population increase typically cause exaggerated price inflation, and aggravate competition within social classes for resources. Goldstone notes that from 1500 to 1660 northern Eurasia experienced a period of population expansion because of lower mortality. He argues that in England, where the population more than doubled during this century and a half, the political instability, civil war, and revolution that broke out in the 17th century were in large part caused by the impact of the population increase on social groups and the agrarian bureaucratic state. Goldstone likewise sees rebellions in Ottoman Anatolia, the Selali revolts, and in China as related to the Eurasian population increases of the 16th century. He explains the subsequent relative political calm in these regions by a period of demographic stability or decline from 1660 to 1760. From 1760 to 1850 he sees another cycle of population growth, leading to a wave of state breakdowns, including the French Revolution, the Taiping Revolt in China, and the revolutions of 1848 on the continent. Goldstone does not believe that population growth in and of itself causes political instability, but rather that certain state and class arrangements are particularly unsuited to deal with its effects. States that depended primarily on agricultural taxes were especially vulnerable to demographic destabilization, because price inflation ate away at the value of their often fixed taxes, and because estate fragmentation and greater competition for land among a growing peasantry and gentry made them feel immiserated and made levying higher taxes on them politically risky. He believes that England escaped revolution in the late 18th and the 19th centuries, despite rapid population growth, because its state had successfully shifted the tax burden to the burgeoning industrial and urban areas, whereas old regime France still derived most of its taxes from the agrarian sector. Goldstone's thesis is in the end more suggestive than decisive as far as the present study goes. Cairo's population seems to have grown, perhaps as much as 50 to 60% from 1517 to 1800, but most of that increase probably occurred from 1517 to 1700, given that the 18th century was marked by frequent plagues and other disasters. One may not be able to extrapolate confidently to the rest of the country from this estimate, but it does seem likely that Ottoman Egypt as a whole experienced a similar increase in population. After a demographic lull or reduction in the 18th century, the population began growing steadily again from about 1805, when it was a little over 4.5 million, and the rate of growth probably increased from 1850, from 5 per 1,000 to 12 per 1,000 every year. By 1882 the population had doubled to almost 8 million. The 3 decades prior to the revolution of 1882 presented problems for Egyptian state and society similar to the ones Goldstone discusses for 17th century England or 18th century France. On the other hand, William McNeill has correctly pointed out that Egypt, despite its growth in population from 4.5 million in 1800 to 55 million in 1990, has experienced relatively little political instability in modern times, especially if we exclude the 1952 coup d'état, in which there was little popular participation. He cites Java as another example of a society that handled demographic expansion with little violence. 9. The only sure conclusion one may draw is that periods of rapid population growth in agrarian societies pose problems for social groups and for the state that, if not addressed skillfully, can contribute to social unrest. How these problems are mediated by state actors, by social classes, by smaller social organizations, and by culture and ideology, all remain decisive in explaining any particular revolution. A central problem is one of organization. The basic units of analysis for most students of revolution consist of large social classes such as the peasantry, the big landlords, and the urban bourgeoisie that interact with an agrarian bureaucratic state. These categories are often shorn of context and culture, and the basic conclusions of the Moore School may be expressed in abstract arithmetical terms: peasant alliance with bourgeoisie versus aristocracy equals bourgeois democracy. A close reading of such texts, however, shows that the authors most often suggest the importance of intervening variables that they do not discuss at length. Page, for example, asserts that in addition to social structure, peasant revolutions also depend on extraneous factors, such as 1. A weakening of the aristocracy, especially the loss of control over the military, 2. The introduction of an organizational capacity among the peasants from the outside, such as from urban workers' unions, and 3. The capture of the government by reformist parties. Skocpol, as well, contrasts the well-organized medium peasantry of Western Germany, who revolted during the Revolution of 1848, with the more passive peasantry east of the Elbe, where Junkers acted as estate lords and agents of the Prussian state, and peasant land holdings were small and few. 10. The discourse of these analysts, in putting large structures such as social classes in the forefront, only partially hides from view their continuing dependence on explanatory elements such as organization and ideology. In order to elicit the full meaning of human action, as William Sewell has argued, the analyst must simultaneously take account of power, culture, and material factors. 11 Most agrarian structuralists concentrate solely on the last, the material factors, in explaining revolts and revolutions. Skocpol, with her emphasis on the state as an actor, takes account of both hegemonic power and the material. These analysts, for all their insights, have slighted the ideational and organizational aspects of revolutionary action. The importance of the study of organizations has been stressed by sociologists working on resource mobilization. Myers-Ald, Charles Tilly, and others insist that organizational capacity explains the success of social movements. They take account of such characteristics of organized social movements as their recruitment networks, social and demographic bases, societal infrastructures, fundraising, organizational development, integration and control, tactics, ability to adapt, and, less often, ideologies. 12 By societal infrastructures they mean such larger institutions as a church, which might be enlisted by smaller organizations with specific goals. The manner in which the anti-abortion forces in the United States have depended on the Roman Catholic and other churches is a case in point. Tilly in particular stresses the importance of the state's ability or inability to repress challenges, of the collective interests of challengers, and of their organization and mobilization. Misik Parsa has demonstrated the value of this approach for understanding the Iranian Revolution of 1978–79. 13 In short, large structures such as are implied in peasant sharecropping on hacienda estates cannot in and of themselves explain peasant participation in revolts. Rather, the repressiveness of the powers that be, and the peasants' degree of organization and control over resources, must also be taken into account. Agrarian and other social structures form a precondition for, but do not provide the entire explanation of, any particular instance of collective violence. As the asides of the agrarian structuralists prove, employing resource mobilization theory does not necessarily rule out analysis that takes account of social and material structures. I wish to make resource mobilization central to my account of the Egyptian Revolution of 1882. An emphasis on resource mobilization at first glance seems to contradict Skocpol's assertion that revolutions are not planned, but simply come. The contradiction is resolved by emphasizing that a revolution consists of several distinct revolts by different social groups. Here I am only insisting that the ways in which peasants, urban groups, and the intelligentsia are organized helps explain why and how their revolts take place and succeed. This position hardly requires a denial that they often neglect to coordinate very well among one another, or that the actions of one organized group may produce unexpected results for the others in the course of the larger revolution. Skocpol thinks that the potential for peasant and urban popular revolts is endemic in agrarian states. 14 Such a belief makes a close inquiry into peasant and urban organization unnecessary, but it is not a belief that bears serious scrutiny, and seems to be questioned by Skocpol's own description of the difference between the Eastern and Western German peasants during 1848. Skocpol and other agrarian structuralists, then, pay too much attention to large structures such as class, and too little to organization and ideology in explaining revolutions. Implicitly modeling human societies on the machine or on Newtonian physics, this brand of social theory argues the unimportance of the individual, or even of most organizations, in the face of large social and material structures, which it holds determinative of what path social change could take and under what circumstances collective action might erupt. Resource mobilization theorists believe that units smaller than social classes, such as the organization, can nevertheless have a broad impact. This point of view is given some support by the science of chaos or nonlinearity, which attempts to study the behavior of millions of small units in dynamical systems. Meteorologists working within the chaos paradigm have found that relatively small events can cause very great changes in systems such as the weather. They call this phenomenon the butterfly effect, referring only a little hyperbolically to the idea that the flapping of a butterfly's wings somewhere can snowball into a major change in the weather patterns. James Gleick explains. In science as in life, it is well known that a chain of events can have a point of crisis that could magnify small changes. But chaos meant such points were everywhere. They were pervasive. 15. In dynamical systems, unlike mechanical ones, very small influences cannot be ignored as inconsequential. If human history is more like the weather than like the solar system, then individual human actions could reproduce the butterfly effect. Individuals and small organizations could be much more important than the theorists of class structure give them credit for, and small-scale actions could affect the large scale at every point along the line. The idea of conjuncture may turn out to be Skocpol's really crucial contribution to the study of collective action, insofar as it permits unexpected small-scale events to mushroom into major influences on the course of revolutions. The conjunctures, however, may be infinitely more numerous and varied than she suggests. Last, but by no means least, we come to culture. The agrarian structuralists tend either to ignore culture altogether, or actually attempt to explain ideologies as reflective of material conditions. Raymond Williams, a Marxist humanist who spent a lifetime studying culture in social context, firmly came to the conclusion that reflection theory, the reduction of culture to a mere mirror of material life, stood in the way of any nuanced understanding of it. 16. I maintain that structures of thought have their own semiotic logic, which interacts with social and material conditions. Ideology is not the imprint of the material on the mind, but a set of complex and dynamic mediations between the ideal and the material. Sewell in particular has called attention to the manner in which Skocpol's account of the French Revolution ignores key issues in cultural and ideological transformation. 17. To write the social history of revolutions requires us simultaneously to write a social history of ideas, of discursive practice in its variety of social and organizational settings. Skocpol argues for structural explanation rather than the appeal to voluntarism, saying that revolutions take unexpected courses and social classes and groups end up acting in unforeseen ways. Her de-emphasis on revolutionary organizations in favor of large structures, however, cannot be supported by this argument. Those who think ideology and volition important do not therefore suggest that certain social or political groups plan out revolutions beforehand in their entirety. The conjuncture of different political movements and goals, with various social bases, simply does not rule out an autonomous role for ideologies or for volition. The new sciences of nonlinearity suggest that we should associate the volition or free will of individuals with unexpected actions and outcomes, the butterfly effect, rather than with planned outcomes. Skocpol later maintained that she had not meant to dismiss intentional action as a focus of explanation, only to situate it theoretically. She went on to say that substantively speaking, the analysis of cultural idioms and ideologies in social revolutions deserves treatment analogous to the analysis of class relations and class conflicts. Both phenomena must be studied in relation to the central drama of the breakdown and rebuilding of state organizations. 18. A study of the generation and transmission of ideologies requires a concern with communications technology and networks of diffusion. Strikingly, Skocpol seldom remarks on the timing of her social revolutions, which all took place after 1700. One of her variables, international economic and political competition, was intensified by the rise of mercantile and then industrial capitalism. Nevertheless, the sorts of explanatory variables upon which she focuses, international competition, state crisis, and peasant revolt, could all have occurred in pre-modern times. Skocpol thinks the peasant rebellions in 1789 owed more to the national political dynamics of that year than to local traditions of revolt. 19. Yet, truly national political dynamics existed in 1789 rather than in 1300, primarily because of the printing press and the rise of newspapers. The nationwide revolutions she discusses depended not only on modem communications technology, but also, in the case of Russia and China, on advances in transportation technology. Although most participants in the revolutions were illiterate, intellectuals and literate brokers of information to the masses played a crucial role. Such technology is as important to the rise of the mass-incorporating bureaucratic state in the revolution's last stages as it is to the outbreak and progress of the revolution itself. The absence of any mention of the printing press, journalism, or other innovations in communications technology strikes me as an important lacuna in most treatments of modern revolutions. The social history of ideas has begun to come of age in the past decade. One hurdle that had to be overcome in this area of inquiry was the notion that the ruling ideas of any age are the ideas of the ruling class, Marx in the German ideology. A reappropriation of Antonio Gramsci, along with a new sensitivity to culture born of the impact of symbolic and cultural anthropology, has brought home to historians the degree to which the popular strata of peasants and urban workers have in history often succeeded in creating alternative ideologies supporting their causes that contrasted with the official, hegemonic ideology of the state and the ruling strata. 20 George Root concludes that popular ideology is not the possession of a single class, and often arises even where self-conscious social classes have not yet come into being. It comes about through three elements, he suggests. In the first, inherent ideology, workers and peasants elaborate a set of beliefs in their daily lives, evident in their folk tales and proverbs as well as in their general social attitudes. The second component of popular ideology, shared with other groups in society, is derived ideas from literate social thinkers filtering into popular culture, such as the rights of man, nationalism, or socialism. Although Root does not say so, such a process of assimilation clearly depends upon factors such as the rise of a stratum of intellectuals, the spread of literacy, and the advent of the printing press. The third ingredient is the jostle of experience, in which the popular strata come into practical conflict with the state and the propertied classes, and apply their ideologies to that dispute. The jostle of experience, a phrase borrowed from English labor historian E. P. Thompson, helps explain why the actual stance of peasants or artisans on a particular issue might differ from region to region or period to period, despite their sharing a common set of inherent and derived ideas. As noted above, taking intellectual currents, whether popular or elite, seriously raises questions about changing communications technology, the impact of print culture, the telegraph, and the popular press. How literate were Egyptians? What sort of access did they have to newspapers? How did the popular classes derive their insurrectionary ideas in the late 1870s and 1880s? Such an approach further raises the issue of the role of intellectuals and their relationship with other social strata. The rise of a new stratum of intellectuals and the impact of print culture in the 19th century have implications, not only for social and political mobilization, but also for the growth of regional patriotism. 21 Skocpol does not attempt to claim universality for her theory, and she thinks a different set of dynamics might drive anti-colonial or post-colonial revolutions. 22 As indicated earlier, I would like to suggest that the category of anti-colonial revolutions might profitably be disaggregated into two distinct types: the revolution against an informally colonized state, a dual elite, and an indigenous bureaucracy, and the colonial revolution proper, where the state is in imperial hands. That is, I think Algeria in 1962 differed substantially from Egypt in 1882. In making this distinction, I am insisting that it does matter whether an indigenous state exists or not, despite the dependence of both systems on a collaborating local elite. 23 Logically speaking, of course, revolutions against informally colonized states could be social or merely political. It is the social revolutions that interest me here. To be concrete, I would like to argue that both the Egyptian Revolution of 1882 and the Islamic Revolution in Iran of 1978–79 constituted social revolutions against states characterized by informal imperial hegemony. Both possessed an indigenous state that lacked complete sovereignty. For instance, the British, French, and other great powers deposed Khedive Ismail and placed his son, Tawfiq, on the throne in 1879, and when a local revolution seemed likely to topple Tawfiq, the British invaded to put him back on the throne. In Iran, an Anglo-American occupying force deposed Reza Shah in 1941, placing his son Muhammad Reza on the throne, and when a populist prime minister sent the Shah into exile in 1953, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency intervened to coordinate a coup that restored Muhammad Reza to power. Imperial intervention in indigenous succession not only detracts from sovereignty but undermines the popular legitimacy of the state. In both instances, the imperial power attempted to influence indigenous economic, political, and cultural policies, provoking opposition from local groups adversely affected. Typically, elements of the indigenous elite ally themselves with the dominant external power. The state in such situations finds itself caught between the demands of this collaborating elite and its imperial allies on the one hand, and the protests of local social groups making countervailing demands on the other. In a very important piece of self-revision, Skocpol observes that the Islamic Revolution in Iran was indeed a social revolution, and that it differed from the French, Russian, and Chinese in lacking major peasant revolts. This revolution also, she admits, caused her to reconsider the importance of idea systems in shaping political action. 24 One cannot dismiss peasant action altogether in Iran, and about 5% of Iran's land was redistributed to peasants, similar to the percentage redistributed to the rural population after the French Revolution. Peasant land invasions also occurred nearly a century earlier in Egypt. That said, we still have to ask why the cities should have been so prominent and pivotal as sites of revolutionary action in the revolutions of Egypt in 1882 and Iran in 1979. First, the agrarian structuralists have simply underemphasized the density of rural-urban links and the centrality of urban political action in third world countries, as John Walton has shown. 25 However, we must consider the peculiar position of countries suffering from informal imperial hegemony. Foreign investment, immigration, and diplomatic maneuvers are concentrated in, or conducted from, urban areas, so that any revolution that takes aim at both the indigenous and the foreign elites will see a good deal of important action in cities. Popular action in neocolonial societies that succeeds in expelling European entrepreneurs, companies, and banks may be seen as social, insofar as these foreign elements constituted one important element of class relations. Of course, for a revolution to be social, a new elite must also come to power, from a different social class than the old. In a revolution against informal empire, not only are the foreigners expelled, but an indigenous landlord or capitalist class is displaced by persons from previously marginal professions or ethnicities. Typically, the anti-foreign element in the revolution leads to the use of nativist symbols and discourse, whether religious or regional. In both Egypt and Iran, Islam proved important as a cultural 14. Idiom of rebellion. Let us at least admit the possibility of such a paradigm for revolutions against informally colonized states, and come back to it in the conclusion. This book culminates in an analysis of the events in Egypt from September 1881 to September 1882, which Western historiography has called the Urabi Revolt, but most of it concerns the revolution's prologue in the previous 2 decades. Egypt in the 19th century constituted a vassal state of the Ottoman Empire, paying tribute to the Sultan Caliph in Istanbul, but enjoying a measure of administrative autonomy. It remained an integral part of the empire despite its vassal status, however, a fact played down by both modern European and nationalist Egyptian historians. From 1867 the Ottoman governor of Egypt, a post already hereditary in one family, became known as the Khedive, and the succession was arranged on the basis of primogeniture. Egypt in the 1860s and 1870s had a cotton boom, and the ruler borrowed a great deal of money from Europe, mostly for infrastructural development. From 1876 the Khedive declared his government's inability to pay the debt servicing, and a Franco-British dual control was set up, with cabinet-level appointments for 2 Europeans to supervise the Egyptian budget. The cotton boom also brought tens of thousands of Europeans into the country. From 1876 the establishment of mixed courts on a European model allowed these immigrants to begin acquiring significant amounts of land, and to securely pursue commerce and money lending on a large scale. In 1881 a combined military and civilian reform movement attempted to prevent further penetration of the country by the Europeans, and these reformers, mainly native Egyptians, made claims on power and resources previously reserved to the Ottoman aristocracy in the country. European and Khedivial resistance to these reforms eventuated in a revolutionary situation in the summer of 1882. A leading but not dominant role was played by the Egyptian military officer Ahmed Urabi. Needless to say, not all writers have seen the events in Egypt during 1881 and 1882 as a revolution at all, much less a social one. The Urabi Revolt or the Suez Crisis, to which British historians reduce these events, has had a career in several realms of historical imagination: British Empire history, Egyptian nationalist historiography, and analyses of the Egyptian left. British Empire history, a field poorly integrated with the new social history of the Middle East as it has emerged in the past 20 years, has been dominated in regard to the Egyptian events by Ronald Robinson and John Gallagher's account, first published in 1961. They put forward some extremely influential ideas. First, they see British policy in the Near East from the time of Palmerston in the 1840s until 1882 as the pursuit of the imperialism of free trade or informal empire. The mid-Victorians, they say, set up a security system in the Near East based upon their naval superiority and their use of the Ottomans as a bulwark against Russian penetration of the Mediterranean. Palmerston expected the forced end of the Egyptian monopoly system in 1841 to open up 15. Markets to free trade, to increase peasant productivity, and to enhance the ability of local merchants to accumulate capital. Free trade and prosperity would bring liberal ideas of liberty and justice, and the enriched, subtly reformed Ottomans would gratefully accept the tutelage of the British. 26. Robinson and Gallagher know that this Palmerstonian vision failed, and they think they know why. Muslim conservatism and Russian intrigue, they write, blocked every attempt at liberal reform, and as a result the technique of the collaborating class did not work. p. 78. Not only did the Ottoman ruling classes irrationally prefer their version of Islamic society to the imperialism of free trade, but indigenous state structures were being undermined by European influence. During and after the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78, Turkish power seemed to be crumbling away. p. 80. Their account is heavy with talk of an Ottoman collapse, of the power of the Sultan and the Khedive being undermined by developments such as the debt crises of the mid-1870s, more than any other cause. The danger of a general Ottoman collapse set off the partition of Africa. p. 82. In Egypt specifically, the Anglo-French dual control over the budget made Khedive Tawfik, who was placed on the throne by the Europeans in 1879, into a revenue collector on behalf of the foreigners, undermining his legitimacy and alienating the large landowners from him. Robinson and Gallagher also maintain that the powers not only transformed Tawfik into their tax collector, they also made him a constitutional monarch. Whereas the former idea is certainly correct, it is difficult to understand what they could possibly mean by the latter, since Tawfik and the president of his Council of Ministers, Riyad Pasha, ruled autocratically, with an iron fist, and refused to call the Chamber of Deputies into session. In any case, they maintain that by 1881, the Khedivate had been eroded by the penetration of European influences. The country verged on anarchy, which led to a military putsch. p. 87. In short, the brittle and stagnant essence of Muslim conservatism and of Turkish institutions rendered them too fragile a vessel to hold the heady brew of Palmerstonian informal empire, so that European penetration, instead of producing a collaborating class, led to a breakdown in governance. Robinson and Gallagher attribute this political ferment to four elements. First, the liberal reformers, led by the Ottoman Egyptian noble and sometime prime minister, Sharif Pasha, resented Turkish domination and believed in a Western-style constitution. Second, Muslim conservatives, presumably the Muslim clerics Ulamd, resented the extension of Christian influence. Third, the great landowners fought to preserve their tax privileges. Fourth, Urabi Pasha and the colonels took on the Europeans in order to build back up the officer corps and enlarge the army. They end with an aside about the peasantry being on the verge of revolt, but apparently do not include this lowly group in the four elements constituting the movement. Now, these authors insist that they only mean to portray the manner in which British officials of that day saw things, rather than some empirical reality. Their discussion of the issues just reviewed is not couched in that sort of language, but appears to derive from the author's own reasoning. But whether these ideas come from British consuls or academic historians, they are clearly incorrect, not only in terms of factual detail but in the very conception of the nature of social change in Egypt. Their diction and vagueness, their easy assumption of European superiority and Middle Eastern inability to deal with the modern world recall the discourse of Orientalism as described by Edward Said. 27. One hardly knows where to begin. First, I cannot find any evidence of either anarchy or impending collapse in the Ottoman Empire as a whole or in the vassal state of Egypt. Although the Ottomans did lose a war to Russia in 1878, not a new thing, along with some Eastern European territory, their empire seems to have been entirely stable in the areas that continued under their sovereignty, with the partial exception of the Sudan, not an area relevant to this argument. Indeed, the Ottoman economy and population grew throughout the late 19th century despite the losses in the Balkans. The attempts to establish a parliamentary constitutionalism in Istanbul in 1876–78 failed when Sultan Abdul Hamid II turned against it, but even the restoration of autocracy seems to have produced no serious internal instability in the late 1870s or for the rest of the century. In Egypt, as well, it is hard to see what exactly occurred before the British invasion that might be considered anarchic. True, a reform movement arose that attempted to make Khedive Tawfik into a constitutional monarch, something the French and British had not, contrary to what Robinson and Gallagher aver, already achieved. True, a Chamber of Deputies was elected, and the Khedive had to accept cabinet government. None of this constitutes anarchy in most normal political parlance. A restless peasantry can hardly account for the unfolding crisis, since it had been much more restless in 1878–79, with no obvious consequences for high politics. No military putsch ever occurred. Urabi became a major general and the Minister of War in two cabinets formed under the Khedive, and later served the largely civilian revolutionary government. The military did become a pivotal ally of civilian revolutionaries, intervening at crucial points, but the evidence does not support the charge that it set up a martial law dictatorship at any time in 1881–82. In late July 1882, after the British assault on Egypt, Egyptian notables deposed Viceroy Tawfik and created what they called a common law, Urfi, government, primarily out of the deputy ministers of the various ministries, along with some military officers. They meant by common law that their state was provisional and not yet sanctioned by Islamic authorities like the Sultan Caliph in Istanbul. We will see that this revolutionary government overruled Urabi on several occasions. Robinson and Gallagher appear to consider Urabi's rise to the position of Minister of War as a military coup, but such a view, though widely held by imperialists of the time, cannot be maintained against the archival evidence, as Alexander Skalch has shown, see below. 17. Since no good evidence for erosion or anarchy exists, it seems unnecessary to explain why such a situation might have arisen. If one wishes to explain why a multi-class reform movement arose in Egypt in 1881–82, surely a vague appeal to the corrosive effects of European free trade on Turkish power will not suffice. It is the task of this book to develop an explanation for the rise of this movement, appealing to variables such as shifting class interests under the impact of economic and demographic change, the organizations of major political actors, their resources, tactics, and recruitment, their repertoires of collective action, their ideologies, the varying repressive capacity of the state, and specific conjunctures of social and political action. The Robinson and Gallagher description of the forces that made up the reform movement is full of inaccuracies and incomplete. Since Sharif Pasha was himself a Turcophone Ottoman, it is hard to see how he could have been inspired by Egyptian nationalist resentment against Turkish overlordship. Many of the Muslim high clergy or ulama ended up siding with the Khedive, though ulama did form one branch of the revolutionary intelligentsia. The great landowners were the Ottoman and Circassian nobility, who, again, largely sided with the Khedive, and whose tax privileges were not seriously in doubt. It was the village notables who resented the Khedive's revocation of tax reductions for them. The junior officers played an important role, but so too did civilian bureaucrats, urban merchants, guildsmen, women, and other groups. Since Egypt did not slide into anarchy, moreover, the theory that the British were drawn into Egypt by turbulence in the periphery must be entirely rejected. The British invaded in order to ensure that a process of state formation did not succeed in creating a new sort of stable order that would end European privileges and threaten the security of European property and investments. Needless to say, British access to the Suez Canal was never in any danger, as the Admiralty itself concluded, though some politicians later excused their belligerency by reference to this supposed threat to British interests. 28. Despite an early call to action by Robert Tigner, only one modern Western historian has published an extended account of the crisis of 1878–82 out of the Egyptian archives, the late Alexander Skalch. 29. Skalch's book, a revised dissertation, has masterfully refigured our image of the political history of these times. He completely disproves the idea that then General Ahmed Urabi instituted anything like a military dictatorship in the spring-summer of 1882, for instance. He could not use all the hundreds of files on the revolution in the archives, however, and its social dimension escapes him. He writes of August 1882, the political revolution, the fall of the monarchy or at least of the Khedive, failed to materialize. Social revolution was never even on the cards. Mobilization of the population was the result, in the first instance, of exploitation of traditional values. 30. The terms of Skalch's discourse reveal what he thinks constitutes a revolution, and why the Egyptians failed to create one. 18. First, he argues that the Ottoman-appointed dynastic ruler, the Khedive, did not fall. He clearly was looking for a beheaded monarch of the French sort. That he found no evidence of social revolution probably indicates that he was not looking for such a phenomenon, having already concluded that no dethronement equals no revolution. Finally, Skalch found no secular nationalism of the French type in Egypt of 1882, but rather Islamic nativism, calls for holy war, and a vague Egyptian regional patriotism within the framework of Ottoman identity. This absence of secular nationalism appears further to have led him to see the movement as one of conservative Ottoman irredentism. I think Skalch, though a fine historian, was misled by looking for a revolution on the French model. A revolution, it seems to me, certainly occurred, but of a different sort. His insistence on the need for the Khedive to fall is a case in point. In the summer of 1882, as Skalch himself discovered, a situation of multiple sovereignty existed, with both the Khedive and a common law government competing for power. Multiple sovereignty, as Charles Tilly has argued, is itself a clear sign that a revolutionary situation has developed. The evidence is, moreover, that the common law government's authority extended over much more of the country than did that of the Khedive. Indeed, the Khedive was probably alive in Alexandria only because of the protection of the British Admiralty, a foreign intervention. Skalch discovered no social revolution because he did not see the files, subsequently uncovered by Ali Barakat and Latifa M. Salim, on peasant land invasions and other actions in the summer of 1882. He also mightily played down the importance of urban riots against European concerns, apparently primarily because he was concerned to deny the European attribution of anti-Christian massacres to the rebels. I have used lists of nearly 1,000 persons, out of an estimated 1,200, arrested after the failure of the movement, which, along with other lists and evidence, allow me to explore the social character of the revolution in a manner Skalch did not. Finally, as the Islamic Revolution in Iran underscored, revolutions against informal empire do typically appeal to nativist symbols such as local religion and regional patriotism. That they do so derives in part from the revolutionaries' concern to escape the domination of both foreign and indigenous elites, and I fail to see why this ideological nativism should in itself disqualify a movement from being a revolution. Miroslav Hruk has seen the history of several small European countries in the 19th century as centered on the development of a merely regional patriotism, which only much later became a full-blown nationalism. Said Amir Arjomand has shown that most modern revolutions have had a strong religious element, and that the French and Russian models are misleading in this regard, even they, of course, had strong ideological components. 31 Skalcha's analysis of the micropolitics of the movement is highly valuable and will probably stand for decades, but the social history of the revolution and its ideas has only begun to be written. For the Europeans, the Egyptian Revolution of 1882 and British intervention 19 formed a starting point for the controversy about economic imperialism that led to the theories of Hobson, and later, Lenin. 32 For Egyptians, however, the revolution has been a matter of continuing debate in the conception of their national evolution. The changing depictions of the revolution in 20th century Egyptian historiography have been usefully summarized by Thomas Meyer. 33 He shows that an early nationalist school concentrated on political history and saw Urabi in a generally negative light, as having dictatorial tendencies, but praised the revolution as having had some constitutionalist ideas. The main proponent of this view was Abdur Rahman Ar Rafti. Thereafter, the most important schools have been the socialist, in the 1960s and 1970s especially, and the liberal Democrats, who re-emerged in the 1970s and 1980s. The socialist interpretation, in turn, can broadly be divided into a theoretical or ideal-typical approach, associated with Muhammad Anis at Cairo University, and a more empirical socio-economic approach, associated with Ain Shams University. The major archivally based study of the Urabi revolt to come out of the Cairo University School of Socialist Historiography, Latifa Salim's Social Forces in the Urabi Revolution, 1981, presents the revolution as a nationwide, mass revolt on the part of the intellectuals, the urban guilds, and both large and small landowners. 34 As some Egyptian reviewers noted, despite her theoretical Marxism, the author does not show how the various forces interacted with one another to create a revolution, and limits herself to describing archival documents relating to the participant classes. Another socialist interpretation from the Cairo University School, that of Abdul Azim Ramadan, makes a distinction between the petty bourgeois military leadership and the agricultural bourgeoisie, of Sharif Pasha, Sultan Pasha, and other magnates. Ramadan sees the agricultural bourgeoisie as the dominant force in the reform movement and early stages of the revolution. It, however, fell from power in February 1882. Thereafter, Ramadan argues, the movement was dominated by the petty bourgeois officers, often in alliance with the peasantry. The agricultural bourgeoisie now allied itself with the Khedive and the Europeans, and since the laws of historical evolution dictated the victory of this class over the petty bourgeoisie and the peasants, the revolution failed. 35 I am in sympathy with the task Salim and Ramadan set themselves, of understanding the manner in which class conflict and socio-economic factors influenced political affairs. I do not understand, however, what is to be gained by opposing large landlords as an agricultural bourgeoisie to the Khedive and his nobles, since the latter would also have to be characterized as an agricultural bourgeoisie. The Khedive, with his sugar factories and cotton estates, was more bourgeois than his opponents. Although I agree that the loss of landlords like Sharif Pasha to the coalition of challengers in February 1882 hurt the movement, the revolution unfolded very nicely without them that spring and summer. The common law state set up late in July was defeated. 20. Not by Sharif and his fellow magnates, but by a British invasion, which overwhelmed the largely pro-Urabi Egyptian army with superior tactics and technology. Here a crucial difficulty with the arguments put forth by both Salim and Ramadan emerges, which is the degree to which they leave the Europeans out of the picture. I, on the other hand, see Egypt as characterized by a dual elite in this period, consisting of the local landed magnates and the expatriate European bourgeoisie. I see the revolution as a multitude of revolutions taking place simultaneously, by great landlords, rich peasants, the intelligentsia, and the urban merchant and artisan guilds. In some instances, fractions of one class fought among themselves, as with the alliance of some great landlords such as Sharif Pasha with the reformists in 1881. These intra-class divisions were sometimes healed by threats thrown up by the course the revolution took. Many, but by no means all of the great landlords later dropped out of the reformist coalition, and one reason for their doing so was that the reformists threatened their coexistence with the European wing of the dual elite. The hardline opposition of the Europeans, moreover, caused most of the crises that led the other social forces to create a state and to gain the allegiance of the army, and it seems unlikely that either the Khedive or the great landlords around him could have themselves defeated the revolutionaries. I hope to build on Salim's work, not only by my own further archival discoveries, but by addressing issues in social explanation. I will appeal to the conjunctures created by conflicts among large social structures, intermediate organizations, and ideologies, and to the conception of a multi-class rebellion against a dual ruling elite. I aim to accomplish this in part by extending the time frame and examining the evolution of interests, organizations, and ideologies over the 25 years before the revolution. Salim later gave an interview in which she stressed the political aims of the revolution, especially the establishment of some form of consultative government. 36 I agree that an ideology of greater egalitarianism pervaded the revolution, and that if we miss the desire to end the extraordinary privileges of the dual elite, coded as foreign, and to ensure more consultative involvement of the middling sort, coded as indigenous, in governance, we will have missed a key aspect of the revolution. Such aspirations, I believe, existed alongside peasant grievances toward nobles, guild merchants and artisans' grievances toward European competitors, Egyptian junior officers' grievances toward Circassian staff officers, and other structural conflicts growing out of these groups' self-construction and articulation of their material interests. The abolition of political privilege coincided with the evening of material scores in the revolution. If power, culture, and material factors always overlap in social action, as Sewell suggests, it is not self-contradictory to see ideological demands for the abolition of political privileges as congruent with material demands for changes in relations of property. 21. This book will generally follow the theoretical concerns discussed above, beginning with a depiction of the material and cultural foundations of the old regime of Khedivial Egypt under the Ottoman Empire. Let me here set out my aims and some basic definitions. I will examine the manner in which economic and demographic change and the growth of state power created new interests among the three strata that most participated later in the revolution: the rural population, the urban guilds, and the intelligentsia. I call these three formations strata rather than classes because I do not believe they formed self-conscious modern classes with clear shared relationships to the means of production. The rural population was divided into wealthy village notables, smaller holders, and sharecroppers and landless day laborers. Many of them had in common semi-feudal obligations, rent, in labor and kind toward the Ottoman Egyptian nobles, Jawad. The rural middle class of village notables, who often served as headmen, generally possessed substantial holdings on which they employed hired labor, and they also imposed labor obligations on peasants, for which the latter were not remunerated. On the other hand, many village notable families found their holdings much reduced by estate fragmentation during the demographically expansive 19th century, whereas the cotton boom gave other peasants the opportunity to build up new, large estates, so that the rural population experienced a good deal of cyclical mobility in the viceregal period. 37.1 will in this study concentrate on the village notables and the medium and small holders, that is, on the rural middle class and the propertied peasants. The urban artisans, service and transportation workers, and the great merchants and brokers, all had a similar origin in the suk or old-style petty commodity market of the Muslim world. In Iran these groups are collectively known as the Bazaris. Links of setting, culture, and even intermarriage tie them together, especially in the face of competition from industrialized foreigners. Even though the European world economy during the 1860s and 1870s had a hugely varying impact on this group, making some merchants fabulously wealthy and reducing some artisans to penury, most resented growing European hegemony in trade, manufactures, and finance. The intelligentsia consisted of many literate groups, some so high up in the administration and so wealthy that they must be seen as part of the ruling elite. The medium and lower level intelligentsia, however, largely subsisted on salaries from the state, and often suffered from low wages, blocked upward mobility, high inflation, and increasing competition from Europeans. These included the clerks and the middle management in the state and provincial bureaucracies, the graduates of the modern civil schools, the officer corps and cadets, journalists, and the Muslim and Coptic clergy. Again, the various branches of the intelligentsia did not always perceive themselves to have similar interests, but their employment, usually, by the state and their opposition to European penetration did provide the basis for an occasional alliance. The members of such a stratum can be 22. Grouped together because of their dependence for their livelihood on the skills of literacy and their preponderant employment by the state, but I would like to avoid employing the huge, residual category of petty bourgeoisie. Most of the intelligentsia would not have thought they had much in common socially with skilled, tool-owning, independent artisans, for example. These three strata were sometimes united by reference to a common enemy, though before the revolution the enemy often differed from stratum to stratum. I can anticipate my final chapter by declaring that the propertied peasants, the urban guilds, and the intelligentsia played the leading role in the revolution, opposing the dual elite of Ottoman Egyptian nobles and the European bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy in Egypt. Since it is boring always to use the same word, I may occasionally refer to these strata as classes, but I mean this term only in the sense that I have just described, of social groups with, objectively speaking, a broadly similar legal and cultural position, and, often, a spatial contiguity, but with substantial internal variation in regard to wealth. I think such a mixture of status group and class common during the transition from an estates-type society to a society characterized by modern social classes. I will then proceed to investigate the corporate life of Egyptians in the third quarter of the 19th century. What changes in communications and transportation technology occurred then that might account for better chances of national mobilization in 1882 than had existed in 1850? How did the modern intellectuals employ political clubs and the new, private press to create dissident ideologies? Among the guilds and the peasants, what organizational infrastructures help explain their ideals and tactics in this period? Then I will look at changing repertoires of collective action among the urban crowd in confronting the immigrant Europeans and the state. I will examine the repressive mechanisms of the state, including limits on discourse, and explain the manner in which these broke down in the years leading up to the revolution. Finally, I will detail the social origins of the revolutionaries, their ideologies, and the sorts of collective action in which they engaged in 1881 to 82.1. Will come back in the conclusion to discuss the conjunctures that characterize revolutions against informal colonialism. In contrast to Robinson and Gallagher's vision of descent into chaos, I will present the thesis that a group of challengers attempted to build a new order, leading to changes in the state system. Only by understanding the social origins, the interests, the organizations, the tactics, and the ideologies of these challengers can we hope to grasp the significance of the Egyptian Revolution of 1882. Only by apprehending conjuncturally the manner in which their actions affected one another and impinged on the dual elite can we see why things happened as they did. 1. Material and cultural foundations of the old regime. In seeking to understand the dissident and subaltern political currents that emerged in the late 1870s and during the Egyptian Revolution of 1881 to 82, we must begin by considering what they were dissenting from. What were the sources of power and the ideologies of the elite strata constituting the old regime of viceregal rule from 1805 to 1881? I will discuss not only the social and economic position of the various elites, but also their views of the nature of governmental authority, the ordering of the economy, and the construction of ethnic identity. This cultural archaeology will require a digging through social layers, beginning with the viceroy and the Ottoman nobles, proceeding to the Egyptian notables, including high clergy or ulama officials, and bureaucrat intellectuals, then considering recent implants such as the Levantine mercantile class and the Europeans. My contention that a dual elite existed in late Ottoman Egypt, composed of the Ottoman Egyptian nobles and the Europeans, underlies this approach. These primary elites had their hangers-on and compradors, of course, so that some autochthonous Egyptians rose high enough to identify with the Ottoman ruling class, and Levantine merchants often cooperated with the Europeans. One question I want to begin with is whether we can discern a unified, hegemonic ideology among the ruling strata of Egypt. A second issue has to do with change. Are we here dealing with the breakdown of a traditional system of power and values, as John Gallagher and Ronald Robinson suggest, or is there anything radically new about the viceregal power system and its ideologies? Later in this book, I will take up questions concerning the organizations and ideologies associated with peasants, artisans, and medium and lower-ranking intellectuals. Here I wish to present a series of snapshots of the ways in which members of Egypt's elite, in the course of working, living, thinking, and feeling within a particular social and economic context, constructed their world. My approach, as indicated in the introduction, seeks to avoid a crass reflection theory that attempts to read off social ideas from class position, while recognizing that all social thinkers actively live within broader economic and societal structures with which the abstract logic of their arguments inevitably interacts. Ideologies serve to mediate between ideal structures and logics, and material processes and constraints. When not independent, Egypt has oscillated through history between two poles, experiencing periods of greater economic and political integration into West Asia, and eras of incorporation into European empires. In the 7th century, Egypt passed from the Christian Byzantine Empire to the Islamic Empire of the Arabs. Turning their faces from Constantinople to Medina, Damascus, and Baghdad, Egyptians gradually forsook Coptic for Arabic as their primary language, and all but 6% ultimately deserted Christianity for Islam as their religion. In the medieval period, Muslim rulers created for the support of their regimes a military caste of slave soldiers, mostly Circassians brought from the marches of the northern Caucasus and converted to Islam. Over time the slave soldiers, or Mamluks, themselves came to power, ruling Egypt from the 13th through the early 16th centuries. In 1517 the Ottoman Empire, dominated by a Sunni Muslim Turkish-speaking elite based in Anatolia, conquered Egypt, defeating the Mamluks and absorbing them as a junior partner in Egyptian governance. Integrated into the Ottoman world economy, the fertile Nile Valley served as a breadbasket for the empire, its grains helping to feed Hijazis in Arabia and Anatolians in Asia Minor. The Ottomans provided order, kept up the irrigation infrastructure, and collected taxes, leaving many administrative tasks to local institutions such as guilds and religious endowments. About a fifth of all land came to be held as religious prebends by the end of the 18th century, and much of the rest was put in the hands of military tax farmers. The Sultan's governor and troops provided public security, a key ingredient in prosperity and population growth. It now appears that Egypt's overall population grew during the Ottoman years, or at least that the capital of Cairo steadily expanded. This finding by André Raymond overturns an older, unfounded European image of Ottoman Egypt as having suffered an economic and demographic decline. As suggested in the introduction, Egypt's population, by analogy to that of Cairo, seems to have grown by about 50% in the period 1517 to 1800, from around 3 million to around 4.5 million, but this includes a stagnant or possibly reduced population during most of the 18th century. The 18th century Ottoman preoccupation with the growing Russian challenge in Eastern Europe allowed Egypt and Iraq gradually to achieve greater autonomy from Istanbul. During the economic golden age of 1700 to 1760, in which lessening demographic pressures raised wages and reduced intra-class competition, the substratum of Mamluk slave soldiers and freedmen re-emerged as the martial elite in Cairo, as in Baghdad, which ceased sending tribute to the Ottomans. Egypt under the Mamluk Emir Ali Bey al-Kabir, r. 1760-72, appears to have continued its prosperity, and it has been argued that European capitalism began having a greater impact from that point. In the late 18th century, however, only 15% of shipping out of Alexandria was destined for European ports, and Egypt remained tied primarily to the Ottoman world economy. The Mamluk houses conducted a nasty internecine struggle in the 1780s and 1790s, provoking wars that raised urban taxes to crushingly high rates. Repeated outbreaks of plague, high Niles, and floods, overtaxation, and Mamluk feuding all damaged Egypt's formerly prosperous economy. When Bonaparte convinced the Directory to allow him to lead an attack on Egypt in 1798, the French found a country badly hurt by 2 decades of economic depression and frequent plague outbreaks. The grain and territory-hungry French conquered the Nile Valley, defeating and weakening the ruling Mamluk caste. They attempted to cultivate the indigenous elite, the ulama, and other Egyptian notables. But their 3 years of rule had little lasting effect, except insofar as they displaced the Mamluks. A joint British and Ottoman force handily dislodged the French from Egypt in 1801, with the British providing naval support to an invading Ottoman army. The Ottoman army also attacked the remnants of the Mamluks, but proved increasingly divided internally. A young Albanian officer from a mercantile family, Muhammad Ali, emerged as a popular leader with a faction of the troops and even with the overtaxed Cairo populace. He managed to defeat other Ottoman leaders in Egypt, and to impose himself as viceroy, r. 1805-48. Muhammad Ali's government gradually consolidated power over Egypt, building on Mamluk traditions of governance and pursuing a mercantilistic economic policy of state monopolies. It also innovated. It introduced the organized cultivation of the indigenous long staple cotton, expanded the trade in already established cash crops, began conscripting ordinary Egyptian peasants into the army, and sought to establish European-style factories. It also accumulated vast state lands, expropriating not only the fiefs of the Mamluks but also the pious endowments of the Muslim clergy or ulama. When in the 1830s Muhammad I rebelled against the Sultan and sent armies to invade Syria and Anatolia, he provoked an international crisis. The Ottoman civil war threatened to upset the status quo, and the British thought it threw into doubt their access to India. The European powers thus intervened to roll Egyptian armies back, containing Muhammad Ali. Having lost control over markets in Syria and over the right to set import tariffs for Egypt, the government of Muhammad Ali faced a severe setback in its political economy. The huge army was largely demobilized. Factories, plagued by machine failures, lack of know-how and spare parts, and Egypt's paucity of coal and wood, as well as by a loss of protected markets, shut down. Egypt's economy continued to grow, however, not through manufactured goods but through primary commodities such as the cash crops, especially cotton. Great Britain emerged as Egypt's primary trading partner, and Egypt became willy-nilly a part of the modern European world economy. After 1841, Egypt was partially reintegrated into the Ottoman Empire, albeit as a vassal state with its own local administration and privileges. The office of viceroy became hereditary in Muhammad Ali's extended family, but the Ottomans blocked Muhammad Ali's successors from commemorating him with statues. The Friday prayers were said in the name of the Ottoman Sultan, and foreign consuls arriving in Egypt had to present their credentials to Istanbul before being accepted in Alexandria. Egypt paid a hefty tribute in the late 1860s of £700,000 per year, and was constrained to supply troops for Ottoman wars. As we will see below, Egyptian conquests in Africa were explicitly made in the name of the Ottoman Sultan, and announced in this way to the African villagers. These diplomatic conventions argue against viceregal Egypt having been all but autonomous of Istanbul, as some nationalist historians have depicted it. On the other hand, in many social spheres, the viceroys pursued highly independent policies. Said, R 1854-62, in particular abolished monopolies, parceled land out to a new Ottoman Egyptian nobility, and recognized private property in land, at least on paper, establishing the basis for a new political economy. The Sultan. Let us now turn to our archaeology of class and culture. At the top of the Egyptian political system stood the Ottoman Sultan or Emperor, the ruler to whom the Egyptian vassal state owed allegiance, to whom it paid tribute, and for whom it raised levies of troops when necessary. Mosque preachers pronounced the Friday prayer sermon in his name. The Sultan's authority in Egypt underwent significant changes in the period 1517 to 1882. Until the middle of the 18th century, Istanbul directly ruled Egypt through frequently rotated governors, supporting them with large garrisons of Ottoman troops. The Sultan cut a secular figure of steppe authority, balanced on the two supports of battlefield victories and his legislating role rooted in Turkic and Mongolian tribal custom. This sort of authority contrasted with that attributed to the Islamic ruler by classical Islamic theorists, who saw the early caliphs as having combined in their persons both spiritual and temporal power. The caliphs thereafter lost temporal power to emirs and sultans, and a dual authority structure emerged. In the last representative of this sort of state, the Mamluk sultans ruled over the temporal sphere, and maintained a successor to the Abbasid caliphs as a spiritual figure. From the time of the Mongol incursions of the 13th century and their Turkish successors, such as the Timurids and the Ottomans, the authority structure of the Islamic lands shifted away from earlier theocratic or duocephalous models to the Central Asian system of a secular, legislating khanate whose authority derived from the norms of pastoral nomadic, tribal society. This authority structure remained even as the steppe dynasties became sedentarized and further Islamized. 18th century clerical theorists of Islamic and temporal authority in Egypt discussed these developments quite self-consciously. One wrote that authority derives from God through the prophets. The Prophet Muhammad, in turn, gave over authority to his lieutenants or caliphs after him. Authority remained in Arab hands until the Arabs fell to fighting among themselves, provoking God to transfer it to other groups such as the Turks. 5. Sheikh Ahmed ad-Daman Huri, circa 1684 to 1778, who rose to become rector of Al-Azhar Seminary, put things even more baldly. He said that the Mongols executed the last caliph in Baghdad in the 13th century. The Mamluks brought a nominal, Suri, caliphate to Egypt, but it died out soon after the Ottoman conquest of 1517. Now, ad-Daman Huri said, only the Sultanate and the Vizierate continued as living institutions. The Ottoman Sultanate, he wrote, was nevertheless the best Islamic state since the Orthodox Caliphate of the 7th century, because of its adherence to Islamic law and bestowal of honor on Muslim learned men. 6. Ad-Daman Huri's frank dismissal of the Mamluk-sponsored caliphate as a mere formality, and his acceptance of a secular sultanate as better than medieval caliphates such as that of the Abbasids, attest the degree to which even Egyptian ulama acquiesced in the triumph of the steppe within the realm of Islam. In the 19th century the Ottoman sultans began occasionally to lay claim to the office of the caliphate, a claim that some literate Egyptians accepted by the 1860s. Although their actual power over Egypt diminished to that of a liege lord, the Sultan's moral and spiritual authority actually increased as the religious establishment acquiesced in their desire to combine the vicarship of the Prophet with the steppe sultanate. The spiritual authority of the Sultan Caliph affected the Egyptian viceroy as well, since some ulama insisted by 1870 that the viceroy as the agent of the Caliph had the prerogative to dismiss the chief Islamic jurisprudent, who normally served for life. 7. An Iranian diplomat reported in 1880 that fanatics around Sultan Abdul Hamid II felt that the only way to prevent the Europeans from pushing the Ottomans out of Europe altogether was for the Sultan to gather to himself the kind of support from the Islamic world as a whole that only recognition as caliph could generate. The Sultan decided to send out a proclamation of his station as caliph to Egypt, India, Iran, and Central Asia. Many but not all Egyptians accepted this call, with all its implications for authority, during the revolution. 8. The Ottoman Sultanate continued to have great influence in Egypt during the viceregal period, and the province, despite its local administration, remained an integral part of the empire, paying tribute, providing troops, and giving Istanbul the right to review high state appointments and accept ambassadorial credentials. The manuscript and periodical literature I consulted convinces me that literate Egyptians for the most part saw themselves as loyal subjects of the Sultan. With Abdul Hamid, R. 1876–1909, insistently laying claim to the caliphate. His moral authority may have actually increased in the late 1870s and early 1880s, especially among the ulama and the literate classes. The Khedive. The form of government in pre-British Egypt, eclectic and difficult to categorize both with regard to its political typology and its economic basis, has perhaps best been characterized as reform bureaucracy. Egypt constituted a vassal state of the Ottoman Empire, ruled in theory by a governor appointed by the Sultan. In fact, from 1805 the Sultan simply acquiesced in the power of the Muhammad Ali dynasty. As argued above, the viceroy, Vali, but from 1867 termed Khedive, in practice could act as a sovereign in his own sphere, deriving his authority not from the people, but from his success in arms and the appointment of the Sultan, or of the Sultan Caliph. Despite the cachet of the Caliph that some Ottomans sought to attach to imperial institutions, the viceroys most often pursued policies that kept the religious authorities weak and dependent. Viceroy Said, R. 1854–62, conscripted the sons of village headmen into the military, but detested those who insisted on saying their 5 daily prayers while in uniform. Religiosity could serve as grounds for dismissal, a problem for conscripted notables who had already begun careers as seminarians before being drafted. 9. Said saw his military as necessarily secular in outlook. This embryonic secularism points to some key features of reform bureaucracy. The attempts of Ottoman sultans and Egyptian viceroys to reform their military and administrative organization in response to the European challenge led to extensive changes in Ottoman institutions. Conscripted armies of peasants trained in European-style drills replaced a caste of foreign slave soldiers, new civil schools began competing with current schools and Muslim seminaries, factory styles of production, especially in industries related to the military, made attempts to compete with artisanal ones, more rational taxation regimes made inroads on prebendal privileges and on lands alienated to religious use. A bureaucracy slowly emerged with a vested interest in the reform program. The viceroy ruled absolutely, but with the help of nobles and technocrats he called into being. This bureaucracy had its ups and downs in Egypt, nearly being abolished in the late 1850s for budgetary reasons, but it burgeoned once more after 1862. The reform bureaucracy could not fairly be categorized as either feudal or traditional. The Muhammadi viceroys had swept away the prebendal Mamluks, and created a class of loyal, private large landowners, in the context of cash crop production. The Ottoman nobles of the viceregal period retained feudal privileges such as special, low taxation regimes and claims on the labor of peasants on and off their estates, but they also resembled in many ways agrarian capitalists. The first years of the reign of Viceroy Ismail, 1863–79, overlapped with the cotton boom, which generated tax monies that allowed the state to undertake numerous improvements in infrastructure. Ismail, the son of Muhammad Ali's ambitious eldest son Ibrahim Pasha, studied humanities at the Egyptian school in Paris in the 1840s. He waited out the reign of Abbas, 1848–54, in Istanbul, serving on Ottoman councils. He returned to Egypt under his uncle Said, becoming heir apparent. In Lomekeni's phrase, Ismail had a vision of civilization and progress, though the vision owed much to the ideas of his father and grandfather. 10. He envisioned both a cultural and a material efflorescence. He wrote to the governor of the Sudan soon after his accession, urging the spread of literacy and learning. The prerequisite for this civilization and prosperity is the acquisition by the subjects of the sciences, that they may excel in them and be always disposed to love of the homeland, and eager to obtain the wealth of excellence and progress in knowledge and the arts. 11. The second component of civilization, at-tamadun, al-imariya, for Ismail lay in material infrastructure and production. As soon as he came to power, he ordered an inspection engineer to carry out a careful study of the provinces under his jurisdiction, so that the requisite canals, bridges, and other works may be put in working order or established, and he may inform the governors of the need to complete them. 12. Ismail foresaw a vast increase in literacy, education, and knowledge, as well as a growing economy serviced by infrastructural improvements in irrigation canals, roads, and bridges, the railroad, the telegraph, dams and other public works, all financed by the extension of cotton cultivation all the way down the Nile Valley into the Sudan. 13. He linked increased education with a love of the homeland or regional patriotism that would serve the people as a motivation for achieving progress. An Armenian author who wanted to flatter Ismail in the 1870s listed the viceroy's achievements as the following: the establishment of lighthouses for easier shipping along the Egyptian coast, improved roads and canals, the beautification of towers and fortresses, the provision of piped water in Cairo, the extension of the telegraph even to the Sudan, the revival of the Bulak press, the promotion of culture, the establishment of councils, the building of schools, the abolition of the corvée or forced labor for peasants, the founding of paper factories, the extension of the railroad all the way to the Sudan, the founding of the new city of Ismailia, and the opening of the Suez Canal. 14. That this is what an author thought Ismail wanted to hear in the way of panegyric gives a good clue to the values the Khedive projected as his own at that point. Ismail's Egypt had a civilizing mission of its own. The rhetoric of a civilizing mission served Ismail, as it served his mentor Napoleon III of France, as a justification for his absolutism. An archival document describes how Egyptian military forces in Somalia and other African areas proceeded. First, they asked what goods the place produced. Then they promised to protect the local inhabitants from Christian oppression. When the natives affirmed their desire for protection, the Egyptians asked for a written pledge of allegiance to the Ottoman Sultan, signed with the seal of local notables. The Egyptian forces then disarmed the population, prohibited the sale of slaves, and introduced fines for dirt found in a house or hut. 15. The Egyptian civilizing mission thus consisted of a rhetoric of pan-Islam versus Christian imperialism, a healthy interest in local commodities, a desire for a monopoly on the usury, and a civilized enmity to slave trading and filth. The European version, of course, was similarly compulsive in nature. Believing that the spread of cotton cultivation in and of itself equaled greater prosperity for peasants, Ismail could argue for extending it both within Egypt and down the Nile into Africa. Yet cotton had become a cash crop, subject to the workings of the world market, and the market is always better at distributing goods than surplus wealth, which it rather tends to concentrate. Viceregal Egypt under Ismail was developing a modern form of autocracy comparable to that of 18th century France or 19th century Russia. The viceroy increasingly depended on a council of ministers, but before 1878 yielded no privileges to it that would detract from his absolute power. From 1866 the viceroy instituted a chamber of deputies, Majlis an-Nawab, or, literally, Council of Delegates. In his throne address to the first session of the Chamber of Deputies in 1866, the viceroy recalled Egypt before Muhammad Ali as a wasteland beset with brigandage and poverty. His grandfather had begun the process of restoring security and of civilizing the country. Ismail announced his own civilizing mission, which included establishing a consultative chamber of deputies, so that ruler and subject may consult with one another, as is done in many places. 16. Quoting Quran verses concerning the virtues of consultation, Ismail pledged that the Chamber of Deputies would be selected by the people and would meet in Cairo for 2 months of every year. Yet this body, made up of village headmen and a few guild officials appointed by the Khedive, and thus only indirectly selected by the people, could only forward requests to the viceroy for his approval, lacking any actual authority. One might compare Ismail's new Chamber of Deputies to the parliaments of 14th century Britain, which had a largely ceremonial purpose within a society dominated by the nobles. 17. The ceremonial context of public power and authority in viceregal Egypt comes across nicely in a newspaper article of 1874. The article discusses the role of the Khedive and his Ottoman nobles in publicly celebrating the Eid al-Fitr, the Islamic holy day upon which the month-long daytime fast of Ramadan is broken. The author, probably Muhammad Unsi, son of pioneering journalist Abu Suyudi Effendi, said the festivities in Cairo's crowded streets attested both to the continued vitality of Islam after 13 centuries and the degree to which the political relationships existing between ruler and ruled have been strengthened. Unsi perceived an open adoration on the part of the masses of his subjects for the Khedive on such occasions, which, he argued, served as a barometer of public opinion and demonstrated the firm bonds of affection between ruler and ruled. From the point of view of many of the regime's literate supporters, public ceremonial confirmed the popularity of the ruler and restated his legitimacy. The holding of the Chamber of Deputies was designed originally for the same purpose, as an affirmation of the Khedive's authority rather than as a challenge to it. The hopeful concentration on public ceremonial by pro-Ghumay notables helped blind them to the vast discontents among the public building behind the scenes. They ignored the incredible land grab of Ismail and his family, such that they came to own a fifth of the country's arable land, and Ismail's bestowal of further vast tracts on his favorites. Members of the elite discounted the impact of the crushing taxes he heartlessly imposed on the country in response to the debt crisis from about 1870. The standard criticisms of Ismail focus on his spendthrift habits and his disposition to get helplessly into debt, which miss the point. Most of his debts were incurred for infrastructural improvements he hoped would increase his revenues, and he did actually spend the greater part of such monies on development, as Roger Owen has shown, while debt servicing itself ate up much of the remainder. 18. That part of his ideology of civilization formed no smoke screen. Rather, Ismail's fault lay in making himself into a combination of ruthless despot and self-aggrandizing agrarian capitalist who put his own economic and political interests above those of the province he ruled. If we look at gross statistics, Egypt made progress economically under Ismail, but this so-called progress hugely benefited a small group of nobles and foreign merchants and financiers, whereas it had a much more ambiguous and uneven impact on most ordinary Egyptians. The overtaxation of the late 1870s, as we shall see, resulted in the immiseration of many peasants and workers, or at least exacerbated the problems peasants already faced from high population growth and the consequent fragmentation of family plots through inheritance. Ismail's nods in the direction of popular consultation were little more than empty formalities at first, not designed in his own mind to detract from his absolute power. From the point of view of the Ottoman Egyptian elite, the Chamber of Deputies constituted a largish advisory council within the executive. In appealing to ideas of popular consultation, however, the viceroy created more substance than he had intended, and the deputies began exhibiting a desire to take on a Montesquieu's role. Ottoman Egyptians. Despite Ismail's autocratic approach to rule, he did not run the country by himself. At the highest levels, he was served by Ottoman and Circassian bureaucrats and officers, as well as by some Armenian and local Egyptian technocrats. Ehud R. Toledano has argued that the members of the elite, despite their ethnic rivalries, shared a common Ottoman Egyptian culture based upon the language and fashions of Istanbul and a commitment to serving in the Ottoman province of Egypt. 19. Afaf Marsat contends, however, that Ottoman Egyptians remained in many ways distinctive from their Anatolian counterparts, developing their own dialect of Ottoman Turkish and their local interests and traditions. 20. This issue deserves more research, but the difference between these two views in any case strikes me as a matter of emphasis. The importance of an Ottoman Egyptian elite in this period, which had perhaps varying and diverse but strong ties to Istanbul, is not in question. These officers increasingly divided into a pro-European group, who sought Egypt's economic and diplomatic integration into the European system, and a pro-Ottoman group, who resisted European encroachments in favor of closer relations with Anatolia. Ironically, the pro-European group advocated strong autocratic or cabinet rule within Egypt as a means of ensuring that the country could be a reliable trading and diplomatic party for the Europeans, whereas the pro-Ottoman group, especially after the Ottoman constitutional movement of the RMD 1870s, increasingly favored more consultative government as a means of slowing European penetration. An example of the pro-European faction is Nubar Nubarayan, an Armenian who rose under Ismail to become one of the more powerful and wealthy men in the country. He consistently advocated autocratic government by the cabinet. 21. His antagonist, Sharif Pasha, championed the cause of both Ottomanism and consultative government, though he favored a Burkean rule by representatives over grassroots democracy. As a combination of ethnic group and social class, the Ottoman Egyptians had great political and economic weight. Despite the centuries-long Ottoman presence in the Nile Valley, in many ways the landed Ottoman nobility in viceregal Egypt was of recent vintage. By the 1870s, they controlled about 1/4 of the land, and their peasants owed them not only labor but ceremonial gifts. This role, however, they had newly adopted. A major component of this group, the Circassians, had been imported from the marches of the Caucasus as slaves, concubines, and slave soldiers from the medieval period, and only in the 18th century, with the Russian conquests in the Caucasus, did this trade begin to dry up. Monument Circassians and their descendants, partially because of the group's predominance in the military, often controlled substantial estates and bureaucratic posts. With the Ottoman conquest of 1517, many wealthy Circassian families assimilated to the ruling Ottoman culture. In the 19th century, Circassians tended to become divided in their loyalties, some supporting the Ottoman ruling class, others identifying with the indigenous Egyptian New Middle Strata. Ottomans began immigrating into Egypt in the 16th century, mostly as soldiers who served in garrisons. Iraqi Yusuf Muhammad's study of 18th-century Islamic court records has shown that these Ottoman troops tended to marry Circassian or other slave girls, and to enter trade or artisanal work. A few acquired fiefs, iltizam, though rarely, since the Circassian Mamluks or slave soldiers already had a near monopoly in that avenue to wealth and power. 22. One suspects that most of the Ottoman troops eventually merged into the urban popular classes. Of course, from 1517 Ottomans also staffed the officer corps and the higher echelons of the bureaucracy, and in this sector they retained an ethnic predominance up until 1882, their ranks strengthened by a stream of new immigrants. Gabriel Baer estimates the number of Turks in 19th-century Egypt at around 20,000, making it clear he includes in this number Ottomans in general, including Albanians and Greek converts. But if one includes in the reckoning Circassians who had intermarried with or identified themselves. 33. With the Ottoman bureaucrats and nobility, the number of this elite probably approached 100,000. 23. In the 1850s SAID, R 1854-62, began promoting indigenous Egyptians in the bureaucracy and military, and fell out with some of his Turcophone civil bureaucrats. His dismissal of tens of Ottoman nobles late in his reign, however, may have had as much to do with his lack of revenues as with a desire to remain independent of the Ottomans and the Sultan. Ismail, however, reversed his predecessor's pro-Egyptian policies, reaffirming Ottoman Egyptian dominance of the officer corps and the upper reaches of the civil bureaucracy. Because of the disruptions in land tenure brought about by the rise of Muhammad Ali's reform bureaucracy, the Ottoman Egyptian nobility that took over the large, supposedly vacant Ibadiya estates in the 1850s did not enjoy the legitimacy bestowed by ancient tenure. Egyptian villagers still alive in the 1850s and 1860s could have remembered when some of this land had been under their own cultivation or had supported mosques. The nobles, Jawad, also paid fewer and lower taxes on their lands than did the Egyptian yeomen and peasants. The Ottomans and Circassians continued in the period 1858–82 to exercise a near monopoly on high government posts and on the officer corps in the military. Egyptians did penetrate the lower provincial bureaucracy. Because of their entree to government service and the wealth their accumulating land holdings gave them, the Ottoman nobles most often lived in the larger cities, rather than in the countryside. Describing the structural position of the Ottoman elite is easier than discovering its values and ideology. A testimony to values by an Ottoman gentleman from our period does survive, however. The author, Kasifdad Mehmet Akil Boera, also signed himself with the Arabized form Muhammad Akil B. Muhammad Kashif al-Bukhari, and he wrote in Arabic. Of Central Asian ancestry, he resided in the port of Alexandria and wrote a book of paternal advice for his son in 1862 entitled Irshad al-Walid or Guidance for My Child 24. The literature of advice holds an ancient and honored position in Muslim lands, yet little of this sort of writing is known from the 19th century, and less still has been studied. Our Ottoman rentier's manuscript survives in only one autograph in the Egyptian National Library. I would argue that the manuscript, despite its obscurity, illustrates candidly the manners and ideas about society common among Ottoman gentlemen in 19th century Egypt. Here my main interest lies in the advice on matters pertaining to the construction of Ottoman social and economic status, such as education, social hierarchy, and economics, mainly microeconomics. The author naturally begins, in a book of counsel for a minor, with education, which is after all a sort of human capital formation. He urges a very broad education in letters, religion, and the sciences. Along with exhortations to study history and geography, he adds doctrinal advice, telling his son to choose the Naqshbandi Sufi order, a mystical brotherhood, the Hanafi legal right, and 34. Maturidi theology. Note that these choices also differentiate al-Bukhari as an Ottoman from local Egyptians, who would more likely belong to the Wafa'iyya or Bakriyya Sufi orders, be Malikis or Shafi'is in rite, and Ashurites in theology. He shows a rationalism that leads him to forbid the wasting of time on occult sciences such as magic squares and divination, and on close association with Sufi dervishes, who are either frauds after money or oversensitive souls a normal person might inadvertently hurt. Despite the broad-minded rhetoric he uses in advising wide-ranging studies, he demonstrates a marked conservatism in matters related to Europe. He attacks European approaches to sciences such as medicine, which he says are based on a different climate than that prevailing in Egypt. The censure of things European extends to manners, religious ideas, and clothing. His son should study European languages, but only after learning Islamic ones. Do not render the language of one who opposes your religion a means of becoming mixed up with his nature and customs such that your own identity loses its reality and essence, and you forfeit your religion to worldly passions. p. 16. He should even avoid the slightly modernized dress of government employees, sticking to the style of clothes worn by the old Ottoman elite. The only exception he allows is if his son should enter government service, where he must dress as an effendi in order to be accepted. Al-Bukhari is concerned that his son differentiate himself not only from the Europeans and their imitators among the effendis, but also from other groups in Egypt. He has harsh words for Egyptians themselves, saying they are eaten up with envy, have base souls, lust after women too much, show great cunning, give insufficient care to their affairs, and have mastered hardly any science, pages 35 to 36. He castigates the people of Alexandria as timid and effeminate, and as given over to too much dancing. Clearly, al-Bukhari wants his son to avoid being like the Egyptians surrounding him, rather choosing to be courageous, manly, dignified, and restrained in his passions. He exhibits a concern for the maintenance of his ethnicity when he urges his son not to mix his noble blood with that of low Circassian and Sudanese slave women. Al-Bukhari's concern to avoid absorption either by the European bourgeoisie or by the Egyptian masses is nicely illustrated by his advice on attending the theatre in Alexandria. His son should neither buy a cheap ticket, which would seat him with the Egyptian hoi polloi, nor the most expensive ticket, which he should leave to famous nobles and great European merchants, pages 39, 78. Learning a trade or set of business skills, al-Bukhari says, is praiseworthy. But he wants his son to approach commercial dealings warily, since craftsmen and merchants have developed a great deal of craftiness as a result of wide experience with customers. The people in the market are hypocrites and cooperate in relieving the wealthy of their money. One needs to know how to buy and sell. Chinese goods are superior to Indian ones, and the Indian better than Syrian ones. A gentleman, however, should avoid entering the markets, and 35. Should send his servant instead. No stranger to commerce, he has some sharp advice for his son in business dealings. Although business partnerships can be beneficial, one should always remember that the partners are in it for themselves. If one needs to do business in another country, where one cannot keep a close eye on the account books, it is better to give someone a commission rather than taking on a partner. Those who work on commission must compete with one another and are more likely to attempt to please. Other sorts of occupation come under close scrutiny. It is not suitable for a gentleman to become a supervisor of pious endowments. Renting property is more appropriate. But never let someone on the premises without a contract in writing, and never rent for more than a lunar year. He advises the avoidance of the European solar calendar as un-Islamic. It is better not to rent to the same person for an extended period, since renters, like water, go bad if they stay in one place too long. Impress renters, he suggests, with contacts with the government, the police, and the foreign courts, pages 43 to 46, 58 to 59. Al-Bukhari presents a strange mixture of the old and the new. He advocates a liberal education, including the study of European languages, but retains a profound distrust of all things European, especially medicine. He admires mystics but encourages his son to remain independent of them, as well as of narrow-minded Muslim jurists. He prefers an occupation such as that of the solitary merchant or landlord, eschewing partnerships or posts like endowment supervisor where one must deal with crooked partners or importunate beneficiaries. At a time when the joint stock company was becoming a highly important institution in the Middle East, he still advises his son against entering partnerships. As late as 1862, he speaks of importing merchandise from South and East Asia, ignoring the burgeoning European market. He nevertheless recognizes the social superiority to Ottomans of his class of the great European merchants operating in Egypt. He is so Egyptianized that he writes in Arabic, and constructs a table showing Egyptian rulers from pharaonic times to the Ottomans and their viceroys, suggesting an Egyptian regional patriotism. 25 Yet he clearly thinks Ottomans far superior to native Egyptians in a whole range of virtues, and feels the distrust of the proprietary class for urban shopkeepers and craftsmen. Egyptian notables. The Ottoman nobles and merchants constituted the top of the social hierarchy, but among the indigenous, Arabophone Egyptians, elites existed as well. These consisted of rural large landholders, some of whom rose to high administrative office under Ismail, the high ulama, and the more successful of the civil school graduates who rose to head bureaus or even attained cabinet rank, only to accomplish the latter feat. Let us examine the social outlook of 36. Some thinkers drawn from these groups, whose importance grew throughout our period. Although many of them supported the drive for parliamentary government in the fall of 1881, most of these members of the native elite dropped out of the revolutionary coalition when politics became polarized in the spring of 1882. In the end, then, most opted for an identification with their Ottoman employers, and they can be seen most fruitfully as a section of the ruling elite. The ulama had in the 18th century played an important role as intermediaries between the state and the people, and they supervised philanthropic and imperial pious endowments in the form of vast tracts of the country's agricultural land. Muhammad Ali, in confiscating those endowments, reduced most ulama to poorly paid state officials, though he did also bestow new lands on some of them. For ambitious ulama, the only hope for gaining wealth and status lay in drawing close to the viceregal court. The establishment of such connections in turn required that they write in support of the reform bureaucracy, and against the clerical conservatives who opposed European-style innovations. Not only the celebrated Hassan al-Attar, rector of Al-Azhar Seminary from 1831 to 1835, but several other religious thinkers showed an interest in modernism. 26 Muhammad al-Nabi, d. 1267-1850-51, who rose to become Mufti of Alexandria under Muhammad Ali, began his clerical career by penning a defense in Islamic terms of the Viceroy's military modernization program, Nizam-i-Sadid. 27 He argues that it accords with Islamic law to adopt any means rationally available to defend oneself from one's enemies, since only thus can unbelief be defeated. He appeals to early Islamic collections of oral reports from the Prophet and his companions to justify tight uniforms with short chemises the military division of labor, and the use of drilling, strategy, and flags and banners. If the oral reports from the Prophet allow the learning of Hebrew and Syriac for religious studies, he remarks, how strange it would be if one could not learn European technology for military self-defense. He even suggests that a modern military officer in Muhammad Ali's new army has the status of a learned man in the religious sciences, since defending Islam and waging holy war are among the duties of such a man. Al-Nabi rejects, however, any need for Muslims to study European rationalist theories of politics, since Islamic law suffices for social and political organization. He leaves unanswered the unescapable question, what if Western political organization should also become necessary to self-defense? The question was unescapable in 1827, by 1881 it was being asked very widely indeed. Just as a new class of Ottoman nobles began to snap up the best land in Egypt, inserting themselves above the Egyptian village notable families, so a new class of Hanafi ulama began to gain power in the official religious institution and at Al-Azhar. Most Egyptians adhered to the Shafi'i and Maliki rites of Sunni Islam, the Hanafi rite being popular mainly among Ottomans and among notables in directly ruled Ottoman provinces such as Syria. Another pro-Ghamay cleric, the Hanafi Ahmad at-Tamimi, circa 1801-52, of Hebron, rose to be 37. Come Mufti of Egypt despite his Palestinian origins. He studied at Al-Azhar Seminary in Cairo, and attained a reputation for learning. In 1835 Muhammad Ali made him Mufti, and in so doing he promoted the Hanafi right of the ruling elite at the same time as he appealed for the loyalty of Syrian notables during his attempt to annex Syria from the Ottoman Empire. From the late 1830s, Muhammad Ali ordered that only the official Mufti could give legal opinions in matters related to the government. This order not only aimed at securing stronger state control of the religious institution, but also had the effect of making the Hanafi Mufti's rulings preeminent. At-Tamimi did not prove flexible enough for Ibrahim Pasha, who replaced him with another Hanafi, Sheikh Muhammad al-Abbasi al-Mahdi, in 1848. Later on, Viceroy Abbas, concerned at At-Tamimi's report of the tiny number of Hanafi at Al-Azhar, set up an endowment for a Hanafi dormitory, which encouraged adoption of this right by local Egyptian students in search of subvention. 28 Although modernists and Hanafi had great influence on the institution of Mufti or jurisconsult, the Al-Azhar seminary tended to be headed by the most learned among the Shafi'is. Sheikh Mustafa al-Aruzi, a Shafi'i, led a council of ulama presiding over Al-Azhar late in Said's reign, and Ismail formally made him rector in 1864. His projects of reform, and his attempts to have some ulama exiled to the distant, upper Egyptian town of Esna, alienated many Azharite professors from him, and they petitioned Ismail for his dismissal. Ismail replaced him with the Hanafi Mufti, Sheikh al-Abbasi al-Mahdi, an unprecedented move. First, the rector had usually been a Shafi'i. Second, the appointment as rector had always been for life. Although the ulama themselves forced the change, many Shafi'is must have been disturbed at so stark a loss of privilege. 29. The Hanafi slowly built up not only a control of high religious office, but also of disproportionate resources within Egypt's preeminent seminary. By the early 1870s, Al-Azhar Seminary employed 314 teachers. These adhered to the following legal rites: Shafi'i, 143, Maliki, 95, Hanafi, 70, and Hanbali, 4, see Table 1.1. Note that 22% taught the Hanafi rite, representing the Ottoman ruling elite, diverting resources away from the Shafi'i and Maliki teachers and students, who accounted for nearly all Arabophone Egyptian Muslims. As noted above, most Hanafi were either foreign students, mainly from Turkey and Syria, or sons of the local Ottoman nobility. In 1872 the Hanafi constituted only 12% of the student body at Al-Azhar, suggesting that this elite rite had twice the representation on the faculty that student numbers would have warranted. Moreover, 7% of the Hanafi professors were of the first rank, whereas only 2% of the Shafi'i professors had that kind of rank and salary. Only the Malikis rivaled the Hanafi in this regard. 30. The power and control over resources bestowed on the Hanafi within the religious establishment by the Ottoman ruling elite served to demarcate the privileges attached to their culture. As we saw in al-Bukhari's Book of Advice, Ottomans perceived Egyptian religion, like Egyptian ways of life generally, to be second-rate. Any growth of Egyptian nativism would imply an opposition on the part of Shafi'is and Malikis to the Hanafi. The ulama as a status group lost heavily in 19th century Egypt. Their economic position by all accounts declined dramatically, and from a sort of gentry they found themselves reduced to badly paid employees of the state. On the whole, they did not rush to make use of new media such as the printing press, thus restricting their audience to mosque congregations and seminary classes. Although hardline conservatives steadfastly opposed most modern innovations, some ambitious or open ulama wrote in favor of the reforms carried on by the viceroys. The ulama, despite their losses, did not become irrelevant, however. They still could stir up multitudes in Friday afternoon sermons, still could project their views to large numbers of people, and serve as intermediaries between people and state on occasion. The formation of a new stratum of intellectuals is discussed at length later in the book. Here it is important to stress that the state trained two cohorts of such intellectuals, one in the 1830s and 1840s, and the other in the 1860s and 1870s. In the earlier period, most of the students derived from the Ottoman and Circassian nobility, though a minority of Egyptians gained entrance to some schools, especially the School of Languages. Some of the Egyptian students, themselves often sons of village headmen or ulama, also went on educational missions to Europe. A few of these, such as Rafa'a at-Tata'i, Ali Mubarak, and Abdullah Fikri, gained high positions in the Egyptian government in the 1860s and 1870s as bureaucrats, at the rank of bureau head or even cabinet member. The state attracted the loyalties of these men by bestowing large amounts of land on them and by training them, in their youth, with military discipline. 39. The authoritarian conception of political power held in the 1860s by the older Egyptian technocrats is exemplified in the thought of educator and bureaucrat Rafa'a at-Tata'i, 1801–73. 31. Although his poetry and prose in praise of Egypt have made him a favorite of modern Arab nationalists, at-Tata'i was a convinced Ottomanist in the 1860s. Albert Hourani once suggested that he blamed the Ottomans as well as the Mamluks for Egypt's decline, but such a view simply cannot be maintained. 32. He did blame the misrule of the Mamluks of the late 18th century for a decline in Egypt, but he had nothing but reverence for the Ottoman sultans. When he mentioned the name of Sulayman the Magnificent, he appended a pious prayer for him. 33. Elsewhere, he wrote, "Then God bestowed on Egypt government by the Ottoman dynasty, which preserved the country's inherent virtues, as well as safeguarding the legal canons, Al-Kawan and Ash-Shariya. And more especially, among the consequences of their rule was the advent of Muhammad Ali, whose exalted grandson has come to rule the kingdom. 34. At-Tata'i, then, saw Egypt's position as a vassal state of the Ottomans as a blessing from God, because of their virtuous, Islamic rule. Even the renewal of Egyptian civilization carried out by the Muhammadi dynasty of viceroys, he felt, was a consequence of Egypt's status as an Ottoman province. In the late 1860s At-Tata'i strove to justify strong viceregal rule, partially in response to the establishment of the Chamber of Deputies in 1866. In an appendix on politics in one of his major works, he demonstrates two basic concerns. First, he argues for the ultimate derivation of all the powers of the government from the Islamic ruler. Other governmental institutions depend on the ruler's delegation of authority. Second, At-Tata'i wishes to avoid a completely unrestrained absolutism, arguing for a specifically Ottoman sort of rule of law. At-Tata'i begins his discussion of politics by referring to Montesquieu's three powers of government. He proceeds, however, to turn the French thinker on his head, saying that the government or monarchy is a central ruling power from which three branches ramify: the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive. 35. These three powers are based on one power, which is the monarchical power stipulated by the laws. He adds, judging is in fact one of the prerogatives of rulers, and the judges are their lieutenants in fulfilling this function. Likewise, the ruler has the prerogative of ordering and organizing laws, as well as implementing them. The three powers which are the pillars of the ruling faculty are thus reduced to him. At-Tata'i thus cleverly reverses Montesquieu, who said, among the Turks, where these three powers are united in the person of the Sultan, there reigns a frightful despotism. 36. At-Tata'i goes on to reject republican forms of government on the grounds that the idea of subjects without a monarch is logically absurd, and he 40. Dismisses democracy as a more primitive method for choosing a ruler than primogeniture. 37. The case of At-Tata'i as absolutist made by Leon Zolundik in the 1960s came in response to previous vague generalizations about his alleged support of constitutionalism, the representative system, and political freedom for the masses. Zolundik maintained that in At-Tata'i's view, the king was responsible only to God and the only restrictions on his behavior were the law of the land, his own sense of responsibility, and public opinion. The Chamber of Deputies in his view should confine itself to preparing reports and discussing issues. He urged the people to bear the ruler's injustice with patience. 38. Zolundik may have exaggerated At-Tata'i's conservatism a bit, since his description of the Chamber of Deputies' powers only accords with that institution's own charter. Moreover, he protested against injustices such as the low wages and status of peasants and workers. At-Tata'i, in any case, does insist on a rule of law in Ottoman terms, something the literature on him has overlooked. In theory, Islamic canon law, Ash-Sharia, as interpreted by Muslim judges or qadis, prevailed in Muslim lands. The Ottoman Sultan retained, however, wide discretion in determining the content of positive law in his realm. He could choose whatever right or jurist's opinion he favored in any one instance, and could restrict the competence of the qadis by such devices as statutes of limitation decrees. Finally, the Ottoman sultans in particular developed the power to make administrative law, legislating extensively in areas where the canon law remained silent or vague, and sometimes in fact implementing rulings in apparent contradiction of the scriptural code. 39. Such a piece of administrative legislation was known as a kanun name, writ of law, in Turkish. Ottoman reformist thinkers from the 16th century on often saw implementation of the Kanunnames, whose administrative genealogy lay in the Mongol Yasa or tribal code, as the key to a revival of Ottoman glory. They typically combined the Central Asian steppe theory of the ruler's legislative authority with a cyclical view of the rise and decline of empires based on pastoral nomadic tribal conquest, derived from North African sociologist Ibn Khaldun. As Cornel Fleischer has observed, 16th century Ottoman intellectuals elevated Kanun from the level of mere temporal, secular legislation to high symbolic status. Kanun embodied the dynasty's commitment to justice, on which its legitimacy rested. 40. Rather than being the first Arab nationalist, At-Tahta'i might be more fairly characterized as the last of the Ottoman theorists of the Kanun name. He wrote, "The king takes control of the government to rule his subjects in accordance with laws, Kawanin, Sing Kanun. For this reason, it is not permissible for a king to violate the laws that his predecessor decreed, and the requirements of which he executed and implemented, nor can he annul the ordinances which his predecessor made obligatory. This rule is current in all kingdoms." 41. He Nile Valley of Egypt in the 19th century. 42. Once the Sultan issues a Kanun name, in other words, none of his successors may nullify its provisions. For At-Tahta'i, the corpus of such Ottoman administrative decrees affecting Egypt represented a body of customary legislation, perhaps analogous to British constitutional law. He argues for the codification of the Kanun name, and for their use as a kind of indigenous constitution, limiting the powers of the viceroy. Soon after his accession, Viceroy Ismail did in fact order a collection and codification of Kanuns and other administrative orders all the way from the Muhammad Ali period to his own, to serve as a basis of bureaucratic and legal practice, Dastur al-Amal. 42. The argument for At-Tahta'i as a supporter of absolute viceregal power, therefore, although closer to the truth than the previous depiction of him as a French liberal, still misses an important constitutionalist aspect of his thought. He did not see the viceroy as constrained only in a moral sense by scriptural law, but rather argued for a sort of Ottoman constitutionalism wherein both Islamic law and the corpus of Kanun names circumscribed the absolute power of the ruler. In rejecting the effective, modern constraints on absolutism developed in Europe, At-Tahta'i reveals a thoroughly late Ottoman mindset. One of Egypt's great landlords, he demonstrated a strong loyalty to Ismail, and he wished to socialize the public to the values of the viceregal elite, of which he formed a part. In all his political writings, perhaps only his nativist historiography, emphasizing the glories of Egyptian civilization, offered much to the younger generation of dissident intellectuals. 43. Having discussed the kind of conception of authority we are likely to find among the older Egyptian bureaucrats, let us turn now to the economic side of the political economy equation. A key conception for At-Tahta'i is industry, which he transliterates in French, industrie. He gives a narrow definition first, of processing raw materials into useful form, for instance, making raw cotton into textiles. But he argues that the word bears a more general meaning, of any activity that multiplies wealth. These activities encompass agriculture, commerce, and industry. This definition may derive from Saint Simon, who defines industry as including all sorts of useful work. For an Egyptian living in an agrarian society, the broader definition had more utility. Rather idiosyncratically, he substitutes for the word industry the phrase social benefits. He does so because the term benefit bears a positive meaning in several Islamic sciences. In classical Arabic, it means simply benefit. In Islamic law, it includes charitable acts such as donations, endowments, and interest-free loans. In the science of household economy, it means municipal improvements. In public law it refers to a lawful means of earning wealth. I would suggest that At-Tahta'i feared that a word for industry such as as-sina'a may have invoked unpleasant connotations of grimy artisans among the propertied classes he was attempting to persuade. The word manfa'a, or benefit, had the advantage of evoking an image of a pious and philanthropic activity, almost equivalent to endowing a mosque. 43. Industry requires first of all strong ethics and moral qualities such as courage. I have shown elsewhere that, as an Aristotelian in the mold of the medieval moral philosopher Miskawayh, At-Tahta'i sees economic activity as an element of practical philosophy, along with virtue. 44. Other prerequisites of industry or benefits include a love of manufacturing goods and colonialism. At-Tahta'i lauds the expedition sent by Viceroy Ismail to conquer the Sudan and farther up the Nile, and he clearly shares his government's vision of an African empire where cotton could be grown for export, with Egypt reaping the profits. He praises the model of the British Empire as one Egypt would do well to emulate. 45 Despite his European education, he is no collaborator. He sees the European empires not as patrons, but as models. He acclaims Algerians who fought the French as heroes. 46 But he shares a common Egyptian vision of the Sudanese as barbarians whom the Egyptians have a duty to civilize. Although At-Tahta'i defends Egypt's highly stratified social order and expatiates on the goodness of wealth in Islam, he is also concerned to improve the status and condition of workers. As noted, he espouses a paternalistic form of Saint-Simonianism. 47 He sharply criticizes those ethical and philosophical traditions of Islamic elite writers who ascribed low status to crafts and industries. On the contrary, At-Tahta'i espouses a labor theory of value, arguing that capital such as land serves only as an instrument, not as an independent generator of wealth. He thus advocates that both craftsmen and peasants be better remunerated for their labor than was generally the case in the Egypt of his time. He criticizes landowners who think their ownership entitles them to expropriate nearly all the profits generated by the laborers on their land. Such owners ignore not only the way in which labor itself creates value, he says, but the many advances in working technique and technology introduced by peasants that allow much greater yields. What reaches the workers in return for their labor on farms, or makers of instruments in return for their fashioning them, is a small thing in relation to the huge amounts yielded to the owners. 48. Such inequities are exacerbated, he thinks, by an oversupply of labor that causes peasants to bid each other's wages down. A key element in Saint-Simonian thought is the opposition between the unproductive, feudal classes of the aristocracy and the clergy on the one hand, and the productive classes of industrialists and workers on the other. Just as At-Tahta'i turns Montesquieu's separation of powers on its head in favor of unitary authority, so he avoids this idea of class warfare. He extracts himself from the dilemma involved in holding a theory that exalts the value of peasants' labor over that of viceregal high officials, by seeing state officials as providers of the security necessary for the undertaking of truly productive labor. Even the unproductive nobles, then, contribute to adding value by organizing society for production. 49 At-Tahta'i's vision of an Egypt with universal literacy, where manual law. 44. Borers were well regarded and properly paid as the creators of the nation's wealth, foundered against rapid population growth and landlordism. An apologist for the viceregal state despite his reformist, Saint-Simonian program for the future, At-Tahta'i overestimated Egypt's potential as a colonial power in Africa, as well as its strength vis-a-vis Europe. He gave viceregal officials credit for their maintenance of order and lamented the poor pay of the peasants, but he never took the bull by the horns and recognized a basic conflict of class interests between the peasants and the nobles. His faith in cotton as a source of the capital for civilizing Egypt reckoned without the instability of primary commodity prices. Europeans. Having examined the Ottoman Egyptian elite and the highest-ranking Arabophone Egyptians, we now have a basic understanding of one wing of the dual elite that presided over Egypt in the 19th century. The other wing consisted of the Europeans and their compradors, especially the Syro-Lebanese. The foreign consular corps in Alexandria began, particularly from the accession of Ismail, to constitute a sort of senate capable of overruling the viceroy and his ministers on major policy decisions. These consuls had the backing of warships in the Mediterranean and of a large European expatriate population. Their position was also bolstered by a corporate body of some 1,300 European civil servants working for the viceregal government in the early 1880s, whose salaries consumed nearly 5% of the budget. The manner in which the expatriate Europeans came to view Egypt proved crucial in the summer of 1882. The Syro-Lebanese, as merchants of great property, money-lenders, bureaucrats, and intellectuals, likewise played a role far beyond their numbers. In 1881 there may have been 90,000 or 100,000 Europeans in Egypt, among them large numbers of Greek and Italian workers and shopkeepers attracted by the opportunities opened up by the cotton boom. The much smaller French and British communities were more likely to be middle or upper class, and these constituted a sort of expatriate aristocracy. And Stoller has stressed the need for a nuanced understanding of the diversity of European communities in colonial societies, of the differences between policy-makers in the metropole and the expatriates, as well as of the conflicts among the colonial Europeans themselves. 50 Here we are concerned with the elite among the expatriates. A later chapter, on urban conflict, will deal at greater length with European laborers in Egypt. For wealthy Europeans, Egypt in the 1860s and 1870s constituted a realm of the exotic, waiting to be rationally exploited, yet resisting because of its oriental nature any easy rationalization. 51 For travelers in search of the anarchic, the 45. Infrastructural improvements in Egypt threatened their vision of a chaotic East. Arthur Rohn, a French visitor, commented on the train station in Alexandria. A railroad in the Orient, that makes one quiver. What, find again here the insipid uniformity of the public services in the West. 52. He adds, never fear. The Orient will always do things in its own way. What prompted his relief? The way in which peasants rode in open freight cars rather than coaches, and rushed on and off in a disorganized manner. A line of Egyptians waiting patiently for their morning commute would have irretrievably ruined the Orient for Rohn. The conviction among Europeans that the Orient, whatever the impact on it of Western inventions, could never achieve a rational organization on its own, proved one of the essential underpinnings of imperialist rhetoric. Auckland Colvin served as the British controller on the Dual Control in the early 1880s, an oversight agency concerned to ensure that Egypt serviced its debts to European creditors. Having, like some relatives, come up through the Indian civil service, he once boasted that the English exceeded the Orientals in duplicity. An Englishman who knew the game, he said, could always beat them at their own weapons, and they were mere children in deceit when it came to a contest with us. 53. Colvin wrote that under Ismail there was no justice, no order, or system, in the collection of the land revenue and taxes. 54. The evidence in fact indicates that tax collection became much more systematic in the 1870s, under the pressure of servicing the debt to Europeans, but Colvin saw only chaos in one of the more organized sectors of Egyptian governance. As for the state officials, in Colvin's view the governing body, few in number, were, with rare exceptions, devoid of character, probity, and intelligence. 55. In January 1882, according to the anti-imperialist British gadfly Wilfrid Blunt, Colvin began seriously considering the need for a British invasion and occupation of Egypt, once it became clear to him that the constitutionalist movement had produced a Chamber of Deputies determined to gain some control over the budget. Colvin, as controller, felt budgetary matters to be his, and Europe's, exclusive concern. He said, the same thing had been seen over and over again in India. England would never give up the footing she had got in Egypt, and it was useless to talk about the abstract rights and wrongs of the Egyptians. These would not be considered. He should work for intervention, and if it must be so, for annexation. 56. The Indian precedent thus weighed heavily with the Jingoist party among British officials in Egypt. They already knew of an Oriental land where they thought the Europeans had made chaos into order, proving themselves masters of even specifically Oriental power games such as deceit. The superhuman quality of the master race sufficed to turn even a vice into a virtue if they exercised it against the childlike Oriental. There is something almost Nietzschean about Colvin's views as reported by Blunt. The upper-class expatriates and visitors from Europe went beyond simply saying that Egypt suffered from stupid, dishonest rulers and disorganized ad. 46. Ministration and Styles of Life. F. B. Zink, Vicar of Worstead and Chaplain in Ordinary to the Queen, reported after a long visit to the country in the late 1860s that a European friend of his who has much resided among the Orientals thought that every Oriental had a loose screw. Every mother's son of them, he thinks, is, to some degree, and in some way or other, mad. 57. Zinck contents himself with calling Egyptians, and Africans, and African Americans, childlike, perpetual 11-year-olds. He thinks their customs to have remained unchanged virtually since pharaonic times, though with some retrogression, for which, he says, our good friends, the Turks, are in no small degree responsible. Perpetual change in customs and social practices is peculiar, then, to Europe. 58. Zinck also delivers himself of the remarkable tautology that Orientals lack, and have always lacked, republicanism, because they have never possessed a legislature. He thinks the East might be improved through three measures: the introduction of security of life and property, more extensive use of the printing press and circulation of newspapers, and increased literacy, pages 370-73, 389-95. In short, Egypt should be made over in the image of the literate European middle class. Many European Christians had visceral feelings against Islam and Muslims. Zinck thought Muslims had no liberty of any kind, being bound by the ideas of the Arab barbarians of 12 centuries ago, p. 342. Lady Duff Gordon reported, "I have been really amazed at several instances of English fanaticism this year. Why do people come to a Mussulman country with such a bitter hatred in their stomachs?" 59. The British colonial elite had blamed the Muslims for the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and thereafter many developed a phobia of Islam and Sufism. The opinions of the European expatriates grew increasingly important as they took a more active role in administering the country. Samuel de Cuzzel, who rose to become head of the customs administration, had as a young man helped manage a cotton ginning factory in the provincial town of Zakazaki. He described the methods for instilling work-time discipline in the Egyptian workers, of whom he said that most of them were naturally of indolent dispositions. The overseer carried with him a sort of courbash or long whip, with which he encouraged industry among the men and boys. 60. Cuzzel, as manager, often had men whipped, either on the premises, or, for infractions such as theft, at the police station, and remarked at how stoically those whipped limped back to work. British consular officials described the Egyptian peasant as so long-suffering and submissive that no amount of misery or oppression would provoke him to resistance. 61. Of Cuzzel and his like, a left-leaning visitor, Lady Duff Gordon, spoke with disgust, "What chokes me is to hear English people talk of the stick being the only way to manage Arabs, as if anyone could doubt that it is the easiest way to manage any people where it can be used with impunity." 62. Cuzzel saw Urabi as a mere demagogue, and although he admitted never hearing him speak, he said, "I surmise that he mouthed out fine sounding." 47. Sonorous sentences, unintelligible to himself as well as to his hearers, and, naturally enough, as the latter did not understand him, they applauded. 63. Cuzzel's dismissive views of the Egyptians might not have mattered so much had he not come to have charge of the customs administration. In 1882 he was able to hide from Urabi the whereabouts of a torpedo that Stone Pasha had ordered from America, thus illustrating Urabi's point about the undesirability of having foreigners in charge of key agencies such as customs. 64. As Timothy Mitchell has pointed out, Cuzzel wrote of the savage bombardment of Alexandria by the British Admiralty on July 11, 1882, saying, "To a civilian who had never seen warfare the spectacle was magnificent." 65. Egypt was a place, for many Europeans, where a career could be made. Their increasing ability to penetrate it and stake a claim to its resources excited their ambition, but also many jealousies and fears. They saw the local vice-regal government as corrupt and dim-witted, and ordinary Egyptians as capable of cheerfully putting up with any degree of mistreatment. Egypt lacked organization, its essence was to remain disorganized. Even the icon of 19th-century rationality, the railroad, was subverted by the anarchy of the Egyptian passengers. Local society was incapable of throwing up any opposition to the absolutist viceroy except self-serving demagogues whose eloquent nonsense could sway the minds of the impressionable, childlike public. Beneath much of this characterization lay a conviction that only rule by Europeans could hope to raise Egypt out of its primordial chaos. The forward party among the British hoped to replicate in Egypt the colonial enterprise accomplished in India. Not all Europeans shared these views, as the testimonies of Lady Duff Gordon and Wilfrid Blunt demonstrate. Yet neither sought to make a career in Egypt, whereas Cusel and Colvin certainly did. The European civil servants on the Khedivial payroll had special reasons for dreaming of a Calcutta on the Nile. Syrians. Syrian Christians from what is now Lebanon had played important cultural and economic roles in Egypt since the 18th century, and the cotton boom brought thousands more of them into the country as merchants and interpreters. The Egyptian bureaucracy hired Arabic-speaking Syrian Christians in preference to Copts from the mid-1860s because of their mastery of European languages and knowledge of European-style accounting. The Syro-Lebanese clans also carried on a brisk import-export trade and engaged in money lending in rural areas. Politically, they divided into compradors who supported European penetration and local autocracy, and progressives who adhered to the ideals of the Ottoman constitutionalist movement of the 1870s. Khalil Ghanem, a Christian Baryudi who was elected to the short-lived Ottoman Parliament, 48, meant and later played a role in the Young Turk movement, wrote a revealing book on economics in Arabic entitled Political Economy or the Art of Household Management and published it in Alexandria in 1879 after serializing it in the newspaper Misr. 66. The work's publication in Egypt by Syrian Christians makes it worth considering as part of this group's intellectual ambience. Ghanem espouses, on the whole, the values of the Syrian Christian bourgeoisie, and criticizes the Ottoman nobility. He pays great attention to the role of the state, denouncing the sort of absolutism that allows the ruler to dip into the treasury at will. Although he does not discuss political thought in this book, we know that he supported parliamentary government and detested absolutism. Unlike at-Tahta'i, he criticizes rising military budgets, urging that tax monies be spent instead on science and knowledge. Here we find evidence for a Syrian Christian lack of sympathy with the nobles and notables concerned to build a large, powerful army for imperial purposes. He treats the problem of taxes at great length, citing Ibn Khaldun for the point that taxes should be levied on all, and says that noblemen and the clergy should enjoy no exemptions, since such inequities helped prompt the French Revolution. Moreover, he says, taxes should be kept low, should be levied progressively according to the individual's wealth, and should be fixed and not subject to frequent change, pages 51, 53 to 56. This Lebanese notable identifies fixed taxes with progress and an end to despotism. Taxes, he says, should be paid directly to the government, since middlemen only increase their onorousness, and he advocates the introduction of a European system of tax collection throughout the Ottoman Empire. He laments that some taxes are raised for the purpose of servicing debts. He stipulates that no new debts should be contracted by Middle Eastern governments until there is absolutely no hope of increased revenue from better administration or until belt-tightening has been taken to the limit. He makes a strong plea for free trade policies, dismissing critics who feared they would result in consistently high balance of trade problems for poor nations. He also argues for a lifting of government controls on interest rates, asserting that such state interference only creates a black market, and he blames high rates in the Ottoman Empire of 20%, versus 3 to 5% in Europe, on political insecurity. He argues that the exigencies of a monetized economy have rendered religious scruples about taking interest on loans obsolete, pages 39 to 40, 57 to 64. Ghanem decries the lack of joint stock partnerships in the Middle East, pointing to the importance of finance capital as the nurturer of industry and agriculture. He rejects slavery and corvée, but says wage labor involves no exploitation. This sort of labor simply demonstrates a divine order in which the rich and poor depend on one another, and managers and workers all cooperate in the production process. He prefers wage labor, with fixed working hours, to piecework, which he says leads the workers to labor night and day so that they fall ill and do shoddy work. He gives the example of construction workers in 49. Mount Lebanon, who if paid by the project tend to produce a rickety structure. He says the best system is to combine a daily wage with a share of the profits, a practice he says is followed by some Syrian merchants, pages 11 to 13, 20 to 23. Ghanem emphasizes the primacy of industry, unlike the Ottoman nobles and the technocrats in Cairo who saw agriculture as Egypt's most important activity. He understands the great increases in productivity that assembly line division of labor could bring about, but laments that Middle Easterners are poor consumers, remaining content with what they have, and that artisans resist innovation. He denies that industrial workers are reduced to machines performing boring, repetitive jobs, and rejects the idea that factories impede national education and damage family life because they employ many women and children. He argues that industrial work is itself a kind of education, which supplies many poor families with some much-needed extra income. Not everyone, he observes, is anyway fated to be a professor. He agrees that women should be segregated from men at factories, but says that in Mount Lebanon and Nablus women have proven that they can work harder than men, pages 13-16. Unlike at Tahai, Ghanem sees population increase as potentially a cause of immiseration, rather than as a pressure for higher productivity. He knows Malthus, but rejects the solution of artificial birth control as unnatural. For reasons of his own religious convictions, he prefers to let natural limitations on population like famine and war operate. Other brakes on development, he says, include backwardness in industry, lack of law and order, and general ignorance. He also decries what he sees as a widespread attitude of asceticism in the Middle East, such that people do not struggle to become affluent. He seldom evinces much sympathy with or understanding of the poor. He urges that government not spend a great deal on welfare stipends, lest the undeserving begin sharing in them. He celebrates the divine ordaining of disparate social classes, wherein individuals can distinguish themselves, and denounces socialist ideas of equality and the abolition of inheritance. In his view, everyone should know his own place. One cause of poverty, he affirms, is that people spend beyond their means, attempting to emulate the rich, pages 33 to 38, 41 to 44, 52. Aside from Ibn Khaldun, the chief influence on Ghanem's thought about political economy appears to have been Frédéric Bastiat, 1801-50, a right-wing French journalist and politician from a wealthy family of merchants. Bastiat's economic philosophy, optimism, argues that the capitalism and liberal state structures of France in the 1840s produced a perfect harmony of societal interests. 67 Yet Bastiat appeals to Ghanem for many of the same reasons that he adopts his other stances on political economy. His fear of socialism, his commitment to a strongly hierarchical class society, his concern about security and freedom for owners of capital, his championing of industrialization even at the expense of retarding national literacy and weakening family life, and his distrust of welfare cheaters, mark him as a self-satisfied man of 50. Property and position. The optimist shape of his political economy appears to be a matter of elective affinity. Ghanem's championing of progressive income taxes and profit sharing for workers demonstrates that he leavens his laissez-faire theories with a liberal paternalism, and, like Bastiat, sees a role for the state in protecting consumers from sharp practices. Ghanem's advocacy of the development of indigenous Middle Eastern financial institutions and factories very probably derived from the successes of Beirut silk manufactories. But he ignores the more ambivalent results of such efforts in Egypt and Turkey. In putting the entire blame for the lack of factories on the conservatism of artisans and the lack of consumerism, he slights the Ottoman nobility's preference for investment in land, the European determination to prevent protection of infant industries in the Middle East, and the difficulties of a late development of industry in the world economy. Most seriously, he never says where the capital for industrialization will come from, given that he wants low, progressive taxes. Ghanem's mixture of anti-feudalism, belief in bourgeois parliamentarism, ardent embrace of capitalism, and combined paternalism and hostility toward the poor and working classes may not, of course, be taken as emblematic of all Syrian Christian merchants and intellectuals in Egypt. But his exposition probably does shed light on the view of the world held by many of them. The Syro-Lebanese within Egypt divided into an anti-European but pro-constitutionalist wing and a pro-European faction more comfortable with absolutism, but such a polarity overstates the differences among them. Few of the constitutionalists envisaged a suffrage that extended lower than the middle propertied strata, and even the absolutists wanted cabinet government and responsible finances. The anti-European among them welcomed European science and techniques, but felt that the European embrace had begun to stifle their own opportunities. The pro-European among them still saw cooperation with the foreigners as the best entree into the age of capital. The difference between the two lay in strategy and emphasis, not in profound conflicts over social philosophy. This archaeology of social knowledge and the networks of power and wealth with which it interacted helps set the stage for our investigation of dissenting ideologies in the 1860s and 1870s. The key word for the ideologies of the old regime is, as suggested above, reform bureaucracy. Aside from a few irredentist ulama and Ottoman nobles, few members of the elite in late viceregal Egypt mourned the passing of the prebendal order of the old Ottoman Empire. Even before the boom of the 1860s, Egypt's bureaucracy increasingly depended on taxes of export crops such as cotton, and capitalist ways had begun to transform even the lives of the viceroys and Ottoman nobles. The nobles gradually became private landowners under the Muhammadi viceroys. With the coming of the cotton boom, these nobles became agrarian capitalists in a 51 big way, something perhaps foreshadowed in al-Bukhari's mercantile mindset as a member of the Ottoman elite. At-Tahta'i's program for cotton production, industrialization, and Egyptian imperialism in Africa sums up the economic hopes of the viceregal high bureaucrats. Calvin and Cusel, with their conviction of a unique European ability to order everything from discourse to land tenure, well represent the expatriate Europeans on the make in Egypt. Ghanem's optimism epitomizes the self-satisfied ambition of the newly emerging local professional and commercial elites, many of them European compradors. Despite the framework for elite social action provided by the reform bureaucracy, the various strata at the top of Egyptian society clearly engaged in much contention about the definition of social ideals. Not only were the ideas of the ruling class not the ruling ideas throughout Egypt, but the ruling classes themselves could agree on little but the sanctity of their own property and the justness of their access to state office. 68 The sultans made themselves out to be caliphs with increasing stridency, at the same time that they attempted to re-establish direct control over outlying provinces such as Al-Hassa and Yemen, offering a subtle threat to Egypt's semi-autonomy as a vassal state. For Ismail, Sultan Abdulaziz was more a superstitious buffoon than the vicar of Muhammad. Although At-Tahta'i was seduced by Ismail's vision of civilization and an African cotton empire, he retained the village notable's paternalism toward peasants, mixing it with a Saint-Simonian respect for productive labor. He cared about the peasants and their wages in a way Ismail clearly did not, though we have no evidence that his concern manifested itself in any practical way. At-Tahta'i was also more wary of European colonialism than was his Khedive. For Europeans such as Calvin, the viceregal state represented an annoying anachronism, a site of untidy disorder, rather than being the manifestation of stirrings toward civilization in Africa. They, of course, wanted to order it, to gain control over it and reduce its chaos so as to exploit it. The Europeans' compradors, such as Syro-Lebanese notables and merchants, developed an incisive critique of viceregal absolutism, blaming it for economic stagnation and the debt crisis, and dreamed of a liberal political economy made up of one part laissez-faire and one part parliamentary governance. These Levantine collaborators, precisely of the sort envisaged in Palmerston's imperialism of free trade, had the disadvantages of being foreign to Egypt and of lacking an indigenous power base. The diversity of social ideas among the groups that constituted the elite is self-evident, and the differing conceptions of Egypt's future among the Ottoman Egyptian nobles and the European expatriates in the 1870s might have struck a contemporary observer as especially ominous. The image that emerges of the dual elite suggests rapid and dynamic change rather than a static and stagnant traditional and Turkish social system. The Sultan transforms himself into a caliph, the viceroy becomes a khedive and snaps up a fifth. 52. Of the country's land for himself and close relatives. The Ottoman nobles go from being a state service elite to being a class of large private landowners, and are joined by the higher-ranking native Egyptian members of the service elite. The Ottoman landowners and their courtiers benefit hugely from the cotton boom, which also raises the value of their lightly taxed estates. The Europeans, beginning as a small number of long-distance merchants, become a large community that is internally stratified into laborers, skilled workers, shopkeepers, great merchants, and financiers and diplomats. The financiers and merchants among them ride the tiger, by lending to the viceroy huge sums of money or speculating in Egyptian cotton. From 1876 the institution of the mixed courts encourages them to invest in land and allows them to foreclose on peasant mortgages. In 1879 the European consuls act as a group to depose Khedive Ismail and install his son, demonstrating conclusively that they have become the province's kingmakers. The Syro-Lebanese community also swells, benefiting from its European education and contacts, and makes inroads into the bureaucracy, rural money lending, and the import-export trade. The economic and political changes of the middle third of the 19th century created not only winners and losers, but new sorts of interests. Both the capitalist world system, centered in Western Europe, and an expansion of the local state bureaucracy had a profound impact on the major social strata in Egypt during these years. The nobles' land grab shoved aside Egyptian peasants who were also eager to raise cotton. The influx of European manufactured goods, merchants, and even workers displaced Egyptians from some key sectors of the economy. The bureaucracy's hiring of European and Syro-Lebanese officials excluded members of the Egyptian intelligentsia from those posts. The increasing tendency of Ottoman Egyptians and Europeans to block native Egyptians from some forms of upward mobility coincided with the advent of a range of new interests among these Egyptians during the cotton boom and its aftermath. The elite still engaged in a great deal of face-to-face interaction. Their world was still that of the manuscript and the occasional printed book with a press run of 500. They stood unprepared for truly political journalism expressing dissident views, for constitutionalist and even Republican intellectuals, for ambitious and reformist young officers, for urban crowds lashing out at what they saw as exploitative Europeans, for guildsmen ready to strike for their rights, for peasants driven by impossible taxes to form guerrilla bands in the deserts of Upper Egypt. Let us now examine what interests many of the intelligentsia, the urban guilds, and the peasants developed in these decades that put them at odds with the dual elite. 2. Economic change and social interests. The three great forces that hammered Egypt in the third quarter of the 19th century, capitalism, population growth, and the state, collaborated in greatly increasing the gross national product and in radically changing the way it was distributed and controlled. The saga of the cotton boom in particular, followed by a bust and the world's first modern debt crisis, has preoccupied historians of Egypt, the British Empire, and 19th century economic developments for some time, but few social historians have investigated how all these things affected the middle and working strata. Here, I want to examine the impact of economic change on peasants, guilds, and intellectuals in the 1860s and 1870s. Since most historians, from Abdur-Rahman Ar-Rafti to Ronald Robinson and John Gallagher to Alexander Skalch, have denied a substantial social dimension to the revolution of 1881–82, seeing it either as a military putsch or as an isolated development in high politics, few have raised the question of what relevance economic and social change may have had to its outbreak. Younger historians such as Latifa M. Salim, who have argued for the importance of social classes in the revolution, have tended to treat only the early 1880s. I want, on the contrary, to see the period 1858–82 as a unity, to trace the developments in the economy and in civil society all the way through to the revolution. Several theoretical perspectives might help make sense of this complex period of change, but two contending interpretations compete most obviously for our attention. On the one hand, the boom and bust of the cotton sales will suggest to some the possible salience here of the J-curve, the theory that revolutions occur after a period of increased prosperity followed by an economic contraction. Its adherents argue that most revolutions are made, not by a populace mired for ages in desperate poverty, but by one whose hopes have been raised by a spurt of significant economic growth, then dashed by a recession or depression. This explanation represents an advance on the conservative idea of revolution as the politics of the perennially poor, but it has its own problems. For one thing, boom and bust cycles occur all the time without producing revolutions or large-scale collective violence. The major rival theory, focusing on resource mobilization, would argue the need, not only for disappointment, but for a coordinated group or class with well-defined interests and possessing sufficient resources to mount an effective challenge to the ruling elite. 2-4. Those holding this latter perspective, a downturn after an expansion in the economy explains little in and of itself, forming 54. At most a vague precondition for a collective action more dependent on a group's consciousness of its interests and its marshalling of resources than on any specific grievance. Indeed, Charles Tilly and others hold that in estate and class societies the grievances of the poor and the weak constitute a constant. Let us examine the impact of economic change on Egyptian social classes in this period, and along the way perhaps we can determine whether either of these theories helps us better understand how it ended in upheaval. How, then, did the economy change the lives of Egyptians belonging to the major non-light actors in the subsequent revolution: the rural population, the urban guilds, and the intelligentsia? When I discuss economic change, I have in mind not only the increased influence of capitalism and the greater incorporation of Egypt into the world market, but also indigenous developments only tangentially related to the international ones. For instance, the growth of a new great landowning class occurred largely in the context of local administrative and political developments. Ali Barakat and Robert F. Hunter have detailed this process for us from the Egyptian National Archives. 3. Internal class and cultural developments, then, can often possess as much explanatory weight as external influences. Although scholars have probably overemphasized the economic disjuncture of the 1860s with the past, the cotton boom, the extension of the railway, and the Suez Canal all did help effect extensive economic and social change. Kenneth Cuno has demonstrated that 18th-century Egypt also had a fairly active money economy, and that market forces operated quite directly in the provincial cities and their village hinterlands. Maxime Rodinson had already, much earlier, proposed that we see a large sector for circulating merchant capital within medieval and early modern Middle Eastern economies. For the 1860s witnessed not something entirely new, but a vast expansion of monetization, cash cropping, commodity trading, and other practices once chiefly characteristic of the large urban regions and their neighboring villages. The changes were qualitative as well as quantitative, however, for this era saw Egypt incorporated into the European industrial world economy more completely than ever before, with clear relations of unequal exchange, much different from its limited trade with Europe in the 18th century. Other sorts of economic change accompanied the widespread cash cropping of cotton. Some landlords with greater disposable money income began finding it cheaper to pay their peasants a wage than to continue with the prebendal mutual obligations of the past, allowing the de jure abolition of forced labor on noble estates by the Egyptian government. Steam engines began being widely used for irrigation and ginning, giving an advantage to landholders wealthy enough to afford them. The rapid growth of Egypt's foreign debt also impelled the state to begin raising taxes to extremely high levels, a development discussed in the next chapter. Although many Egyptians grew wealthy from the new prominence of cotton, some were hurt by other developments in this period. The opening of the 55. Suez Canal led to a slump among merchants in Cairo and Upper Egypt still oriented to the Indian Ocean trade, since it allowed merchandise to bypass the Egyptian land and river routes altogether. The influx of cheap manufactured goods from Europe reduced the income of many local artisans, though it by no means wiped them out in this period. The artisans also faced competition from immigrant Greek, Italian, and other skilled workers. The number of Europeans attracted to Egypt by the cotton boom grew to nearly 100,000, about 1.5% of the total population, in the 1870s. The state used its increased tax receipts to train thousands of intellectuals between 1863 and 1881, but they had to compete for jobs with children of the nobles and with the incoming Europeans. One reason for considering some sections of the intelligentsia along with non-light actors such as peasants and craftsmen lies in the role frustrated intellectuals, and unemployed ones, have played in revolutionary movements from the English Revolution of the 17th century to the upheavals of 1848 on the continent. 5. I ask what expectations the intelligentsia, including especially the intellectuals and middle and lower level bureaucrats, may have had of benefiting economically from their skills, either in the market or in the government. Insofar as they functioned within the same regional economy and dealt with the same state, did the intelligentsia share any frustrations with the merchants, artisans, and peasants? The crushing taxation of the 1870s, a result of the debt crisis, immiserated many who had once drawn such hope from the cotton boom. Did the bust and the negative economic developments of the 1870s produce a J-curve? Or did the economy change in ways that led some groups to articulate a new set of interests, as well as empowering them for greater social and political mobilization? Land and cotton. For an agrarian country such as Egypt, land-holding patterns were crucial to social organization. Contrary to the Orientalist vision of a static Turkish feudal system, which Robinson and Gallagher present to us, land-holding in Egypt underwent seismic upheavals in the 19th century. Three major forces shaped the nature of land tenure. The first, the administrative, emanated from the viceregal court. The viceroys sought to extirpate the old semi-feudal Mamluk system and create strata loyal to themselves by expropriating some types of landholders while nurturing new landowning classes. They also sought to expand cultivation by bestowing newly irrigated lands on courtiers, since such land needed a great deal of work and investment to become profitable. Gifts like these could even prove unwelcome at first. The second major force, the integration of Egypt more thoroughly into the world economy as a producer of cotton for Britain's industries, raised the value of certain sorts of land and encouraged nobles with tax privileges to attempt to build up large 56 estates. These two forces could work quite independently of one another, and it would be too single-minded to insist that all major changes occurred because of outside economic influences. The third factor, accelerated population growth after 1850, contributed to price inflation, low-wage agricultural labor, and estate fragmentation. The Viceroy Muhammad Ali, R. 1805-48, destroyed the old Mamluk aristocracy, which had depended upon tax farming for its revenues. He expropriated the lands of the defeated Mamluks, as well as most of the pious endowments that then constituted a fifth of Egypt's lands and the primary source of income for its Muslim clergy or ulama. Neither the Mamluks nor the ulama ever recovered from this transfer of their landed property to the state. Muhammad Ali and his successors over time gave the state land as freeholds to court favorites of various Ottoman ethnicities, gradually creating a new aristocracy. The state also in theory owned the carriage lands, consisting of medium and small holdings worked by indigenous Egyptian families. In practice, the Egyptian village notables tended to acquire certain de facto rights over the disposal of this property, though the land could legally be taken from them by the state at will. 6. Muhammad Ali at first attempted to deter the Ottoman bureaucrats and military officers in his immediate entourage from acquiring local landed interests, and he redistributed confiscated endowments and tax farms, iltizam, to peasants in small plots as leases from the state, according to Barakat. From about 1826, however, he changed this policy and increasingly made grants of land to court favorites. The lands were considered to have become fallow and thus one step removed, from any original owner, though Barakat alleges that this category sometimes functioned as a legal fiction allowing usurpation of peasant-occupied land. Under Muhammad Ali's successors from 1848, the Ottoman Egyptian service class acquired further estates, transforming itself into a new nobility. These courtiers paid no taxes on the land given them as private freeholds, milk. From the early 1850s, however, Said imposed on the new nobility a tithe, ushr, an Islamic tax of 1/10 of income paid to the state, and his successor Ismail raised it, though it remained far less than what the peasants paid on the carriage lands. 7 Earlier, peasants had owned land after a fashion, and Cuno has documented 18th-century land sales by peasants, but they were most often considered a sort of co-owner along with the tax farmer and the sultan. Said, in 1858, relinquished theoretical state ownership, and recognized peasant sole ownership of the carriage holdings in law, though the movement toward genuine private property in land for most peasants probably trailed a good bit after this legislation. Another factor that affected land holdings, population growth, underwent a transformation in the decades before the 1882 revolution. French demographer Daniel Panzac notes that the generation that lived in Egypt between 1840 and 1870 witnessed an extremely important change, the passage from a long period of numerical quasi-stagnation in a small population, to the established 57 meant of a regular and assured increase, despite a mortality that remained high. This is an essential, if inconspicuous, aspect of the renewal that animated the Egyptian people in the 19th century. 8. Panzac estimates that the population rose from around 4.5 million in 1800 to 5.4 million in 1846, and then to 7.8 million in 1882, and such growth suggests that increased security and prosperity allowed a shift in the annual rate of increase, from 5 per 1,000 in the 1840s to 12 per 1,000 later in this period. As Jack A. Goldstone has argued at some length, rapid demographic increases have wide-ranging effects. 9. High population growth can hurt peasants and medium landholders in particular because of estate fragmentation, and it acts as a brake on workers' wages. A medium estate of 50 acres, divided among 5 sons as the Quran mandates, left only 10 acres apiece. Since a peasant needed at least 3 acres to produce enough to live on, in 2 generations, during times of high population growth, a family could decline from being part of a rural middle class to having too little land to support themselves. Moreover, increasing population contributes to high price inflation. Rising prices are seen as an opportunity for some among the propertied classes, but harm others. As Goldstone argues, demographic enlargement has a disproportionate impact on marginal populations, such as younger sons of landed families or peasants seeking to expand their holdings. A simple doubling of the overall population can increase such a marginal population 11 times, thus greatly heightening competition for scarce resources. Egypt's population nearly doubled from 1800 to 1882, so that its marginal groups faced this sort of nonlinear expansion. Their difficulties were only somewhat alleviated by a 20% increase of arable land during this period brought about by the extension of irrigation. Greatly increased numbers of workers, unless the economy expands very rapidly, also imply greater competition for jobs. The reformer and great landlord Rafa'at Tata'i complained of lower than reasonable wages for workers in the late 1860s. Everyone who wants to make his living from service, which is labor, is compelled to work for whatever wages it is possible to get from the owners, depending upon their pleasure, even though this amount be extremely small and incommensurate with the labor. This is particularly so in areas where there are a great many workers, who then accept diminished wages and compete with one another in this, to the benefit of the landowners. 10. In Egypt during 1850 to 80, the negative effects of increased rates of population growth may have been alleviated somewhat by the extension of cultivation through irrigation works, and by the great rise in cotton prices after 1860. Nevertheless, anecdotal evidence suggests that the demographic enlargement was so great as to create difficulties for many peasants and for the state. High price inflation in 19th century Egypt had many causes, but the addition of millions of inhabitants was among them. Charles Isai has 58. Pointed out that cheaper means of transportation permitted an increase in food exportation, and therefore in its price. The large inflow of foreign capital, both because of the cotton boom and because of loans taken out by the state, also put upward pressure on prices. Under Ismail, the expansion of the army from perhaps 20,000 to over 100,000, along with the growth of the state bureaucracy, contributed to inflation. Urban housing and services grew more and more expensive as the population increased. As we will see below, currency debasement under Ismail contributed to the problem. The Egyptian bureaucrat Yaqub Ardan Pasha listed a basket of goods and services, including food, animals, manufactured goods, house rents, construction materials, agricultural produce, and wages, and found a 320% increase between 1800 and 1880. 11. Although a larger labor force should have depressed wages, they rose at about the same rate as prices generally, possibly owing to an increased velocity of monetary interchange. More people buying things more often would cause prices and wages to go up if the amount of goods and services did not grow accordingly. 12. Even so, wages were at best stagnant in viceregal Egypt, if Arden's figures can be trusted, and at worst the real purchasing power of workers actually declined. It should be remembered that increasingly less expensive manufactured imported goods were a major factor in depressing prices. Workers and peasants who bought few imported goods would not benefit from their being cheaper than before. Arden's figures point to difficulties for the working classes. The price of food for a peasant increased 400% in this period, and urban housing increased 1,200%, both at rates far above the increases in wages. Let us turn to the impact of capitalism, another major shaper of landholding patterns. The cotton boom of the 1860s in Egypt constituted one of the region's first large-scale experiences with the boom and bust cycles that typify primary commodity trading in the periphery of the industrial world market. Brazilian coffee, Sri Lankan tea, Malaysian rubber, and more recently Middle Eastern petroleum are all subject to wild price swings that alternately enrich and impoverish producers. High prices encourage marginal producers to come online, which drives prices back down, but those producers with high overheads cannot survive the new, lower prices they help create, and must go out of production. Their departure leads to rising prices once more, and the cycle repeats itself. Demand in the industrial importing states also oscillates. The lack of a strong industrial sector and a marked tendency to monoculture make the peripheral and semi-peripheral economies highly vulnerable to dislocations deriving from these undulating price movements. Industrialized nations at the core also export primary commodities, of course, but their diversified economies suffer less from the price swings in any one commodity. Egypt's cotton boom occurred because the North blockaded the South during the American Civil War, creating a cotton famine in Britain, which had depended on the United States for 80% of its cotton imports. 13. The Brit. 59. Ish sought feverishly for other sources to feed their textile manufacturing plants, expanding cultivation in India, for instance. Egyptians, blessed with an indigenous strain of long staple cotton, responded to the high prices by planting greatly increased amounts of it. Although prices fell considerably after 1866, when the American South could again compete in the open market, they remained above the pre-boom average, and national earnings from the commodity constituted 70 to 80% of Egypt's export earnings in the late 1860s and early 1870s, see Table 2.1. Since more cotton began to be grown and yields per acre improved by about 33%, the crop earned as much for Egypt in 1872 as it had in 1863, in absolute terms. Because of a 40% fall in price between these years and rapid population increase, however, the per capita profitability of the crop clearly declined from the peak of 1,864 to 66. Moreover, the cotton boom benefited the Ottoman Egyptian nobility and some village notables much more than it did most small peasant farmers. The boom also made land much more valuable, especially the lightly taxed land of the nobles. The nobles responded by building up large estates. Whereas Gabriel Baer estimates that in the early 1850s only 1/7 of Egypt's land was held as private property by the nobles, a British report of 1,871 put their Ibadiya estates at 1.1 million acres out of Egypt's 5.1 million acres of arable land. 14 With some other sorts of minor holdings, the nobles had around a quarter of Egypt's arable land by the early 1870s, and although they gained some portion of it through the extension of irrigation, large amounts were acquired from peasants under some sort of duress. Peasants typically sold their crop to a usurer, who had advanced them money for seed and equipment at as much as 2 or 3% per month. The higher expectations created by the new prosperity led the state to raise land taxes in the late 1860s, and the debt crisis began driving them up even further after 1871. Many small peasants could not afford to pay, and had to sell out to large landowners. Roger Owen estimates that large holders in this manner transferred to themselves some 300,000 feddans from medium and small holders in the Ismail period. 15 From 1876 a new system of mixed tribunals applied essentially European law in disputes between European creditors and peasant smallholders, allowing the creditors to foreclose on loans even slightly in arrears by attaching the peasant's land. Previous Egyptian Islamic practice had not allowed a peasant's land to be taken from him for bad loans. One Egyptian official estimated that between 1878 and 1883 the mixed courts put some 50,000 feddans into the hands of money lenders in the rich agricultural province of Minyafiya alone. 16 Owen suggests that the increase in the number of large private estates in the hands of the Khedivial family and its courtiers may have had certain advantages for facilitating cultivation. These, he thinks, included less state harassment, inexpensive labor, assured access to water, and sufficient capital to purchase steam-driven water pumps. 17 Against the putative benefits that the rise of large estates may have generated, however, must be laid the problems they engendered. First of all, as Geoffrey Page has argued, such large units of agricultural production suffered from great inefficiencies before the mechanization of the 20th century, owing to the difficulties of supervising large numbers of badly paid and uncommitted manual workers spread out over a large area. 18. Smaller family farms could demonstrate much greater efficiency, and the only salvation for the owners of the huge estates lay in the exercise of brutal repression. Only by political and paramilitary means could they keep their ramshackle, inefficient enterprises, with their typically low profit margins, from succumbing to the competition of leaner, smaller units. Second, the owners of the great estates, including the viceroy himself, dallied longest in implementing the abolition of forced labor and competitive wages for peasants. These practices may have helped offset losses from low productivity for the nobles, but a badly paid peasantry further hurt both productivity and the wider economy insofar as its members could purchase relatively little locally grown food and few locally made artisanal goods. British MP Villiers Stewart, who visited Egypt in the fall of 1882 on a fact-finding mission, calculated that productivity on Ismail's private estates, the Da'ira Saniyya, was only 1/4 what it would have been in the hands of peasant smallholders. Ismail thus tied up some 450,000 acres of Egypt's best agricultural land in a huge hacienda that cost the economy, in its inefficiency, nearly £2 million per year. Stewart also observed peasants forming partnerships to buy steam engines, so that the wealthiest proprietors were by no means the only Egyptians who could afford such technology. 19 Even without the advantage of steam pumps, however, peasants outproduced the great estates by a wide margin. Only the artificial tax break of from 1/3 to 1/2 enjoyed by the nobles, and their use of forced labor and political intimidation, kept their estates in existence in the face of competition from the much more efficient peasants. Breaking the largest estates up into numerous family farms would have improved their agricultural efficiency by 400% and stimulated greater general demand in the economy. I am therefore inclined to attribute the increased production of commodities like cotton in the 1870s to the other factors discussed by Owen, such as infrastructural improvements, like the extension of canals and railroads, and population growth. I think the rise of the large estates may actually have been a brake on potentially greater growth. Again, the need of peasants to pool their resources in order to buy steam pumps speaks to the ways in which economic and technological change in this period may have encouraged more cooperative enterprises, and enhanced the peasants' ability to mobilize resources. One problem with approaching the revolution of 1881–82 as a product of a J-curve lies in the ambiguity of economic developments during the 1860s and 1870s. One could look at the economy globally, and conclude that in absolute terms the per capita share of cotton export income dropped from 243 piastres in 1865 to only 117 piastres in 1881. Two sorts of counter-argument, however, could be made. First, such global indices do not account for the vast maldistribution of wealth in Egyptian society, nor for peasant problems such as overtaxation, high indebtedness, and increased threat of foreclosure on their mortgages. Second, even in economistic terms, the thesis is insufficiently nuanced, in both the long and short terms. If one instead took the late 1850s as the 62 starting point, when the per capita share of cotton export income per annum would have been only around 22 piastres, then even the 1881 figures, 117 piastres per capita, look like a vast improvement. In the short term, moreover, significant fluctuations occurred in the economy between 1876 and 1881. In 1877, 1878, and early 1879, the economy underwent a profound contraction. Low cotton prices, irregular Niles, drought, and crushingly high taxes all combined to reduce crops in 1878 to only 60% of their normal volume. With the 1879–80 growing year, the economy bounced back. The absolute value of exports was higher in 1881 than it had been in the good year of 1876, though high inflation and population growth might have led to a slight decrease in the real per capita share of export earnings. Although the price of cotton declined about 25% from the early 1870s to the early 1880s, the same picture of 1879–81 as a time of recovery emerges from a close scrutiny of export price trends. Cotton prices steadily declined from 420 piastres per canta in 1873 to only 260 piastres per canta in 1878. But in 1879 the prices rebounded, to 328 piastres per canta, and though the next 2 years saw slightly lower prices, the average was well above the slump of 1877–78, see Table 2.1. Some of the decline in prices through the 1870s, moreover, was offset by a rise in the yields of cantas per feton from 3 in 1874 to 3.43 in 1883, the obverse of what was happening on the inefficient domains estates, see Table 2.2. Other indexes of a significant recovery in 1879–82 include export earnings and the level of imports. Although the value of cotton exports, by this time typically making up 60 to 70% of all exports, fell slightly in 1881, overall export earnings were actually up that year from the previous one, so that other products must have made up the difference. In the period 1879–81, the value of imports rose 31%, which British observers took as a sign of increased prosperity, see Table 2.3. That an economic recovery was underway in 1879–81 seems likely, though, as noted above, it should be remembered that even a rising tide seldom lifts all boats. Very large numbers of peasants benefited only slightly from this upturn. Though the grim threat of starvation did recede for those in the south, and, as will be discussed below, peasant indebtedness and foreclosures on their land appear to have increased a great deal during the same period. The available evidence points to high price inflation in the 1870s and 1880s, and this factor could have eroded the value of any increased income they did experience. My point is only that, even by the rather economistic lights of the J-curve theorists, the revolution appears to have occurred during an economic recovery from a deep recession, not during a downturn. The darkest period appears to have been 1878 to early 1879, the low point of exports and high point of taxes, and although Egyptians in the spring of 1879 mounted a political movement against European influence, and some peasants revolted in Upper Egypt, they did not make a full-fledged revolution until 2 or 3 years later. Class formation and conflict, organization, and ideas about social justice among ordinary folk seem, then, more likely to account for the participation of propertied peasants in the revolution than global economic upturns and downturns. Can we discern the formation of new interests and organizations that the resource mobilization theorists would have us look for? First, we should note the state's legal recognition of private property in land. The noble's right to private estates, milk, was recognized early in the century, but from 1858 Said Pasha redefined the Karajiyat or peasant holdings as private property as well. I wish to avoid romanticizing the extent of this change, since Cuno has discovered extensive sales of rights in land even in the 18th century, when theoretically the ruler owned all land and only leased it to various sorts of tenant. Yet the legal claims of peasants to their land, their ability to sell it as they pleased, and their right to the profits from cash cropping, were all strengthened by changes in Egyptian law decreed by Viceroys Said and 64. Ismail. A stronger sense of private property in land gave the peasants, I would argue, a greater political interest in its disposition. The creation of very large estates by the viceregal family and the nobles in the 1860s and 1870s involved encroachments on medium and smaller peasant holdings, and left the peasants seeking ways to regain their lost lands. They especially wished to do so because these lands were so much more productive in the hands of medium and small peasants than they were under the management of the great estate holders. Moreover, the encroachments of the great landlords were taking place at a time of increased pressure on the land because of high population growth. Barakat gives a real-life example of estate fragmentation among the rural middle class. In the early 1850s the Zaklul family of village notables had 330 feddans. By the mid-1860s, this land had been distributed among 21 heirs, male and female, so that only one member of the family any longer owned more than 50 feddans. It was from this family that the famous nationalist figure Said Zaklul derived, and we can see here, perhaps, the impetus for him to go to law school and enter government service rather than staying in the village. 21. One can also understand the frustration of many village notables and peasants at the growth of noble and foreign-owned holdings during a period that their own holdings were often shrinking. Ismail abolished forced labor by peasants for nobles in law, recognizing that extensive cash cropping was turning them into a rural proletariat subsisting on wage labor, and leading inexorably to an end to their status as near serfs. The law was implemented at a rather glacial pace, but there is evidence for its full application on the large viceregal domains by 1878, when a European noted, I believe that within the past few months this corvée system has been abolished, and the managers of the Dara estates have received instructions to engage laborers to work their lands. 22. On the other hand, in some areas forced labor continued on private estates into the 1880s. 23. The de jure abolition of corvée constituted the abrogation of noble privilege, and, where it was actually implemented, an increased income for peasants. The first of these developments implied a profound change in Egypt's languages of class, and the second had implications for the ability of peasants to mobilize resources. The economic changes of this period had an impact on rural social organization. The cash cropping of cotton on a large scale led many holders of private estates to reorganize their production through the employment of peasants as service tenants, setting up adobe agricultural settlements, isbas, with tenants' dwellings situated near central stores and the mansion of the owner and house of the overseer. Some peasants on such estates sharecropped as well as worked on the central estate of the landlord. They were supplemented by wage laborers and seasonal labor. Some 5,000 of these izbas had grown up by 1882. 24. These estates probably had a conservative effect, insofar as they allowed supervision of the peasants by the landlord or his foreman, in contrast to the looser relationship of absentee landlords to the more traditional. 65. Village. The evidence, presented in Chapter 9 below, suggests that peasants from surrounding villages sometimes mounted land invasions of these large estates, often led by their headmen, but revolts on the estates themselves are not attested. Political and administrative changes also had some impact in rural areas. Village leadership had, even in the 18th century, been based upon a combination of hereditary claims and the acclamation of fellow peasants. From 1865, however, corporate institutions such as villages and guilds began formally electing village headmen and guild masters, presumably to give an elective base to the Chamber of Deputies, the members of which the Khedive appointed from among prominent village headmen and merchant guild masters. One observer reported that the voters assembled in an open space near the village in the presence of the sub-governor and divided themselves into groups, each supporting a particular candidate. The typical village had several recognized leaders. 25. A British observer noted that from the decisions of the sheikh, the fellah has the right of appeal to the village tribunal. This right is, however, seldom exercised. 26. On the other hand, throughout the 19th century peasants certainly did sometimes petition the central government about the tyranny of their village headmen. 27. At a higher administrative level, communal councils were elected by the villagers, one for each district, Qism, in the province. Their duties are to check abuses by the sheikhs el-beled, and to carry out the measures of the agricultural councils. 28. While one does not wish to overemphasize the importance of these elective village and district institutions in the period 1865 to 82, their existence points to a higher level of organization among the rural middle strata and even peasants than had existed before. The precise roles and functions of these communal councils, which have not heretofore been mentioned in the historical literature on this period, need further investigation in the Egyptian archives, but sociological theory would lead us to expect that the erection of a new organization could make the mobilization of resources easier. Village headmen had for long depended on some sort of consensus of local notables for their office, along with hereditary claims, but the formal, government-sponsored nature of the new elections probably forced them to court constituents with a new assiduousness, reinforcing vertical links in the village. These elected village headmen played an important role in mobilizing resources during the 1882 revolution. Further, Egyptian peasants developed an interest in expelling the Europeans from the Nile Valley, both because of the debt they began owing European and Levantine money lenders and because of European foreclosures on peasant lands. Between 1876 and 1882, village private mortgages rose from a few £100,000 to £5 million, and in addition peasants owed money lenders £3 or £4 million. They owed much of this money to Europeans and Levantines. 29. The implementation in 1876 of mixed tribunals. 66. Wherein legal conflicts between Egyptians and Europeans resident in Egypt were adjudicated, brought important changes in the legal position of the peasants. An Egyptian Ministry of Justice memorandum of 1882 concluded that the proceedings in the mixed tribunals were grossly unfair to peasant debtors sued by European creditors, since they took place in a foreign language, were presided over by mainly European judges, and were based on a conception of law foreign to the Muslim peasants. The peasant thereby becomes a foreigner in his own country. 30. One farmer told a British observer in 1882, formerly, before the consular tribunals were established, it had been the custom from time immemorial that no man's land could be sold or taken from him without his consent. Now a man may be evicted in a summary manner after a short process. 31. European money lenders gained through the mixed tribunals the ability to attach peasant lands should the peasants not repay their debts promptly, a change that offended the moral economy of the peasants, whose tenancy had once been guaranteed for life. The much increased per capita earnings from the cash cropping of cotton in the 1860s and 1870s gave propertied peasants and village notables a greater stake in the system than they had had as subsistence farmers, and their greater profits gave them more financial resources for political mobilization. The gradual legal recognition of their holdings as private property also gave them a burning interest in the disposition of property nationally. Some peasants saw parcels of their best land taken over on various pretexts by the viceroy, his family, and other nobles, as these built up huge, inefficient estates in the 1860s and 1870s. Most peasant holders competed well with these inefficient haciendas, but found themselves at a disadvantage because of noble tax privileges and command of force. Peasants also faced increasing European land purchases and foreclosures, and their debt to European and Levantine money lenders, contracted at usurious rates, soared. These circumstances gave the medium and small peasants an interest in abolishing noble privileges, regaining usurped land, and somehow rolling back European penetration of the Nile Valley, an interest sharpened by high rates of population growth that increased competition for land. The impact on the rural populace of the institution of communal councils and of formal elections for village headmen is still difficult to gauge, but it would be no surprise if these changes, too, enhanced propertied peasants' ability to mobilize resources. Guilds and economic change. Let us turn now to another significant actor in the later revolution. Urban workers in Egypt had organized themselves into formal craft, transportation, service, and merchant guilds from about the 15th century. We will discuss the history, organization, and ideologies of the guilds in a later chapter. Here we are concerned with how the guilds responded to the greater impact of Capi. 67. Tailism in this period. I have discovered large numbers of petitions from the guilds to the state, which shed at least a little light on such questions, though these petitioners only occasionally dealt with purely economic issues, where they could not have expected the state to be of much help. One gets a glimpse from these guild petitions to the interior ministry of the kinds of dislocations being caused by economic and technological change in the period, such as the introduction of new transportation technologies, the breakdown of communal solidarity in the face of high incentives to private wage labor, the struggle against forced labor for the state, and increased competition with European merchants and European imports. One gets a picture of the sort of interests the guildsmen began articulating in the 1860s and 1870s, and a glimpse of the sorts of collective action to which they began to resort in order to deal with these problems. It seems to me here necessary to make a distinction between corporate privilege and corporatism, since these words are employed differently by historians and political scientists and there is some danger of confusion. Historians of the French Revolution see the society before 1789 as dominated by privileged corporations, which were granted economic rights or patents by the monarch. 18th century France was characterized by a social hierarchy of recognized estates, each of which had its privileges. In the aftermath of the revolution, most corporate privileges, many of which were being undermined by capitalism in the 18th century anyway, lost their legal backing. The labor market began to dictate prices and employment for artisans, and guilds lost their legal monopoly. The corporations did not disappear, a point I will discuss below, but their 18th century privileges, often called feudal, were withdrawn. Corporatism in modern societies constitutes an altogether different phenomenon. In capitalist societies, not all social arrangements are dictated by interactions of the individual with the market, and corporatism exists, in the sense that classes such as the bourgeoisie often make successful corporate appeals for special taxation regimes. But this corporatism has entirely different legal, social, and economic bases than the privileged corporations in estates-type societies. It seems to me that some institutions in 19th century Egypt had much in common with pre-revolutionary France, and that Egypt possessed corporations in the pre-modern sense. In the period 1858-82, however, I think many of these corporations, especially the guilds, were forced to accommodate themselves to the greatly expanded capitalist market. The idea that the Industrial and French revolutions ended the social importance of artisanal guilds in Europe has come under increasing attack. William H. Sewell has shown that the Industrial Revolution did not necessarily cause an immiseration of French artisans or a destruction of all their forms of corporate organization. Only in the textile industries, with the introduction of the power loom, did artisans find themselves thrown out of work. In some other trades, the Industrial Revolution actually created new work opportunities for the artisans. Because of France's relatively slow population growth in the 68th, 19th century, a comparatively low rate of industrialization sufficed to keep its economy growing healthily, which in turn led to the survival of artisanal corporations on a wide scale. 32 Barrington Moore has also argued for the continued importance of guilds in 19th century Germany, where they played a role in the Revolution of 1848. 33 Unlike France, Egypt combined extremely low rates of industrialization with increasingly high rates of population growth, leading to long-term economic stagnation and dependence on the wildly fluctuating prices of its dominant commodity, cotton. In Egypt, as well, the Industrial Revolution probably had its greatest deleterious impact on artisans involved in the textile trade, who found it increasingly difficult to compete with inexpensive manufactured cloth imported from Europe. In most other trade sectors, however, artisans and artisanal corporations continued to dominate Egyptian city life well into the 20th century, given the relatively small numbers of factories established before the Egyptian Revolution of 1952. Guilds also survived among transportation and service workers. The new literature on the labor history of Egypt has not generally known what to make of the survival of the artisanal corporations, since it tends to argue from a British paradigm, wherein rapid and extensive industrialization disrupted older artisanal corporate structures, rather than the more suggestive French experience. These authors focus on the rise of industrial labor unions in 20th century Egypt, treating the guilds as an unhelpful heritage of vertical loyalties and deference that may have impeded the development of class consciousness, and playing down their importance in late 19th century national affairs. 34 Such writing on labor and class history is very welcome and long overdue, but in regard to the heritage of the guilds its practitioners tend to make arguments that are insufficiently nuanced, when what is needed is a recognition of both disjunctures and continuities. 19th century Egyptian guilds resembled those in early modern France, where they tended to have the form of a matrice, a workshop dominated by a guild master. Egyptian guildsmen do not appear, unlike the pre-revolutionary French, to have set up secret organizations, though the archives reveal the frequent formation of cliques of disgruntled journeymen intriguing to remove their guild master. Egypt's expanding market economy and a state that began to whittle away at privileges effected changes in the masters' guilds in the 19th century, but they escaped the fate of their analogues in France, where guilds and guild privileges were proscribed during the French Revolution. The accelerated population growth of the decades 1850 to 80 helped keep real wages for urban workers stagnant. Competition for work posed especial problems for guilds, which attempted to push wages up by limiting the number of workers in any particular trade. The guild master of the tilers and pavers in Cairo, along with senior members, complained in 1873 that some journeymen dared to take contracts from the government and the public at extremely low 69 wages. He even accused the Ministry of Public Works of complicity in the illicit contracting. The guild master further charged Ministry of Public Works with involvement in independent contracting at very low wages, which contravened both the guild monopoly and the prerogative of the guild master to set wages with government approval. It also obviously threatened the wage level of the other tilers and pavers. 35 Although they probably reflected actual norms, the guild master's complaints were not solidly grounded in law if we are to believe Raphael Borg, who wrote that although they are permitted to accept a rate of wages lower than that named in their diploma, should they receive higher wages, they are liable, on a complaint being preferred against them, to refund the excess and pay a fine. 36. Demographic realities may have impelled guild members to compete more vigorously for contracts by lowering their wage demands. As we have noted, Egypt's population grew from around 5.4 million in 1846 to around 7.7 million by 1881, which, if we assume that the economy did not grow fast enough every year to absorb the increase, could account for a labor surplus that kept down real wages. Such downward pressure on wages would naturally have been resisted by the guilds, whatever the actual writ of the law. In addition to the new demographic climate, technological innovation and economic change had an impact on many guilds. This effect, though often adverse, was seldom completely devastating. For instance, the Millers Guild petitioned the Alexandria Governorate in 1864 to have their tax assessment lowered because their earnings had decreased. The cause, they said, was that government steamboats now carried flour to its destination rather than allowing the millers to transport and market it themselves. 37 The radical decline in their income left them unable to afford the guild's previous tax bill of 41,420 piastres. Indeed, in only 2 years they ran up arrears of taxes worth 35,740 piastres. The governor of Alexandria finally agreed to ask the central government for permission to reduce the guild's taxes, and it complied with the request. Since many guilds not only produced commodities but also transported and marketed them, the advent of the state-owned railway and steamboat cut deeply into their profits. Yet such changes rarely posed a threat to the survival of the guilds as a whole. After all, the new means of transportation opened up new markets and reduced transportation costs. Still, such long-term, and perhaps sectorial, considerations would have been little consolation to the millers in 1864. New technology provoked opposition from other corporate groups as well. Several petitions to the government reveal a widespread hostility toward the steam-driven cotton ginning factories being set up in cities. The city of Montserrat complained of fires caused by such steam engines, and wanted them banished to the riverfront. How far such sentiments were driven by the economic jealousies of merchant and artisan guilds is impossible as yet to say. Makribi Ulama objected to the operation of a foreign-owned steam-driven 70 jinni near their endowment property, insisting that it posed a threat to the public health as a source of disease. They were stymied, however, by the intervention of the Greek consul, who ensured that the Egyptian government permitted his national to run his factory. Egyptians working in such European-owned factories were routinely whipped to instill in them a European work-time discipline, as noted in the last chapter. 38 Other key changes derived from the transformation of law and of social relations brought about by the impact of capitalism. The viceregal government moved in patchwork rather than revolutionary fashion toward the abolition of landlord privileges and the creation of a labor market. The urban guild members themselves often had to protest and litigate in order to have legislation ameliorating the position of peasants also apply to themselves. An urban analog to corvée existed for the transportation guilds, as Borg noted. Owners of cars, carriages, horses, camels, mules, and donkeys. Whenever a requisition is sent out by government for a certain number of these animals or conveyances, cannot refuse to comply with it, although it is well understood by both parties that no payment or compensation attaches to the transaction. 39. Members of these guilds would therefore take keen interest in Khedive Ismail's moves away from levying obligations on labor. The guild master of a group of wagon drivers complained in 1873 of government coercion in commanding their services and fixing the wages to be paid. Referring to Ismail's de-emphasis on forced labor, he wrote that an order was issued that all procedures should be governed by the provision of incentives rather than by coercion. 40. In accordance with the central government directive, the Cairo police chief had instructed the police headquarters in the quarter of Ali's Bakiyya that wagons would not be requisitioned from their drivers against their will. Thereafter, the guild master wrote, the Department of Transportation and Railways asked him for wagons to haul away broken pieces of wood left behind on the streets in the aftermath of Ismail's vast construction drive in that quarter. The department employed 45 wagons per day. The guild master attempted to collect payment, but the head accountant of the department declined to authorize more than half pay. When the guild master refused to accept these terms, the deputy minister took away his receipt and threw him out without a piastre. The guildmaster protested that the official had no right to behave in this manner. He complained that the government had set the price per day of a wagon at 18 piastres in 1867, when lower overhead costs for such items as fodder prevailed. In other words, officials had not allowed for 5 years of rather high inflation. Moreover, the department requisitioned the wagons at a time when they had been committed to other, private projects, yet refused to pay competitively for them. At one point the department went so far as to have the guildmaster jailed for refusing to supply further wagons at the government price. 71. The guildmaster was arguing for the guild's ability to set prices according to demand, rather than having the government receive services gratis or at unilaterally fixed fees, as it had formerly done. This reasoning implies only a partial acceptance of the market, since the guild still claimed a corporate monopoly, at least within its territory and ethnic group, on the provision of wagon transport services. The guildmaster advocated a free market in contracting, but not a free labor market. The Ottoman Egyptian government officials involved clearly did not interpret Ismail's abolition of forced labor as preventing such practices as the summary demand for services and the payment of whatever officials decided was fair. That some guild members did see the new regulations in that light shows their great sensitivity to the impact of law and of social and economic change on their own situation. The guild may, for all we know, have lost this particular fight. The documents do not reveal the winner. Whatever the outcome, it displayed an independence and initiative, a feistiness, that the published government decrees and the works based on them do not reflect. The individual profit motive always posed the greatest threat to the corporate sharing and solidarity that lay at the heart of guild organization. By regulating entry into the guild and fixing prices, masters avoided the fall in incomes that could result from an increased labor supply or from an influx of workers into a particular sector of the economy. This strategy may not have been dysfunctional in Ottoman Egypt, with its low overall rates of population increase, economic growth, and inflation. Rapid economic changes of the sort associated with the modern capitalist world system, however, brought into question the rationale for many guild practices. The way in which capitalism promotes an odd combination of individualism and corporatism may be seen in the struggle that developed among guild members over the custom of sharing guild income among members communally, called in Egypt ar-ruka or ar-rukiya. The words, and the customs, antiquity may be indicated by its Coptic etymology. 41. The practice, rather than being purely Egyptian, was widespread in Ottoman cities among service guilds, such as dyers, bleachers of cloth, and weighers. Bruce Masters finds it in 17th century Aleppo. 42. Ar-rukiya distributed income among guild members with little regard for who worked hardest, ensuring all members of a comparable rank a similar level of income. Of course, guild officers still received more than journeymen. This system of sharing wages formed a rough urban analog to the practice in some pre-modern Middle Eastern villages of communally sharing crop income, called al-musha'iyya. This custom epitomized the pre-industrial sense of community, gemeinskaphi, felt by many subaltern groups in prebendal societies, where labor often generated a relatively small surplus above subsistence and where much of that surplus was appropriated by the nobility, the rural gentry, and other elites. In such a society the 72. Reciprocity of sharing served the individual worker as a hedge against periods of forced idleness, as with illness or a stagnant economy. Communal sharing also had the latent purpose for public service guilds such as the weighers of reassuring clients that the individual would have little incentive to cheat. Again, I want to emphasize that such extreme forms of community occurred only in some sectors of the pre-modern Egyptian economy, and that other sectors had been for centuries influenced by the regional export of cash crops or made goods. In the early 1870s, Egyptian textile and cotton merchants in Alexandria were dismayed to see the Guild of Weighers and Measurers, which had formerly practiced ar-rukiya, transformed into a loose association of private individuals selling their labor to the highest bidder in the marketplace. The merchants maintained that this new breed of weighers and measurers was dishonestly evaluating their goods. 43. They did so, the petition said, because they had become the private employees of European commercial houses, in contravention of all ancient custom and usage. Weighers and measurers had previously served the public, eschewing employment with any particular merchant but rather taking care of all the merchants' business, each in turn, under the supervision of their guild masters and senior masters. Previously, the Egyptian merchants wrote, these guild officers expelled a dishonest weigher or measurer, and even the European merchants and their compradors made no complaints. No one suffered under this arrangement, they averred. But when every European merchant hired his own weighers and measurers, others started suffering losses. If Egyptian merchants caught any weigher acting dishonestly, he would be defended by a comprador of the Europeans, and trouble would ensue. The Egyptian merchants finally appointed observers to ensure honest measuring. But this step necessitated their paying two fees, one to weighers and measurers already in European employ and another to observers. Even such procedures failed to ensure honesty. The Egyptian merchants remarked that in the provinces, where the old guild system still operated among weighers and measurers, no such problems occurred. Indeed, there the measurers had often become state employees, with government supervisors appointed over them. The textile and cotton merchants wanted a similar arrangement for their market in Alexandria. The governor of Alexandria explained to the Interior Ministry how the situation had arisen. 44 He said a police report showed that a combined meeting of European and Egyptian merchants decided in 1867 or 1868, 1284 AH, to allow measurers to earn private wages, though no record existed of any similar decision concerning the weighers. On the contrary, in 1870, 1287, the Governor's Council decided that the weighers should retain their communal apportionment of fees, to which the weighers assented. The weighers at Alexandria's Mina al-Basel, Onion Port, however, started working soon thereafter for the Europeans, and the rest of the guild did not then wish to retain its. 73. Ruqiyya. From that time on, every weighter worked as a private, salaried individual, and no further official decisions or directives that these activities be governmentally supervised or controlled could be found. The Egyptian merchants protested the privatization of an activity they felt should have remained independent, corporate, and under state supervision. The greater wealth of European merchants allowed them to hire the weighers and measurers as private employees, impairing their ability to perform their services impartially for other parties. The Egyptian textile and cotton merchants argued that the old guild structure, wherein the government set fixed rates for these services to be paid to the guild master and then divided among members, helped reduce incentives for dishonesty. Here the modern observer must note that if such a system did not ensure impartiality, it did at least favor the Egyptians over Europeans, since the local merchants had more access to and influence with key figures such as the guild master and government supervisors. In the view of these Egyptian textile traders, the advantage had shifted decisively toward their European competitors through the destruction of the old, communal guild system. Weighers and measurers now served the highest bidder rather than the public. The breakdown of community among the weighers and measurers paralleled a similar transformation among other groups in society that practiced this form of reciprocity, including the peasants in Mushai villages. Even on the periphery of the world market, 18th and 19th century capitalism, industry, and technology increased the earnings potential of workers enough to encourage greater individual claims on resources. Even peasants involved in growing and selling cotton for the world market in the 1860s could earn cash far beyond the dreams of their grandparents. Again, not the phenomena of cash crops or monetization were new, only the volume and breadth of such commerce beginning with the cotton boom. Such surpluses encouraged the widespread emergence of a preference for an association of individuals over a pre-industrial form of leveling communality. The masters' guilds, however, retained their form as monopolies and could still adopt a corporate idiom, as most often happened among workers. The struggle over whether a communal or an associational ethos would prevail at the Onion Port continued into the late 1870s. A decision of the Ministry of the Interior required the measurers to return to the communal Arruka system. This ruling provoked an impassioned protest from the guildmaster of the measurers and several of his deputies, muqaddams, who insisted that Alexandria differed radically from Cairo and could not be treated analogously. In addition, they noted strong grassroots pressure for the abolition of communal sharing of income, saying that even when journeymen promised their supervisors they would accept the old system, they soon changed their minds and threatened to strike if they would be forced to share their wages with gold bricks. 74. The account of the internal struggles and reasoning reported by the Ministry of the Interior is worth quoting at length. Inquiries were made from the guildmaster concerning the supervisors, muqaddams, working in the guild, whether employed by Europeans or by others, as well as concerning the journeymen assigned to them. He gave the names of 12 supervisors, and the journeymen under each, totaling 238 persons. The supervisors were asked how the undertaking to accept the distribution of journeymen and the division of earnings was arrived at. Did they secure the agreement of the journeymen to it, or what? They responded that after they had received a reply from the journeymen agreeing to it, they began the communal division. Then, however, all the workers began protecting their own interests, and convinced themselves to stop working. Since they the supervisors knew that this would result in loss and damage, out of fear of further problems they began giving each worker his own share, as earned from his work, as they had been doing before. For these reasons, the idea of communal sharing, maqul aruka, was not realized. In addition, each supervisor has his own journeyman, and their earnings are their own after meeting their obligation of contributing a part of it to taxes, commensurate with their subsistence and that of their families, and it is no easy matter for them to secure their agreement. For the work each performs in measuring is not according to a single pattern. Rather, some work a great deal, whereas others work very little, and these are the wages of labor. It is obvious that the one who merits them is the one who earns them. It is not right that some persons arrive late to work, and that a worker who is already present give them part of his earnings. Rather, it is more appropriate that every laborer earn his wages himself. For this reason, and so as to resolve the existing problems, to avoid coercion, and to prevent work stoppages, the director of the onion port was instructed to decide the wages, and to give into the hands of every laborer his own earnings after deducting government taxes levied on the guild, in accordance with previous practice. 45. The Ottoman and Circassian nobles attempted to keep the communal system functioning among Alexandria's measurers, as desired by the Egyptian merchants. As late as 1879 they were instructing the port's directors to revert to sharing out wages on the basis of ascription, guild membership, rather than achievement. This attempt at anachronism foundered on the resistance of the journeymen, who went on strike to secure individual wages based on hours worked. These individualistic journeymen nevertheless remained attached to a corporate idiom in some ways, as they demonstrated by going on strike together. They rejected not corporatism in its entirety, but a pre-modern Gemeinschaft. The demand that a connection be established between individual effort and reward is common among workers in modern societies, but the change in idiom here reinforces Moore's point that the implicit social contract is usually subject to continual testing and renegotiation. 46. 75. Most journeymen wanted to strike a balance between individual reward and a corporate ethos, unlike optimist Beirut industrialists such as Khalil Ghanem, who advocated an almost atomized society that would have left the workers at the mercy of the wealthy. But it is clear that only a minority of workers any longer desired a system that obscured individual achievement altogether. 47. Since some measurers worked for Europeans and others worked for Egyptian merchants, it may be that those in the Europeans' employ were more eager to abolish communal sharing than those in the purely Egyptian sector. The foreigners may have generated more work and paid substantially better wages, which those sections of the guild may not have wished to share. Public weighers in Alexandria were also able to extort bribes from the captains of foreign ships under threat of returning their cargoes short of weight. 48. They may have wished to ensure that these bribes did not also go into the communal pot for equal distribution to 200 or 300 fellow workers. In short, One effect of the impact of Europeans and of capitalism was an increased stratification not only between but also within classes and estates. The demand for individual wages involved a key alteration in the very discourse of labor. With the 1858 legal recognition of private property in land, and the legal abolition of forced labor in the 1860s, the whole Egyptian economy was moving in the direction of capitalism and away from corporate privilege and premodum communality. Under these circumstances, the weighers responded with great rationality. In the end, they won over even Ottoman Egyptians such as the Minister of the Interior to their way of thinking. Here we come back to the issue of interests and strategy. Most journeyman weighers and measurers felt they had an interest in the abolition of communal sharing, as Egypt moved into a potentially more dynamic economy. Although the Viceroy and his Privy Council enacted legislation that recognized the end of many pre-modern corporate privileges and the advent of a monetized economy, vested interests among the nobility, bureaucracy, or even merchant community could block implementation of these laws. The state proved inconsistent in its commitment to a new order with fewer privileges, delaying years in the actual abrogation of corvée levies for viceregal and noble estates, and flip-flopping on the issue of whether weighers would receive individual or communal compensation. The state failed to act quickly and decisively because it was pulled at by many interests, including groups still attached to noble and corporate privilege. Some nobles, themselves having undergone a degree of embourgeoisement, perceived an advantage for themselves of a market in labor over inefficient coercion and monopolies. Others, such as the Deputy Minister of Public Works, still wanted the perquisite of being able to commandeer groups like the transportation guilds at low dictated prices. Even Egyptian merchants, who might otherwise have welcomed a privatization of the economy and the abolition of corporate privileges enjoyed by the nobility, perceived themselves to suffer from the privatisation. 76. Zation of public services such as weighing because they saw their European competitors taking advantage of it. Egypt's dual bourgeoisie, a local and a cosmopolitan one, created situations of corporate competition that sometimes drove the Egyptian merchants to remain conservative when change seemed to benefit their rivals disproportionately. The merchant guilds in particular gained a powerful interest in this period in finding some way to displace their increasingly powerful European competitors. Ironically, although some of their activities encouraged privatization and individualism, the European expatriates themselves constituted a privileged group, like the nobles, since the capitulations allowed them to escape paying most taxes in Egypt, and to flaunt other laws, a difference that gave them an advantage over local Egyptian merchants and brokers. The guilds had to fight where they wished to see laws favorable to themselves actually implemented. The ways in which the guildsmen showed sharp awareness of the implications of legal reform for themselves suggests new objectives and ways of arriving at them. The guild master of the wagoners, rather than submit to what he saw as an illegal conscription of his men for government service, practiced civil disobedience and went to jail. He then pursued his interests through appeals to other ministries and to the law. The journeyman weighers of Alexandria resorted to a work stoppage in order to force the abolition of a pre-modern communality. None of these sorts of action seems likely to have been taken for similar reasons by working men and women a century earlier, and both economic and administrative changes help explain these new interests and new uses for their repertoires of collective action. The intelligentsia and economic interests. Since disgruntled intellectuals have been prime suspects in the mounting of most modern revolutions, we need to attempt to gauge their degree of integration into the state and society in viceregal Egypt. I employ the word intelligentsia to encompass a large number of literate groups in modern societies, including those intellectuals who think critically about society, examining its presuppositions in an attempt at analytical interpretation. 49. Following Miroslav Hruch, we may see three distinct strata in the intelligentsia of the small nations of the 19th century. 50. The first encompassed elite sections, made so wealthy by their direct association with the ruling classes that they cannot be seen as exploited. The second stratum included independent professionals such as lawyers, physicians, and journalists, as well as popular religious leaders. The third and biggest stratum consisted of literate groups employed on a wage labor basis, comprising lower and middle government officials and clerks, junior and non-commissioned officers, teachers, nurses. 77. Middle and lower level ulama and seminarians, and state-employed professionals. I will here discuss the modern intellectuals trained in the new civil, Ali, schools, and the degree to which they could find niches for themselves in the Egyptian economy during and after the cotton boom. I will look at sections of the intelligentsia most directly tied to the state, such as graduates of the military academies, in the next chapter, on the impact of state policies. The intellectuals stood more at the intersection of the market economy and state hiring practices. What interests did they build up in the 1860s and 1870s, and what resources did they have at their disposal for achieving those interests? What threats to their interests did they perceive? Did they have anything in common with the other prime actors in the revolution, the guilds, and the middle peasantry? Education in Egypt before the 19th century had largely been in the hands of the Muslim clergy, who ran Quran schools and seminaries. Modern, state-sponsored, secular education was introduced by Muhammad Ali. At first, he sent the sons of Ottoman gentlemen to Europe for higher training, but at length decided to set up specialized schools in Egypt, including the equivalent of high schools and of higher institutes. He also began allowing some indigenous Egyptians to attend the schools, though they remained a minority. After Muhammad Ali's defeat in 1841 at the hands of the European powers, he began to reduce his state's investment in the educational system. His successors Abbas and Said further retrenched in the area of spending on civilian educational institutions. From 1863 Ismail began reviving the state school system, employing the cotton boom income to pay for the construction of schools, the hiring of teachers, and the distribution of textbooks. New high schools fed institutions of higher education, including military academies, that taught mathematics, engineering, history, foreign languages, and other secular subjects. Between 1863 and 1881 these new schools graduated about 10,000 students. Although the civil school graduates tended to be drawn primarily from Ottoman and Circassian families, some of the schools proved open to admitting indigenous Egyptians. Only a small proportion overall of the civil school students came from Egyptian notable families, but these schools constituted their main avenue into the ranks of the modern intelligentsia. The indigenous gentry, of course, dominated the Islamic seminaries, but the ulama no longer had the kind of resources and power they had possessed in the 18th century. The military academies remained closed to all but the Ottoman Egyptian elite. Many of the civilian students derived, not from high Ottoman families, but from Circassian gentry that had become Arabized, and the Circassian intellectuals often identified with an Egyptian nativism. The most aggrieved intellectuals were likely to have been indigenous Egyptians and Circassians from a petty land-holding background who found themselves blocked from advancement by Ottomans. Other Circassians disliked indigenous Egyptians and Aydin. 78. Tified with the Ottomans. Although some information on the position of the civil school graduates survives in the Egyptian National Archives, the documents I have seen shed no light on ethnic differences. Therefore, the following remarks apply to intellectuals as a group rather than only to indigenous Egyptians, a small minority, in any case. The niches filled in society by the new generation of intellectuals formed in the civil schools in the 1860s and 1870s may be seen in Table 2.4. The figures in Table 2.4 make it clear that the civil school graduates had relatively little success in penetrating the prestigious central government ministries in Cairo, the centers of power and patronage. Aside from the Ministry of War, the only full-fledged ministry, categorized as a bureau in this 1880 report, that took on as many as 50 of them, Public Works largely employed them as engineers at project sites rather than as bureaucrats in Cairo. Indeed, some bore titles such as Master Turner at the Foundry, which sounds more like the description of a skilled artisan than that of a modern engineer. 51 more found employment in specialized bureaus such as the Bulak Press, the Translation Bureau, and the Health Service. But most of the Health Service employees were stationed far away from Cairo in the provinces, and were involved in dangerous work such as examining potentially infected individuals. Altogether, the central government administration employed only about 5% of the graduates. The provincial and municipal administrations, and the school system, with its many provincial elementary schools, took on only a little over 2%. Among these government employees, not a few women made their mark. The midwives' school had 323 students in 1872, and the enrollment of government girls' elementary schools stood at around 400 in the late 1870s. A few Egyptian girls also attended European schools. 52 women found employment as teachers, nurses, and physicians. Some served the Egyptian army in medical capacities even during the war in Ethiopia, 1876. As noted above, around a fifth of the graduates were transferred to military schools or given posts in the military, where they found the pay poor, the discipline harsh, and their postings often in remote garrisons or even on battlefields in Africa. To what other schools so many of these students were transferred remains unclear, though I suspect they went to vocational schools training mechanics. That over a fourth of the graduates of the civil schools could not find, or chose not to take on, government employment, could be interpreted in a number of fashions. At least some of those who could not find government posts seem to have sunk into poverty, including even medical personnel, suggesting that private practice was not always lucrative at this point. Others may have been independently wealthy and simply taken up the administration of their family estates. Remember, however, that this was a time of high population growth and estate fragmentation, a time when, as noted above, the Zaklul family estate could be reduced from the patriarch's 330 feddans to an average of 15 feddans per person among the heirs in the space of a decade and a half. For many such families, government employment was a highly desirable alternative, and not finding a government post would have been frustrating for them. This survey of the occupational niches filled by the civil school graduates suggests that a substantial number of them suffered from several of the classic complaints animating intellectuals in the modern world to develop a culture of critical discourse. Virtually excluded from desirable jobs high in the central government ministries, these graduates most often found themselves exiled to the provinces or transferred in some capacity to the military, when they found government employment at all. Their pay could be low, and in the late 1870s even these small sums fell much in arrears because of the debt crisis. I can only present anecdotal evidence for the dissatisfaction of a number of these intellectuals, such as the story told by Swiss observer John Ninet, of how the French-educated Muhammad Effendi, son of a village headman in Buhara, was at first employed by his Ottoman and Circassian masters as a mere clerk at a low salary, only rising higher because of Ninet's intervention. Ninet saw many such cases, even in the Muhammad Ali period, of highly educated young Egyptians, saying that exiled from the capital they settled down in the provinces as clerks and interpreters, discontented men. 53. Ninet's observations are given weight by the many petitions the white-collar workers filed with the Ministry of the Interior in the Ismail period, complaining of low pay and bad working conditions. Abu Nnas Musa, a male nurse at a hospital in Ismailiyah, said in 1873 that he and his family could not live on his salary of a little less than £1 Egyptian pound per month, and he was even willing to go to a hardship post such as Swakin if only he could have a raise. Not only nurses, but even physicians had complaints. Ali Razik, chief physician of the fashionable Ali's Bakiya quarter of Cairo, wrote in 1875 that he had been stuck in the civil rank of Mulazim, equivalent to a lieutenant in the military, for 20 years, on a salary insufficient to meet his needs, and wanted a transfer. Muhammad Tawfik, a physician and veteran of the Russo-Ottoman War, was posted on his return to the upper Egyptian town of Asiat, from which he wished to be transferred because of the oppressive heat. Women physicians frequently asked for transfers, either because of low pay or a desire to be nearer their extended families. They also complained of a dearth of posts and of harassment by their bosses. Husband-wife teams of physicians were sometimes forced to split up when one was transferred and no slot for the other existed at the new posting. Government perquisites such as the pension plan, designed for the Ottoman Egyptian elite, had to be fought for by lowlier employees such as teachers. 54. The petitions paint a picture of underpaid civil school graduates, posted in what they thought were torrid backwaters, frustrated by working conditions and dead-end jobs. The physician Hakama Fatuma Effendi's complaint that she had been left without a job in Mansurah gives no hint that she thought she 81. Could find a position in private practice. Petitions cannot be taken at face value, of course, since the employees may have overstated their problems for effect. On the other hand, official comments on the petitions most often admit the employees' presentation of the facts, even though higher officials seldom felt they had the resources to ameliorate the problems described. We know from other sources that state employees did face economic hardships. For instance, all employees of the government bureaucracy suffered in the 1870s from the effects of high inflation. Egypt's government neglected to mint enough money to meet demand, leading to the circulation within the country of large numbers of European coins. The government overproduced, however, a small denomination coin minted in copper, for which demand remained rather lower than supply. The copper coinage therefore depreciated considerably. Part of the reason for the low esteem in which Egyptians held it lay in the government policy of refusing to accept it in payment of taxes, customs dues, or for any other purpose. The state nevertheless paid 10% of all salaries in this coin, according to its face value. The copper coin had originally been minted as a piastre, but by 1872 had a street value of only a quarter of a piastre, so that real earnings of state employees declined 7.5% from this cause alone in only a few years. 55. In the late 1870s, of course, pay for government employees fell as much as a year and a half in arrears, which caused resentments toward both the Khedive and his creditors, the Europeans. If intellectuals become radicalized by unemployment, malintegration into elite structures, and repression, then some intellectuals in Egypt had much impetus to radicalism. 56. Even where civil school graduates did find a government post, it often promised little more than bad pay, poor working conditions, substantial arrears in pay, and career blockage by the Ottomans and Europeans. It will become clear in the next chapter that some Circassian and indigenous Egyptian intellectuals shared important interests with the junior officers and with guilds that contracted with the state. The dissident intellectuals' role in general culture, as publicists, journalists, and brokers of information, made them key players in the revolution of 1881–82. The population boom, the cotton roller coaster, and the debt crisis dominated Egypt's economic life in the years just before the revolution. Yet to see the period as one of rising expectations suddenly dashed, leading to an explosive frustration and revolution, would be grossly to oversimplify. First of all, the good times of the 1860s were not good for everyone, for the cotton boom coincided with a cattle murrain, devastating livestock. The sudden switch to cash cropping left many peasants malnourished when they did not grow enough food, and long-distance merchants and some other guilds were hurt by new transportation routes and technology. Some village headmen found themselves able to join the Ottoman Egyptians in building up large estates in the 1870s, and to achieve taxation privileges through payment of a large one-time sum, al-Muqabala, in return for subsequent lower taxes. At the bottom of rural society, however, even the good years might witness peasant flight or foreclosure on peasant land on a fairly large scale, owing to high taxes or deep debt. Relatively high rates of population growth also contributed to the fragmentation of estates. Owen calculates the proportion of peasants who were landless at around one-third in the 1870s, and this is surely an unprecedentedly large proportion, driven to this condition by both landlord encroachment and demographic pressure. Some economic developments affected various sectors of the population differently. For instance, lower prices for food crops in the early 1880s would have hurt peasants but helped city dwellers. Since the revolution appears to have occurred during an economic upturn after a profound contraction, my evidence does not support the J-curve theory. More important, the highly unequal impact of economic change in this period, just discussed, brings into question any theory based on global measures such as increases and decreases in per capita wealth, since these fail to address how that wealth is distributed. Non-economic sources of dissatisfaction, such as desire for a different sort of government or resentment at foreign encroachments, are likewise not explained by economistic theories. Some Egyptians in the first 2 years of the 1880s had, not so much greater economic frustrations than earlier, but rather new economic interests. The continued profitability of cotton and cottonseed as cash crops made family peasant holdings potentially more lucrative than ever before, yet small and medium peasants found themselves paying taxes at the level set during the boom, since the government did not take into account the subsequent fall in cotton prices. Arabophone village headmen and peasants bitterly resented paying higher taxes than the privileged nobles, despite the much greater productivity of their smaller enterprises, and having to compete for land against the nobles, who were using force and state patronage to expand their estates enormously. 57 The influx of European speculators into the countryside after the establishment of the mixed tribunals in 1876 created another competitor for the peasants, the foreign money lender with his new ability to foreclose on their holdings. The concrete interests of the village notables and propertied peasants at this point consisted in lower land taxes, the breaking up the noble estates, and the exclusion of foreign money lenders and foreclosure artists. The advent of King Cotton either created the conditions for, or greatly intensified, these concerns. Yet I want to stress that these interests were by no means givens, that they were gradually constructed and articulated. Some rural notables appear to have initially welcomed greater European involvement in Egyptian fiscal affairs, naively believing it would lead to less corruption. By 1879, most of these sentiments had evaporated in the face of higher taxes and the deleterious effects of the mixed courts. The urban guilds likewise wanted lower taxes, as well as the diminution of certain sorts of European economic dominance. The state, however, appeared to them to abet European penetration, and it created an impression of fickleness in its labor policies. It abolished forced labor in law, but continued to practice it in fact, and officials went back and forth on the issue of privatizing the weighers and measurers guilds. The guilds therefore developed a concern with gaining more influence over policy makers in the Ministry of the Interior. Finally, the intellectuals also acquired a new status and new interests in this period. From 1863 the Commonwealth allowed Ismail to set up a network of new civil schools for the training of future lower-level bureaucrats, teachers, and translators. Yet a significant proportion of the 10,000 or so young men and women educated in this system between 1863 and 1881 never attained their dream jobs and found themselves shunted off to the provinces at pitifully low wages. As a salaried class, the government employees among them suffered inordinately from high inflation in the 1860s and 1870s, which the government exacerbated by paying a tenth of their salaries in virtually worthless copper coins. In the late 1870s, their salaries came as much as 18 months late. The malintegration of intellectuals into society and specifically into state structures has often made revolutionaries of them in modern history. These intellectuals developed interests in gaining access to better government posts and higher salaries, and in having more influence on state policies. As noted above, their connections with the junior officers and their role as brokers of information to the literate public readied them for an important role in the revolution. The economic discontents of the 1870s affected peasants, journeymen, and the intelligentsia much more drastically than they did the Ottoman Egyptian ruling elite. Increased social stratification promoted by cash cropping cotton for the world market, and the differential impact of population growth, inflation, high taxes, and periodic recessions, all encouraged conflict among and within social strata. These economic and demographic problems posed an inordinately difficult challenge for the state. Let us turn, then, to the impact of the state on these civil strata, for it was, along with the economy, the social force with the greatest potential for affecting the lives of the people. 3. Body and bureaucracy. During the 1840s and 1850s, the great bureaucratic and military machine built by Muhammad Ali, partially on the basis of income from cash crops, had gradually wound down. Late in Said's reign, not only was the army and civil bureaucracy reduced to a shadow of itself, but even the police force suffered large reductions in force. The expansion in trade during the 1860s and 1870s, however, allowed the state greatly to recoup, and to augment the size of its bureaucracy because of the vast increase in its tax revenues over what could be collected from the small cash crop sector mixed with subsistence agriculture that had characterized the 1850s. The new monies permitted the government to again undertake substantial expansion of the infrastructure and to promote economic growth, after a period in which it had been reduced simply to maintaining order and redistributing wealth to the ruling class. The state found itself much strengthened in regard to society. How did the peasants, the guilds, and the intelligentsia react to the emergence of the strongest state Egypt had seen since the 1830s? My argument here will be that the more intrusive system of governance that Ismail built made it much more imperative that those affected by state policy gain some sort of influence over the state, so that consultative government became a desideratum of many social groups. Because of the debt crisis, the regime began intervening quite drastically in most of its subjects' lives in the highly visible form of direct taxation. The identification of the state with Ottoman Egyptian big landlords and with European financiers and consuls, along with its visible distortion of the economy for the benefit of those groups, made the government a target of resentment for many other groups. The boom and bust of the cotton price fluctuations and the debt crisis formed two major dynamics driving conflict between state elites and their subjects. The newly increased rates of population growth were another. Jack A. Goldstone has shown how an acceleration of population growth poses great, if not insuperable, difficulties for an agrarian state. It contributes to price inflation, which eats away at the value of the taxes levied by the state. A larger population permits a larger army and bureaucracy, though at an increased cost to any government that allows them to grow. The state finds it difficult to index taxes to inflation in such a situation, so that although taxes may go up, the regime's real purchasing power tends to decline or to prove inadequate to the new expenses forced on it by a larger population. 2. Although the expansion of the government may have had some generalized benefits, the extension of its authority into new spheres, along with a huge increase in taxes, provoked unusual discontent among the middle and laboring strata. Timothy Mitchell has suggested that Muhammad Ali's reform bureaucracy brought to Egypt the panopticon, a Benthamite idea elaborated by Michel Foucault, wherein the state seeks to influence behavior by making individuals behave as if they were under constant surveillance. 3. Ismail's government achieved a much less wide-ranging presence than such a suggestion would imply, but it remains true that as in official medicine and police enforcement, so in taxation, the bureaucracy attained new levels of efficiency and intervention in society in the 1870s. Indeed, the panklepticon, the mulcting of an entire country, might be a more apt neologism for describing Ismail's ruthless exactions on behalf of European financiers. Here we must descend from the abstractions of philosophy down to the realities of peasant society. We must smell the black silt of the Nile and see the red welts on the backs of emaciated taxpayers. Foucault poses the relationship of the modern state to the body as a metaphor for its intrusiveness, and it is certainly the case that Khedive Ismail put the hands of the state on Egyptians' bodies in a manner not even achieved by his ambitious grandfather. The growth of taxation, the use of public whipping to extract taxes, the expansion of police forces, large-scale jailings, expulsion of the indigent from urban areas, domestic spying, and other state control practices served to remind everyone constantly of the viceroy's presence. 4. The peasants and the whip. The various ways in which the state bureaucracy increasingly intruded into daily life in our period will be explored below. Such a discussion should begin, however, with the basics. No aspect of state intervention compared for forcefulness with taxation, and no sector of the population suffered from taxation more than the medium and small peasants. The rural context of the national debate on taxation in the period between the onset of the debt crisis and the deposition of Ismail must be emphasized, For even though politics occurred largely in the urban areas, town and country were still intimately linked in 19th century Egypt. Let us briefly discuss, then, Ismail's taxation policies in the countryside in the late 1870s, before considering their impact on the guilds. Most of the country's revenues derived from primary agricultural commodities such as cotton, and so this sector of the economy also generated most of the tax monies. The relationship of the state to the body, as suggested above, becomes most vivid in the countryside, where the buffalo hide or rhinoceros hide whip stood as symbol of the tax collector and his employer, the khedive. The debt crisis came to a head in 1876, when Egypt declared itself bankrupt. A joint British-French scheme for consolidating the Egyptian debts at a relatively high rate of interest was proposed to Ismail as a way of rationalizing the debt and resuming its servicing. Egyptian budgetary affairs are too murky to allow for an exact estimate of how much taxes went up because of the consolidated debt servicing. According to budgets floated by the government, tax receipts from all sources in 1873 appear to have been £9,265,503, with £4,253,959 of that going to interest on loans. The proposed budget for 1876 showed increased tax revenues, which rose to £10,772,611 with interest on some loans coming to £5,228,979 and the interest on the floating debt eating up the £1,790,759 budget surplus. In 1877, because of the contraction of the economy, revenues fell to £9,543,000, but by then £7,473,909 was claimed by the bondholders. 5. The accuracy of these budget figures remains in doubt, and although the revenues in 1877 were not up much from those for 1873, taxes in the former year were far more onerous because the economy had turned down and incomes were falling. Moreover, the taxation numbers, accurate or not, only purport to reflect what local officials actually passed on to the central government, and have little to say about how much was actually taken from peasants by often corrupt officials and village headmen. The question of legitimacy also arises, since assessments for local, visible purposes are often resented less than levies earmarked for distant, obscure objectives. Egypt's per capita public debt in 1875, most of it owed to foreign concerns, had grown to something on the order of £10 per capita, and both this figure and the debt service owed by each Egyptian were among the largest in the world. 6. Becoming the interest milk cow for European investors increasingly rankled the Egyptian public. Reportedly even Ismail Sadiq Pasha, the rapacious Minister of Finance, found Ismail's 1876 scheme too much to stomach, warning that the peasants simply did not have the money to service the debt at the proposed rate of interest. The European financiers attempting to reform Egypt's finances saw Ismail Sadiq as an obstacle that would have to be removed. The minister, for his part, may have worked behind the scenes to encourage provincial uprisings against the tax regime that had made him rich. Khedive Ismail's elaborate spy system reported to him the rural excitement, which he blamed on Sadiq Pasha, whom he had jailed. The Pasha soon thereafter died under mysterious circumstances. 7. From 1876 Egyptian informants begin painting a desperate picture of peasant immiseration at the hands of Ismail's tax agents. During the 1870s, in many areas valuable farmland became worthless overnight because peasant cultivators felt they could not make a living if they had to pay such high taxes on it and on their income. A judge on the Egyptian High Court of Appeal told the British consul early in 1877 that the peasantry were in a most terrible state of misery and destitution, tax collectors having taken nearly all their posses. 87. Zions. He averred that the last coupon had been paid only by taxes being collected 6 months in advance. In the spring of 1877 we first begin hearing that troubles have quite lately recurred in Upper Egypt arising from excessive taxation which he Ismail has had to put down by military force. 8. British consular agents in the provinces started regularly reporting on the condition of the peasantry from 1878, and subsequent reports contain for the most part variations on the themes just mentioned. The government harshly overtaxed its peasants to meet its debt obligations, and some peasants responded by starving, revolting, or turning to banditry. The agricultural ecology of Upper Egypt in particular allowed only one crop a year and so put the peasants on the margin of existence. Overtaxation could easily push them to banditry in this area. The vicious efficiency Ismail demonstrated as Europe's extortionist received a mixed review in Consul Vivian's dispatches back to London. He wrote glowingly of how Egypt had for 8 months punctually paid its bills, and had fully paid up the half-yearly coupon of public debt, only one category of debt, amounting to £2,094,975, falling due July 15, 1877. Vivian tempered his praise of the viceroy, however, by expressing his fear that Ismail had achieved these results only by collecting taxes in advance, forcing early sales of crops, and running up arrears in the pay of employees in the civil bureaucracy. 9. The mechanisms of the peasantry's prevailing distress were delineated by British consular official Borg. C. Umar Pasha Lutfi, Inspector General of Upper Egypt, came to Cairo for a religious holiday and reported the dire condition of the peasantry, but was ordered by the viceroy to return immediately to his post to assist with tax collection. He went through the countryside, seizing the property of those whose taxes were in arrears. When Umar Pasha returned with a substantial sum of money and more horror stories about the peasantry's straits, Ismail dispatched him back to the field for a further £60,000. Borg explained that the Inspector General toured villages accompanied by a number of persons who would purchase from tax-delinquent peasants their livestock, produce, poultry, and other items of value such as ornaments, turning them into cash. Should the peasant object, or attempt to hide his cattle, he was flogged and forced to sell anyway. 10. Numerous eyewitness accounts make it clear that provincial authorities had village headmen whipped as a means of motivating them to extract the requisite cash amounts from their villages. The headmen, of course, in turn had peasants flogged. The buffalo hide whip, or kurbag, expressed in its rasping whisper the state's extractive determination. In late 1877 British sources in Aswan and Luxor underlined the hazards of travelling in Upper Egypt owing to peasant banditry, especially between Sahag and Gurga. Some peasants were going 2 and 3 days at a time without food, and the government continued in places such as Esna and Aswan to force the sale of cattle at very low prices, and to bastinado peasants for non-payment. 50. Of taxes. The 2,000 mounted troops dispatched from Cairo had through their patrols of the Nile River banks, however, slightly reduced the number of robberies and attacks on Egyptian boats. On the other hand, the northern side of Kenna remained infested by native robbers. 11. The villages of Lower Egypt suffered similar overtaxation, provoking the anger of classes other than simply the peasantry in 1878. Only the European and Levantine money lenders, who took advantage of the peasants' need for advances to pay their taxes, rejoiced in a situation that allowed them frequently to foreclose on the peasants' land for a pittance. From the delta town of Tanta, British consular agent Carr wrote in 1878 that it is a common occurrence to hear the Khedive and the government officials cursed in round numbers by village notables, Muslim jurisprudents and judges, and peasants, who objected to both the manner in which taxes were being collected and the large number of irregular demands made on them in addition to legislated taxes. 12. An English commercial agent doing business in the Delta reported to Vivian that he has found throughout the provinces he visits a widespread and most serious dissatisfaction at the harsh measures adopted by the government to enforce the payment of the last coupon by the collection in advance of the whole year's taxes. He has never heard the action of the Khedive and his government so openly and severely criticized by all classes of the population including even the government officials. 13. One can only speculate as to why Vivian crossed out the phrase "and most serious" in the draft of his letter, but in view of the events that unfolded in the subsequent half-decade, his informant's original wording was more reliable. Without this phrase, his letter read as a mere criticism of Ismail's tactics, rather than as a warning of possible revolution. The government continued to demand high taxes from the peasantry of Upper Egypt even when famine broke out there in the summer of 1878 owing to a series of irregular Niles. By early 1879 a special commissioner of the Egyptian government found starvation among old men, women, and children in the Upper Egyptian towns of Sahag and Girgah. Another commissioner reported that the number who had died of starvation and as a result of the want of sufficient food was not less than 10,000. He added that all this was the direct result of poverty arising from overtaxation. 14. A band of 50 to 60 peasants operating in the region between the two towns went into revolt because of overtaxation, and sought to attract to their insurgency others discontented with the government's imposts. Government troops had difficulty putting them down because of their guerrilla tactics. 15. In retrospect, it would appear that the problem derived at least in part from the doubling of the population from 1800 to 1882, which made the peasants more vulnerable to the effects of drought and overtaxation. Although they did not actually revolt in Lower Egypt, drought and the payment of taxes up to a year in advance in provinces such as Kalia hurt peasants badly. They often sold futures in their cash crops at discounts of 50–89% in order to meet tax demands. They then had to go deeply into debt simply to keep on farming, borrowing money at up to 5% per month. Not surprisingly, Kalia suffered an unwanted outbreak of crime in the summer of 1879. Smallholders abandoned their land to hire on as day laborers with Europeans and nobles, simply in order to escape the taxes demanded by their village headmen on behalf of the state. The advent of a new, more nationalist cabinet in the spring of 1879, and of an entirely new regime that summer, appears to have provided the rural taxpayers with no significant relief. 16. It is hard to know how to think of the peasant brigandage of 1879 except as social banditry of the sort described by Eric Hobsbawm. 17. The bandit gang operating between Sahag and Girgah employed a rhetoric of social justice, vowing to unite those peasants oppressed by the state's overtaxation and brutal treatment of its subjects. The tax collection measures employed by Ismail in the provinces enraged everyone but the nobles, who were exempted from irregular levies and from being whipped and humiliated. Ismail did send grain to Upper Egypt in response to the famine there, but it was apparently inefficiently distributed, and he in any case went on demanding taxes and advances on taxes from landholders. His revenue-gathering tactics inevitably added to the severity of the famine, depleting livestock reserves and driving small and medium farmers into deep debt. In Upper Egypt, where the grip of the central government was weak, some peasants actually managed to mount a tax revolt, using armed force against the state. In Lower Egypt, where troops could operate more easily, immiserated peasants turned to burglary. Provincial towns such as Damietta, Tanta, Girgah, and Sahag also suffered because of overtaxation, along with their hinterlands. All these events exacerbated the conflicts between the large landowners on the one hand, and the small holders on the other. For one, the new tax regime was painful but bearable, and they often actively collaborated in raising the revenues Ismail sought. For the other, the imposts spelled ruin and immiseration. This polarization was increased by the 1880 plan to abolish the tax breaks bestowed in the early 1870s on village notables who paid 6 years' worth of taxes in one lump sum. In absorbing this one-time cost, the rural notables and wealthier peasants were granted the kind of low taxation rates already enjoyed by the Ottoman Circassian nobles on their private estates. Now Tawfik took this privilege away from the agrarian middle class, underlining the long-term hold of ethnic and class privilege, and pushed them away from any budding alliance with the nobles and toward the medium and smaller peasants in their fiscal interests. Since payment of the Mukabala had also given propertied peasants firmer title to their land, the government's cavalier revocation of its benefits may also have brought into question for them their long-term ability to retain their property. The village notables and the peasants acted less visibly during the revolution of 1881–82 than did the urban workers, however. Let us, then, examine conditions in the urban areas. 90. Death and taxes. In the urban context, the two issues of taxes and payment for work undertaken for the government contain the greatest potential for provoking conflict between the guilds and the state. Both seriously affected the well-being of the laboring classes in this period. Urban dwellers in the 1870s suffered under a plethora of taxes. First, the male population of all large towns had to pay a capitation tax, the miri. Some workers and most Egyptian peasants were liable to the Islamic tax of Ushr, a tithe of a tenth of one's income collected in Egypt by the state. The state could also levy an arbitrary tax on individuals, the furda. Guild members had to pay a fee for the license to pursue their trade. The guilds were also responsible for a tax on guild income, the worku, that the guild master deducted from the pay of journeymen. Indeed, all males who did not own land had to pay the worku, including peasant day laborers, at around 200 to 300 piastres a year per head in the late 1870s. Shopkeepers and owners of their own homes or of other buildings were liable to pay an annual property tax. The state also levied an oppressive salt tax, compelling individuals to buy salt at 22 piastres per kala, about 17 pounds. 18 An Egyptian shopkeeper who belonged to a guild could thus be liable to pay several of these taxes. Even worse, tax rates from all accounts skyrocketed from about 1871, with local governors sometimes arbitrarily doubling and trebling them in a single year. The inexorable pressure of biannual debt service payments to Europe mounted steadily over these 2 decades, bankrupting the country in 1876 and producing a huge budget deficit in 1878. Although peasants in the countryside bore the worst excesses of the tax crunch, guild members also suffered. The guilds involved in building and construction suffered most from arrears in the government payment of their fees. The Ministry of Public Works had a special relationship to these groups, often hiring them on government projects. The important point here is that those guilds doing a great deal of contracting with the state were structurally put in the same position as the civil bureaucrats and the soldiers, being owed substantial arrears by their own government. This common grievance also functioned as a common interest, helping create a political bond between disgruntled army officers and urban guilds such as those of the butchers and horse dealers, as will be seen below. In the 1850s and early 1860s the government set the guild and property taxes every 3 years. The economic volatility introduced by the cotton boom and bust, however, made such a long period between the setting of rates unsatisfactory to the state treasury, and the Privy Council under Ismail ordered that new tax rates be set for guilds every year, in accordance with the previous year's actual profits. Steps were also taken to ensure that workers who moved seasonally between their provincial centers and the larger cities not fall through the cracks in the tax administration procedures, or end up paying only 91. The lower provincial taxes. 19 Officials could be ingenious about ways of applying new assessments. In the late 1860s the government built a string of lighthouses to help ships navigate off Egypt's shores. A tax was levied upon all vessels transporting goods and passengers in order to help defray the construction and maintenance costs. But the Minister of the Navy went so far as to impose the tax on small sailboats on the Nile used by fishermen. In June 1871 some fishermen bitterly complained that to the Ushr Islamic tithe and the guild, worku, tax the additional payment of a Napoleon a year had been laid on them, despite their poverty and the fact that their small fishing vessels were not used for commercial transport. The Minister of the Navy defended his imposition of the new tax on them as within the letter of the law. 20 guilds felt that in former times, by custom and by law, the tax rate had borne a relationship to profits, but that Viceroy Ismail's regime was disregarding that ratio in favor of ever higher, arbitrary levies. The moral economy of taxation was thus becoming corrupt. The guild that made vegetable crates asserted that tax rates were normally set according to profits as estimated by government departments. The assessment of the guild tax should be according to income levels, in Arabt al-Worku Huwa and Darajat al-Iktisab. 21. They believed, however, that the authorities were singling their guild out for mistreatment. Although, they said, the guild was on the verge of disappearing and its members were living in abject poverty. Its tax rates had been set very high and without reference to its estimated profits. Originally the leaders of the guild had affixed their signatures to the tax register with the understanding that the assessment would be in accordance with the profits as ascertained from the head architect, Ser Mimar. But they lamented, this was not what happened at all. The guild appealed to the viceregal cabinet, which ordered the governorate to report on the dispute. In the meantime, the guild members were detained at the ministry for payment. They were being assessed at 125 piastres each, annually, even though their daily earnings were about 1.20 piastres, that is to say, a rate of about 29% on gross income, for this category of tax alone. The guild asserted that it simply could not pay what was being demanded, even if all members sold their capital goods. They demanded to be assessed in accordance with the regulations, which set the rate according to guild profits. In its reply, the governorate of Cairo refused to relent, insisting that the guild master and 17 senior masters had been called to the police station, where the roster of their members was called out, and that they had agreed to the tax levy as decided. Moreover, in the presence of the great merchants, all 18 of them had signed the tax assessment papers. 22. If the state could not expand its tax base sufficiently by finding new guilds to tax or imposing new taxes, it could resort to strategies such as raising existing taxes and finding ways of collecting more than once. Date merchants protested in 1868 that they had to pay octroi dues when they brought dates from the oases into Cairo. But if they re-exported the same dates to Alexandria, they were liable to pay yet another octroi. They proposed that the police issue them a statement of payment that would allow them to avoid being doubly taxed. 23. The government also became glacially slow in paying guilds for work performed, leaving many of them disgruntled creditors of the government for years, and this problem affected a wide spectrum of the labor force. Even the tailors who made the ceremonial covering for the Kaaba, the holy shrine of Mecca, had trouble getting the state to remunerate them in a timely fashion in 1879. 24. In 1876, Egypt declared bankruptcy, admitting its inability to continue paying the debt service on its mushrooming foreign debt. In response, and because the crisis especially affected their bondholders, the French and British set up a caisse de la dette or debt commission to oversee the Egyptian budget. These concerns also led to the appointment of 2 European cabinet officers to the Nubar-Nubarian cabinet of 1878 and 1879, with primary responsibility for overseeing the budget. The reorganized budget often allowed Egypt to continue meeting its obligations, but only by overtaxing ordinary Egyptians ruthlessly. The urban areas suffered only a little less painfully from overtaxation in the 1870s than the countryside, but the response to the high tax rates in the larger cities differed greatly in some respects from that in provincial towns and villages. Ismail had a sophisticated police force in all the major cities, and the disgruntled urban dwellers had substantially fewer opportunities to raise an insurrection against the taxation regime than did peasants in the desert hills of Upper Egypt. The guilds, more disciplined as corporate entities than peasants, resorted to petition writing and strident protest rather than to insurrection. Of course, it is possible that the imposts did not rise as much for the urban population as for the rural. The increased taxes did, however, clearly alienate the Egyptian merchants and artisans from the state in new ways. If nothing else, the floggings, beatings, and jailings of merchants unable to remit their taxes injured the pride of the traditional bourgeoisie. The new high taxes stripped away the few privileges these wealthy commoners enjoyed. In 1878, 55 Moroccan merchants sent a long complaint to their king, Hassan, about the treatment of the mercantile classes in Egypt. Speaking of themselves sometimes in the third person, they wrote, "They subsisted in the land of Egypt in the utmost degradation and decline at the hands of its rulers and their scribes, suffering curses, imprecations, beatings and imprisonment because of the exigencies of the customs practiced among them in Egypt. These include giving every year heavy taxes to some of them, especially the furda, and to others, particularly the licensing fees werakat at tashbih, as well as to those in charge of affairs, the rulers. For this reason, they require a huge sum of money. Large numbers cannot pay it, or even part of it. For your highness must know that most of the North Africans living in Egypt are poor, whereas its prices are high, its markets yield no profit on the whole, economic stagnation dominates it, and 93. Earning a livelihood here is an enterprise shadowed by negation. The wise and prudent can just barely earn enough for the necessities. One can hardly clothe oneself and one's children, and when we confess this to the local rulers, they curse, beat, and sometimes even imprison us. 25. Muslim foreign merchants, unlike the European Christians, obtained no tax relief through extraterritoriality, and so suffered alongside local Egyptian traders. Their plaint serves incidentally to state in clear fashion the concerns many merchants had, without the screens of ambiguity a local petitioner would have employed. We cannot answer quantitative questions on the basis of such petitions, such as what proportion of his income the typical merchant or artisan paid in taxes in the 1870s. Ibrahim al-Muwaylihi estimated it at a staggering 3/4 for some trades, or what proportion of guildsmen actually were flogged or went to jail for falling into poverty and proving unable to meet tax obligations. But the petitions wonderfully illustrate the conventions by which the guilds described their world, and by which they depicted their grievances. The demand for taxes invaded even the halls of opulent privilege. The chief merchant, Ser Tukkar, of Cairo, Mahmud Bey al-Attar, lamented that the government had revoked the tax exemption that for long had been associated with his office. On his being appointed to the post, he had asked to be exempted from taxes just as were his predecessors, but the Interior Ministry recommended that in view of Egypt's financial circumstances he be made to pay the guild tax at least for the time being. He complied, but complained that the former exemption had been intended to emphasize the great honor attending the office of head merchant, and he requested that the government revert to its former practice in this regard. 26. The financial hardships occasioned by the debt crisis had the side effect of bringing into question the privileges of the nobility and the indigenous bourgeoisie, rather as happened in France just before the Revolution. Goldsmiths and silversmiths also felt themselves to be subject, not only to new taxes, but to multiple taxation. A group of 121 smiths of precious metals wrote a petition to Viceroy Ismail early in 1876. 27. They said that they had practiced their craft since childhood and knew no other. When the Privy Council decided to impose a 2.5% municipal tax on all goods sold through brokers, whether in Khan al-Khalili market or in a Nahassan, or the jewelers' market, or that of the goldsmiths, the smiths submitted to it. In addition to the tax imposed in that decision, the official in charge of municipal taxes independently ordered a further increase, as well as deducting a 1% commission for the broker who concluded the deal. The smiths said they duly obeyed these imposts as well. Now, however, the same tax official had created special taxes on their guild alone, which he did not impose on any other guild, even the jewelers. This tax of 3% was assessed on new pieces of work sold to the buyer without the 94. Mediation of a broker. Yet the raw material out of which they made such pieces was often older gold and silver jewelry bought from brokers, on which the 2.5% tax on brokered merchandise had already been paid. Once they refashioned it into new pieces, they had to pay a hallmark tax of 3%. Once all the previously decreed taxes had been paid, the gross earnings on such a piece of jewelry were no more than 3%, part of which had to pay overhead, and the other part to provide the smiths and their families a living. Moreover, their livelihood under these circumstances depended on a quick turnover of their new merchandise. If the market was sluggish, their profit could be eaten up and the merchandise could be damaged. If, in addition to all this, the government insisted on taxing independently sold merchandise, it would be taking away the smith's profit altogether. They would be deprived of their livelihood and forced to turn to some other occupation. But, they wrote, they knew the viceroy's sense of justice would not allow him to see their guild singled out for this fate. The goldsmiths of Alexandria entered a similar plea. In a new twist, the goldsmiths sent a copy of their petition to the radical expatriate journalist, Jacob Sanyu, in Paris, for publication in his newspaper, Abu Nazar Zarqa. 28 Such a step indicates a serious move toward the breakdown of polite conventions, in which petitions were couched in the language of flowery obsequy, and remained private matters between the aggrieved and the state. The publication of the goldsmiths' petition in Paris was meant to embarrass the government by giving wide circulation among the public to a complaint about injustice. A spokesman for the Ministry of the Interior provided in 1877 a frank explanation for the new taxes and the double taxation on the goldsmiths. The ministry reaffirmed the legality and propriety of the steps that municipal authorities had taken, saying they had every right to tax the goldsmiths and jewelers in this manner. Moreover, the ministry said, if the Cairo municipality did not continue to tax both gold and silver goods sold through brokers and those sold independently, the above-mentioned municipality would prove unable to make the requisite contribution to the caisse de la dette as has been ordained in the Vice-Regal Decree 29. The ministry asserted that the goldsmiths and jewelers were just attempting to evade taxes that had been properly levied, and urged continuance of the exact ions. The language employed, however, makes it clear that the taxes met no local exigency in Cairo or Alexandria, but were rather designed to help the central government avoid shortfalls in debt service payments to European creditors. The political crisis in 1879 that led to Tawfiq's accession and Riyadh's emergence as a hard-fisted, autocratic first minister resulted in a virtual avalanche of guild complaints about overtaxation directed at the Cairo City Council. The druggists, butchers, merchants, undertakers, dyers, oil dealers, tobacconists, donkey drivers, and many others asserted in the autumn of that year that unfair 95 taxes were being levied upon them. 30. Of course, guilds perennially complained about taxation, but previous registers in this series contain no such volume of correspondence on this issue. It seems likely that the political and economic hopes raised by the accession of a new Khedive had been dashed by Tawfiq and Riyadh, who continued to squeeze the workers and peasants on behalf of the foreign creditors. Even Ismail, on his accession, had declared a one-year tax holiday for the guilds. Tawfiq at first disappointed any such expectations the workers may have harbored, and they deluged his government with bitter grievances. In early 1880, the new Khedive Tawfiq and the government of Riyadh Pasha yielded to the guilds by reducing or abolishing several of the more minor taxes on the books, especially those affecting the urban areas. The populace no doubt welcomed this move, but its benefits should not be exaggerated. The finance minister originally gave as his reason for recommending this step that the government spent more on collecting these taxes than they were worth, and many of the poor owed impossible back taxes. 31 Yet if it is true that many or most Egyptians were not paying the taxes that Tawfiq abolished, then his abolition of them can have had little positive effect on their household economies. It only recognized the reality, and gave the police slightly less pretext to bother these ordinary folk. The guild tax or worku was abolished for landless peasants, and the general head tax, miri, the Khedive said, would no longer be collected. Yet the urban guilds remained liable to pay the worku, and the government decree issued by Tawfiq makes no mention of reducing it. European observers thought the typical urban guildsman's taxes would be reduced in absolute terms, but it is hard to know how all this worked out in practice. 32 Certainly provincial officials in Middle and Upper Egypt continued to collect the salt tax, despite its supposed abolition. 33 Since the government announced this step at the same time that it proposed to increase taxes on the Egyptian rich peasants through abolishing the Muqabala concessions, it seems that the state was attempting to secure the allegiance of the urban populace even while it risked alienating the countryside. This reduction in urban taxes 2.5 years before the urban crowd burst into recurring violence underscores the degree to which only a hopeful, and seldom a hopeless, population undertakes widespread revolt. The improvement in the tax picture demonstrated that the situation could change, and since guilds had put enormous pressure on Tawfiq for tax reductions through their petitions in the fall of 1879, they could fairly conclude that their lobbying had an effect. Such a conclusion might encourage them to greater activism in combating their other major concern, the increasing competition offered by tax-exempt Europeans. The Ministry of the Interior's spokesman summed up the philosophy of Egyptian tax collection in the late 1870s: the taxpayers can afford high taxes, indeed, they have been growing unwontedly wealthy, and the debt service of European loans requires them. Admittedly, it is difficult to sympathize with. 96. The plight of an affluent group like the goldsmiths, whose taxes, incidentally, the government refused to reduce in January 1880. But similar protests came from the humble builders of vegetable crates and from fishermen on the Nile. The guilds employed a language that demonstrated their view of the moral economy of taxation. They believed taxation should be indexed to profits. Since taxes often rose faster than profits in the 1870s, the state's economy increasingly became an immoral one. The viceregal Ottoman government was no longer using taxes simply to raise the money for necessary services and expansion of public welfare through irrigation and other projects. Rather, it funneled nearly half of the tax monies to the bankers and investors in Europe, largely in the form of exorbitant interest on loans taken out primarily for infrastructural development. Only by satisfying the foreign bankers and their consuls could Egypt's ruling class, the viceregal family and the high officials of the bureaucracy, hope to stay in power. Once the debts had mushroomed, what alternatives did the government have? Declaring a moratorium on payment would probably have invited European troops into the country. As an alternative to high taxes, Ismail could have followed the path of his uncle Said, disbanding the bureaucracy and greatly reducing his military. But that path also wound toward the twin dangers of popular unrest and increased vulnerability to European attack, in addition to bypassing the African empire on which Ismail still pinned hopes. The viceroy remembered the glory days of the cotton boom too vividly to despair of a reinvigorated Egyptian economy and polity. The peasants and artisans had to sacrifice much of their income on the altar of the Khedive's memory of good times, which had already faded for them. The government took so much from the peasants in the late 1870s that it provoked some of them to revolt, and drove others to burglary and banditry in order to avoid starvation. Its taxes on the urban guilds were not quite so harsh, but apparently the guild tax alone could amount to nearly a third of a guildsman's gross income, not to mention the miri or urban capitation tax, the fees he paid for his license to pursue his trade, the furda, as well as other, irregular levies. Some urban workers went to jail in the 1870s for proving unable to pay their taxes. Others blamed their guild masters for unbearable taxes, and intrigued to remove them. Guilds sometimes responded to the new pressures on them by attempting to hide income from the state, by taking on workers without recording them in their registers. Internal guild politics, however, were so acrimonious that rivals could inform on guild masters to the state for tax evasion, so that such schemes were often exposed. Aside from attempting to hide income, some guilds attempted to pressure the state through petitions to the Ministry of the Interior, and they even printed these in the private press. The goldsmith's petition printed in Abu Nazar Zarqa and Ibrahim al-Muwaylahi's trenchant depiction of the guild's plight printed in Al-Watan signal a new alliance between the intelligentsia and the urban middle and 97. Lower middle classes. The success of the guild campaign in the fall of 1879 for lower taxes could only have convinced urban artisans and merchants of the efficacy of such collective action. In the period before 1880, one finds no evidence of significant urban unrest directly owing to the high taxes, in contrast to the countryside. Yet one aspect of violent resentment may have been the brawls and riots with Europeans discussed in a later chapter. Remember that the Europeans did not pay urban taxes to the Egyptian government, because of the capitulations. Although European landholders were liable for regular land taxes, they often avoided paying the irregular imposts demanded from Egyptian peasants. At a time when a brutally rationalized tax administration was immiserating artisans and peasants and stripping even honored Egyptians of their privileges, the capitulations bestowed a wildly favorable exemption upon Europeans. The repertoire of crowd punishment and redistributive justice may have evolved in the face of this inequality. The Europeans had escaped taxes, but not death, for in the summer of 1882 scores of them were killed by angry urban crowds in vengeance for the arrogance of the loan sharks and imperialist men on the spot. The urban populace and state control. The strengthened state apparatus intervened in urban, especially guild, affairs on an unprecedented scale, as well as relentlessly milking workers for tax revenues. The Khedive's officials imposed state control in the sensitive urban areas either directly, with police, domestic spies, and the army, or attempted to co-opt local leaders such as guild masters. Since guild masters served as proxies of the state in collecting taxes, it had an increasing stake in seeing that capable and honest guild masters were installed. Ironically, the rationalization of guild organization derived not only from the impact of the growing market economy, but perhaps primarily from the imperatives of the debt crisis. State authorities demanded of guild officials first of all that guild taxes, worku, be paid promptly and in full, in accordance with the actual number of guild members. When the guild master fell short in this regard, he left himself open to searches of his property and possible dismissal from his post. Further, the government wanted the guild to perform its duties without undue turmoil, either internal or between guild members and their clients. Finally, the guild had a responsibility to allocate work fairly to journeymen and to charge the fees fixed for their services. Private contracting at higher rates, or throwing work the way of favorites, could invite complaints from journeymen and ultimately lead to police intervention. Of course, corruption frequently occurred, sometimes with the collusion of government officials. But the quest of the state for monies to improve infrastructure and, later, the vice-like grip of the debt service payments impelled other branches of the government. 98. Meant to keep watch, to ensure that a maximum of wealth was generated by the guild for the treasury. This goal demanded correct bookkeeping in regard to the number of guild members, above-board hiring so that income could not be hidden, and the prompt remission of tax monies. The common practice on the part of guild officials, of paying reduced taxes by claiming fewer guild members than actually enrolled, increasingly drew the ire of government accountants. The Interior Ministry record books are crowded with corruption cases brought against guild leaders on this charge, and the relentless prosecutions further soured guild leaders on Khedivial policies. State regulation had an impact on a wide variety of labor issues. Even in the 1850s, not times of significant expansion in the bureaucracy, the state began attempting to bring within its purview areas of life previously not very constrained. The bureaucracy grew under Ismail and he increased the powers given to officials, including, for instance, building and health inspectors. Modern medicine provided officials with an unwanted tool whereby to exercise control over guild leadership. The state also began depriving guild masters of certain prerogatives, taking these functions over itself. The imagery of the panopticon probably overestimates the resources of an old regime state of the viceregal sort, but the state's eyes, as contemporaries called them, certainly multiplied greatly under Ismail. Some sorts of state intervention in guild affairs began even under the weak Viceroy Said, R 1854-62. Under this ruler, the right of the guild master to levy fines on journeymen for infractions against laws or regulations was abolished in favor of state functionaries. Said showed a concern with state regulation of other areas of life as well. In 1857, the viceroy, on visiting the annual fair at Tanta, observed how a man's 3 children were killed by a confection he bought for them from a traditional druggist, Atter, and ordered that henceforth no one was to be allowed to practice medicine without a degree. Under Said, even a high religious official like the Sheikh as-Sadat, a preeminent Sufi leader, could be punished for neglecting to rectify building code violations on his property. Inspectors warned him repeatedly that he should tear down a condemned building under his supervision, and when it finally fell down on a man, killing him, authorities ordered the sheikh to pay the victim's family an indemnity. In 1865 Ismail decided to appoint architectural engineers to investigate rickety buildings, a move that directly affected the building guilds. Public health was a concern even earlier. In the Ismail period, official medicine reached even into religious spheres like the pilgrimage to Mecca, with pilgrims put in quarantine on their return. The growing supervisory role of government officials over such previously less regulated areas of society naturally made an impact also on the guilds. 34 The merchant and artisanal guilds could be adversely affected by new regulations and inspection procedures. North African merchants in Alexandria complained that their shipment of cooking butter was impounded at the port. 99. Because the health department suspected it of being adulterated with other sorts of oil. They said a physician with training in chemistry came on behalf of the department, checked their product, and found it pure. But 2 months later, they still had not been able to secure the release of their shipment, so that their capital and that of their backers remained tied up. 35 A group of 15 merchants in the Al-Jamaliyah quarter of Cairo, who mainly dealt in the import and export of merchandise from the Hijaz across the Red Sea in Arabia, found themselves entangled in the new red tape. The practice had been, they explained, that if goods were accompanied by a certificate of transit duty showing that Ottoman customs had been paid in the port of origin, the goods were allowed to enter Egypt without further customs duties being levied on them. In 1876, however, the government began insisting that the certificate also show the value of the goods, the customs paid, and the basis on which the customs were calculated. The merchants of Al-Jamaliyah attempted to import goods with the old, vague certificate merely saying customs had been paid in the port of origin, and the Egyptian customs authorities therefore refused the shipment entry. The merchants maintained, however, that the accompanying certificate had the customary layout with which we and our workers over there are familiar, since the order now issued is new, not of old standing, and had not been generally published before, so that merchants might become aware of its contents and act accordingly. 36. The new regulations no doubt aimed at ensuring that Egyptian customs authorities be able to re-evaluate whether enough customs had already been paid on the goods, or whether it might be possible to extract a bit more from the merchant for the Egyptian treasury. Clearly, such inefficiencies and red tape attendant upon a greater regulatory role for the state had the potential for generating much resentment among the newly regulated guilds. The consequences of regulation for workers could be even harsher, extending to imprisonment for failure to perform their work satisfactorily. For instance, a tiler named Hussein Harb took on a project at Haut al-Marsid and did not finish it faithfully, for which he was imprisoned at the police station for a while before being pardoned. 37 The logic of bureaucracy required that simple market sanctions such as not receiving pay for work not finished be supplemented with police measures such as jailings. Such state intervention in economic matters may have directed the economic grievances of workers, not at the impersonal market, but at government functionaries. In addition to an expanded role for food inspectors and for police in this period, the greater power of official medicine is demonstrated by the removal of a number of guild masters for reasons of ill health in the 1870s. Nor were medical concerns the only issue. The inexorably increasing fiscal pressures on the Egyptian government in the late 1870s combined with its interest in public health to provoke an increased surveillance of the guild masters. The guild master of the vessel makers complained of having been unjustly dismissed. In 100. Justification, the governor of Alexandria explained that the revenue supervisor of the governorate had indicated that a number of guild masters were blind, deaf, or advanced in years and unable to perform their duties. For this reason the guild tax arrived late. He recommended that arrangements be made to elect suitable replacements. The medical commission attested that this guild master's weak eyesight rendered him unable to perform his duties. In a similar case, the governor of Cairo responded to an appeal by the deputy guild master of the dyers in the Cairo quarter of Bab ash-Sharia against his dismissal by asking the head of the government hospital and medical school to review the case. The physician reported that the guild officer had complete loss of sight in one eye and impaired vision in the other. Since his post supervising dyers depended on the ability to see, and because his condition was incurable, he could not fulfill his duties. This report not only demonstrates the mechanisms of increasing power for official medicine, but it suggests that Egyptian guild officers were at least partially responsible for quality control, something Gabriel Baer doubted. 38 such health-related grounds for dismissal were apparently common in this period within the bureaucracy as well. Sheikh Hussein Muhammad, head clerk of the government treasury department in Alexandria, was pensioned off in 1874 after being diagnosed with glaucoma. In a similar case, Sheikh Ali al-Hilwani, head clerk of the Pious Endowment for Mecca and Medina, was ordered to undergo an eye test by the head of the medical school and hospital to determine his continued ability to keep accounts, and forced into retirement when he failed it. The wording of the sources suggests that these tests introduced a new element of precision and indicated a heightened expectation on the part of the government. 39 As the governor of Alexandria noted, many guild masters suffered not only from poor eyesight, but also from old age and infirmity. But dislodging well-connected older guild officials could often prove time-consuming and difficult. The city council and the court of first instance in Alexandria ordered the dismissal of the guild master of the water carriers in Alexandria on grounds of infirmity. His appeal of the verdict dragged on. Meanwhile, the police received a complaint from the senior masters of the guild that the water authority was demanding security deposits from them. Since their guild master was in no position to come up with such a large sum, they wanted an agent appointed. The governor of Alexandria finally complied with their request, acknowledging the guild master's incapacity and also his great age. 40 Here higher government authorities acted only after the guild insistently lobbied them. The more intense interest of the Egyptian government in the health of guild officials in the 1870s attests not only to the growth of bureaucracy, but also to increased need for funds. Government officials could no longer tolerate guild structures in which the guild master barely functioned because of poor health or old age. In an odd way, the impact of European finance capital on Egypt. 101. Did encourage Weberian rationality, but from the top down and in the guise of the rapacious tax gatherer rather than that of the frugal merchant. Calvinism had its impact on the Nile Valley only at one remove, through the ledgers of bankers and financiers holding Egyptian paper and pledges. This change in the relationship of the state to the guilds raised many questions. Under the loose Ottoman system, the state had farmed out much administrative work to entities such as guilds. But if the state bureaucracy was going to closely regulate and supervise the guilds, as began to happen under Ismail, then were they really needed any longer? Could not these smaller bodies be absorbed by a grosser one? The intelligentsia. Unlike peasants and urban artisans and merchants, many members of the intelligentsia or third potentially revolutionary group did not pay taxes. This exemption obtained for the graduates of the military academies who became officers, and for the members of the bureaucracy. The state had an adverse economic impact upon the intelligentsia, as noted in the last chapter, primarily through its reductions in force of the late 1870s. The bureaucracy appears to have suffered from these cuts, along with the army and the seminaries. The regulatory role of the government also adversely affected many literate Egyptians, though in a different way from the customs inspections at Alexandria. The primary state means of controlling the intelligentsia, the censorship apparatus, will be discussed in a later chapter. Here it is enough to note that officials scrutinized all printed material closely for signs of political rebelliousness, and that this practice grated on journalists and playwrights and on their audiences. The reductions in force affecting government jobs during the debt crisis from the mid-1870s came after an orgy of state expansion during the cotton boom. Under Ismail, the number of government workers rose to between 20,000 and 50,000, and the armed forces grew from less than 25,000 to around 100,000 troops in only a decade. 41 The connection between the students in the civil schools, and lower and medium-level bureaucrats, and their common opposition to state hiring of foreigners, was noted by British MP Villiers Stewart, who made inquiries in the fall of 1882 among Cairenses and Alexandrians as to why they had supported Urabi. While in Cairo I took great pains to ascertain from native sources the secret of the sympathy Arabi met with there and in Alexandria amongst the very numerous class of small employees. Educated native Egyptians informed me that it was due to resentment at the ousting of natives from the subordinate official posts which had been going on at an increasing rate ever since the commencement of the European control, and the sub. 102. Stitution of Syrians and others. The native student class were closely connected with them by ties of relationship and still more by community of interest, because they were being educated to fill precisely the class of posts which they now saw passing away to foreigners. 42. Frustrated Circassian and Egyptian intellectuals, then, chafed not only at the general constriction of economic opportunities noted in the last chapter, but also at the deliberate policy of the state in hiring Europeans and Syrians for jobs they had been trained to do. The pressure to hire what we would now call Lebanese came from high European officials, who appreciated their French education and their use of European-style accounting and bookkeeping methods, in contrast to the Copts and other local Egyptian employees. Along with his civil schools for the training of the civilian intelligentsia, Ismail set up many new military academies. These recruited exclusively from the Ottoman nobility and Circassian nobles and gentry. Since the peasants, whether wealthy or poor, generally detested military service as privates and corporals, and the Ottomans probably had a place reserved for them even in a small officer corps, the main beneficiaries of the expansion of the military academies and of the officer corps appear to have been the Circassians. Much has been made of the antagonism between the Circassian nobles and gentry, and Egyptians of peasant background, but these glib ethnic generalizations need serious questioning. Although some Circassians identified with the Ottoman ruling elite, large numbers made alliances instead with the indigenous Egyptian notables. Many Circassians by this time were Arabophone, and they had developed an origin myth that asserted their descent from the Prophet Muhammad, so that one Circassian intellectual of this period wrote in his autobiography that he was of Circassian descent and Arab origin, Circassian Naslwa Arabi Lasl. 43. One is used to hearing that in this period Arab meant only the tribal Arabs of the desert, and a gentleman would not so refer to himself, but finding such a self-description by a Circassian should make us re-examine this proposition a bit. Early in 1879 the cabinet adopted the recommendations of an investigatory commission on military affairs that, in view of the debt crisis, the army be reduced from the 90,000 characteristic of the mid-1870s to 36,000. This diminution involved a shrinkage of the officer corps from 2,609 to 993. 44. The group that had the most to lose from the reductions in force in the military was the Circassian junior officers, trained in Ismail's new military schools, along with a small number of Egyptian junior officers of peasant background who had worked themselves up through the ranks. It is hard to imagine Egypt's peasant conscripts having many complaints about their release to their families and villages. The mainly Ottoman and wealthy Circassian staff officers, moreover, were also cushioned from any untoward effects of the demilitarization. 103. An incident at the British consulate in Cairo demonstrates the despair sweeping this section of the intelligentsia in the late 1870s. Borg reported that 10 students at the Citadel's military college called at the consulate, and said that they and their comrades, about 300 or 350 in number, had been at that college for a number of years and were lately told that they must look out for some work as they could not be kept there any longer, and they came to me. Being more fit for military service, they begged in preference to be allowed to enlist, promising to serve wherever their presence might be required. 45. The offer of these young sons of pashas, beys, and other magnates to become mercenaries for the British Army suggests a wild desperation that can only have gotten worse during the next 2 years. In February 1879, the British consul reported serious discontent among the army officers because the Nubar cabinet, with its European members, had put 2,500 of them on half-pay as an economy measure, and because the Treasury still owed them substantial arrears in pay. They feared the reductions in military strength by a European-dominated cabinet constituted nothing less than a preparation for a British occupation of the country, and they particularly disliked the British cabinet officer, Rivers Wilson, and his ally, the Armenian Prime Minister Nubar Pasha. Many Egyptians also resented the great increase in the number of Europeans employed in the Egyptian government, brought specially from Europe or India, and the high salaries they received despite their abysmal ignorance of the country. The special privileges of the Europeans grated as well. One Captain Muhammad Fahmy found himself imprisoned for 12 years for arresting an Austrian coffee house owner in 1869 with insufficient evidence, and his case was probably not an isolated one. 46 Viceroy Ismail at this point encouraged the discontent to find expression, as a means of ridding himself of Nubar and Wilson and regaining powers the cabinet had wrested from him. After contacting some of the dissatisfied officers, Ismail helped instigate a riot on February 18 in which 400 armed officers took Nubar and Wilson hostage briefly, demanding arrears in pay and uttering loud cries against the Europeans. 47 Ismail arrived on the scene to quell the protest, and had some protesting officers fired upon and arrested in order to make himself look good, despite his prior complicity in the riot. The duplicity of the Khedive in this regard turned many officers against him. Officers came streaming into Cairo from the provinces to demand arrears of pay and the release of their comrades, and strong threats were used against the Europeans to whom the blame for the treatment of the army was chiefly attributed. 48. Although the Viceroy engineered the protests as a means of outmaneuvering the Europeans on the cabinet, the officers had genuine grievances against the Europeans, and were hardly in Ismail's pocket. The officers had allies among civilians. Borg suggested that among the more 104 prominent of these opponents of Nubar Pasha were creditors of the government. These included about 15 major owners of Cairo butcheries, owed thousands of pounds for supplying meat to the military, 40 Syrian and Kurdish horse dealers, likewise creditors of the government, and 1,500 Bedouins of Hawari who had been employed in 1876 in the Ethiopian War but never remunerated. Borg noted that these three classes of creditors, each of which by itself might at any time create uneasiness, tired of receiving promises for their money have banded together with the disaffected officers. 49. Remember, moreover, that one is not here dealing with disparate individual creditors, but rather with corporate bodies, the taifas, or guilds. The butchers formed part of a guild, as did the horse dealers, an Egyptian tribal organization, although more egalitarian because based on kinship, had a similarly vertical authority structure. The government, then, not only increasingly regulated and overtaxed the guilds, but also welched on its debts to them. These grievances might have mattered less had the creditors actually been powerless, unconnected individuals, but the organizational capacity of the guilds made them potentially vigorous allies of the junior officers. Although the alliance came to little in the spring of 1879, partially because of Ismail's deposition, links were forged between the military and civilian society during the 1879 nativist movement that would re-emerge 2 years later. The holy and learned men of Islam constituted another ally of the army officers and of the Khedive and the anti-European nobles and notables in the spring of 1879. The ulama or Muslim clergy had accumulated a set of grievances against the European-dominated Nubar cabinet as well. It seems clear that, unlike Said, Ismail had no strong anti-clerical leanings, and through state subvention he had greatly increased enrollment of seminary students at Al-Azhar. Its enrollment figures, however, show a drastic cutback in government support from the time of the declaration of bankruptcy. After rising from around 10,000 in the early 1870s to 11,000 in 1875, enrollments at Al-Azhar were cut back to 7,695 in 1876 and the 3 subsequent years. Since no similar declines in enrollments occurred in government schools, one must conclude that a government desperately searching for budget cuts decided to favor the new educational system over the old. Such a policy seems likely to have generated grievances on the part of excluded students and of seminary graduates with fewer job prospects. Thousands of Azharite seminarians appear to have had their stipends cut off in the late 1870s, and reduced enrollments hurt the sons of village notables, who often employed Al-Azhar as a means of upward mobility. The tax crunch also affected the ulama with property, and some were handled roughly. The Interior Ministry summoned Sheikh Hassan al-Dwi in 1879 and threatened him over the £1204.45 he owed in back taxes on his lands in El Minya and Bani Suef. The state demanded either that he pay up immediately or that he put up collateral for the tax debt. He replied that he 105 had promised to either pay or put up collateral within 30 days, which had not yet elapsed. 50 A variety of grievances helped push the clerical wing of the intelligentsia into political action during the turbulent spring of 1879. The head of Egypt's Sufi brotherhoods, Sheikh Ali al-Bakri, d. 1880, held meetings of notables and clergy in his home for the purpose of stirring up religious feeling against the Nubar cabinet. 51 mosque preachers, worried that the foreign-influenced cabinet might turn Egypt over to European control, began denouncing cabinet minister Riyad Pasha as a friend of the Christians and an apostate. Prominent among these preachers was our friend Sheikh Hassan al-Dwi, whose taxes were in arrears, at least as of the following fall. 52 petitions began circulating for the adoption of a constitution on the model of the short-lived Ottoman constitution of 1876-77, which agitators said had been promulgated in Egypt but never instituted, and which would lead to a removal of the European ministers or at least to their subordination to the Chamber of Deputies. 53 In the end, the Nubar cabinet fell and, after an abortive attempt to set up another European cabinet under the heir apparent Tawfiq, Ismail appointed a cabinet of Ottoman Circassians with no European members. It was led by the anti-European constitutionalist, Sharif Pasha, though it should be noted that his constitutionalism was of an elitist variety aimed at shifting some power away from the Khedive and the Europeans to the nobles. However cozy he was with the Khedive, Sharif was not a pure vice-regal absolutist, and he thus gained the trust of the Egyptian notables in the Chamber of Deputies, as well as many reformists among the intelligentsia. Sheikh al-Bakri went to see the British consul, and argued for the justness of the reform movement. Vivian expressed his doubt that any cabinet consisting solely of natives could hope to subject the Khedive to cabinet rule. The Sheikh in reply declared that they had obliged the Khedive to swear on the Quran to keep his pledges to govern constitutionally and that they had also sworn to depose him, which they were determined to do, if he did not keep his promises. 54. The association of European hegemony with authoritarian government from the top by Ismail or the Nubar-Wilson cabinet was helping push even conservative Sufi leaders into the constitutionalist camp. For all the grains of salt with which one must take Sheikh al-Bakri's statements, a genuine discontent with the Nubar cabinet undeniably affected large segments of the intelligentsia, religious or otherwise in this period. Moreover, they widely adopted a belief, or at least rhetoric, that some sort of infusion of the popular will into government through a reformist cabinet, a revived Chamber of Deputies, and an adoption in the vassal state of Egypt of the 1877 Ottoman constitution, could reduce European domination of the country and reverse its decline into weakness. The movement in the spring of 1879 against the European-dominated cabinets constituted a diverse and fractious coalition of social forces. These can be 106. Seen in the signatories of the National Manifesto, Al-Laika al-Wataniyya, which demanded a new electoral law and increased prerogatives for the Chamber of Deputies. The cabinet was to be responsible to the Chamber in matters of domestic and financial policy. The manifesto also put forward an alternative to the financial plan of Rivers Wilson, the English cabinet member who wanted to raise land taxes. Alexander Scalch, while emphasizing the way in which Ismail orchestrated the movement for his own purposes, admits that the manifesto gave genuine expression to the interests of the signatories. He breaks down the signatures in the manner shown in Table 3.1. The leading role of the intelligentsia in the movement is clear. Some 28% of the signatures belong to army officers, most of them graduates of the military academies, though a few, such as Ahmed Urabi, had only some seminary education and rose through the ranks. Another 19% of the signatures came from the clerical intelligentsia. Among the high government functionaries, the distinction between nobles and the upper ranks of the intelligentsia would be difficult to draw, and this difficulty pertains to categorizing some of the urban notables as well. Yet it seems clear that the intelligentsia supplied at least half of the signatures on the manifesto. Ironically, the intellectuals produced by the new civil schools seldom attain the kind of status that would lead to their inclusion among important signatories of such documents, though through their newspapers and salons they expressed their dissatisfaction with the Nubar cabinet as well. Soon after this broad coalition of social forces managed to oust the European cabinet members, the European powers retaliated by deposing Ismail in favor of his son Tawfiq. The new Khedive flirted for a bit with the populist constitutionalism only half-famously unleashed by his desperate father, but soon reverted to absolutism with European support. Tawfiq moved to slash the army further, down to only 12,000, with, presumably, a mere 600 or so officers. He also adopted a policy of restricting the years an indigenous Egyptian could serve, thus making it impossible for sons of village headmen to rise through the ranks into the officer corps. The officers, therefore, had continued grievances. So, too, did many among the ulama, as they watched European Christian hegemony over their country deepen, and as the state slashed seminary enrollments and kept their salaries and stipends much lower than those paid to translators and other members of the secular intelligentsia. The 50-fold expansion in Egypt's foreign trade over the 19th century created sufficient tax revenues for a rapid, if highly uneven, growth in the state bureaucracy. Egyptians were more dramatically than ever before hedged about with rules and regulations, with police, official medicine, customs, and other bureaucracies now regulating their bodies and behavior much more closely. The burdens of high population growth on the agrarian state, of increased price inflation and growing expenditures, were exacerbated by excessive borrowing from European banks at high interest rates with punitive service charges. The burgeoning taxation structure drove much of the increased state interference in the lives of ordinary persons, and it injured their sense of the moral economy of taxation. These developments helped undermine the state's legitimacy. The peasant reaction to economic change and government policy gives eloquent testimony to rural discontents in this period. The tax squeeze coincided in the late 1870s with adverse weather and Nile conditions and population increases to produce widespread starvation in Upper Egypt. Peasant bands formed to resist further taxation, and to cling to life through banditry. Even in less destitute Lower Egypt, many hungry peasants turned to burglary. Worse, large numbers of peasants who managed to stay on their lands survived in the short term only by taking on massive debts, often from European or Levantine moneylenders at high rates of interest. Conditions appear to have improved in subsequent years, but the growing debt burden led to widespread peasant bankruptcies and foreclosures, often at the hands of foreigners. More ambiguous sorts of change challenged the urban guilds, but they too found taxes skyrocketing and their moral economy profoundly insulted. Although the guilds increasingly lost administrative functions, even as economic developments began to undermine them, they nevertheless continued to have political uses for their members and leaders. During the fiscal crisis of 1871–79, and especially during its later phases, guilds added to their repertoires of collective action. Petitions, the use of the press, civil disobedience, provoking arrest, strikes, and riots all constituted arrows in the quiver of disgruntled guild members by the late 1870s. These repertoires of collective action developed under the influence of economic and bureaucratic expansion, and became increasingly less conservative in tone and goals. The leader of the wagoners who went to jail for refusing to allow his men to be pressed involuntarily into low-paid government service desired officials to conform to new legal statutes outlawing forced labor. The striking waiters in Alexandria in 1878, discussed in the last chapter, wanted changes introduced that would bring them from feudal community to a more associative form of organization. 108. With room in it both for individual compensation and corporate solidarity. The butchers and horse dealers who allied themselves with dissidents in the spring of 1879 may have wanted more than mere arrears in pay. Guild members firmly believed in the elective principle, and in accountability of office holders, so that the butchers may have joined the notables, intellectuals, and officers in wanting a more law-based and less despotic regime. The guilds demonstrated their ability to lobby effectively by convincing Tawfik to lower their taxes a bit as of 1880. The guilds had continuing grievances, they were well organized, they had a set of potentially very effective tactics, and some were building alliances with dissidents among the notables, army officers, and intellectuals. They were set to play a crucial role in the mobilization of resources during the revolution of 1881–82. Finally, riots against Greeks in Tanta in 1872 and against Maltese and other Europeans in Port Said in the later 1870s, discussed in a later chapter, may have expressed latently a dissatisfaction with the way in which Europeans generally escaped high exactions, and even profited from the situation through money lending and the buying of land cheaply from immiserated peasant proprietors. The intelligentsia, including the graduates of military academies among the junior officers, also built up a stock of grievances in the 1870s and early 1880s. High rates of population growth encouraged the graduation of more cadets and civil school students than could be employed, and the budget crunch of the late 1870s worsened their situation. They, like the guilds, resorted to crowd action, as in their mobbing of the European cabinet members in February 1879. The religious and military branches of the intelligentsia supplied nearly half the signatures on the National Manifesto of April 1879, and its aims were widely supported by the modern intellectuals as well. They considered the Nubar cabinet to have capitulated to European hegemony, and to be making policy inimical to their interests but congenial to the Europeans. They wanted more local control of policy, through a reformed Chamber of Deputies. Indeed, some form of popular influence on the state struck many Egyptians as imperative, given the increasing scope of state intervention in civil society, as well as the state's increasing subservience to European goals. Viceregal despotism became a luxury the Egyptians felt they could ill afford. The question was whether they could organize to agitate for a different sort of government. In the next few chapters I will explore the impact of increased literacy, urbanization, the rise of political journalism and of political clubs, increased democracy among guilds, and crowd collective action on viceregal Egypt's political life. In the meantime, the actions of the state kept it in the minds of all subjects, as it invaded their lives as never before. The tax collector with his buffalo hide whip stood as wicked caricature of the viceroy and his scepter. The hierarchical and almost ritual spectacle of the floggings, and the bodily pain and scars they produced, served to remind everyone of Khedive Ismail's unrestrained presence as ruler. Urban guildsmen also suffered from such viceregal survey. 109. Nairs but also endured dark and unsanitary jails for failure to pay the taxes demanded of them. Tawfik's regime may have slightly benefited these guilds through abolition of some urban taxes, but that he appeared to do so under their pressure may have encouraged them to take further collective action against him and his European backers in the future. The capitulations that protected the guild's European competitors from local taxation remained in effect. Tawfik's policy of raising taxes in the countryside to offset urban tax relief, on the other hand, angered the rural elite of village headmen. Moreover, issues of legitimacy hung over taxation policy. Half of Egypt's tax revenues in the early 1880s went to pay for debt servicing on European loans. The torture of the entire Nile Valley on behalf of foreign financiers decisively undermined the viceroy's authority. It is not that the ruler is remembered that matters, but how. 4. The long revolution in Egypt. In the early 1850s, Egypt possessed only an elementary communications and transportation infrastructure, and the state had ceased promoting literacy. It is hard to imagine in such a situation how the people could have waged a truly national revolt or revolution, as opposed to tribal or urban factions engaging in scattered and uncoordinated clashes with the small army and police force. When asking what changed between 1852 and the revolution of 1881–82, we must take account of what social scientists refer to as social mobilization, the movement of the population into cities, the building of connective links such as railroads and telegraph lines, increases in literacy, and the rise of privately printed newspapers. Such changes do not cause movements of collective action, but they facilitate coordinated politics. Raymond Williams refers to the transformation of communications associated with printing and literacy in Europe as the Long Revolution, but in Egypt, as in much of Afro-Asia, this transformation took place in a highly compressed manner. The founding of private newspapers, for instance, occurred simultaneously with the extensive spread of telegraph lines. The communications revolution had at least indirect implications for the political one, insofar as a new sort of politics and political journalism grew up together. By the 1860s, not only had the cotton boom transformed the domestic economy, but telegraph connections allowed reception of international news through the wire services, and Ottoman and European newspapers could easily be shipped to Alexandria and taken by rail and steamship to Cairo and the interior. At first, immigrant European entrepreneurs and workers created a market for locally published newspapers in European languages. In the late 1860s and throughout the 1870s, private Arabic newspapers began publication. The cotton boom engendered among Egyptian brokers, merchants, distributors, noble agrarian capitalists, and peasants an interest in international events that might affect cotton prices. Closer to home, the economic and diplomatic penetration of Egypt by Europeans encouraged local elites to assert their interests, and brought about a further demand for political information. The similar processes occurring in Istanbul itself, along with the young Ottoman movement for constitutional monarchy in the Ottoman Empire, piqued the curiosity of the public inside the Ottoman vassal state of Egypt. A series of political crises in the Nile Valley, dating from Egypt's declaration of bankruptcy in 1876, all further promoted public interest in politics and therefore newspaper sales. 111. The growth of the press and of a modern public opinion was also aided by an extension of public literacy and a great increase in the number of intellectuals, bureaucrats, and seminarians from the mid-1860s, which created an unprecedented market for printed materials, especially for inexpensive ones such as newspapers. This demand had not existed on anywhere near such a scale in previous decades, as is indicated by the relatively small and predominantly state-owned printing industry of the 1840s and 1850s. Printed works had been potentially available to literate Egyptian Ottomans at least since early in the 18th century, when successful private Turkish printing houses were set up in Istanbul. The social and economic conditions that might create a significant demand for this technology and its products simply did not exist in the Nile Valley at that time, however. The question of how an extensive private press grew up, with an audience in the tens of thousands, is a crucial one for this study. After all, the non-existence or limited use of printing would clearly have retarded the political mobilization of the population. Literacy and social mobilization. Improved communications and transportation technology, greater population density and urbanization, along with increased literacy, do not cause revolutions, or even modernization. Such processes do, however, make populations more available for mobilization, enabling revolutions, even though they do not provoke them. The revolution of 1881–82 certainly constituted a new and different sort of popular movement than ever had appeared in Egypt before. Nationwide in scope, the movement's various components shared broadly the common goals of diminishing European economic and political influence, establishing consultative government domestically, and securing a fairer deal from the ruling Ottoman Egyptians for the various groups and classes that supported it. Without modern communications, no such degree of national cohesion could have been achieved. As recently as the 1840s it would have been impossible. Anthony Giddens has described the city in pre-capitalist societies as a special form of storage container, a crucible for the generation of power, via its relations with the countryside too. In Egypt's transition to capitalism, the city emerged not only as a power container for the state, but also a potential dynamo of anti-state activity. Although the rate of urbanization did not change greatly between 1850 and 1880, cities grew enormously because of overall population growth. This accelerated rate of growth in these decades, of 12 per 1,000 every year, led to a lowering of the society's mean age and a relatively larger stratum of young persons less fettered by property and family responsibilities. A 30% expansion in population also increased the density of villagers. 112. On the land, which in turn made communications between villages easier. The urban areas kept pace with this overall growth rate, and some cities expanded even faster because of the cotton boom and the railroad. Interior urban places in the fertile cotton-growing regions of Lower Egypt, newly linked by rail to the Mediterranean, such as Tanta, Mansoura, and Damanhur, experienced anywhere from 80 to 170% growth in these decades. Cairo and Alexandria, already large, grew by over 40%, outstripping the general rate of growth. 3. The cities concentrated increasingly large populations in areas where they could more easily be mobilized for collective action than in the scattered villages of the rural areas. The settlement of immigrants together in particular quarters of the city, or in bidonvilles, and the tradition of self-government within quarters allowed social bonds to remain or be built up that further enhanced the urban population's ability to mobilize. The railroad, Nile steamship, telegraph, and press, in turn, connected the cities with one another in an unprecedentedly tight network of travel and communication. Time-space convergence owing to new technology led to an implosion of Egypt's social geography, and, indeed, that of the world as a whole. 4. The figures on the extension of the railroad and telegraph lines under Ismail were often quoted by his admirers to prove he was not a total good-for-nothing, but the social meaning of these figures is seldom considered. Ismail had 112 canals dug, amounting to 8,400 miles, greatly expanding irrigation but also boat transportation. He had 5,000 miles of telegraph line laid, and extended railway mileage from 500 to 1,100 miles. He also established a nationwide postal service, employing the Khedivial steamers. 5. By 1871 a British consul reported that every town and village of importance in Lower Egypt has a telegraph station, and in 1872 Egyptian government telegraph lines carried 389,225 European messages and 238,521 Egyptian ones, figures that exclude telegrams sent through the independent lines, British India Telegraph Company and the Suez Canal Company. 6. The infrastructural improvements not only stimulated the economy, but also wove new threads of interconnectedness through his realm. The completion of the railway under Said in 1858 reduced travel time from Alexandria to Cairo from 4 days to 8 hours. Ismail's further extension of railway mileage cast the rest of Egypt, and even northern Sudan, into the same sort of time warp. The level and types of literacy, and the sorts of publishing activities being undertaken, set a crucial context for the study of social mobilization. Egypt in the 19th century witnessed a shift from a situation in which literacy was the monopoly of a small group of bureaucrats, clergy, and merchants to one in which shopkeepers, apprentices and sons of village headmen read out newspaper headlines to assembled crowds. 7. Literacy is not a strictly specifiable technology, but a set of socially constructed practices that often reflects social relations of authority. Here we are mainly concerned with a level of literacy sufficient for the comprehension of a front-page newspaper article. The basic 113 vehicle of education for most Egyptians remained in the 19th century what it had been in the 18th century, the current school, and in many cases it probably did bestow sufficient literacy to allow graduates some access to the press. The strict discipline of the schoolmaster, along with an emphasis on rote learning and memorization of a sacred text, not only instilled the skill of literacy, but also habits of obedience. Even the modernized elementary schools set up by Ali Mubarak, which taught mathematics, geography, and history, emphasized Benthamite political socialization. 8. On the other hand, the current school pedagogy also instilled respect for Islamic orthodoxy and norms. Those schooled in this way might most easily be turned toward rebellion where local governmental authorities, by allying themselves closely with non-Muslims, seemed themselves to be threatening Islamic norms and Muslim autonomy. A radical press, in turn, could initiate a new sort of discourse authorizing rebellion under the banner of Islamic nativism, putting into words what many already felt. We should avoid, however, the pitfalls of looking at the impact of intellectuals' writings on non-literate or semi-literate sectors of society as a one-way sort of communication. We should remember that non-literate culture can be dynamic, and that literate and non-literate culture interacted in Egypt over long periods of time. A simple dichotomy fails to account for the totality of culture in modern societies, when, typically, different media and multiple practices almost always mingled in complex ways. 9. The development of literacy in the 19th century awaits systematic study based on such criteria as ability to sign documents. In the meantime, we must examine other indicators. For instance, a correlation has been argued between literacy and factors such as education, book production, and book ownership. 10. Book ownership is an ambiguous indicator of literacy in the ordinary folk, of course, who in Europe read pamphlets and picaresque tales more often than they delved into the literary canon. In Egypt, newspaper readership is probably more significant in our period than book ownership. Even a key nationalist text like At-Tata'i's History of Egypt had a first printing of only 500 copies. 11. For 19th century Egypt, the expansion of education and newspaper circulation points strongly to a significant increase in literacy. Table 4.1 indicates a remarkable doubling of the number of current schools in Egypt between 1869 and 1878, probably as a result of the cotton boom, which put the sort of wealth into public hands that allowed a vast expansion in private and state subvention for primary education. Viceroy Ismail and many notables, in founding or subventing schools, set an example followed by ordinary folk. 12. We are given help in interpreting such figures in terms of literacy rates by calculations made for the Turkish-speaking provinces of the Ottoman Empire in the same period. A decade of educational work after the Crimean War produced a literacy rate of about 2% of the population in 1868. By 1876, a frenetic bout of school foundings and expansion in the numbers of students in existing facilities had raised the Ottoman literacy rate to about 5%. 13. It seems likely to me that the Egyptian figures were comparable. Even some rough calculations for the number of living current school graduates in 1878 would suggest something on this order. Certainly, it is reasonable to posit a doubling of the literacy rate in the 1870s, given that primary school enrollments more than doubled. In addition to the schools, the armed forces, which grew to over 100,000 men under Ismail, proved a major avenue to literacy. Some occupations, in addition, bestowed literacy in the course of their apprenticeship. A government report complained in 1880. At the moment, how are employees of various government departments recruited? Their offices are encumbered with a cloud of children whom their parents, themselves functionaries, bring with them from the time they can walk. These children never set foot in a school. They grow and are formed little by little, for better or worse, by sheer routine, without having any serious and methodical instruction. With time they become bureaucrats themselves, and have gotten their foot in the door of administrative work for good. 14. The dour tone of this report hides the guild-like structures of tutelage in the bureaucratic workplace, whereby child employees grew from being apprentices to the equivalent of journeymen and masters. 15. Such on-the-job training among employees of government offices and local trading houses may have had its drawbacks, but it probably reproduced sectors of the literate strata with minimal adequacy, and in such a way as to exclude them, often, from government statistics on education. Egypt's literacy rate in 1800 probably did not exceed 1%, whereas in 1880 it may well have stood around 4 or 5%. With this figure, Egypt gained a critical mass of literate persons in vital employment sectors, allowing 115 them to establish not only urban networks, but truly national linkages with the literate in other regions and occupations, all of which could be mobilized for political purposes. In these years we see the advent throughout the city quarters and villages of individuals who could read the newly founded private newspapers aloud to family, friends, neighbors, and coffee house patrons. The way in which the 1870s are remembered for cultural efflorescence reflects a major shift in the literacy profile of the country, all the more remarkable for having been carried out not only through government schools, but also in some large part by private subvention, at a time of rapidly increasing population. Printing, journalism, and public opinion. From all accounts, a palpable change occurred during the 1860s and 1870s in cultural activity, as a result of the increased numbers of civil school graduates, and of the impact of the printing press and other new media such as the telegraph in Egypt and the Ottoman Empire as a whole. Political journalism came into being, supported by and modeled on the European wire services, and it interacted with its growing audience to create a new public consciousness. The newspapers also changed the position and roles of the intellectuals, making them better informed, allowing the formation of broad political consensus among them, and amplifying their own writings to the reading and hearing public. The ability of publishers for the first time successfully to launch periodicals that depended on newsstand and subscription sales constitutes yet another piece of evidence for an increased literacy rate. The typical juxtaposition of printing and capitalism arose in Western Europe from 1450 or so, in Russia during the 18th century, and in most of Asia and Africa from the middle of the 18th or sometime in the 19th century. Especially in the early stages of the introduction of the printing press in Afro-Asia, much publishing remained in state control. In every instance, however, government near monopolies on publishing gave way to the rise of privately owned printing presses, as occurred in Egypt during the 1870s. The transition to private publishing usually presupposed an expansion in the rate of literacy and at least a slight movement of the society away from pre-industrial and toward some sort of capitalist relations of production. Under these circumstances, two contradictory forces shape publishing: the leveling and individualizing impact of the market laws of supply and demand on the one hand, and on the other the corporatist influence of the growing bourgeoisie, which attempts to establish its cultural hegemony by claiming to represent the whole society through such ideal constructs as the public 16. Once printing becomes a relatively widespread technology in society, it makes written material available much more inexpensively and much more broadly, and allows the exact reproduction of diagrams so essential to the advancement of science and technology. 116. Ogi. Elizabeth Eisenstein has documented the manner in which the advent of printing wrought a transformation in the world of ideas. 17. The Ottoman writers seemed especially self-conscious about the changes in consciousness produced by the dramatic increase in circulation that accompanied the founding of privately published newspapers in the 1860s and 1870s. The Istanbul-based Lebanese journalist Ahmed Paris Ashshaityaq wrote in 1871 that formerly the ulama, Muslim jurisprudents, and poets would take no interest in politics, devoting themselves to the minutiae of their arts or disciplines. He continued, after the spread of newspapers in Islamic lands, the learned therein acquired a desire to know about politics. Hardly any event occurs in Europe of which they remain unaware. Rather, one sees them delving into its consequences and looking into its effects. This is a fruit of the newspapers, insofar as they have rendered the learned qualified to be counted among policy makers, arbab as-siyasa. Those from among the intellectuals who took up official positions before the spread of these newspapers and who fulfilled their duties properly, such as Mehmet Raidat Pasha and Ahmed Sevdet Pasha, are rarities of the age. 18. One could hardly hope for a clearer argument for the popular press as the catalyst of an important change in the political position of intellectuals in the Ottoman Empire. That it derives from the pen of an Ottoman intellectual who lived through the period, moreover, lends it some authenticity, though as a journalist Ashshaityaq may have wished to take too much credit for a phenomenon with rather more complicated causes. Ashshaityaq's view finds support in the writings of the young Ottoman author Namık Kemal. In the late 1870s he discussed the advent of printing and newspapers in the context of changes in style and genre in Ottoman Turkish literature. He notes, first of all, a major transformation in style and taste during the previous 15 or 20 years. He recalls a time when composing a well-constructed letter, with correct grammar and agreement, and embellished with a prayer and some verse, was seen as a demonstration of great skill. Namik Kemal had himself received a promotion to the second civil rank because the Sultan thought well of the rhetorical excellence he displayed in an article on preventing fires in Istanbul. Such a flowery article would now be scorned by the litterateurs. 19. Readership has also changed, and as Ottoman prose literature became liberated from the chains of captivity to the old style, he says, it rendered many services to the nation. He marvels that 15 years ago the contents of a published newspaper, no matter how important, were not read by 500 persons. Today, every issue of those papers printed concerning current events passes before at least 5,000 persons in households, reading rooms, towns, and villages. Citizens in their 10th or 13th year are reading the newly written books with great pleasure. It is amusing and profitable. 117. In the past 15 years among both women and men the number of readers has grown 100-fold. In Istanbul shopkeepers and apprentices are reading. If all cannot do so, they listen. They acquire information about the rights of the state, the independence of the nation, love of the homeland, public spirit, military glory, and the range of the benefits of knowledge, even if concisely. Has not this expansion of the horizon of reading occurred under the shadow of the new style? 20. Here Kemal firmly links the spread of literacy and the popularity of the daily press not simply with printing technology, but with the rise of a new, leaner prose writing style. In mentioning artisans, women, and teenagers, he underlines the democratizing effects of printing. Kemal's argument had more force than even he probably imagined. The rhymed prose of medieval manuscript literature served in part as a mnemonic device, at a time when readers tended to commit a good deal to memory. Rhymed prose also helped work against the corruption of the text by copyists over time, since the requirement that it rhyme narrowed the possible readings of a word. The parallelisms engendered by this technique likewise led to many statements being made twice, in different ways, which also helped preserve the text from corruption. The unfortunate side effect of rhymed prose, for all its technical value in preserving manuscripts from scribal mistakes, lay in the extensive vocabulary it required. The need for rhymes, parallelism, and synonyms sent authors to the dictionaries frequently, and caused them to resort to obscure terms inaccessible to ordinary folk. Medieval Arab lexicographers even organized their dictionaries according to the last letter of the word, facilitating the work of rhyming in both poetry and prose. The introduction of printing on a wide scale eliminated the problem of copyists' errors. Thousands of copies of a book could be printed inexpensively from the same plates, eliminating the need for rhetorical redundancy. At the same time, the sheer ability to reach an audience of thousands encouraged authors to simplify their styles and to make them more accessible. The press felt these twin impetuses to a new, cleaner style most urgently and before any other genre of writing. The Islamic reformer Muhammad Abduh, while a young seminarian in his 20s, wrote on the rise of the daily press. 21 He, like the Ottoman thinkers cited above, sees newspapers as an outgrowth of writing, but gives little attention to the technology of the printing press. Abduh depicts newspapers as a means to civilizational advancement and to international order. They inform a people of the causes of progress, and keep international neighbors apprised of each other's news. They also serve a didactic function, he asserts, criticizing vice and encouraging virtue. In their political reporting, newspapers can guide rulers by distinguishing the just path from the wicked one and can usefully speculate on the consequences of particular courses of action. Ironically, given the Syrian Christian ownership of many newspapers, Abduh likens the publisher to a mosque preacher who mounts his pulpit and blows the trump of the angel Israfil, which can either cause the living to perish or bring the dead back. 118. To life. The perception that newspapers helped expand and perhaps even displace earlier oral information networks centered on the mosque and market is valuable. So too is the idea that Egyptians used their newspapers as an extension of Islamic customs such as sermon preaching and ethical advice giving. Abduh paints newspapers as a sort of serial mirror for princes, a long-term tutor of ethics and geopolitical strategy for the ruler, and even for his subjects. This conception bridges the distance between At-Tahta'i's generation, who began to use modern tools such as 19th-century historiography to replace the mirrors for princes, and the generation of the late 1870s, who witnessed the inception of an Egyptian political journalism that could play that role more effectively. Given the still small readership and listenership of the newspapers, we cannot call them a mass medium as yet. But they certainly constituted a new means of communication linking tens of thousands of individuals. Increased newspaper circulation and the rise of a private press not only spread information more efficiently, but changed the social position of intellectuals and bestowed on readers or listeners from most social strata a new consciousness of politics. In some important sense, the new press helped create a new sort of politics in Anatolia and the Nile Valley. Private journalism became an arena wherein opposing factions among the nobles and notables could fight out their battles for public support. It also became a vehicle for unprecedented power among journalists, editors, and publishers. Truly political journalism did not arise in Egypt until after 1875, but many literate Egyptians got a preview of this fabled creature by means of the Turkish language press during the controversy in the empire over constitutionalism during the late 1860s and the 1870s. Ottoman constitutionalism and political journalism. Despite the appearance of the government gazette from 1863 and the private, pro-government Wadi an-Nil from 1867, Arabophone political journalism hardly existed in Egypt before the late 1870s. The first experience elite Egyptians had with newspapers that addressed Ottoman concerns in terms of indigenous politics came with the appearance of Istanbul-based weeklies in Arabic and Turkish during the 1860s. These periodicals, moreover, had a context in the increasing politicization of the public in Istanbul and other Turcophone Ottoman centers. In this period, Ottoman politicians and intellectuals carried on a great debate in the press over reform and constitutionalism, in which younger cliques of intellectuals began challenging the sufficiency of the old Tanzimat philosophy of reform from the top down as autocratic, inefficient, subject to European pressures, and dangerous to the vitality of Islam. In short, a dissident philosophy of populist, nativist democracy found its way into the press through the efforts of a new generation of committed journalists. 119. These politically engaged writers on the whole belonged to the diffuse and often fractious movement that has become known as the Young Ottomans. Discussions of this political current have tended to focus on a handful of bureaucrats and intellectuals resident in the Ottoman capital, when, of course, they were not in exile. But in important senses, this movement had a wide influence throughout the Middle East, extending even to Iran. If the Young Ottomans had an influence in foreign lands, how much more likely is it that their debate on political reforms had an impact on the Arabophone regions of the empire itself? These areas differed in their relationship to the center. The provinces of geographic Syria, directly ruled by the Sultan through rotating governors, came to participate quite centrally in the representative government of the mid-1870s, sending delegates to the First Ottoman Parliament of 1877. The experiment thus had an immediate if short-lived effect on Damascus. The movement also had some significance for vassal states such as Egypt, which before 1876 was viewed as more progressive than the center because of Ismail's creation of the Chamber of Deputies. Young Ottoman ideas came into Egypt through four channels. First, one of the young Ottomans, Khedive Ismail's brother Mustafa Fadil Pasha, d. 1875, came from Egypt, even though he made his career mainly in Istanbul. He maintained a network of supporters in Cairo, despite his virtual exile as a rival for the governorship of Egypt, and Egyptian writers surely knew of his reformist ideas. 22 Second, Egyptian intellectuals read Turkish-language periodicals published in Istanbul and Europe, as well as European newspapers reporting on Ottoman affairs. Third, even the Ismail-supported Al-Jawab, published in Arabic from Istanbul by Ahmed Paris Ash-Shidyak, demonstrated slightly progressive leanings and certainly reported fully on the constitutionalist period in the mid-1870s. It maintained a full network of regular distributors in Egypt. Finally, Syrian immigrants to Egypt who had come more directly under reformist influences during the prime ministership of Mithat Pasha brought constitutionalist ideas with them. Mustafa Fadil's writings, and subsequent patronage for progressive Ottoman journalism in Europe and Istanbul, brought him into close touch with a group of dissident intellectuals who had formed a secret organization they called the Patriotic Alliance. The young Ottomans, including figures such as Namik Kemal and Ebiazi Tevfik, made an alliance with progressive nobles such as Mithat Pasha, and finally succeeded in achieving an Ottoman constitution and parliament in the years 1876 to 78. 23 They deposed Sultan Abd al-Aziz, and attempted to impose the new institutions on the young Abd al-Hamid II, but the latter managed to set them aside and to revert to imperial absolutism from 1878. The struggle over constitutionalist ideas in the Ottoman press hardly went unnoticed in Cairo. Despite Egypt's seeming step toward parliamentary government with Ismail's convening of a Chamber of Deputies in 1866, Absolute 120. Ism remained the Egyptian political reality. The Chamber of Delegates, far from representing an independent branch of government, merely constituted a largish advisory council within the executive. Ismail, like a child tired of a new toy, even stopped convening it for a while in the 1870s. The establishment of this body satisfied few in Egypt with constitutionalist leanings, and, excitingly enough, the young Ottomans clearly wanted to go much further than Egypt had. Turkish-language periodicals found their own distribution network in Egypt, and Egyptian intellectuals read them avidly. 24 Even more accessible, of course, was Al-Jawaibi, an Arabophone newspaper based in the Ottoman capital and published by the Lebanese convert to Islam Ahmed Paris Ash-Shidyak with subvention from Khedive Ismail. 25 Although originally similar to At-Tata'i and his generation in Egypt in regard to political views, Ash-Shidyak in the 1870s clearly felt the impact of young Ottoman and constitutionalist ideas. One must remain aware here of the gradations of political sentiment in the Ottoman Empire. Conservatives favored the status quo ante of before the Tanzimat reforms, particularly those of 1856, which granted Christians civil equality with Muslims and began the secularization of law. The Tanzimat reformers themselves may thus be seen as slightly left of center, as must those who supported a cabinet form of government rather than direct monarchical rule. Such men as Fuad Pasha and Ali Pasha, however, pushed the reforms from the top down, presiding over an increasingly powerful corporation of government administrators, and they opposed decentralization of authority. The autocracy of the Sultan therefore at times found an ally in the elite reformism of the Tanzimat men. The young Ottomans challenged both. A few Tanzimat supporters among high officials, such as Mithat Pasha and Rudu Pasha, came likewise in the 1870s to support constitutionalism, allying themselves, however uneasily, with the young Ottoman intellectuals. Ash-Shidyak belonged during the 1860s to the camp of the Tanzimat reformers, and his newspaper constituted the major Arabic language voice for their concerns. But he appears to have moved toward the Tanzimat left wing in the 1870s, and during the short-lived Constitution and Constituent Assembly he forthrightly defended consultative, parliamentary government. He began by setting forth his views on forms of government somewhat obliquely in the early 1870s, especially with regard to the fall of the French Empire and the rise of the Third Republic. Drawing on the views of an American journalist, he reserved special praise for English, Belgian, and American forms of polity and political economy, but suggested that a constitutional monarchy was as good as a republic. Here one feels that the use of the American journalist as his authority and the discourse about distant events in France form little more than a screen, that the real subject is the need for a constitutional monarchy in the Ottoman Empire to forestall the sort of turmoil that racked France. 26 During the constitutional period of 1876 to 78, Ashshidyak supported the 121 new restrictions on the Sultan wholeheartedly. He argued that Islam mandated consultative government, that absolutist rule was inevitably unjust, that to attempt to void the principle of consultation was tantamount in Islam to the commission of forbidden sins. 27 Nor did he feel that the simple institution of cabinet government entirely fulfilled the mandate to consult. He insisted that the intent of the phrase assemblies of consultation is those assemblies that the delegates of the community attend, having been legally elected. The phrase does not refer to cabinets attended by the ministers and agents of the country's ruler, for this regime cannot dispense with a parliament, insofar as the members of the aforementioned cabinet will compete with one another to please the ruler so as to avoid losing their posts. 28. He saw the parliament as a force balancing the power of the Sultan, and encouraged the members of parliament not only to discuss the welfare of the subjects, but to criticize government actions when they felt them to be wrong. 29 With the dramatic achievement of a constitution and an elected parliament in 1876–78 the Ottoman center leapt far beyond Egypt in adopting liberal democratic reforms. Khedive Ismail either chose to support this movement in Istanbul in hopes it would give the vassal states more autonomy, or simply could not rein in journalistic clients such as Ashshidyak, whose encomiums on democratic government circulated widely back in Egypt, as well. The liberal ideals did not shine long, and the looming shadow of Russian victory in the War of 1877–78 finally eclipsed them. Already in February 1877 the Sultan dismissed the reformist First Minister Mithat Pasha, both for his intransigence in dealing with European demands, and from dislike of his constitutionalist convictions. A year later, in February 1878, with the Ottoman defeat, the young Sultan Abdülhamid used the state's weakness as a pretext to dissolve a reproving parliament and to interpret the constitution thereafter in an absolutist manner, in effect putting both in limbo until the Young Turk Revolution of 1908. 30 As the Ottoman state turned to reaction, partially under Prussian and Russian tutelage, the Sultan lightly discarded a generation of liberal political work by Ottoman intellectuals and notables. The dismissal of Mithat Pasha and the subsequent dissolution of parliament disquieted not only constitutionalists in Egypt, but even its Ottoman Egyptian elite. Egypt and the other vassal states had not sent members of parliament to Istanbul, but apparently Cairo hoped for greater autonomy or greater influence over affairs at the center should the experiment in democracy succeed. The British consul in the Egyptian capital reported that the news of the fall of Mithat Pasha has caused much surprise and disappointment here. The viceroy and the Turkish pashas at the head of affairs, who are in constant with Constantinople, believed or professed to believe that the reforms in 122 graded by Mithat Pasha were really serious, that they were the commencement of a new era which would give a fresh lease of life to the Ottoman Empire. 31. If even the autocratic Ismail and his Ottoman Egyptian nobles, who had serious differences with the notables in Egypt's own Chamber of Deputies, grew alarmed at Mithat's fall, then supporters of constitutionalism within Egypt suffered even greater chagrin. Ismail probably feared that Abdülhamid's turn toward absolutism might take the form of attempts to regain central control over the vassal states. Advocates of constitutionalism within Egypt, on the other hand, clearly took the 2-year liberal experiment in the imperial center as a potential role model. Abdülhamid therefore disappointed both the major political forces in Egypt, and may have thus fostered a willingness to seek other imperial lieges among its nobles and a greater proto-nationalism among its notables. The importance for Egyptian thought and political developments of the young Ottoman movement and the brief constitutional monarchy in the center seems self-evident, and I will present further evidence for it later on. The way in which the standard accounts of Egypt in this period make little or no mention of the Ottoman precedent points to the pitfalls of country history, and of projecting back into the 19th century the nationalism and isolation from Istanbul characteristic of Egypt in the 20th. Aside from the publications of the young Ottomans and of the constitutionalists of 1876–78 in Istanbul, writers within Egypt took up the ideals of this movement, prominent among them some Syrian Christian journalists. Quite aside from its political goals, the Ottoman constitutional movement pointed in several ways to the new importance of printing and journalism. The young Ottomans demonstrated the importance of the private press as an agent of political change, using it to promote a parliamentary form of government. The combination of patronage from liberal nobles such as Mustafa Fadil and the healthy subscriptions generated by political controversy proved a winning one. We have already seen Namik Kemal's testimony to the impressive increase in circulation and readership figures in this period, suggesting a much expanded public role for the press. Whether Syrian Christian publishers operating in Egypt such as Adib Ishaq imitated this formula or reinvented it, it certainly reoccurs in Egypt during the late 1870s. The expansion of political journalism. If Namik Kemal can be believed, from the beginnings of private newspapers in the 1860s through their multiplication in the late 1870s, the typical readership of an Ottoman news sheet increased 10 times, from 500 to 5,000 copies. Remember, however, that readership differs from circulation. Modern mass. 123. Market magazines tell their advertisers that every issue sold is read by an average of 3 persons. Since household size would have been much larger in the 19th century Middle East, the average family of merchants, bureaucrats, or others of the middling sort should have provided 4 or 5 literate readers for any newspaper bought or subscribed to. If families read important news aloud, the multiplier would have been even higher. From about 1876, a private press that concerned itself more directly with politics began to appear in Egypt, relieving the politically conscious of a dependence on the publications of Istanbul and Europe. The circulation of these Egyptian periodicals appears to have risen throughout the late 1870s and early 1880s. Reliable circulation estimates for individual newspapers, however, are hard to find. Yakup Sanyu, editor of the expatriate Abu Nazara Zarqa, Inspector Blue Spectacles, claimed to have achieved a circulation of 10,000 copies for his newspaper in Egypt among a small elite of literate nobles, notables, and the middle strata. 32. It is tempting to dismiss Sanyu's circulation estimate as a wild exaggeration, given what can be discovered about other newspapers. Certainly, it was not typical. In Namik Kemal's reckoning 10,000 would have been a huge circulation, twice the Istanbul norm for readership alone in the late 1870s. Most periodicals reported substantially lower estimates. Suleiman Naktash published 2 politically middle-of-the-road newspapers in 1880-82, the daily Al-Marusa and the weekly Al-Asr Al-Jadid. The Egyptian government put the circulation of the daily at around 2,000, and that of the weekly at 800. 33. The number of readers could, however, fluctuate. A biographer of Adib Ishaq, and Naktash's sometime partner, wrote that when he published a controversial article in Al-Marusa in 1882, attacking a man who had calumniated him to the Khedive, the circulation of the newspaper shot up to 2,000 in Cairo alone. 34. More provocative and stylistically exciting periodicals apparently did somewhat better. Abdullah an-Nadim printed 3,000 copies of the first issue of his humorous political magazine, At Tankat Wa at Tabkat, It Is to Laugh, It Is to Cry, and said he only had 5 returned to him by dealers. Subsequent runs sold out the minute they were printed, finding a wide distribution in both town and country. 35. One suspects that circulation climbed farther from the initial range of 3,000, for Nadim transformed the paper into the unofficial mouthpiece of the Yorubists in the autumn of 1881, changing the name to At-Taif. Even using the contemporary multiplier of 3 readers per copy would suggest a readership of some 6,000 for the moderate Al-Marusa. This result is in the same range as Namik Kemal's estimate for Turkish newspapers in the late 1870s. But given the extended family households of the 19th century, one could expect an even larger readership, of perhaps 8,000, on a circulation of 2,000. Of course, Al-Marusa was only one of several newspapers being published in this period. In the fall of 1881, Al-Aram, Al-Asr Al-Jadid, al-Burhan, al-Hijaz, al-Iskandariyat, al-Jawaibi, al-Kawkab al-Misri, al-124. Mufid, at-Taif, al-Watan, and al-Waqa'i al-Misriyat also competed with one another in the market, not to mention the expatriate newspapers smuggled into the country on a large scale. At an average circulation of 2,000, the legally published newspapers in the fall of 1881 would have had a combined circulation of 24,000, even at a low 3 readers per copy, they would have had some 72,000 readers at the very least. Of course, some readers subscribed to or bought more than one of these, reducing the total number of readers, but the multiplier here used is already so small that if anything I have erred on the side of caution. Remember, too, that the smuggled expatriate newspapers have been excluded from the reckoning, simply because their circulation is impossible to estimate. No matter how tentative, this result is quite extraordinary. In 1860 Egypt had no Arabic-language newspaper, the official gazette having ceased publication for budgetary reasons. Even when it started up again in 1863, the government broadsheet probably had a small circulation. For the regular consumers of newspapers to have risen from 0 to tens of thousands in the course of 20 years indicates a virtual revolution in the consciousness of the literate strata. Around 1% of Egyptians, and a much higher percentage of adults, probably read the newspaper, and those readers belong to the most powerful social classes. Again, I want to stress that I do not think the expansion of press readership caused any political events. On the other hand, the way in which the literate strata became more closely linked to political trends in the capital, and exposed to the ideologies promulgated by particular editors and political clubs, made the practice of national politics possible. As a practical matter, as well, the press supplied activists nationwide with timely and crucial information once they decided to oppose viceregal absolutism and European hegemony. The newspapers made available new ways of thinking and political information even to the ordinary folk, through a network of functionally literate primary school and seminary graduates. The folk culture of Egypt, in turn, had an important effect on some newspapers. Intellectuals such as Yaqub Sanyu and Abdullah an-Nadim spent enough time with workers and peasants to borrow their colloquial forms of discourse for satiric periodicals such as Abu Nazar Zarqa and At-Tankat wa At-Tabkat. The use of colloquial Egyptian Arabic rather than standard literary Arabic in turn made such newspapers especially accessible to ordinary folk. The contemporary Swiss observer, John Ninet, wrote that Sanyu's publications gained an immense circulation. He added of the same publisher's news sheets that in the late 1870s there was hardly a donkey boy of Cairo, or of any of the provincial towns, who had not heard them read, if he could not read them himself, and in the villages I can testify to their influence. 36. Mikhail el-Sharubim, a contemporary historian, describes the mood in Egypt in the fall of 1881, after the departure of an Ottoman investigative team sent to 125. Discover the causes of unrest in the army and among the populace, amid speculation that the Sultan might depose the Viceroy of Egypt, Tawfiq. The people of Egypt had a desire to know, in those days, what would happen after the arrival of the delegation back in the capital of the empire. They increasingly wondered what was in the newspapers, and began buying more of them. Those among the common people with no knowledge of reading were forced to seek the company of someone who had a smattering of it. I used to see them in the streets of Cairo and the old city, crowds of them, gathered about a man, or a boy from among the Quran Shul pupils, while he read to them the translation of a piece by the publisher of the London Times or another foreign newspaper. All the time, they clamored and shouted, "There is no power save through God." This practice became common among the people of the market and among followers of low trades, such as the dyers, oil dealers, and barbers. One day I saw a boy in a greengrocer's shop, with one of the Arabic newspapers in his hand. In front of the shop a large gathering of rabble crowded around the boy while he read the text to them. 37. Here we find a common theme among contemporary writers on the rise of political journalism. The political crises of the late 1870s through 1882 created an ever larger market for newspapers by piquing the curiosity of the public as to political outcomes. The Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78 led to increased circulations for newspapers in Egypt, and circulations jumped once more during the crisis of 1879, which culminated in the removal of the European cabinet members and the deposition of Khedive Ismail. 38 The restlessness of the military and the move toward a constitutional regime in 1881, according to Cherubim, had a similar impact. One might conclude that a feedback loop existed whereby the political dramas provoked by the integration of Egypt into the North Atlantic-centered world system helped create a newspaper-reading public in the Nile Valley. The thirst of this audience enticed newspapers to respond to the market by covering politics more straightforwardly. But the resultant creation of an informed public opinion among Egyptians threw up barriers to growing European influence that helped bring about further crises. The very form taken by the press in Egypt changed greatly over the period 1876–80, as Ramzi M. Jayid has carefully documented. 39 Compared with the official gazette of the 1860s and early 1870s, the late 1870s saw an increase in the proportion of editorials and cultural essays in relation to hard news. News of foreign affairs occupied some 50 to 60% of the space, compared with 40% earlier on. Much of the foreign news consisted of translations from the wire services. News of the provinces was reported more frequently, and Alarum innovated in sending out roving reporters from the capital to cover news in more remote regions. Jayid found in the late 1870s that the rambling essay full of rhyming prose and parallelisms yielded some ground to a motor. 126. 8. Pyramidal style of journalistic writing, wherein the writer sparely proceeds through the facts by order of importance. The wire service reports, which Egyptian journalists translated into Arabic, often provided them with models for the pyramid style. Jayid found a decline in rhetorical flourishes, and less exaggerated praise of a noble or notable when his name was mentioned. Reportage of international news moved most decisively in this direction, becoming almost telegraphic in style under the influence of the wire services. Correspondence reports kept the literary flourishes the longest. From the mid-1870s several developments in material culture interacted with changes in mentality. The rise of a privately owned press, especially one that published newspapers accessible even to many ordinary persons, took key decisions about the shape of print culture out of government hands. The technology of the printing press and of telegraphy led writing away from medieval concerns with rhymed prose and parallelisms for the sake of preserving the text from copyists' errors. The new concerns for concision and intelligibility, partially deriving from market forces, helped introduce a new prose style and, perhaps, a new sort of reader's consciousness. These changes in turn increased the accessibility of printed literature, as did the occasional experiments with the use of colloquial Egyptian Arabic in some journals. The readership of Arabic-language newspapers rose from nothing in 1860 to a few hundred in the early 1870s, and to tens of thousands in 1881. In these two short decades, Egypt went from having nothing that could be called a public opinion to being the sort of country where crowds of ordinary persons crowded around Karanshul boys in the market to hear news of the latest political maneuverings of Gladstone and Sultan Abd al-Hamid. The long revolution of Raymond Williams occurred in the blink of an eye in Egypt and much of Afro-Asia. Of course, this extension in the network of communications had an economic as well as a technological context, and it is time to consider it. The business of the Arab Renaissance. A private press could not have grown up without a sufficient readership, implying a growth in literacy since 1860. Nor could it have made such progress unless potential readers could afford to buy daily newspapers, requiring a certain level of income among the reading public. But aside from these basic prerequisites, what did setting up in business as a newspaper publisher in Egypt require in the way of material and political resources? How did the market affect the content of newspapers, and what strategies did publishers adopt to increase circulation? How, in turn, did the business side of publishing affect political journalism, and hence public opinion? These questions cannot yet be answered fully, but some available documents and editorials point towards some basic conclusions. 127. The major private publishing houses of late viceregal Egypt tended to put out both books and newspapers, but for most of them we still have relatively little information about their finances. One of the publishing houses, Al-Marusa Press, however, submitted a brief on assets and expenses to the Egyptian government, seeking restitution for damage done during the revolution in 1882. The owner-editor estimated the value of its warehouse copies of Ali Mubarak's 4-volume Alam ad-Din in 1883 at 60,000 francs, around 2,400 Egyptian pounds at the official rate, and its other book stock at 10,000 francs, £400 tariff. 40. A large 4-volume work typically sold for £2.50, suggesting that 2 years after its publication An-Naktash still had about 1,000 unsold sets of Alam ad-Din, an imaginary travelogue to Europe. On the other hand, ordinary books ran 10 to 20 piastres, so that An-Naktash may have had 2,000 or 3,000 other book copies in his warehouse. That a private press could possess this sort of print capital at the end of our period points to a serious change in the book publishing environment during the 1870s, with private bourgeois publishers taking on projects that formerly would have been handled by the government press. Their willingness to step in suggests increased book buying, and, in turn, a large pool of literate Egyptians able to afford this luxury. This change, of course, occurred among the middle strata, and did not affect the vast majority of the population. The rise of a private political press probably had more implications for the consciousness of the ordinary folk. The first private newspaper, Abu Suyudi Effendi's weekly Wadi an-Nil, founded in 1867, depended in large part for income on donations from the viceroy, causing many to dismiss it as a propaganda organ. In 1872 Ismail gave it a hefty £280 subsidy. 41. It seems unlikely that Wadi an-Nil or its successor, Ra'dat al-Akbar, could have run as they did from 1866 to 1879 solely through government donations. But such help did keep subscription and newsstand prices down. The cost of a subscription in 1870, of only £1 per year, was small for the middle strata. Advertising, too, was low, at 4 piastres per line inside and 2 piastres on the back page. Abu Suyudi worried about his publications remaining inexpensive enough to fulfill their mission as an open school. In 1870 he began running an advertisement for his own Wadi an-Nil press, promising that book prices would come down by as much as 1/3. A new, smaller typeface allowed him to print 36 lines per page rather than 33, saving 10% in costs. He also acquired new, more efficient printing machinery. He estimated higher print runs would save another 15%, for he planned to double the number of book copies he printed from 1,000 to 2,000. He also in 1870 began taking up subscriptions for planned books, such as the Travels of Ibn Battuta and a collection of holy sayings from the Prophet, promising a discount for pre-publication subscribers. 42. The debt crisis gradually dried up government support, opening the way to more genuinely private presses. Starting up a newspaper could be a risky busy. 128. Ness in the 1870s, and print entrepreneurs often moved cautiously. Even though Syrian Christian immigrants Salim and Bish Aratikla received permission to begin a new private newspaper, Al-Aram, late in 1875, they spent 7 months attempting to find subscribers, and even printed up a facsimile copy for promotional purposes, before actually going to press in August 1876. 43. On the other hand, the inexpensiveness of hiring a printer in the 1870s allowed less cautious journalists of small means to put out a newspaper if only they could secure a license. Adib Ishaq was able to prepare and print the first issue of Misr, Egypt, in 1877 for 20 francs, all he had in his pocket, but it sold well enough to allow him to continue with it. Journalists under these conditions obviously enjoyed more independence of opinion than was common later in the 19th century, when the costs of publishing a newspaper increased substantially. As will be discussed later, this relative independence of some journalists had implications for their ability and willingness to espouse radical causes. 44 Although a modest newspaper could be started up on a shoestring, especially if the editor farmed out the printing to someone else, the actual establishment of a publishing house could be costly. Only such a move, on the other hand, could ensure healthy profits for the editor. Suleiman Naktash, Adib Ishak's partner, said he spent 13,000 francs, £520 tariff, in fixing up his printing press, used for the various newspapers he edited from 1877 to 1882. He asserted that his earnings from newspaper subscriptions, advertising revenues, and book sales amounted to 2,000 francs, £80 tariff per month. He also admitted that he had been able to afford a 16,000 francs home in Alexandria. 45 A year's subscription to the daily Al-Marusa cost an average of 30 francs per copy, so a circulation of 2,000 would have given him a gross income of 60,000 francs per year or 5,000 francs per month. Since, as he noted, he had advertising revenues from private and state announcements, and published a weekly newspaper and individual book volumes in addition to the daily, and Naktash's stated net profits of 2,000 francs per month seem entirely reasonable even taking into account overhead costs and subscription payment defaults. 46 Advertising revenues may have been especially important, given the decline of government subvention in the late 1870s. Al-Marusa charged 1 franc per line for advertisements, 50 times greater than the rate of Wadi and Nil a decade earlier, and often ran a display for Midland Co. engineers. And Naktash and his partner Ishak had also managed to have their newspapers appointed to publish judicial announcements, for which the government remunerated them. Still, much revenue came from subscriptions, creating an impetus to respond to market demands. The development of networks of agents and correspondents in the provinces, and the practice of printing letters from readers, could help circulation by allowing the inclusion of news of local as well as national interest. A paragraph from Al-Marusa demonstrates how such market pressures could work. 129. Some merchants in the Sudan requested that we publish from time to time an overview of the condition of Sudanese commerce that would contain a description of imports into that region and of exports from it to Europe, as well as current prices and other useful information. We have responded to their request and appointed someone to provide us with such details. We have begun in this issue to mention the situation regarding some Sudanese imports. 47. The importance of newspapers for indigenous trade and commerce in this period, then, encouraged merchants to lobby for wider coverage. Editors' gradual acquiescence in these requests had the effect of extending the readership of their newspapers outside Cairo and Alexandria. Newspaper editors sought not only to provide subscribers with valuable political and commercial information, but also to build a reputation for producing a better product for news consumers. Editors in consequence became increasingly aware of issues in the reliability of news-gathering techniques. Adib Ishak and Suleiman Naktash asserted that their newspapers differed from others in reporting only news gathered from eyewitnesses, whereas some of their competitors depended on hearsay. 48 In the search to vindicate their claims of serving their readers, editors also began playing public advocacy roles. These actions had the advantage of creating a sympathetic view of the newspapers among the public, as well as providing spicy copy that could help sales. Ishak and Naktash sometimes singled out lower-ranking officials for special opprobrium. When they accused one Abdullah Mamun, a police chief at the village of Pariscourt, of a serious offense, his superiors suspended him only a few days after his appointment. When he found another position, the journalists warned him that they would be watching him for signs of illegal activity. In the liberalized atmosphere of the summer of 1879, they began launching accusations against even high-ranking provincial officers. Their correspondent in Tanta provoked an official government investigation of Ali Bey Wabai, deputy governor of Garbaya province, by printing accusations against him of wronging local subjects. They also accused the governor of El Fayum of complicity with plunderers. 49 The public learned how to use modern media such as newspapers and the telegraph to protest over taxation and oppression. At first, perhaps, villagers believed that the Khedive and his ministers would stop the overtaxation if only they knew. The headman of the village of Korosko, believing that their letters of protest to Cairo were being intercepted by the corrupt local official who had laid excessive imposts on them, resorted to telegraph to get their message through to the capital. 50 By the late 1870s, however, many may have felt public embarrassment, though the newspapers were a more effective way to deal with oppressive functionaries. In both instances, new media allowed new forms of protest. Newspapers that openly criticized officials by name, however, played an 130 extremely dangerous game. For all the heightened public goodwill and increased circulation they might thereby gain, they ran the risk of fines and closure under the Khedive's tight censorship policies. The system of censorship and its implications for political culture will be discussed later. Here it will suffice to note that such criticism of public officials often drew down punishments on editors' heads. When the iron-gloved Prime Minister, Riyad Pasha, in 1879 exiled Adib Ishaq and closed down the newspapers associated with his name, his partner, Suleiman Naktash, began a new periodical, Al-Marusa. Therein he explicitly refused to carry praise or condemnation for specific officials, a policy that greatly contrasted with that of his previous newspaper. 51 The bourgeois radicalism of some newspaper editors becomes easier to understand. First, a successful newspaper would gain the publisher admission into the ranks of the wealthy, even if he started out with a relatively small investment. It would attract patronage as well as subscriptions, tying the publisher to some personality or grouping in the aristocracy or notable class. Once the government decided to allow a private press to grow up, however, the publishers always had the option of opposing the state. Market forces encouraged editors to play public advocacy roles against tyrannical or corrupt officials, and a newly aroused public opinion forced high officials to pay attention when the press exposed official wrongdoing. At the same time, market forces also encouraged the extension of press coverage to the provinces, where propertied families wanted to stay informed about major local as well as national developments. Provincial officials had less power than those resident in the capital, and the press therefore singled them out for criticism. Where the central state acted to suppress such criticism, editors often decided that the extra circulation, income, and influence did not offset the risk of imprisonment or exile, and they scaled back their criticism of officialdom accordingly. In view of such dangers, many of the new intellectuals wrote for the press anonymously, such as Ibrahim al-Lakhtani and Muhammad C. Abda, or quietly influenced the editorial stance of Syrian Christian publishers. Some journalists returned, however, to exposes of government corruption whenever the state seemed weak or divided. The conjuncture of rising public literacy, the coming to consciousness of a cohort of modern intellectuals, an expanding impact of the printing press, and a privatization of journalism and of publishing occurred in Egypt at a time of great political tensions. This compressed revolution in culture and communication coincided with a greatly increased integration of the Nile Valley into the Western European capitalist world economy through the cotton boom, the Suez Canal, and the debt crisis. The expansion of external trade and heightened prosperity among some sectors of the population help explain increases in population growth rates, the growth of cities, the expanding educational SYS. 131. Turn, and the growing market for private journalism in the 1870s. The growth of newspaper readership also hinged on public interest in the crisis of the state engendered by European economic and political penetration of the country, and by a growing conflict between dominant ethnicities and classes on the one hand, and middling or subaltern ones on the other. The incipient conflict ranged large elements of the Egyptian intelligentsia, urban guilds, and peasantry against the more conservative Ottoman Egyptian nobles, the Arab notables with huge estates, and European and Levantine money-lenders and speculators. In this conflict the new media, especially newspapers and the telegraph, became very useful tools for the antagonists. Neither journalism nor the intellectuals were alone in becoming more politicized as European diplomatic and financial hegemony loomed, a hegemony made concrete and oppressive by soaring domestic taxes for external debt servicing. The ordinary Egyptians began to size up politics for the succor it might offer them from Khedivial absolutism and overtaxation. Political crises such as the Russo-Ottoman War, the rise of the nativist faction, the deposition of Ismail, and the upheavals of 1881–82, provoked the Egyptian artisans and workers to listen to, if not read, what the newspapers had to say. The conservative Quran schools that instilled literacy in some Egyptians had delivered to them a dual message of obedience to duly constituted Islamic authority and defense of Muslim norms and autonomy. Once the Khedives were reduced to lackeys of the Europeans, the conservative message of obedience to sultans was replaced by the other edge of the sword, a radical Islamic nativism that encouraged believers to challenge their state if it kowtowed to infidel imperialists. The vast expansion of the elementary school system in Egypt in the 1860s and 1870s created a critical mass of functionally literate ordinary folk up and down the Nile Valley with sudden access to the world of politics through the new private press. Mikhail Cherubim thought the practice of Quran school graduates reading aloud to barbers, dyers, and the crowds at greengrocers' shops became quasi-institutionalized during 1881 and 1882. The popular classes interacted with the intellectuals in this manner, as evidenced by the preference among some journalists for colloquial Arabic. Even the majority of newspapers that chose to employ a modern standard Arabic created a new, simpler prose style that reflected the influence of novel technologies such as the printing press and telegraphy, as well as of an expanding readership and market forces demanding clarity and concision. The press and Arabic printed literature helped create in their audience a new and widespread sense of collective participation in the great events of the day, which in turn laid the basis for the emergence of a new sort of national consciousness. 52 The bourgeois private publishers increasingly moved the tone of their newspapers away from the obsequy of the government press and toward frequent demonstrations of sympathy with the plight of workers, artisans, and the middling sort being crushed. 132. By autocracy and taxes. They thus sent an implicit message that the Arabophone intelligentsia and the Egyptian middle strata were more worthy of the people's trust and confidence than the Ottoman nobles that dominated the highest government posts. Such a message accorded with the critical discourse that the intellectuals increasingly inscribed in print culture, and, for the publishers, it just constituted good business. The specific ways in which social groups within Egypt took advantage of the new interconnectedness of their province, the forms of organization and of collective action they created in the new imploded social geography, must be our next object of investigation. 5. Political clubs and the ideology of dissent. We have already seen how a new and growing stratum of intelligentsia was formed in the 1860s and 1870s, and how increased literacy and the greater impact of print media bolstered their social importance. Those intellectuals involved in political clubs and organizations who also attempted through their writings and speeches to reformulate the bases of Egyptian society and culture fell into two broad groups. These included the cosmopolitan minority thinkers, mainly from a Syrian Christian or Jewish background, and the younger Muslim liberals and radicals. The Syrian Christians tended to be involved in import-export commerce, whereas the Muslims most often derived from a medium-landed background and entered government service, forming part of a service gentry. Some of the dissident politicians derived from the Ottoman and Circassian elite, who sometimes made common cause with the intellectuals from the late 1870s. Although it may be useful to clarify the social groups to which the major intellectuals of the period belonged and to specify their class origins and positions, such a broad level of analysis fails to account for many specificities in which historians are generally interested. I want to achieve a tighter focus on the salons and organizations whereby members of social classes and religious communities that came to oppose European hegemony and/or vice-regal absolutism established mutual networks. Such a focus will allow us to answer crucial questions concerning the mobilization of resources by oppositionist thinkers. These include the questions of how the reformers and radicals organized to attain their goals, how these organizational settings influenced their ideologies, and how their ideas may have contributed to the political mobilization of the notables and even of the urban guilds. Such questions emerge most urgently from the involvement of almost all the intellectuals here discussed with journalism or with the publishing of manifestos, giving them a potentially wide audience. Students of the French Revolution have suggested that the discontinuous violence and occasional demonstrations of the crowd can best be seen in the context of more continuous, consistent political discourse in clubs and in the pages of the radical press. 1. In Egypt, thousands of notables read the press directly, and the urban artisans and shopkeepers often heard it read aloud in impromptu gatherings and in coffee houses. The importance of the press in this period of popular revolt has, of course, been long recognized. But only one work, the unpublished dissertation of Charles Phelps, has discussed the press and the Yoruba revolt at length. 2.1b. 134. Leave a social historian can contribute something original to our understanding of the journalist's ideas and their impact. The contribution of the historian to the study of texts most often lies in establishing precise context and showing the significance of change over time. For a social and cultural historian, however, this historicist task seems most meaningful when combined with two other concerns. The first, the sociological, involves an appreciation of the organizational milieu and the social diffusion of the text, issues often ignored in a straight historicist discussion. The second, textual analysis, deals with the role of image, metaphor, and rhetoric in political discourse. 3. I may be able to avoid several misunderstandings of my argument by making two things clear at this point. First, I do not wish to depict the intellectuals of the new middle strata as a dynamic force that somehow imbued more static, traditional peasants or urban artisanal and mercantile classes with a revolutionary fervor by awakening them. I do not believe the intellectuals were more awake than anyone else, and most artisans and peasants needed no newspaper to tell them that their taxes were high, that their government was autocratic, and that foreigners were penetrating their country's economy and administration at dizzying speed. The workers, artisans, and merchants had their own, far from static, history of economic struggle with local conditions, the bureaucracy, and the world market. In the period under discussion, a potent intermingling occurred between the discourses elaborated by liberal and radical intellectuals and the ideas of the popular classes, which the latter had formed in their own social context. The dissident intellectuals could assist their allies in other strata, in addition, by cueing their audiences to crucial conjunctures in high politics and imperial diplomacy. Their contribution lay in both their access to and dissemination of information and their ability, as specialists in the written word, to cast that information in the form of an effective political argument. Their political essays constituted an open text with which the audience could interact, teasing out their full semiotic implications. For in this conception, audiences formed no helpless target of a fully elaborated, crystalline discourse, but rather constituted partners in the enterprise of sign generation and interpretation. Dissident journalism, especially given the circumlocutions and ambiguity forced on it by censorship, was a game it took two to play. Second, I recognize that the discontented writers discussed below performed only one role in the rather large cast of characters that acted out the crisis of the state. Moreover, larger social structures and economic conditions helped determine the impact of their critical discourse. Still, I believe the ideology elaborated by liberals and radicals, and widely disseminated through the press and through political speech-making, did have an effect. Its most potent component, a critique of growing European informal empire in Egypt combined with an argument that viceregal absolutism facilitated such foreign penetration, appears to have touched a popular nerve nearly everywhere. My questions, then, turn upon the nature of the ideology promulgated by the main status groups and organizations that together formed the nascent intelligentsia. 135. The sociological approach to ideology has most often emphasized the social origins and positions of authors, as discussed earlier. A more neglected, but still crucial question for setting the writings of the intellectuals in context has to do with their organizational setting. Just as clubs played an extremely important part in shaping opinion among members of the middle strata in revolutionary France, so salons, clubs, and associations formed a pivotal matrix for the generation of dissident texts in the late 1870s and early 1880s in Egypt. I was fortunate in being able to use a dossier in the Egyptian National Archives, of private papers confiscated from the Iranian activist Sayyid Jamaluddin, that gives great insight into the world of secret organizations in the Egypt of the 1870s. This cache of fascinating documents has never before been analyzed extensively. The primary organizational vehicles for the dissidence of intellectuals developed from about the mid-1870s, usually growing out of more informal salons. Indeed, the distinction between salon and organization in some cases seems difficult to discern. Moreover, the state's ability to penetrate and disable these clubs and societies led sometimes to their subsequent demotion once again to mere salons, or even to less routinized forms of association and common sentiment. Let us, then, examine this question of the organizational milieu of dissident thought first. One hesitates to bestow the lofty term organization on the shadowy and fleeting salons, clubs, and associations that flourished in the dissident underworld under Khedive Ismail. Still, in this period before the emergence of full-fledged political parties, they carried more social and ideological weight than one might suppose. They succeeded in drawing adherents from the upper echelons of the old regime nobles and notables. Their members frequently launched newspapers, which gave them even greater political significance. The primary such political clubs about which we have enough information to draw some conclusions include the two societies founded by Yaqub Sanyu in 1874–75, the Masonic orders, from the late 1860s, the Young Egypt Society of Alexandria, active in 1879, Abdullah an-Nadim's Islamic Philanthropical Society, 1879–81, the Young Officers Clique apparently formed in 1876 by Car Ruby, and the Helwan Society, founded by nobles in 1879. These groups have, of course, received the attention of historians, but their organizational capacity and their ideologies have not been systematically explored. 5. Organizational capacity. Resource mobilization theory stresses the importance to organizational capacity of the members' social location. Clearly, organizations drawn from the wealthy have many more resources at their disposal than poor or middle-class organizations with a similar membership size. Only by vastly increasing its membership can an organization of ordinary persons generate the resources to compete with a smaller association of the rich. One issue in the study of an 136. Organization's social location has to do with how recruitment takes place. Peter Smith has put the issue very succinctly. According to the resource mobilization perspective, the most salient characteristic in the recruitment of the membership of most social movements is prior social interaction. Contact with a movement is normally assumed to follow from significant interaction with its existing members. Recruitment thus tends to follow pre-existing and positively valued social relationships, whether these be based on ties of kinship, patronage, or vicinal proximity. 6. This view of recruitment would not predict a very high level of ideological conformity within organizations, in contrast to a theory of organizations as expressions of growing class consciousness. This view would also suggest that many persons whose structural position in society and personal inclinations led them to be sympathetic to a particular organization's aims might nevertheless not join it if they did not encounter other persons involved in the relevant activities. The following analysis suggests that an important factor influencing the shape of ideology is religious and ethnic affiliation. That is, membership in an organization most often indicates a broad orientation, whereas social and demographic characteristics of club members sometimes more precisely predict their views on specific controversial issues. The basic division I propose has most salience here would group younger Egyptian Muslims on one side and Syrian Christians on the other. These communities produced most of the dissident journalism in this period, though Coptic Christian newspapers such as Al-Watan could also be critical of government policy. Yaqub Sanyu, as an Italo-Egyptian Jew in exile, also does not quite fit into this typology, and in many of his stances he came closer to the Egyptian Muslims than to the Syrian Christians. Organizations face persistent problems of group integration and control. The political clubs met frequently, most often at coffee houses or private homes. Although membership floated a good deal, one primary source of integration and control derived from face-to-face interaction and feelings of friendship. The development of the postal service under Ismail, the expansion of the telegraph lines, and the extension of railways, all allowed dissident organizations to keep in better touch with members in other cities. Even in the early 1850s, such communications would have been extremely slow or even impracticable. The print media often hold great importance for political societies, as an arena for negotiation concerning the social significance of the issues they promote. 7. The development of newspapers associated with particular clubs formed the most significant means of communication with like-minded persons only infrequently or even never able to attend coffee house meetings and salons. Old institutions such as coffee houses were also turned to new organize 137 ing purposes, as were innovations such as a more timely postal service that employed the steamship to deliver mail. The private press and its expanding audience may have allowed a relatively small number of disgruntled intellectuals and notables to launch a social movement that could not have been mounted with more primitive communication networks. Cultural salons. Jacob Sanus societies, referred to in Chapter 3 above, developed out of the cultural salon he founded after censorship called an end to his career as a playwright. In 1874 he began the Circle of Progress, Mahfil at Taqaddum. At meetings held as often as 4 times a week, he expounded literature and history, especially that of modern France and Italy, to his followers. The Khedive's spies, however, breached the circle's security, and he was forced at some point to disband it. In 1875 he founded the Society of the Lovers of Knowledge, Jamiyat Muhibbi al-Ilm, which included among its visitors Ahmed Urabi, the young Egyptian officer who later led the revolt of 1881–82. The Khedive also closed down this second society. 8. The membership of these salons remains shadowy, but attendees appear to have been drawn from the graduates of Ismail's civil and military schools. Sanyu would have met many of these individuals when he taught in the military schools himself. Even junior officers such as Urabi, who lacked a modern education, occasionally attended. The gatherings were small, limited to the number of persons who could comfortably attend lectures in Sanhu's home. When these salons were broken up by the state, Sanyu became a Freemason, and his further activities must be discussed under that heading. Masonry. Egyptian nobles began entering Freemasonry chapters in Egypt as early as the 1840s, as Jacob M. Landau has shown. Many Egyptian Muslims with political aspirations recognized the growing significance of European Masonic orders in Egypt, which began admitting significant numbers of local nobles and notables from about 1869. Although, since they were secret societies, the history of the orders is difficult to tease out, the social and political significance of these organizations is easier to depict. As European powers penetrated Egypt and large numbers of Europeans immigrated there, it was natural that important institutions of European civil society such as Masonry should begin taking a more active interest in that country. Within Egypt, the expatriate and the local bourgeoisie and intellectuals increasingly felt the need for a private, neutral ground upon which to meet, since they were separated by culture and religion. 138. The Masonic lodges, with their vagueism and their secrecy, seem to have been accepted by many for this purpose. The political implications of the influx of Egyptians into Masonic lodges, where they mixed with Europeans, quickly became clear to some observers. Khedive Ismail's rival for the Khedivate, his uncle Abdul el-Halim Pasha, was elected Grand Master of the Freemasonic Order of the Grand Orient in 1867, before his political exile to Istanbul in 1868, and appears to have used the order to promote his campaign for Ismail's deposition in favor of himself throughout the 1870s. The Italian and French chapters possessed the most influence, though in the late 1870s the British Star of the East Lodge attracted important local thinkers. 9 Sanyu, on his return to Egypt around 1876, became an active Freemason. It was common to belong to more than one order, but it seems certain that at the very least he joined the British Star of the East organized by British consular official Raphael Borg. Borg put Sanyu forward, along with Star of the East leader Nicolas Sécrogé, as a potential dragoman for the British Embassy. 10 Sanyu's political satire was often cast in the form of dialogues taking place at secret meetings of a society. Late in the period under discussion he reported that the society had decided to be less secretive about its stances, and he gave its meeting times in Cairo and Alexandria. 11 This society may very well have been the Star of the East. An important confluence occurred when the Iranian activist Sayyid Jamaluddin Asad Abadi al-Afghani began joining chapters of European Masonry in Cairo, bringing his network of young intellectuals along with him. Sayyid Jamaluddin was born in an Azeri Turkish-speaking village near Hamadan, Iran, in 1838. He was educated at the Shi'i theological seminaries of Najaf in Iraq, and he developed an interest in the innovative movements of Shi'ism at that time, particularly the esoteric Shaikh school, but also in the Messianic Babi movement. 12 After travels in India and an attempt to make a political career in Afghanistan, he settled in Cairo in 1871, having been expelled from Istanbul for a heretical comparison of prophets with philosophers. While in Egypt he represented himself as a Sunni Afghan. He received the patronage of Riyad Pasha and was offered a teaching post at Al-Azhar, but declined for fear of being bored by the routine there. He instead began teaching and discussing more informally, attracting to his salons and coffee house exchanges groups of dissatisfied young Egyptian intellectuals. 13 Some sought him out because of an interest in Islamic philosophy, as carriers of which Egyptians had long recognized Afghans and Indian Muslims. 14 In the mid-1870s Sayyid Jamaluddin had already begun attempting to penetrate Masonic networks in Egypt. Sayyid Jamaluddin, as an Iranian, moreover, had a precedent. The intellectual and activist Makam Khan, an Armenian convert to Shi'ism, had brought back to Tehran Saint Simonian and Masonic ideas from Europe in the 1850s. He founded a sort of Iranian Masonry, the Faramushkani, House of 139. Forgetfulness, which the Shah outlawed in 1861. 15 Sayyid Jamaluddin may thus have had Iranian events as well as Egyptian realities in mind when he turned to Masonry. As Nikki Arcedi has shown, Sayyid Jamaluddin began applying for membership in Masonic orders as early as 1875, and succeeded in entering at least one lodge by early 1876. He kept dual memberships in the British and Italian orders throughout the late 1870s. 16 In December 1877 the Britain-based Star of the East Lodge 1355 in Cairo elected Sayyid Jamaluddin its president by a majority of votes. 17 He retained this office for a year and a half. This lodge, apparently only one of several the order maintained in the capital, remained under the ultimate authority of Star of the East leaders such as Syrian Christian Nicolas Sécrogé. The membership of Lodge 1355 seems to have been around 50, since when Sayyid Jamaluddin and this order broke with one another he asserted that some 40 members followed him out of the lodge, while a few remained. 18 The major claim to fame of Lodge 1355 may be that it succeeded in enrolling young Muslim Egyptian notables who had employment in the lower levels of the government bureaucracy and who typically lived in the older sections of Cairo. Until then, most local Masons had been Europeans, Syrian Christians, or Ottoman Egyptian nobles. Sayyid Jamaluddin may be seen, then, as a precinct leader. His associates in Alexandria were also involved in a Masonic lodge. Suleiman Naktash wrote Sayyid Jamaluddin that Sheikh Muhammad Abduh came to see me and I charged him with writing you to inform you concerning the Alexandria Lodge, which has achieved marvelous advances. 19. The leaders of the Star of the East closed down Cairo Lodge 1355 on July 1, 1879 and forbade its leader from engaging in any further Masonic activity until the order's highest leadership, in Europe, could be consulted, citing Sayyid Jamaluddin's political agitation in Egypt. 20 According to Sayyid Jamaluddin's answers during police interrogation after his arrest, however, the main issue over which he and the Star of the East leadership quarreled had rather to do with which successor to Ismail each supported. Sayyid Jamaluddin and his followers wanted Ismail's son Tawfiq, whereas Raphael Borg and other leaders of the Star of the East favored Ismail's uncle, Abdul al-Halim. The latter's supporters included especially the Syrian Christians. 21 The Masonic lodges showed themselves quite diverse. Europeans, local consular employees and Syrian Christian merchants, and Egyptian lower-level bureaucrats and intellectuals, all mingled together in the lodges. Star of the East leaders included a Maltese British consular official, a Syrian Christian described as brother of the consular translator, one Rusu Bey, a physician, and another Syrian Christian, a merchant at As-Sika al-Jadida. 22. One report noted that Sayyid Jamaluddin's speeches in Alexandria were attended by Muslim seminary students and Effendi class employees of government departments. 23. The common denominator probably lay in a general membership in the intermediate strata, so that class and education counted for more than 140. Religion or ethnicity. The Masons appear to have made a conscious effort to reach out to Egyptian Muslim notables in the 1870s, and appear to have succeeded in enrolling several hundred. Two major funding sources subvented the dissident associations we have been discussing. The first derived from individual dues and contributions of members. The second came from the patronage of the Ottoman and Circassian nobles and the Egyptian notables. Both sources had their problems. Nicola Sacraje complained to Sayyid Jamaluddin concerning his own lodge that some Masons were lazy about paying their dues. 24 Another letter to Sayyid Jamaluddin from a disciple contains very suggestive references to funding problems, again centering on late payment of dues or late forwarding of dues collected. Suleiman Naktash wrote to Sayyid Jamaluddin urgently in August 1879, on Misra stationery, remind the Bey Abdus Salam al-Muwalihi of the matter of Raghib Pasha, especially since we are in dire need of cash and we have many outstanding obligations. Can he kindly make over to us what he has collected? In any case, I am grateful to him. Likewise, remind our brother Muhammad Effendi as Sadra of the matter of the aid, since we are waiting for it. Some have accused us of siphoning off monies. Can anyone hear of such a thing? 25. Sayyid Jamaluddin's group, as the reference to Raghib Pasha shows, often depended on the patronage of the nobles. In 1878 Adib Ishaq suggested to the Iranian that they attempt to get the printing business of the Customs Department, and that he use his contacts with Riyad Pasha to secure such a contract. 26 If the organization, funding, and precise membership of the Masonic orders can only be perceived through a glass, darkly, the ideas of some prominent members became very much part of the record. I think it is worthwhile to differentiate the Syrian Christian from the Muslim Masons, and to discuss them separately. Let us begin with the Levantine Christians, who constituted themselves, or were constituted by Egyptian society, into castes of intermediaries among Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and Europe in commerce, finance, diplomacy, and the press. The concept of the comprador, the local agent of European imperialism, however, seems too simplistic a characterization for this group. Given the large number of Mediterranean Europeans in Egypt, many of whom sought to perform the function of intermediaries, the Levantines often ended up competing with local Europeans. Moreover, many Syrian Christians opposed further European commercial and imperial penetration of Egypt because they feared their own economic displacement. The journalist Adib Ishaq stands as an excellent example of an anti-imperialist Syrian Christian. Born in Damascus in 1856, he attended the school of the Lazarus Fathers, and studied French and Arabic literature. 27 He had to give up his schooling at age 11 to begin work as a customs clerk when his father lost his job, In the Damascus bureaucracy he had an opportunity to learn Turkish. Around 1871, at age 15, he accompanied his father to Beirut, where both 141 worked for the postal service. He later found employment as a clerk in the Beirut Customs House. Ishaq, demonstrating a flair for Arabic literature, began attending literary salons, and at age 17 managed to hire on as a writer for the newspaper at Taqadum, Progress. In the early 1870s he anonymously published 2 translations from the French, one on ethics and the other on health, following these with a book of his own. He became the president of a local literary society, and in 1875 at age 19 he translated Racine's Andromache. With his friend Suleiman Naktash, he became active in authoring and translating stage plays for a troupe in Syria. In 1876 Naktash proposed that the two move to Alexandria, since, presumably, he had heard of Khedive Ismail's interest in the theater and generosity to playwright Yaqub Sanyu. There they put on a revised edition of Andromache, as well as an Arabic version of Charlemagne, and wrote an original play, Coincidences, Gara-ib al-Ittifaq. Apparently because of the Khedive's turning away from playwriting as a genre and his closing of the Alexandria Theatre, Adib Ishaq suddenly found himself out of work. A friend, Hunan Khoury, however, suggested to him that Sayyid Jamaluddin, then in Cairo, could arrange a newspaper license for him. Since Ishaq had previous experience as a journalist, and since he was unemployed, it seems likely that the idea of starting a newspaper was his own rather than that of the Iranian firebrand. The two met, and Sayyid Jamaluddin did succeed in getting his patron to have Ishaq granted a license. Set up in an office in Bab ash-Sharia, Ishaq was able to prepare and print the first issue of Misr, Egypt, in 1877 for 20 francs, less than £1 all he had in his pocket, but it sold well enough to allow him to continue with it. I have noted above that the relative inexpensiveness of printing at this point allowed rather small-time journalists to have an impact, and helped them maintain a somewhat independent stance in regard to the government and nobles. Probably because news-gathering was easier in Alexandria, Ishaq and his partner Suleiman Naktash subsequently moved their editorial offices there. Adib Ishaq deserves much greater credit than he has generally received as an advocate of liberal ideals and democratic government. He has been overshadowed by Sayyid Jamaluddin, a Muslim anti-colonial activist with whom later generations of Egyptians felt more in common. Yet nothing in Sayyid Jamaluddin's background or political activities leads us to see him as a democrat. His native Iran lacked even basic representative institutions, and his theological training in Najaf would have hardly exposed him to liberal thought. His public advocacy of parliamentary and constitutionalist ideas from May 1879 grew out of the influence on him of Ottoman and Egyptian political developments and of local thinkers such as Adib Ishaq, rather than the other way around. Ishaq no doubt benefited from the intellectual influence of Sayyid Jamaluddin's anti-imperialism, and he joined an Alexandrian branch of the latter's Masonic circle with enthusiasm. But Ishaq, after all, had a far more intimate 142. Knowledge of modern European history and political institutions. The advocacy of democracy in his newspapers, therefore, makes more sense as deriving from his Syrian awareness of the young Ottoman movement and his own reading in French progressive literature. Several political watersheds helped shape Ishaq's political philosophy. As a journalist in Beirut in 1873–75, he surely knew of the debate on constitutionalism in Istanbul, and we know he became a partisan of the Ottoman parliamentary and constitutional system that flourished briefly in 1876–78. Second, through Sayyid Jamaluddin he gained the patronage of Egyptian notables, some of whom came to favor quasi-constitutional controls on the Khedive. He joined the Masons, an enlightened group of liberal activists from the new middle class. His technical interests as a journalist led him to support freedom of speech and free criticism of government policy. His Masonic ideals of service to mankind, his vaguely young Ottoman political culture, and the patronage links he established in Egypt reinforced these interests. 28. It is important for the organizational context of his political ideas to note that he perforce spent more time in meetings of an Alexandrian Masonic lodge than he did in Sayyid Jamaluddin's Lodge 1355 of the Star of the East Order in Cairo. The Alexandrian Lodge, presumably also of the Star of the East Order, may have had a different sort of membership and intellectual ambience than did that of Sayyid Jamaluddin in Cairo. Finally, the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78, which Egypt supported by sending troops to the front, stirred Ishaq's patriotism and support of the Ottoman Parliament. He explains in a Misra article during the war that political authority takes either absolutist, istibdadi, or consultative, shuri, forms. 29. Consultative government, in turn, consists either in a republic or in a constitutional monarchy. He thinks in terms of civilizational stages, such that China had not yet reached a level of culture that would support a consultative government, whereas absolutism was impossible for England. Where the form of government is inappropriate to the stage of civilization attained, the country experiences a revolution, as France did in 1789. He counts the Ottoman Empire and its Egyptian vassal state as among the parliamentary regimes, ranking them with France and Britain against the absolutist states such as Russia. Russia, he writes, lags behind other European states in refusing to adopt consultative government, and even acts to stop other states from fully attaining parliamentary rule. It has prevented the Ottoman Empire from implementing the internal reforms and consultative organization already legislated, through this vicious war. 30. He praises the embattled young Sultan, now a constitutional monarch, for the way in which he had given life to the hearts of all his subjects and inspired them with a love of the homeland. The Ottoman constitutional context for Ishaq's liberalism within Egypt seems clearly apparent here. In Misr al-Qahira 2 years after Abdulhamid dissolved the Ottoman parliament and reverted to absolutism, Ishaq is still lamenting the fall of Midat Pasha and calling for the return of elected delegates in Syria. 31. 143. Ishaq, a romantic liberal, sees liberty as an almost mystical force shaping modern history. The flame of reform, he writes, was lit first in the French Revolution of 1789, devouring despotism and the tyranny of tradition, Taqalid, while lighting the way for liberty. 32. The enemies of liberty waited, and when they sensed weakness, seized the opportunity to defeat it. Their victory proved short-lived, however, and the flame was soon rekindled. This conflagration then spread north to Germany and Russia. In Prussia it took the form of socialism, in Russia of nihilism. A young nihilist woman in the land of absolutism dared to fire a bullet quite deliberately at the police chief. She found many supporters. And a socialist youth in the land of hegemony dared to fire thrice at the great conquering king. 33. The flame then remembered its old home, the East, where movements of politics and ethical religion began, spreading to Iran, the ancient home of the prophet Zoroaster. There some 30 years before, Ishaq writes, the Babi religion grew up around the Bab, a Mahdi or messianic figure. The Babis mounted an insurrection against the government, showing an unparalleled boldness and daring. After their leader was killed, a group of Babis fired on the Shah in an attempt to assassinate him, in which endeavor they failed. But as recently as April 7, 1878, Babis posing as disgruntled soldiers had penetrated the Shah's security and managed to attack his carriage with stones, wounding some retainers. 34. The other manifestation of the fire of liberty in the East, Ishaq avers, occurred in Istanbul, where its traces were apparent in the 1876 deposition of Sultan Abdulaziz. The Ottoman state had fought the advocates of liberty, arresting and exiling them. Ishaq therefore views the young Ottomans and Ottoman constitutionalism as a link in the great chain of intellectual movements for liberty. The metaphor of a chain is his, but the more consistent metaphor in this piece is that of a fire. Aside from the metaphor of flames, this piece has a subliminal fixation on assassination or regicide as a manifestation of liberty. That the French monarch was beheaded went without saying. Ishak mentions that a socialist attempted to kill the Kaiser, and a young nihilist woman fired at a representative of the Tsar's authority. Babis tried to assassinate Nazaruddin Shah, and the young Ottomans finally succeeded in deposing Abdulaziz. We know that Sayyid Jamaluddin at one point plotted the assassination of Khedive Ismail, and the hothouse atmosphere of the Egyptian secret societies of 1878 comes clearly across in this little article. It seems full of implied threats and predictions, and must have only escaped the censor's blue pencil because it presented itself as a mere historical excursus. The foreign settings effectively served as a screen, behind which hatred of Ismail and his absolutism could half hide. Ishak, despite the radical tone of this article, demonstrated more the character of a liberal reformer than that of a revolutionary. He wanted a parliamentary, constitutional monarchy to operate throughout the Ottoman Empire, even in the Ottoman vassal states such as Egypt. This dedication to democracy, 144, characterized many of the Syrian Christian immigrant intellectuals and merchants of Alexandria and Cairo. In the volatile spring of 1879, when some Ottoman nobles and Egyptian notables and intellectuals offered Ismail their help in an anti-European alliance on condition that he temper his absolutism and recall the Chamber of Deputies, Ishak and Anaktash ran an article in their At-Tajara by fellow Syrian Christian Amin Shumayil advocating consultative government, in Nizam ash-Shun. 35. The dedication to Ottomanism and parliamentary government on the part of many Syrian Christians in Egypt made sense to them in view of their political and economic position. They were insiders if Egypt was Ottoman, outsiders if it was autonomous. Ishak, for instance, advocates that all Ottoman subjects be allowed to vote in Egyptian municipal elections, and that the rolls should not be restricted to native Egyptians. 36. He writes that there are three signs of nationality: language, ethnicity, and political jurisdiction, as Sulta Asiyasiya. He insists that Ottomans resident in Egypt belong to the Egyptian homeland with all attendant rights and duties. Both in language and in political citizenship, the Syrians in Egypt demonstrated no difference with the Egyptians. Ethnicity among the settled peoples of Eastern nations, he admits, is impossible to specify, because of mixture in previous generations. But the combination of an identical language with an identical political loyalty makes this last criterion irrelevant, he argues. He goes on to point out that some theorists of nationalism even dismiss the importance of language, pointing to the cohesion of such multilingual states as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with its Austrian, Hungarian, Italian, and Jewish groups. These made up a single nation, Umma, despite their different origins and languages. In this view, political loyalty alone suffices for national identity. All Ottoman subjects in Egypt, therefore, certainly have the rights and obligations of Egyptians, either on grounds of political jurisdiction or on those of language and ethnicity. The immigrants also demonstrate both an ability to benefit Egypt and share with other inhabitants of the Nile Valley a unity of interests. Ishak's discussion of nationalism shows his preference for a definition that would support Ottomanism, specifying the Austro-Hungarian Empire as a model. In this model, Egypt could be mapped as Hungary. Surely if a German-speaking Austrian moved to Hungary, he would still have all the rights he enjoyed in his native province, despite differences of ethnicity and language. The other criteria Ishak mentions, however, and which he never quite relinquished, owed more perhaps to French thinking on nationalism, and though France was hardly homogeneous, it was nearly so in comparison with the polyglot Ottoman Empire. Three omissions seem significant in this discussion. The emphasis on language, while it served the Arabic-speaking Syrian Christians well, would have excluded immigrant Turks and other Ottomans from Egyptian nationality. The backing away from ethnic questions seems surprising today, but one must remember that most Egyptians and Syrian urban 145 dwellers in the 19th century did not usually consider themselves Arabs, a term they most often reserved for pastoral nomads. Finally, the exclusion of religion from even theoretical discussion as a basis for national identity seems an odd omission, though its inclusion would have weakened Ishak's case. Ironically, It is precisely on the basis of these omitted factors that most Syrian Christians fell out with the nativist faction during the revolution of 1881–82. But that is a subject for a later chapter. In any case, Ishaq's political thought seeks a place for Syrian Christians in Egypt and in the Ottoman Empire as citizens of a constitutional monarchy. By discussing issues in an abstract and internalist manner, he avoids mentioning their role as middlemen between Europe and Egypt and the empire in trade and culture. That some Egyptians might see Syrian Christian dragomans, importers, and moneylenders and French teachers as traitors because of their structural position in society does not seem to occur to him. His denial of the importance of religion and ethnicity is consistent, however, and leads him to show little sympathy for the struggle of Eastern European Christians to detach themselves from the Ottoman Empire. It also leads him to deride occasional Coptic attempts to depict the Syrian Christians as outsiders. Copts, after all, often sought to fulfill the same functions as the Syrian Christians in Egyptian society, but had less extensive European contacts or knowledge of European languages than the Catholic Maronites or the Eastern Orthodox. For this reason, the Egyptian government began preferring to hire Syrian Christians rather than Copts in its bureaucracy. Ishaq taunts the Copts with their Nilotic orientation, saying they supported Ethiopia against their own country during the war in 1876. 37 Syrians, on the other hand, as devoted Ottomans, had Egypt's best interests at heart. Ishaq and other Syrian Christians in his circle offered a sustained critique of European domination. They complained about the replacement of local administrators and bureaucrats with very highly paid European employees, a policy pushed during the tenure of the two European ministers in the Nubar cabinet. Since Europeans presumably replaced Syrian Christians as well as Egyptians, such discontent probably manifested something other than sheer altruism. Indeed, Ishaq and Anaktash gained an ironic reputation as anti-foreign, from which they sought to defend themselves. Ishaq says he recognizes the accomplishments of Europeans in many spheres, and the corresponding shortcomings of Easterners in many matters. 38 But he maintains that local prominent men know much more about Egyptian conditions than any foreigner could, and so should not be replaced by administrators imported from abroad. He criticizes Europeans in Egypt on three major grounds. First, although they support liberty and equality in their own countries, in Egypt they seek special entitlements for themselves and work against the establishment of consultative government. Although he thinks Egyptians should be grateful for what the Europeans have taught them, he insists that they are only doing their Christian 146 duty and ought not be rewarded with capitulations. The capitulations, a system of special legal privileges granted to some foreigners in the Ottoman Empire, ensured that Europeans would not have to litigate or be tried in Muslim courts before qadis, but would rather receive justice from their own consuls. Ishaq argues that the introduction of mixed courts had made the old capitulations unnecessary. Second, privileges for Europeans upset class order. Rowdy European workers receive better treatment from authorities than upper-class Egyptians. Being pardoned for obvious misdeeds has encouraged them to rebel, so that they have acted violently and caused as much mischief as they wished, to the extent that not a day goes by but we hear that such and such Italian or Maltese stabbed an Egyptian national with a dagger. The wounded victim is carried to the hospital, whereas the assailant is delivered to the consulate, and put in a luxurious room where he eats gourmet meals. He is released almost as soon as he arrives. 39. The kind of Euro-Egyptian violence discussed in the next section, then, helped to sour Egyptian notables and intellectuals on the capitulations. Finally, he concludes, the capitulations hurt Egyptians' morale by making others seem superior to them. Ishaq also objects to the mixed courts, established primarily for European benefit, because he thinks Egyptian parties to cases in them, especially the peasants, are unlikely to know their rights or even understand the French proceedings. On the other hand, he thinks the courts unduly sensitive to pressures from consuls and government officials, and prefers a unified court system. 40 Although Ishaq includes the nihilists and socialists in his litany of progressive movements, he appears to have had little idea of what they stood for in the late 1870s. He does not even translate their names into Arabic, but simply transliterates them. Later, during and after his Paris exile, he writes in a more informed vein about them. As a newspaper proprietor and spokesman for liberal Egyptian notables, Ishaq had an interest in promoting the security of property. Law thus functions in civilized society, he says, to protect the rights of every individual and impose punishment on whoever attempts to usurp more than his own allotted portion. 41. On the other hand, he and Suleiman Naktash have genuine sympathy for artisans and peasants they feel are being grossly overtaxed. They hear the cries of artisans who were bearing a work tax higher than they can stand, and of peasants physically weakened by the burdens of impossible levies intended to cover the ineptitude of the Ministry of Finance. They also attack the village headmen, depicting them as a rural elite that skim off proceeds that would otherwise go to the central government. 42. They criticize military spending, supporting Tawfik's plan to reduce the army to 12,000 men and suggesting that such a move would take pressure off the treasury and release agricultural and artisanal workers into the labor market. 43. 147. Ishaq's economic ideas never receive a systematic exposition, but seem generally in line with the paternalistic liberalism of many Egyptian notables at this time. The sanctity of private property and its protection by law serve as basis for condemning the greed of foreign financiers and the rapaciousness of the government officials, and for lamenting the haplessness of overtaxed artisans and peasants. Some Egyptian notables, however, would not condemn the rural middle strata as Ishaq did, for they belonged to it. Many, moreover, would adduce a villain about whom he remains silent, the usurious Levantine money-lender. Egyptian notables on the whole saw the reduction in army strength as a threat to their position and a source of potential unemployment for their relatives and clients. Syrian Christians, after all, neither served in nor benefited from the Egyptian armed forces. Here, as in Ishaq's discussion of Egyptian nationality, fissures are apparent between the liberal Syrian Christian viewpoint and that of the Egyptian notables with whom he was allied. The fissures would, in 1882, erupt into an earthquake. The Freemasons of Syrian Christian background appear to have widely supported a constitutional, parliamentary regime patterned on the Ottoman experiment of 1876–78. They had been strongly socialized to these values, and not only by reading in French progressive literature. They after all had strong links to Ottoman Syria, which sent elected delegates to the First Ottoman Parliament, and they regularly voted for their own lodge officers within Masonry. I can think of no one in Egypt who wrote publicly in support of democracy more strongly, or earlier, than Adib Ishaq. Syrian Christians appear also to have felt that an Ottoman Empire under a constitutional monarchy would be stronger versus Russia, and would be more likely successful in reintegrating vassal states such as Egypt into the empire. Within Egypt, Syrian Christian Masons wanted voting rights as resident Ottomans, and constructed a view of Egyptian political community that would include Arabophone immigrants from other Ottoman lands. They protested European domination of the economy, the courts, and, increasingly, the bureaucracy. Unlike the Levantine compradors, who tied their own fortunes to the European advance, these Syrian Christian Masons saw themselves as native Ottomans in an Ottoman province faced with foreign domination. They also worried about increasing overtaxation, and approved plans to cut the size of the armed forces. Their potential for conflict with the Muslim notables and intellectuals, already visible in some of their stances, was submerged in the late 1870s in a struggle against the common enemies of viceregal absolutism and European penetration. Yaqub Sanyu, on being exiled to France in 1878, continued to publish the satirical journal he had begun in Cairo, Abu Nazar Zarqa, the man with blue spectacles. Abu Nazar Zarqa was widely available in Egypt despite its having been banned. A British consular report reveals that with regard to Prince Halim, it is a notorious fact that an Arabic newspaper printed at Paris in 148. His interests entitled Abu Nadara is distributed gratis among the troops here. 44. He cast his journal as a series of conversations at secret meetings, between symbolic characters, as short plays, and as oblique, satirical essays by fictional authors. His political cartoons most boldly proclaim his precise message, but aspects of it come across clearly in the dialogues. Sanyu supports the rival claims to the Khedivate launched by Ismail's uncle, Abdul el-Halim Pasha, who had been exiled to Istanbul in the late 1860s. He complains that Ismail in spendthrift fashion builds palaces and holds banquets served by hordes of servants, while his overtaxed peasants die of hunger. The Ottoman elite, along with the petty bureaucrats and oppressive tax collectors, are ridiculed as speaking a kind of pidgin Arabic, comprised of ungrammatical Turkish and the colloquial Egyptian dialect. Sanyu employs this code switching, from one language to another, in order to accentuate the illegitimacy and foreignness of the government and its burdensome taxes. 45 Europeans, infidels, loot this Muslim country through guile and bullying, expatriating its capital to the banks of America. As a Jew and a Mason, Sanyu promotes religious tolerance among indigenous Egyptians, but is quite willing to employ inflammatory Islamic rhetoric against European exploiters of the country. The complaints against the Ottoman Egyptian ruling class and against the rapacious Europeans are often put in the mouths of ordinary Egyptians, such as a mother in Cairo. 46 The younger Muslim thinkers who became Masons did not differ a great deal in the period before 1881 from their Jewish and Syrian Christian colleagues. The few differences that did exist, however, proved to be crucial ones. The young Muslim liberals and radicals, unlike the Syrian Christians, most often sprang from an indigenous rural notable background, though at least one, Abdullah an-Nadim, came from an artisanal family. They tended to be educated in Ismail's new school system, and often found posts with the government, either as teachers or as minor bureaucrats or middle managers. They also often had links with the military, since they studied with or taught cadets, and came from the sort of families whose sons rose through the ranks to the junior officer corps. These autochthonous networks of kinship, education, and employment made them distinctive from the Syrian Christians, who often set up in private business, had fewer ties to the countryside, and, as we have seen, had little sympathy with military spending. Most of these Muslim Masons were based in Cairo, and in 1879 they often contributed to the newspaper, Mirat ash-Sharq, though its owners tended to be Syrian Christian followers of Sayyid Jamaluddin. A Muslim, Ibrahim al-Lakhtani, rose to become editor-in-chief. The intimate link between Masonry and dissident journalism is symbolized by the Masonic rites recorded longhand on Mirat ash-Sharq stationery, preserved in Sayyid Jamaluddin's papers. 47 Although Sayyid Jamaluddin was not nearly as influential during his stay in Egypt as his later fame would suggest, he did nevertheless articulate some 149 important ideas in dialogue with his fellow Masons, which they then broadcast through their political journalism. His thought during his Egypt sojourn has been analyzed by A. Albert Qudsizadeh, Eli Kaduri, and most conclusively by Keddy, and there is no need for a long excursus on it here. 48 In bare outline, we may say that Sayyid Jamaluddin most clearly and consistently articulated a fear of British imperialism, and urged Egyptian unity as a means to forestall European encroachments. Since the voices clamoring for parliamentary democracy were quite numerous in Egypt during and after the First Ottoman Parliament, and Sayyid Jamaluddin only publicly began advocating constitutionalism as late as May 1879, he hardly stood out among advocates of this position. His more forceful and original contribution lay in his unalterable opposition to British imperialism, and his alerting of his Egyptian audience to the genuine danger of a British takeover. The British war with Afghanistan provoked him to write for Misr a brief history of that country and an attack on British expansionism in South Asia. Here his experiences in Iran, Afghanistan, and British India proved invaluable, since he had witnessed the realities of full-blown British colonialism, a sight most Ottomans could hardly imagine. He blames many of the Muslim world's problems on European rapaciousness, but by no means all. In direct contrast to at-Tata'i, who saw Ottoman Kanun law deriving from the sultans as a highly valuable indigenous constitution, Sayyid Jamaluddin in an unpublished essay lambasts the Ottomans from Sulayman the Magnificent on for imposing their own royal interpretations on Islam. This cultural despotism has not only led to a departure from the strict tenets of Islamic canon law, the Sharia, but also to a decline of learning in general, so that the Europeans have gotten ahead of the Muslims. He also criticizes the drawbacks for literacy of the writing system used in Muslim languages, with its unmarked vowels. He sees several hopeful signs, including the steadfast refusal of Muslims to give up their religion or culture in the face of European expansion. Like others in Egypt, he takes heart from the deposition of Sultan Abdulaziz and the uprising of the intellectuals, Qiyam al-Ilm, in Istanbul. Finally, he discerns a movement toward a wider unity of Muslims, from India to Egypt, to ameliorate their conditions. He has no quarrel with the state giving guarantees for the well-being of resident Christians, as long as it simultaneously works to spread sciences among the Muslims. He thinks 1877 a propitious time for Muslims to gain all they can from European sciences, since the Mamluks and Janissaries who had prevented earlier Ottoman reform are now gone. He has high praise for Khedive Ismail's opening of civil schools, including girls' schools, and thinks education a far more effective weapon in the anti-colonial struggle than warfare. 49 His defense of Islam from Christian European encroachments was symbolically acted out when he attempted to prevent the conversion of a Muslim Egyptian to Christianity. G. Lansing and A. Watson of an American Mission. 150. In Cairo complained that one of their converts to Islam, Ahmed Fahmy, had been abducted by his own family late in 1877. The father imprisoned the young man in his house, and attempted to force him to recant. The next day Jmal ed-Din, a renowned controversialist, was brought with several of the ulama, and they entered into a controversy with him that lasted 8 hours 50. The ulama ultimately threatened Fahmy with death if he did not relent and perform the witness to faith. They took him to a police station, where he signed a document affirming his belief in Islam. Sayyid Jamaluddin's liberal ideas on religious tolerance did not extend to freedom of conscience for Muslims who wished to leave Islam for Western Christianity. His blind spot here, and his willingness to play deprogrammer, probably derived from seeing such a conversion as a symbolic defection to the West, an acquiescence in imperial dominance. His demands for individual liberty and his conviction in the political utility of corporate solidarity, always at odds in his thought, here clashed vividly. The claims of the corporate clearly won out. In February 1879, just before the military riot against the Nubar ministry, Sayyid Jamaluddin published an article in Misr surveying the forms of despotism, al-Istibdad. After giving reasons for which republican and constitutional forms of government cannot be discussed in the East, he lists 3 sorts of government. The first, cruel despotism, was practiced by such Central Asia marauders as the Mongols and Tamerlane. The second, oppressive despotism, overtaxes its subjects for the luxuries of the rulers. One suspects he thinks the Qajars in Iran fall into the second category, and he openly includes under this heading colonial governments such as British India. The third, enlightened or kind despotism, in turn, has several forms. It can be well-intentioned but impractical, exhorting subjects to progress without implementing it. It can be informed but inexperienced, setting up schools and factories but neglecting to institutionalize their upkeep, so that they fall into desuetude over time. My own feeling is that he places the vice-regal state in Egypt in this category, as had Ali Mubarak in a book published in 1873. The third sort of enlightened despotism is the skilled sort. Such a state will not only build schools and factories and adopt innovations in agricultural technology, but will also consistently review these activities for further improvement. It will set taxes at a bearable level, restrain transgressors and swindlers, and implement justice. It will take account of and attempt to overcome the moral failings, the avariciousness and laziness, of human beings. It will also carefully measure its economic and political standing in the world of nations through statistics. Sayyid Jamaluddin, then, advocates that all Egyptians work for the achievement of such a proficient enlightened despotism. 51 Since we have seen that he supported, in an essay he never published, the Ottoman constitutionalist movement of 1876-78, his cautious approach to consultative government in this essay comes as a surprise. Sayyid Jamaluddin's published position is far more conservative than that of Adib Ishaq or 151. Yaqub Sanyu. One wonders if the enlightened despot Sayyid Jamaluddin had in mind was his patron, Riyad Pasha. We are afforded an interesting insight into how Sayyid Jamaluddin's article on despotic government was actually read by a letter, written in response to it, by Yahya Quadri, a resident of Suez. Quadri begins by expressing his fervent wish to see Afghani and hear his philosophical discourse. He continues. My eyes were gladdened, my ears soothed, and my soul delighted, as were those of my brethren here, when we read aloud the Sayyid's article published in Misr under the title Despotic Government. We then accepted the truth of the saying, there is magic in eloquence. Some of its passages caused an aversion in our souls to the present situation. 52. Quadri concludes by hoping that the influence of Sayyid Jamaluddin's articles and speeches will bring into being a good thing. Interestingly, then, some of Sayyid Jamaluddin's followers read this piece as a far more radical statement than it appears on the surface, suggesting that they saw the prologue denying any intention of discussing such radical ideas as constitutionalism and republicanism as a screen, a ploy of functional ambiguity. In late May 1879, Sayyid Jamaluddin finally came out openly for consultative government, long after the nobles, and the Khedive agreed on such a regime as a quid pro quo for a national anti-European alliance, and after the installation of Sharif's cabinet on April 7, 1879. Note that Sayyid Jamaluddin's stance at this point resembled that enunciated much earlier by Adib Ishaq, from whom he no doubt learned a great deal about modern political science and European history. Nor were his constitutionalist aspirations particularly exceptional in the spring of 1879, when even the conservative Sufi leader Sheikh al-Bakri had adopted a similar stance. Sayyid Jamaluddin's forsaking of enlightened despotism for consultative government probably had something to do with his changing political alliances. Riyad, his former patron, had lost his cabinet position and was forced into exile in Europe. Sayyid Jamaluddin then broke off his long association with Riyad Pasha and switched loyalties to the incoming Sharif Pasha. It seems highly unlikely that, as Salim and Hurai wrote, Sayyid Jamaluddin in August 1879 envisaged establishing a parliamentary republic in Egypt with himself as prime minister. In supporting the Sharif cabinet, Sayyid Jamaluddin bet on a losing horse. In the face of the new Khedive Tawfiq's opposition, the Sharif cabinet fell in August 1879. Tawfiq slated Riyad Pasha for reinstallation. Sayyid Jamaluddin's identification with Sharif and with consultative government from May, and his desertion of his former patron Riyad help explain his unceremonious deportation from Egypt late in the summer of 1879. 53 Politics was not the only issue that absorbed the Muslim Masons. The young Muslim liberals and radicals, with their close ties to local urban and rural society, worried a great deal about taxes and the plight of the poor. For instance, Sayyid Jamaluddin suggested that the young men who attended 152. His lectures in Alexandria make a voluntary contribution for their admission to the hall, to be donated to the indigent in the city. 54 Another thinker in Sayyid Jamaluddin's circle, Ibrahim al-Muwaylahi, wrote a tax protest article for the Coptic-owned Al-Watan early in 1879, during Egypt's ominous spring of discontent. Urban dwellers other than the nobles, Umara, he writes, fall into three categories: merchants, workers, and beggars. The worker capitation tax is levied upon both the merchant and the worker. 55. The merchants had been impoverished by a stagnant market, forcing them to seek credit from Europeans, who thus had power to ruin them if they wished. The workers found themselves in an even worse plight. Al-Muwaylahi uses the imagery of a wild animal tearing into its prey to describe the effect of high taxes on this social stratum. Let us take the example, he suggests, of a hauler of stones. He struggles all day long, cutting stones and hauling them in his wagon. In the summer he boils, in the winter his extremities freeze, since he is barefoot and poorly clothed. He hauls the stones for the building of finely decorated mansions for foreigners and Egyptians. He receives only 3.5 myriapiasters per day, and can usually work only 5 days a week, since Friday is a holiday and he must spend at least 1 day a week looking for work, given the economic recession. Even living the most ascetic style of life would not allow him as an individual to live on the resulting 2.5 piasters per day, and if he had a family it would go even less far. He would in addition have to pay THIRD tax and the guild tax. A builder pays, in addition, a permit fee. Workers owning animals must pay THIRD even on their donkeys and camels. Let us, he continues, contemplate the confectioner. If he sells a basket, the guild master of the basket weavers comes to him with a contingent of his men and enrolls him in their guild so as to lessen their taxes. If he then sells a flax bath sponge, the flax guild will attempt to claim him. Some such small shopkeepers end up having to pay 5 different THIRD taxes, and have little hope of justice from the layers of guild officials and petty bureaucrats above them. Indeed, they can expect to be jailed for inability to pay the fees and taxes imposed on them. In a guild such as the weighers, the government might take as much as 3/4 of their earnings in the form of taxes and fees, leaving 1/4 out of which to pay the guild master and on which to live. This intolerable tax burden explains the large number of beggars, he avers, most of whom had themselves earlier been workers or merchants. He tells the story of a friend who attempted to impress on a European friend the burden of Egyptian taxes by having him buy a donkey and then asking for the tax on it that an Egyptian would have to pay. Europeans, who seldom paid taxes, could not normally even conceive of the meaning of these taxes for ordinary folk. That the censors allowed an article such as this to appear in the press, insofar as it implicitly blasted the tax collection policies of the Khedive, can perhaps 153. Best be explained by Ismail's increasing desire to escape the vice of European financial control. He after all had imposed such high taxes to pay the European debt servicing. The article shows the sympathy educated Egyptians had with the urban workers and small merchants, and the gross injustice they perceived in the prevailing taxation policies. Since articles such as this one often were read aloud in shops to large crowds of working folk, they also had the potential of articulating grievances and raising the sense of injustice. The Muslim Masons, on the whole, showed a greater concern with efficient government than with constitutionalism. They wanted better upkeep of modern institutions already founded, lower taxes, and a more savvy awareness of Egypt's vulnerability to the imperial ambitions of the European powers. They were willing to wait a while for the freedoms implied by the rights of man, but felt great urgency in securing a guarantee of their corporate interests against European encroachment. Europeans should not be allowed to convince Muslim young men to become Protestants, they should not be allowed to insert themselves into the cabinet and budget-making process of a Muslim state, and they should not be allowed to dictate high taxes with their arbitrary interest policies on international loans. Although Muslim and Syrian Christian Masons shared an anti-imperialist rhetoric, their positive program of domestic reform differed somewhat. The Muslim Masons would accept a competent enlightened despotism. The Syrian Christian Masons wanted constitutionalism. Interestingly, even the old-line notables of the nativist faction who allied themselves with Ismail and the Chamber of Deputies against the Nubar-Wilson government, had by March 1879 adopted a program of consultative government more progressive than the stance of Sayyid Jamaluddin's followers among the Muslim Masons. The further activity of Egyptian Masons, especially after Sayyid Jamaluddin's expulsion from Egypt in August 1879, becomes difficult to trace, since it attracted less notice from the Egyptian authorities. Masonry lodges clearly functioned in the late 1870s as political clubs, and as networks for the mobilization of support for specific political leaders among the literate intermediate strata. They provided a venue for the interfacing of Syrian Christian immigrants, Muslim Egyptian notables, and Ottoman Egyptian nobles. The newspapers founded by members of the lodges formed one of the primary vehicles for the spread of progressive ideas in the 1870s. Young Egypt. Another political organization of note, Young Egypt, Misr al-Fatah, arose in Alexandria in 1879. Sayyid Jamaluddin's disciple Ibrahim al-Lakhtani, an Egyptian bureaucrat, describes how a group of prominent Syrian Christians. 154. From the Sursuk, Kidda, Zugaib, and Mukalla clans, influenced by al-Afghani's speeches, determined to arise for reform. In a private letter that survives in Sayyid Jamaluddin's papers, al-Lakhtani writes of this group that they attached to themselves a band of Muslims, and they cooperated in issuing a newspaper half in Arabic and half in French entitled Misr al-Fatah/Jeune Egypt. Therein they published those views in which the Sayyid had united them through his speech. From the first day it appeared, this newspaper attained a fame denied the most renowned of local European journals after several years of existence. The work of this society was not restricted to the newspaper, rather, they produced a manifesto of reform. A delegation of them brought it to Cairo, where they presented it to the Khedive. 56. On most of the sentiments expressed in the Young Egypt Manifesto, intellectuals of any religious background could agree. The manifesto, printed in the summer or fall of 1879, explicitly called for parliamentary government at a time when the Khedive and his chief minister, Riyad, opted instead for autocracy. The members, in the section on the redistribution of authority, said power should be distributed among the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches of government. They wanted cabinet members to have clearly defined rights and to be responsible to both the Khedive and the legislature. This dual responsibility clearly suggested an equality and a sharing between Khedivial authority and the sovereignty of the people expressed through their elected representatives. Young Egypt demanded equal treatment for all Egyptians, the abolition of privileges in regard to law and taxes, and the end of imprisonment without a writ of habeas corpus. They wanted property protected except where government interference with it aimed at achieving higher public benefit that could be legally demonstrated, and they wanted freedom of religion protected. They insisted on freedom of the press and of association. 57. Though Young Egypt had a mixed membership of Muslims, Syrian Christians, and Jews, the Muslims were drafted into leadership positions. One of its Muslim leaders served as a judge in the mixed courts, the other as a minor bureaucrat. Its Christian and Jewish members came from prominent merchant clans. As its newspaper's bilinguality suggests, its members tended to know French as well as Arabic. As with the Freemasons, the Egyptian bureaucrats and the Syrian Christian and Jewish import-export merchants had in common a membership in the new middle class, sharing a European-style education and common grievances against the big European merchants and bureaucrats and their supporters among the Ottoman Egyptian nobility. Here again, it is impossible to guess the number of members of Young Egypt. In remaining underground, clearly, the organization limited its membership to friends of the founders. The society issued other manifestos, but eventually attracted the baleful notice of Riyad Pasha, the first minister, who had decided that Egyptians were 155. Not ready for this sort of liberty. Riyad Pasha's threat of administrative sanctions succeeded in cowing the Muslim Egyptian members. Because the Syrian Christians within the organization wanted to continue to publish the newspaper despite the government's displeasure with it, a serious schism occurred between the local Egyptian Muslims and the Syrian Christians, in the wake of which the Syrians gave up the activities of the society. They, after all, already had extraterritoriality through their foreign passports, and felt they had been doing the Egyptians a favor in helping them win liberty. 58. Al-Lakhtani's report, which favors the Syrian Christian faction, neglects to note that the Egyptian members of the organization faced increasingly serious retaliation from Riyadh, whereas the Syrians were immune from Egyptian law. This vulnerability may help explain why the Egyptian Muslims broke with their audacious Syrian colleagues over plans to revive the banned newspaper. The young officers. Conventional historiography has it that young Egyptian officers organized a secret society within the armed forces sometime in the 1870s, and that it gained members especially in the wake of the disastrous Egyptian showing in its war with Ethiopia in 1876. The founder of this society is alleged to have been Ali Rubi, a young Egyptian officer unhappy with Ottoman and Circassian dominance of the officer corps. At some point Ahmed Urabi is said to have joined this society. German historian Alexander Skalch casts doubt on the society's existence, arguing that the story originated with Muhammad Sabari's 20th century accounts for which that author offered no documentation, and that Urabi never mentioned it in his memoirs. I think this position overly skeptical. First, Urabi could scarcely be expected to discuss a secret conspiratorial society in a book intended to clear his name of charges of mutiny. Second, Skalch seems to have been unaware that the story appears in informed European accounts from the early 1880s. A recent biographer of Urabi, Samir Muhammad Taha, has pointed out that a 19th-century Arabic biographical dictionary mentions the society's formation, as does the British press in the summer of 1882. 59 I therefore accept the existence of such a young officers' society, while admitting that it may well have been little more than a clique. The society worked against the discrimination against native Egyptians by the Ottoman Egyptian officer elite. 60 Some sense of the young officers' ideas may possibly be gained from sympathetic outsiders such as Sanyu, who clearly retained a special relationship with the Egyptian junior officers. In the wake of the staged military riot against the European ministry headed by Nubar Pasha in February 1879, Sanyu presents a dialogue between two fictitious characters, the civilian Abu Elker and the military hero Abu Lutf al-Jihadi. Abu Elker praises the leader of 156. The army as the promulgator of justice and liberty, al-Hurriyat, and the establisher of the principles of republican nationalism, al-Jumhuriyat al-Wataniyat, in Egypt. One suspects, given his strong support of Abdul al-Halim for the Khedivate, that he intends by this phrase something more like a constitutional monarchy than a true republic. Al-Jihadi replies, full of bitterness about the dismissal of soldiers, the abolition of military schools, low military pay, and long arrears in its disbursement. He tells how their desperation led the officers to present their petition to the ministers, how Nubar Pasha, ridiculed as Gubar, or dusty, called them rude, adabsız, again in Turkish, and ordered them whipped. He describes their humiliation of Nubar, the English cabinet member Rivers Wilson, and Ali Mubarak. He tells how Ismail, the great pharaoh despot, arrived with a special unit that fired on the demonstrators, who nevertheless dispersed only after the intervention of Egypt's notables. A demonstration in Upper Egypt then followed, patterned on the one in Cairo. 61 Sanyu's identification of the Egyptian officers with the cause of liberty, democracy, and nationalism, and his sympathetic portrayal of their humiliation of the Europeans who wished to weaken Egypt militarily, foreshadowed many themes of the Urabi revolt 3 years later. His sympathy for the Egyptian military, and the hopes he placed in it as a progressive force, may have been influenced by his earlier teaching experience in a military academy, and by his extensive network of friends among the junior officers. In such articles, one can as easily see him as much a spokesman for the Young Officers' Society as for a branch of Masonry. The Young Officers' Society primarily drew its membership from among the ethnically Egyptian, Muslim Arabophone junior officers in the army. We know that young dissidents within the officer corps gained support from a few civilian intellectuals such as Yaqub Sanyu and Muhammad Fani. Many of these junior officers had been admitted to armed forces by Viceroy Said, who began the process of Arabizing the officer corps and bureaucracy. Urabi was probably typical of this group in owning 100 acres or so of his own farmland in the countryside, before his major purchases during the revolution, giving him links to the countryside and sympathies with the small freeholders. Given that one or two of the Egyptian officers possessed as much as 1,000 feddans, To see them as petty bourgeois seems an anachronistic error. Their land ownership and rural kinship and patronage networks, even with the peasants who became their enlisted men, continued to count for something even when they attained the status of salaried urban employees of the state. This group felt grievances over the Ottoman Egyptian mismanagement of the war between Egypt and Ethiopia in 1876, as well as over the arrogance of their superiors. As with all secret organizations, it is extremely difficult to guess the number of officers involved, but one suspects that eventually most Egyptian junior officers became supporters of this group's leaders, Ali Ar-Rubi and 157. Ahmed Urabi. The young officers would have made contact with one another in the military academies or in the barracks. They may have known many rank-and-file soldiers as peasants in their villages while still civilians. The Islamic Philanthropical Society. In the summer of 1879, Abdullah an-Nadim was involved in political organization in Alexandria when he discovered that several of the persons he attempted to recruit already belonged to a secret organization, Young Egypt. In a switch, they then induced him to join their group, with its Muslim leadership and Christian and Jewish rank and file. The devotion of Young Egypt to representative government greatly influenced Nadim, but he gradually felt constrained by the secrecy and anonymity the organization sought. He urged the leadership to go public, but they refused. In protest, Nadim left, taking many members with him, and founded the Islamic Philanthropical Society, Al-Jamia Al-Qur'iyya Al-Islamiyya. 62. The society's major activity was the founding of a school, of which Nadim himself became principal. The Islamic Philanthropical Society attracted to its organizational meeting a broad spectrum of the Alexandrian Muslim elite. As reported by At-Tajara, those attending the first meeting included military officers, high government officials, ulama, and Egyptian notables. 63. It depended on both donations and the patronage of nobles and the state. Its leader, Hussein Fahmy, at one point requested a large sum of money from the government to help out with teachers' salaries at the private school the organization ran in Alexandria. A statement of the society's income shows that it took in about half the amount in donations that it did from school tuition. 64. The organizational and administrative experience that Nadim gained through the society was crucial to his later, prominent role in the revolution. The Helwan Society. Riyad Pasha's crackdown in the late summer and fall of 1879 proved devastating to the dissident Freemasons and to Young Egypt. It helped provoke, however, the founding of the Helwan Society. This group of elite politicians formed in the fall of 1879 in response to Tawfiq's acquiescence to a return of the British and French dual control over the portion of the budget mortgaged to foreign debt. They objected to the installation of pro-European Riyad Pasha as first minister. The society included Sharif Pasha, whom Tawfiq turned out of office because of his alliance with Egyptian notables pressing for a reinstatement of the Chamber of Deputies, and consisted of a continued coalition of Ottoman nobles such as Ismail Pasha Yazri and Uthman Pasha Lutfi against 158. The European control. The group issued a manifesto on November 9, 1879, distributing some 6,000 copies. 65. The manifesto rejected European interference in Egyptian affairs, and regretted the imposition of Tawfiq on Egypt without the consultation of the people. It repudiates such a regime. The society advocated the repayment of the foreign debt through Egyptian self-administration, but wanted a unified debt at 4% interest. The Helwan Society also insisted that Egypt's debts not continue to be put up for auction to special creditors, and would agree only to a temporary international control to be set up to oversee debt repayment. The society appears to have leaned toward Prussia diplomatically. Although the manifesto mentioned it only obliquely, the Helwan Society also evoked memories of the Ottoman Constitution of 1877 to justify more consultative government in Egypt. In the wake of this document's distribution, the suspected authors had to retire for a time from Cairo to Helwan, where Riyadh kept them under strict surveillance. 66. This conclave gave them their name. the group nevertheless continued to meet and to plan acts of political opposition. The clubs and resource mobilization. Let us draw some threads together with a more integrated discussion of the funding, tactics, membership, and ideology of these political clubs. One receives the impression that of the two most typical sources of support, membership dues and donations from wealthy patrons, patronage was by far the more important. This necessity for patronage from the nobility imposed political limits on the dissident organization's scope of operation. Being tied to the political fortunes of the great nobles could also be uncomfortable at times. Sayyid Jamaluddin was exiled by Tawfiq and Uthman Rifkai Pasha at a time when his then patron, Sharif Pasha, had just been dismissed from the prime ministership. Patronage as a funding source clearly set limits on the independence of dissident organizations of the middle strata. The more the organization depended on the contributions of members, the more independent it would be. The Officers' Society and the Helwan Society probably represented the most successful such self-funded political organizations, though both were small, elitist, and conspiratorial. Masonry, on the other hand, had little success politically except where its members made a successful alliance with and gained the patronage of the nobles and officers. The new middle strata teachers, government employees, educated merchants, and officers provided the rank and file for most of these organizations. The landed wealthy class also provided some members and patronage, especially the Egyptian notables, and even Ottoman and Circassian nobles played some role. Abdul el-Halim supported, and gained the support of, most Freemasons. Riyad Pasha, a Muslim convert from an Ottoman Jewish family. 159. Supported Star of the East Lodge 1355 until the spring of 1879, and thereafter the Ottoman noble Sharif Pasha gave it his patronage. The Helwan Society, despite its Young Turk rhetoric, grouped elite nobles. But despite the importance of nobles in providing patronage and other support, dissident organizations such as Freemasonry and Young Egypt primarily represented elements of the educated middle strata. The religious heterodoxy of many of the dissidents is explained precisely by their membership, by and large, in the new intermediate strata. Far from being seedy outsiders, as Kaduri paints them, these activists tended to be prominent intellectuals who often achieved a certain measure of success even though they were blocked from the highest offices. 67 Like most intellectuals at most times, their value structures differed from those unschooled in the culture of critical discourse. But most prominent intellectuals came from quite respectable backgrounds, as children of village headmen, of import-export merchants, or of literate lower or middle-level bureaucrats working for the viceroys or Ottomans. The first dissident tactics consisted in simply gathering acquaintances for private lectures in which a speaker subjected the status quo to critical inquiry. As we have seen in an earlier chapter, such activities were banned by the viceroys, and critical discourse was in and of itself considered subversive. The issuing of newspapers not only served an integrative function for the dissident organizations, but also served tactically to further their goals by spreading the message. In the very late 1870s and early 1880s one begins to see the public lecture, to mosque congregations or even street crowds, employed by intellectuals such as Sayyid Jamaluddin and Abdullah Nadim. The nativist faction, Al-Hizb al-Watani, the coalition of notables and the intelligentsia discussed in Chapter 3 above, issued a manifesto calling for a reinvigoration of the Chamber of Deputies in the spring of 1879. Young Egypt and the Helwan Society in the fall of 1879 also issued manifestos, a new and bold public step. Though a tradition of petition writing existed in Ottoman Egypt, the tone of a manifesto differs considerably from that of a supplicating petition. A new form of petition addressed to persons in power on specific political issues seemed to have appeared rather late as a political tactic. The directness of petitions to named individuals, signed by the petitioners, violated the polite conventions that earlier governed such discourse. Only when crises erupted that dissidents felt warranted the taking of extreme risks did they resort to political petitions, and those of 1879 tended to be anonymous. The state meted out exile and imprisonment to former Chamber of Deputies member and large landowner and Sudan merchant Hassan al-Aqtad for his petition criticizing government policies in the spring of 1880. A similar fate met a group of young officers and the translator Muhammad Fanai in May 1880. The Young Officers Organization most effectively employed petitions and demonstrations in new and effective ways, but not until 1881, and these tactics will be discussed in a later chapter. 160. The ideologies of these political societies demonstrate a few consistent themes. First, all of these groups opposed European diplomatic hegemony over Egyptian affairs. Several of them saw European loans to Egypt as having been usurious and illegitimate, and wanted concessions in the terms of their repayment. They objected to the hiring of Europeans in the Egyptian bureaucracy. They differed in this regard from pro-European groups such as the men around Nubar Pasha and the Levantine compradors. Second, they opposed viceregal absolutism, and advocated the implementation in Egypt of the 1877 Ottoman constitution. The only exception here is the group of Muslim Masons around Sayyid Jamaluddin, who were content for most of this period with an enlightened despotism. Here it may be argued that these anti-European and anti-absolutist movements may well have had a majority of the politically aware sector of the public behind them. In contrast, only a section of the Ottoman and Circassian nobles, a small minority among the Egyptian country notables, some Bedouin chiefs, and the European powers favored viceregal absolutism. Even among the nobles, as the Helwan Society demonstrates, support for constitutionalism did exist. Third, they championed the cause of the grossly overtaxed workers and peasants, advocating more reasonable levies even if that left the Europeans waiting a while for their debt repayments. Here again, only the wealthier landlords and European proprietors could fail to see how devastating the overtaxation really was, and these constituted a small proportion of the population. Most of the organizations here discussed did not demonstrate much success at adaptation and survival. Sanusi's salons were broken up by the Viceroy's police, and he was exiled. The Star of the East and other Masonic orders by and large depleted their political capital by supporting Abdu el-Halim as successor to Ismail, rather than the successful candidate, Tawfiq. The one lodge of the order that supported Tawfiq, led by Sayyid Jamaluddin, was closed down by the parent organization and its leader was exiled by the new government. Young Egypt fell apart, partially because of native Egyptian members' fear of Riyadh's repression, and partially owing to a split between the Syrian Christian and the Egyptian Muslim members. The only important dissident organizations that survived Riyadh's reaction of 1879–81 were Nadim's Islamic Philanthropical Society, the Helwan Society, and, probably, the Young Officers Society. The latter two were both the most elitist in their membership and also the closest to the levers of power. Nevertheless, the socializing impact of the whole range of these organizations and their activities on the strata of intellectuals and their notable patrons remained important. Resource mobilization theory posits that grievances alone cannot explain why groups rebel, or why they sometimes do so successfully. Rather, groups weigh the risks and advantages of dissident action. 68 The high profile in the political clubs here considered of Syrian Christians and of Jews suggests the Imper 161. Tans of foreign privilege in emboldening these groups to rebel. Jacob Sanu held an Italian passport, and Star of the East leader Nicolas Sacraje traveled on a French passport. The Muslim Egyptians who joined forces with these privileged foreigners risked a great deal more, since they enjoyed no similar immunity from harsh local punishment. The Egyptians most willing to take this sort of risk appear to have come mainly from the ranks of the intellectuals on the one hand, and of the notables on the other. In the instance of the junior officers and of the Egyptian graduates of the civil schools, the blockage of their advancement drove many to join organizations aimed at changing the system, even at considerable personal risk. The nobles and notables who engaged in intrigue had even more to lose, but they controlled large estates and peasant populations in the countryside, so that the state would tend to avoid a confrontation with them. The idea of resource cumulation suggests that where a struggle is waged by an oppressed group, much support can often be obtained outside that group, as with the abolition movement in the 19th century United States. One is struck by the frequency with which the dissident organizations express their concern for the plight of the peasants and of the urban working strata. The Syrian Christian merchants, the Egyptian civil and military government employees, and the Egyptian notables and village headmen, all had their own grievances against the Khedive's government. But they tended to see themselves as rebelling in part on behalf of the overtaxed working people. Newspapers associated with particular clubs not only helped unite those organizations nationwide, but also provided a forum for bargaining over the legitimacy of the evolving Egyptian state. Under the dual control and the mixed courts, European penetration of Egypt had accelerated dramatically. The dissident press singled out Europeans of several stripes for special opprobrium, employees of the Egyptian government, the two cabinet members, financiers involved in the debt crisis, and even rowdy workers. Indeed, the first area wherein the press became political, wherein it began to develop a culture of critical discourse, was in criticism of the Europeans. The government of Khedive Ismail allowed this criticism, precisely because its relationship with Europe under the dual control sometimes turned stormy. By allowing the nativist faction to undermine European credibility among the reading, and hearing, public, Ismail gained a bargaining chip in his constant negotiations with the British and French over how the country would be run. A second breakthrough in the evolution of political discourse occurred in the criticism of economic affairs. This subject, too, often involved a campaign against the Europeans. Dissident writers, with some justice, attacked the debt crisis as the result of a European confidence racket masquerading as respectable international finance. But their complaints about the overtaxation of workers and peasants in the late 1870s also inevitably painted a black picture of the Khedive's own government. Once a culture of critical discourse devil. 162. Op-ed. Once the dissident organization sniffed the Khedive's own weakness, they began turning their newly sharpened weapons upon the indigenous elite. Despotism, al-istibdad, became a code word for dissatisfaction with the Ottoman Egyptian nobility's autocratic rule and acquiescence in the overtaxation necessary to meet debt servicing. Modern history was ransacked for precedents for popular uprisings against royalist despotism, from the French Revolution to the Babi movement. Disappointed by the failures of the Ottoman experiment, some Ottoman nobles, Egyptian notables, and dissidents sought to try out the 1877 constitution in a vassal province. In the spring of 1879, the notables struck a compromise with the Ottoman nobles and with the Khedive himself, allowing the formation of a broad anti-European front. The pro-European, pro-absolutist ministers such as Riyad Pasha and Nubar Pasha found themselves temporarily left out in the cold. An overall social movement against European control, against viceregal despotism, and against overtaxation and oppression of the ordinary folk, arose in Egypt in the late 1870s. All of these issues, especially the prospect of higher taxes instigated by the dual control, adversely affected many Ottoman nobles, as well, so that they sometimes joined in. They did not share, obviously, the further grievance held by Egyptian notables and intellectuals against Ottoman Egyptian monopolies on control of state resources. This difference points to a basic problem for those who wanted change. The movement consisted of many smaller clubs, which often competed with one another. The Star of the East Masonic Order generally supported Abdu el-Halim for Khedive. Sayyid Jamaluddin's Lodge, on the other hand, supported Tawfiq for Khedive. The young officers wanted more promotions for native Egyptians within the officer corps. The Egyptian notables wanted a regularly convened chamber of deputies with influence on taxes and the budget. The dissidents from a Syrian Christian background were sympathetic to the idea of reducing the size of the army, whereas the Egyptian Muslim dissidents for the most part opposed it. Nevertheless, a temporary alliance of these groups, aimed at ridding the country of the European cabinet ministers in the spring of 1879, succeeded in mobilizing rather impressive political resources. Several aspects of the movement's outcome, however, helped dissipate its momentum. First, Khedive Ismail allied himself with the junior officers, as well as with other dissatisfied groups, in seeking the ouster of the European cabinet ministers in the winter and spring of 1879. A major goal of the movement was achieved with the fall of the Nubar cabinet and the diminution of European representation and control within the Egyptian government. A few of the smaller societies associated with the movement, however, also wanted a change in Egyptian political leadership. These were somewhat mollified by the ouster of Ismail and the accession of Tawfiq in June 1879. A third goal of some in the movement had been the achievement of a constitutional, parliamentary regime on the model of the 1877 Ottoman Constitution. Unlike Ismail. 163. In his last months, however, Tawfiq decided he was strong enough not to need the support of the constitutionalist movement. He brought back Riyadh, who, through the imposition of sanctions such as fines, newspaper closings, imprisonment, and exile, cowed the clubs and notables favoring a consultative regime. In short, the government made it very costly to continue to press for consultative government. Since movement participants had achieved two of the three major goals they sought, they largely showed themselves unwilling to assume the new risks continued activism would incur. One would conclude here that the split between figures such as Riyad Pasha and Khedive Ismail within the ruling elite in the spring of 1879, such that even the Khedive worked for the expulsion of the European cabinet members, had proved crucial for the movement's ability to mobilize the population and to achieve its goals. On the other hand, a united regime under Tawfiq was able to suppress dissent by early 1880. Still, movement participants had learned much about how to create a coalition of clubs and societies for the achievement of political goals upsetting to the regime. They had also learned much about the importance of the press in communicating their ideas to a wide audience in the elite and literate middle strata. The organizational umbrellas changed a great deal, but many of the same political and cultural figures re-emerged to work alongside of and contribute to the mobilization of aggrieved sectors of the public during the Revolution of 1882. 6. Guild organization and popular ideology. Two decisive political crises that evoked widespread popular participation helped shape politics in 19th-century Egypt: the struggle for control among Ottoman officers and Mamluk remnants in the wake of the Ottoman reconquest of Egypt from the French in 1801-05, and the Yoruba revolt of 1881-82, wherein a coalition of Egyptians in the military, Egyptian notables, and some guilds attempted to impose constitutionalism and parliamentary democracy on the Ottoman viceroy and the Ottoman and Circassian aristocracy. The first crisis ushered in the era of Viceroy Muhammad Ali, the second provoked British occupation. The participation in both of ordinary people, of city dwellers who rioted and guild members who fought, makes these two periods of turmoil stand out as turning points in the slow evolution of mass politics in modern Egypt. In 1805, a popular militia of 40,000 artisans in Cairo helped notable supporters of the Albanian junior officer, Muhammad Ali, defeat the titular Ottoman governor. Men such as Hajjaj al-Qudari, the guild master of greengrocers, and Ibn Shama, the guild master of the butchers, led the militia at the barricades. One, although later disarmed and subdued by the victorious military of Muhammad Ali, the guildsmen played a prominent and perhaps pivotal role in the change of government. Much later in the 19th century, some guilds supported Colonel Yoruba's movement for the advancement of Egyptians versus other Ottoman ethnicities and greater parliamentary power versus the viceroy in 1882. On his dismissal as war minister in May of that year, guilds lobbied for his reinstatement. Cobblers, coffee sellers, and tailors marched in the streets asking God for victory over the infidel Europeans, and authorities arrested many guild leaders and members, such as the tailors and a branch of the porters, for complicity in the Yoruba revolt after the British put it down. 2 and older, conservative tradition of historiography might have dismissed such popular participation in political revolt as the result of crafty elites manipulating an unlettered rabble. But in the past 30 years the Anglo-Marxists in particular have done much to establish the study of the urban crowd and its protests as a phenomenon in its own right. More recently, an explicit concern has emerged, not only with the motives of urban working people in political protests, but with their ideology. Working people even in pre-industrial settings carried with them a set of ideas, sometimes contradictory, about the proper workings of government and the nature of social justice, which they articulated most openly at times of political crisis. Guildorganization 165. This ideology had three sources: the ideas elaborated by working people as a community, the ideas they found attractive that filtered through to them from other groups, such as bourgeois thinkers, and the concrete historical circumstances under which they mixed the two. 3. Understanding such mass phenomena in Egypt as the Yoruba revolt demands that historians seek to discover popular ideology. Given the importance of the guilds in the events of 1881–82, the question arises as to whether the guilds came to carry a political culture that particularly inclined them to favor Yoruba's program of parliamentary democracy and constitutionalism. The question is significant. The military, the notables, and the ulama may have all played more important and decisive roles in these crises than the guilds, but none represented so large a proportion of the population. In both the pivotal transitions referred to above, the guilds stood for local choice of political leader rather than acquiescence in the selection of Istanbul or of London and Paris. Two major factors affected guild positions on politics in such situations. On the one hand, unwontedly high taxation clearly provoked a great deal of dissatisfaction in both eras. But on the other, a more subtle reason for willingness to take action may have lain in the political model generated by guild organization. The positions the guilds took raise questions about their political norms and expectations, which in turn the dynamics of their own organization may at least partially explain. In short, did guild members expect the government and larger society to behave in some respects like a guild? Guilds in 19th century Egypt, and in the Ottoman lands of Anatolia and the Arab world generally, served as professional organizations that grouped four sorts of occupation: commerce, the trades, services, and transportation. Thus, tilers and pavers in Cairo's Azbekiyya quarter, brokers in Alexandria's textile markets, and camel drivers carrying watermelons to El Arish, all belonged to guilds, and they organized themselves according to similar principles. Guilds as professional institutions seem to have arisen in Egypt in the 15th century, though their origins as yet remain obscure. Precisely because guild organization encompassed so much of urban civil life, and because even city quarters were organized on a basis similar to that of the guilds, the norms and expectations of guild administration must have had a huge impact on popular conceptions of just government. Any modern historian would find it difficult to estimate the exact number of persons involved in such organizations, though most urban residents either resided in city quarters or belonged to guilds. In the late 1870s the inhabitants of Egypt's 23 largest towns and cities came to around 1 million persons, some 12 to 13% of the total population. Although female craft guild members appear to have been uncommon, women played an active role within feminine society in city quarters. The traditional sector of Egyptian industry alone in the 1870s employed about 100,000 men, equal to 6% of the adult male labor. 166. Force, and produced dyes, food, textiles, leather, metal, wood, stone, and other products. The majority of these were organized in the larger craft guilds. The craft guilds divided themselves into building guilds, who had a special relationship to the Ministry of Public Works, and non-building guilds, tanners, coppersmiths, butchers, shoemakers, etc. But as noted above, merchants and transportation workers also formed themselves into guilds. For an investigation of the norms and expectations growing out of guild administration requires access to information about the internal dynamics of guild organization in 19th century Egypt, about which historians have written very little. Many other aspects of the guilds have also remained obscure. Gabriel Baer began in the 1960s the work of writing the social history of the Egyptian guilds, largely basing his conclusions on British consular reports and Khedivial government printed documents. 5. André Raymond in the early 1970s for the first time used Islamic court documents as well as French reports to settle important questions about 18th century Egyptian guilds, though historians have done less work on the pivotal 19th century. 6. Much remains to be discovered about the functioning and importance of the guilds for the Egyptian economy and society. 2 reasons can be given for the relative neglect of this subject. First, the most accessible sources for its study, such as published government regulations, overemphasize state control of the guilds and suggest that few internal dynamics existed. The view of guilds as basically instruments of the state is apparent in Baer's early work. For instance, in the course of the 19th century the government used the guild sheikhs for its own ends. 7. Second, only documents originating with the artisans and merchants themselves could provide strong evidence for guild members' active roles in governing themselves and dealing with the state. Yet in a society like 19th century Egypt, wherein low literacy rates circumscribed guild members' ability to express themselves in written form, few such testimonies had, until recently, come to light. Baer noted in the 1960s the absence of detailed histories of Egyptian guilds, adding that because British consular officials said no guild documents existed, there is little hope that such histories will become known. 8. The material becoming available in the Ottoman and Egyptian archives, luckily, demonstrates few grounds for such pessimism. Significantly, in a review article written in the late 1970s, Baer speaks instead of the guilds serving the government. The shift in his depiction of them from passive instruments to active allies reflects the deeper understanding of Ottoman guild functioning we have gained from the archival work of Raymond, Halil Inalcik, and Baer's student, Haim Gerber. 9. In the same review article Baer defines the chief functions of the guilds in the 19th century as providing an administrative link between government and people, collecting taxes, and supplying labor and services to the government. No doubt, the government saw the guilds in this way, in that it depended on them for the provision of certain societal services. 167. Baer's earlier emphasis on almost total state control of the guilds is no longer tenable, and even this later definition does not answer the question of why Egyptian artisans and merchants actively continued to support the guild structures. More recently, Ehud R. Toledano has depicted guild masters as social intermediaries who offered a measure of protection to guild members but in turn helped the state maintain social control over their activities. 10. I like Toledano's emphasis on the way in which the guild masters had loyalties to both the state and their members, which seems to me an improvement over the early Baer depiction of them as straightforward servants of the government. I will argue below, however, that in the 1860s and 1870s a new ethos developed among Egypt's guilds. What, then, did the guilds do for their members, as opposed to what they did for the state? A typical definition of the rules of early 19th century European trade societies centers on 4 issues: the control of the crafts organization and entry into it, the administration of charity for stricken members, the regulation of behavior among members, and a tramping system of providing work to itinerant craftsmen. 11 Egyptian guilds had no tramping system, and only a few, such as the cobblers, provided sick relief to members. But control of the crafts organization and entry into it, and the regulation of behavior among members certainly constituted central concerns of the ordinary members. The importance of guild relations to the state must be recognized, but here we will attempt to see the guilds from the perspective of members and officers, rather than from that of Cairo's bureaucrats. The state's relative weakness in pre-industrial Egypt in any case justifies less attention to the viceroy's bureaucracy and more to the guild's internal affairs. Only an overestimation of the state's power in the medieval and early modern Middle East, probably deriving from Weberian stereotypes of the Oriental despot, could impel one to talk of close government control over the guilds. Rather, as Raymond has argued, the Ottomans pursued a policy of decentralized urban administration, leaving the provision of many services to guilds, communal groups, city quarters, and endowed institutions. These various elements acted in a dynamic and creative manner to accommodate the urban growth and change that characterized the Ottoman period. 12. Even the somewhat more interventionist viceroys in 19th-century Egypt operated within the terms of an old regime state, except perhaps in the military. These subtle shifts in our perspective on guilds underline the need to investigate their internal dynamics. A view of guild functioning from the bottom up, rather than only from the perspective of high state officials, can be gained from guild petitions to various government departments, especially the Ministry of the Interior, the Tax Bureau, and the Cairo and Alexandria city councils, preserved in the Egyptian National Archives. 13. The petitions most often display the concerns of the wealthier or more highly placed guild members, of master artisans, merchants, shopkeepers, and brokers. A few petitions, often written in rather colloquial Arabic, came from groups about which we know. Even less journeyman artisans or even common laborers expressing their dissatisfaction with the guild master or desiring to form their own guild in order to escape maltreatment by officers with different economic or ethnic concerns than their own. They give these groups, neglected by all but a few historians of modern Egypt, a voice. 14. This material tells us much more than we heretofore knew about how guild officers were actually selected, about the nature and settlement of disputes within the guild, about conflicts between guilds, and about ethnic tensions. These documents present a lively picture of members as active in making their guild work, in negotiating disputes at its boundaries and within. Egyptian guilds felt acutely in the 1860s and 1870s the impact of the world market, capitalist practices among European rivals, technological change, increased government bureaucracy, and the direct competition of immigrant Southern European skilled workers, as well as merchants from all over Europe. They dealt with such problems within the guild's administrative framework, which changed little during these 16 years. In this chapter I will examine in what ways the guild organizations mediated social conflict arising out of competition for power, wealth, and prestige among guild members and between guilds and other groups. A larger, somewhat heuristic question, articulated at the beginning of this chapter, lies behind this concern, as to whether guild members saw their own organization as a normative model for wider society. Did guild making have a bearing on state making? Both processes depended on the mediation of conflicts and the delimiting of spatial boundaries over which leaders asserted authority. Within the guilds, members came into conflict over who would lead the guild, a conflict normally settled through elections of guild masters. Disputes arose between guild officers and journeymen, which take on particular importance since the manner in which the parties expected them to be resolved probably reflected similar expectations about their conflicts with government officials. Guilds also fought one another for jurisdiction over specific occupations, presenting a microcosm of conflicting claims on resources by various groups within society. Finally, ethnicity and other primordial identities made their impact on the essentially professional and economic institution of the guilds, and this impact can tell us much about the nature of ethnic and religious politics in 19th-century Egypt. The election of the guild master. The first set of issues into which the petitions and government documents lend us insight concern the offices of the guild master and his deputies. Guild members attached the greatest importance to these posts, since, among other things, until 1881 the guild master collected taxes for the government from them. 15. How did guild members seek to influence the choice of the person who would lead and administer them? Did a powerful and ever-watchful state impose 169 him on them, and did the military governor choose him arbitrarily, reducing guild elections simply to a pro forma ratification? During the first 2 centuries of Ottoman rule, the state apparently appointed guild masters arbitrarily, a procedure that literate guild members complained about as a cause of guild decadence. It seems probable that guild members began to wrest from the government greater say over the choice of guild master during the late 18th century, a period of relative decentralization. Regarding those decades, Raymond finds contradictory evidence about the degree of influence guild members had over the selection of their guild master. Most often candidates came from a few prominent families within the guild. He concludes, however, that on the whole guild masters were elected by their peers, with the state reserving the right to review the choice. Some guilds, he thinks, proved better able to assert themselves against the power of the state than others. Subsequent work by Layla Abdul Latif Ahmed confirms Raymond's conclusions about the somewhat hereditary nature of guild leadership and the role of senior masters in choosing from among candidates from a limited number of leading families. 16 published government regulations and diplomatic documents from the Ismail period give the impression that the government chose the guild master, usually after taking suggestions from the senior masters, and they influenced historians such as Baer. 17 The guild petitions and police commentaries on them in the archives, however, give an entirely different impression. The documents do not support the notion that a handful of senior masters humbly made an informal suggestion to the police chief or governor, who then appointed whomever he pleased. Rather, it is clear that a very large number of members, as many as 200 or 300, often formally voted and were taken seriously, suggesting a grassroots flavor in guild election procedures that comes as a shock to one familiar with standard historiography on the subject. Once elected, of course, the guild master had wide powers, which he could exercise in quite an authoritarian manner. But his constituents elected him on a somewhat democratic basis. Most petitions concerning these offices dealt either with the election of guild officers or the expression of discontent with them. The election procedures here considered hold true for the 1860s and 1870s, and certainly differ from those in earlier decades. As in many other areas of society, the reformist government of Viceroy Ismail enacted legislation concerning the election of guild officers. My own guess is that when the Viceroy and his Privy Council decided to institute a Chamber of Deputies or quasi-parliament, which met for the first time in 1866, they proceeded to order more consultative procedures in other social institutions as well. A government document preserves the original decision in this regard. In the decision of the Privy Council, ratified by the Viceroy, No. 3, Shaban 1282 December 1865 to January 1866, No. 29, upon which was based the communication. 170. Of the Governorate No. 12, Shaban 1282, No. 34, it is indicated as follows: whenever it becomes necessary to install a master or deputy master of a guild, or the head of a city quarter of neighborhood, this shall be carried out through communications between the police and the Governorate. These officials must first gather for an election a group composed of those who have the right to express their good pleasure and to certify the results. With the knowledge of the Governorate, the election shall be carried out in accordance with the above-mentioned decision. If any criminal act seems involved, the court must look into it and carry out an investigation, and its decision must be executed. 18. In 1870 the Privy Council made the oversight of most guild elections the joint responsibility of the police and the Governorate, except in the case of the building guilds, where the police and the Ministry of Public Works shared responsibility. The Privy Council reaffirmed the principle of guild elections to determine officers. 19 guilds and the government often, but not always, followed these steps in practice, as I shall show below. Only by considering actual cases of elections and election disputes can we measure the distance between law and practice. A typical case showing the actual procedure of elections comes from the Printers' Guild. The guild master's petition said that he wanted to resign because he felt overextended. He wished qualified guild members to elect another in his stead. Once gathered, they elected a new guild master, who gave as security the required sum, usually £20, and one senior guild member, along with the guild master of the paper makers, co-signed the documents. A police official attended the election, and later searched the files at headquarters to ensure that the new guild master had no criminal past. The formality with which elections often were carried out can be seen in a typical police account. The Guild of Helpers, Musaidun, in Bulak, probably grain brokers, had to have an election for a deputy guild master, Wakil, because the former incumbent ran afoul of the law. 20. The precinct police chief convened the voting members of the guild at the police station. Two main preferences emerged from the vote tallies, THIRD, the Fox, Soleh and Ahmed Hazim, with Hazim the winner by a slight margin. The reporting officer actually talked of counting ballots, Qa'im al-Intikhab, and gave the voting breakdown as shown in Table 6.1. Some guild members averred that THIRD Soleh had prior convictions, or at least was under investigation by the tax office, Kalam al-Warku, and the police wanted further information before proceeding. In the end, authorities decided the results were ambiguous enough to warrant holding a new election. 21. Another instance demonstrates some occasional cobwebs in both guild organization and government records. In 1878 the knife sharpeners complained that they had no guild leadership. The police investigated and found this group to be a sub-guild of the blacksmiths. Police records showed that a deputy guild master had been appointed, but when they summoned him they discovered a man very advanced in years who had for long shown no interest in the guild. He said that his appointment had in any case been unofficial. The concerned police officer then called together the knife sharpeners with the officials of the blacksmiths guild for an election, in which the guild master of the blacksmiths approved the winner. 22. It may have been in the guild master's interest to hold the election at the police station since that step helped protect him from subsequent challenges. When 12 members of a guild in Bulak complained that the signatures in the election of the deputy guild master were forged or belonged to non-members, the police investigated and found that members had duly held the election at the station. They dryly observed that 12 persons could not overturn a decision made by 200. 23. The guild members seem to have had a fairly free hand in electing their leaders, but factionalism within the guild could occasionally invite strong government intervention. A case involving brokers best illustrates this point. The government investigated the Shati brothers, guild masters of the brokers or middlemen in Alexandria, on several counts of criminal activity. In consequence, the Alexandria City Council ruled that they should be dismissed from their guild posts. But somewhat later the guild members petitioned the Interior Ministry complaining that the Shatis still held office. The governor of Alexandria's office made inquiries and decided to remove the brothers until the police issued their final report. In the meantime, the guild had to choose a temporary replacement. The brokers split into two factions, one desired Ahmed Ali, the other rejected him as unfit, saying his candidacy formed part of a plot to commit misdeeds. They wanted the authorities to ask about Ahmed Ali's reputation from the merchants of the port. This opposition faction supported a man named An-Nakah. Officials called together the port's merchants, who denied knowing any Ahmed Ali, saying that the signatures supporting him appeared to be from outsiders such as the goldsmiths. These port merchants supported a third candidate, from the Shati family and thus a relative of the dismissed guild masters, on condition that he had no police record. But they were willing to accept. 172. An-Nakah as a second choice. Ahmed Ali and his faction at this point protested that the port merchants, importers, had no right of selection, since the Alexandria Council had stipulated that only exporters should help choose the successor to the Shatis. The authorities sent for a copy of the decision, which did indeed say that the new guild master should be chosen at the governorate offices by the export merchants, the port sub-governor, and the senior members of the Brokers' Guild. Upon the convening of this gathering, those assembled expressed a preference for yet a fourth candidate. An investigation, however, showed him to be a defendant in a criminal proceeding, which disqualified him. Now a group of European exporters based in Alexandria submitted a statement saying that, since they had heard that the guild intended to select a guild master, they would like to register their confidence in An-Nakah. By this time the dealers were becoming desperate to settle the issue, since their business had been interrupted owing to the lack of a guild master. The governor reported that insofar as the first person put forward, Ahmed had proved to be unfit, and the second was legally barred from taking office, and since both senior guild members and the merchants spoke well of a nikah, he was to be recognized as guild master. 24 This case demonstrates that outside groups like the import merchants and even the Europeans could have a direct or indirect voice in choosing the middleman's guild master. Moreover, when guild members showed indecision, the government could act in a high-handed fashion. After all, authorities appear never to have offered any real proof of Ahmed Ali's alleged unfitness, and his strongest denunciation came from the importers, who had no right to vote in the first place. Often only the guild members' litigiousness kept Alexandria's authorities under the rule of law. The officials delayed in dismissing the châtiers, and they attempted to include the importers in the subsequent voting, both times disregarding the city council decision. But whenever guild members cited the decision, they were able to force the governorate and police to comply with it. In the end, the disruption of business forced a settlement. Politics proved too expensive a game for brokers to play very long. The state appears only infrequently to have interfered in election choice except in cases where guild members split fairly evenly on the choice and needed an outsider to act as tiebreaker. In extraordinary circumstances, however, government officials might intervene against the will of members in elections for the guild master, particularly if they suspected corruption or lawbreaking. The combined guild of Arab merchants and Sudanese brokers dealing in tamarind, natron, salt extract, and other Sudanese products numbered 287 members. This group found it easy to profit from the slave trade, which the Egyptian government formally outlawed in 1854. Ismail's regime made efforts to suppress the trade despite many notables' conviction that Islamic law permitted it. Indeed, in the late 1870s police arrested the guild master of this 173 combined guild and imprisoned him for slave trading, then called a new election. At the Cairo police station 171 guild members attended, of whom 117 voted for one Muhammad Abu Dhahab, and 54 for another candidate, Aga Saleh. The governor of Cairo analyzed the voting patterns and discovered that, of the guild's two groups, the Sudanese had overwhelmingly chosen Muhammad Abu Dhahab. On the other hand, almost as many Arab merchants voted for Aga Saleh as for his rival. The police chief reasoned that the Sudanese brokers, prone to slave trading, might return to the practice if he allowed their man to become guild master. He therefore appointed Aga Saleh, the favorite of a little less than half the Arab merchants, as master of the combined guild. 25 This document, like the one concerning Bulak discussed above, reveals that the selection procedure at the police station involved actual voting and not merely vague consensus, since the governor had a detailed breakdown of voting patterns. Moreover, the large proportion of guild members who voted, nearly two-thirds, indicates greater democracy than historians had previously assumed. The conclusion appears inescapable that journeymen voted in these elections, though what weight their votes carried appears to have varied somewhat with the circumstances. Not only guilds, but other similar institutions practiced these electoral procedures in the 1870s and early 1880s. The Ali's Bakiya Chamber of Commerce, organized in late 1870, announced the opening of a club for merchants. The chamber pledged to post the telegraphic news and government announcements of the day, especially those affecting commerce, and to maintain a reading room with newspapers as well as a room for coffee and conversations. Moreover, it promised, merchants would elect a consultative council, Majlis Shura, from among their prominent members. 26 Cairo also had a committee, Majlis al-Hisba, of prominent merchants who helped decide fair prices in the city. The Ministry of the Interior reported that, in regard to the election of 2 members to the Majlis al-Hisba, a gathering of those required from among the merchants and city notables was convened at the police station, and they decided to elect Mahmoud Bey al-Attar, the Ser Tukar of the capital, and Al-Hajj Muhammad at-Tuwair, because of their capabilities. They are elected for 6-month terms from 6 Muharram 1297, in accordance with the constitution of the Majlis. 27. The quasi-democratic ethos of electing officials to office thus widely obtained in Egyptian society, even at times when the Council of Deputies was prorogued by high-handed khedives and premiers. That the indigenous bourgeoisie practiced these elections perhaps occasions less surprise than that they seem equally widespread among the humblest artisans. Guilds in the 1860s and 1870s, then, held formal elections with the police station as a common venue. Such procedures suggest a great degree of formality and rationality. In most cases, the government simply ratified the choice of 174. The guild members eligible to vote, which suggests more autonomy for the guilds than has usually been assumed. The state did, of course, play an important role. The authorities kept detailed lists of guild masters and the number of men under them, requiring registration and payment of a security for taxes. Government intervention became most dramatic when the guilds split so badly as to prevent a clear winner from emerging. Officials had wide powers to decide the result of ambiguous elections, to consult groups outside the guild that might be affected, and even to overturn a clear result if they thought it might result in future lawbreaking. In such actions, however, the state acted as an occasional referee rather than as an omnipresent despot. Indeed, in the case of the knife sharpeners, only an initiative of the guild members themselves brought to light an inactive guild master and the need for fresh elections. Within the guild structure itself, a hierarchy may be discerned. The choice of the knife sharpeners had to be ratified not only by the government, but also by the masters of the larger guild, the blacksmiths, of which they formed a subunit. A hierarchy of authority and of ratification constrained the grassroots spirit of the elections themselves. The detailed election returns preserved for us in the cases of the Bulak brokers and the Arab Sudanese merchant guilds, however, provide evidence of relatively egalitarian selection procedures. The practice of actual voting by nearly the entire membership of a guild indicates a more democratic procedure and ethos than had heretofore been envisaged among the guilds. That some guild members had been socialized to such norms surely has implications for their likely views on national politics and procedures as well. Conflicts between guild officers and journeymen. Although the guilds elected their own officers, usually with little outside interference, the relationship between guildmaster and members sometimes went sour. As the Arabic-speaking, Maltese-British consular official Borg saw it, once elected the guildmaster could act as an autocrat. A sheikh is the supreme ruler of his guild, he admits members, directs in which manner the works should be performed, fixes the wages of craftsmen in the several degrees, selects workmen to carry out the government works, accepts work from private individuals and distributes it among his people, collects capitation and other taxes from the members of his craft, and in a word, deals with the men under his rule as best may seem to him, as he is the autocrat thereof, although nominally responsible to the government for his administration and subject to the advice of the Omadzumad, the senior masters upon all matters. Upon sending workmen to private individuals he is entitled to a fee of from 5 to 10 current piastres, from 6 to 12 pence, per diem from the employer, until the work is finished, but that rate is invariable, whatever the number of workmen he may provide. 28. 175. The guildmaster's attempt to assert such wide prerogatives provoked conflict at times with his journeymen, and he occasionally complained to the government about his men breaking guild rules. More often, guild members regretted their choice and found that their officers overtaxed them, pocketing the difference, or engaged in other corrupt activities that threatened the smooth functioning of the guild. How did the two parties handle such conflicts? Borg's report implies that none could challenge the authority of the guild master, but the guild petitions suggest otherwise. More often, petitions reaching the government derived from journeymen disputing the fitness of their officers. Disgruntled journeymen wishing to remove their guild master could often succeed in doing so at least temporarily by accusing him of embezzlement or tax fraud. The mere appearance of impropriety could provoke a crippling investigation that would cause the guild official's dismissal. Sometimes even a verdict of innocence would not be enough to restore the official to his post, particularly if fresh elections were held while he was being investigated. 29 journeymen often had access to incriminating information about their guild master, which they seldom hesitated to use if they decided for their own reasons to attempt to rid themselves of him. For instance, in 1879 some disgruntled members of the Butchers' Guild complained that an embezzlement scandal that involved dropping 9,000 head of sheep from the ledgers led to the sacking of government officials in charge of the slaughterhouse, but that the guildmaster of the butchers had not been punished despite his complicity. Here guild members attempted to use the leverage of an already notorious crime to implicate their own guildmaster, lending their charge some weight. 30 But this maneuver could prove tricky and dangerous unless the journeyman had good proof at hand, since the guildmaster controlled more resources than they did. Most often such accusations formed part of a power struggle between factions in a guild. Some porters accused their guildmaster of extracting an extra half-guinea from each of them over and above government taxes. But the accusers proved unable to substantiate their charges in the subsequent investigation, and many other workers vigorously defended their guildmaster. That one of the accusers himself had a criminal record helped undermine his credibility with the military investigator. 31 One problem facing journeymen who denounced officers for overtaxing members probably lay in the guildmaster's payment of kickbacks to local authorities. More sophisticated guild members, such as merchants, therefore attempted to build complex cases against disliked officers in hopes of bringing in the high bureaucrats of the Interior Ministry. For instance, 50 North African merchants in Alexandria charged that although their guild tax, set by the Viceroy's Privy Council, came to £880, their guildmaster had assessed them at £2500. Moreover, they had discovered that he had a police record, something they had not known when they elected him, and which legally barred him from serving as master of this or any other guild. 32. 176. The governor of Alexandria had to reply to the Minister of the Interior concerning the petition, explaining the facts of the case. He admitted that authorities had once found Amontasir, now master of the North African Merchants Guild, guilty of misallocating funds when a clerk for the Grain Transporters Guild. Sentenced to prison, he received a pardon in a general amnesty and never served any time behind bars. As for the £2500 guild tax, this trebling of the guild's assessment derived from a decision of Hassan Pasha Razim when governor of Alexandria rather than from the guildmaster. Other guilds had also protested this increase, but it was something known and recorded at the Finance Ministry and other government departments. The North African merchants' charge of overtaxation could thus stand up only if it was allowed to implicate higher officials as well. The accusation that Montasir had a conviction on his record possessed more force, though this series of documents does not reveal the final decisions to which the Interior Ministry came. The petition only proves that the merchants felt themselves illegally overtaxed and that they succeeded in obtaining and citing an obscure police report against a leader they wished to depose. The desperate atmosphere of Viceroy Ismail's last years, and the structural tensions generated by high taxes and debt crisis, pervade this petition, and must have underlain much of the friction between the guildmasters and their rank and file in the 1870s. The failures of the porters and the North African merchants demonstrate that members needed both a strong legal case and unity in order to effect a desired change in their guild leadership. Members of the Guild of Garment Brokers in Bulak seem to have been on firmer ground when they complained about the deputy guildmaster, Hassanin Salim. They alleged that he, having grown too old and ill to perform the duties of his office, had delegated his authority in 1875 to another man. They argued at that time that the old man had in effect resigned and was attempting to install his own choice as successor by the legal fiction that the new man was his agent. They had wanted a fresh election that would reflect the will of the guild members themselves, insisting that appointment of his successor was not the guild officer's prerogative. When Salim saw trouble brewing, he had resumed the functions of deputy guildmaster, despite his health problems, rather than relinquishing power and holding elections. But 2 years later, in 1877, he attempted the same ploy, delegating authority to one Zayd, the son of his first agent. The other guild members, outraged, charged Zayd with being a crooked street ruffian and petitioned the Interior Ministry for new elections. The ministry replied that the guild should elect a reliable person. The qualified guild members met and chose a man they considered solid and knowledgeable. The guild master of the Bulak market merchants and head of the brokers testified to the new man's suitability and sent the election forms to the governorate requesting that he be recognized. In the meantime, the guild found that Zayd had spread a rumor that the governor would appoint him to the office to spite the guild, which had angered him. 177. The petitioners pleaded that the appointment be made in accordance with the desires of the guild members, none of whom wanted undependable Zayd. Moreover, they pointed out, the Interior Ministry had already directed that he not be retained but a reliable person chosen. They ended their petition, saying, "The kindness of your honor rules out tyranny and treachery, and coercion is forbidden." 33. The guild members thus felt that they had the right to express their will in the election of their officers, and resisted both the encroachments of guild officers reluctant to give up power despite age or illness, and the arbitrariness of the government officials who ratified the results of elections and could sometimes overturn them. Their description of Zayd as a street tough implies that Salim chose him as agent in order to intimidate them, an effort that obviously failed. The brokers saw the election procedures as bulwarks against tyranny, and they cleverly employed functional ambiguity to say so. Their final sentence suggests that the only possible motive for overturning their duly held election was tyranny, which they slyly refused to attribute to the governor in view of his character, and that the only means of carrying out such a reversal was coercion, which they openly disputed the right of the governor to use. Other guild officers resorted to similar tactics for retaining power, provoking journeymen to challenge them. Guild members often stood up for what they conceived to be their rights in helping choose their own leadership. In 1876 over 130 measurers at Bulak Shore challenged their deputy guild masters, who had selected temporary agents. 34 The authorities had arrested these guild officers for corruption, and had tried and sentenced them to varying prison terms. The arrests required that the guild choose agents to run affairs while the officers languished in jail, and the police gathered guild members for an election, the results of which authorities approved. Earlier the dismissed guild master, Hassan Abu Abdullah, had filed an appeal against his removal from office, a process that went on for a year and a half. During this time his journeymen continued to oppose him. The petitioning rank-and-file guild members complained that Abu Abdullah had secretly handpicked the agents elected to stand in for the jailed officers, and they made trouble for the guild in hopes of getting the government to intervene. The measurers appear to have been charging that the agents deliberately acted in such a way as to convince the government that the guild desperately needed the dismissed guild master's strong hand. Ultimately, the Cairo governor refused Abu Abdullah's appeal, so at least the measurers escaped the domination of a guild master they despised. Both the brokers and the measurers, in initiating complaints against their guild authorities, demonstrated a determination to have a say in who led them. Both succeeded in ousting guild leaders whom they did not want. The brokers' refusal to accept the fiction of an agent of the decrepit deputy guild master, and the measurers' petition to the interior minister against the agents of their jailed guild officers show that when the rank-and-file members felt their right. 178. To help select guild leadership had been circumvented, they were willing to take determined action, and even to go outside the guild to the authorities. A guild master who found his own authority and sanctions against members who over or undercharged for their services insufficient finally had recourse to the state. As we saw in Chapter 2, the guild master of the tilers and pavers in Cairo, along with senior members, complained to the authorities in 1873 that some journeymen contravened the principles earlier agreed upon by both master artisans and the rank and file. They refused to obey or respect the masters, they held up the payment of the capitation tax, and they took contracts at low wages, but they then often left the work contracted for incomplete. 35 Such complaints to the state suggest, in themselves, that the guild master sometimes had difficulty making his writ run among the journeymen. The guild master's relationship with guild members may have often been paternalistic and autocratic, as Borg reported. But clear limits existed to his authority, which members hardly accepted as absolute. Guild officers sometimes grew exasperated with their journeymen, who in the face of the competition introduced by rapid population growth and European immigration, constantly faced the temptation to sell their labor at cheaper rates than those preferred by the guild. Such forces threatened the discipline of the guild and even its reason for being. On the other hand, rank-and-file guild members sometimes felt frustrated with their guild officers when these attempted to circumvent normal election procedures that gave a wider cross-section of the guild some say in who should fill guild posts. The struggle of a handful of officers, sometimes corrupt, to retain their power in the face of dissatisfaction from the rank and file, appears to have been a constant dynamic of guild organization in these decades. Such a dynamic required an active determination on the part of guild members to assert their will, something they appear to have done fairly frequently. Dissatisfied journeymen seeking the ouster of their officers could in the last instance appeal to the state. The government's authority to ratify guild elections, and the lack of a fixed term of service for guild officials, made this method of challenging incumbents a potentially effective one. Where they could substantiate such accusations, which practically speaking required the cooperation of most journeymen, the authorities tried the guild officer, convicted and sentenced him, and declared him ineligible to hold further office. This dismissal then opened the way to new elections, though involved judicial appeals of the dismissal could long delay the installation of a genuinely new leadership. Many such attempts to unseat incumbents failed, of course, whether because most originated with a small number of aggrieved members and rested on slim or no grounds, or because these endeavors required taking on entrenched interests. The frequent challenges journeymen threw up to their leadership in the 1860s and 1870s, however, at least demonstrate a conviction that they ought to be able to express their political will within the Guild Admin 179. Istration. They even instructed the governor of Cairo that he was forbidden by law to use coercion in imposing a guild master on them. This unexpected tradition of feistiness may help explain the support of many guildsmen for the Urabi revolt, wherein Egyptians challenged the vice-regal leadership as tyrannical and corrupt at home and weak in dealing with the foreigners. Let us now turn to the question of intergroup relations, which may, again, help us understand popular models of social conflict and the role of mediating authority. Disputes over jurisdiction. Just as state-making requires both the mediation of internal conflict and the delineation of boundaries with outside groups, so the ongoing process of making the guild necessitated the resolution of recurring conflicts over jurisdiction. Journeymen sometimes found themselves gerrymandered into a guild structure in which they felt out of place or exploited. Occasionally two similar guilds would arise in the same place, and rival guild masters claimed complete authority. Larger guilds often had sub-branches, some of which made bids to be recognized as independent guilds. Borg wrote that the guild master was assisted by an agent and deputy guild masters, varying in number from 2 to 4, depending on the size of the guild. 36 The deputy guild master often presided over a branch of the guild, the members of which pursued a slightly different occupation than that of the main guild, and this branch could under certain circumstances become autonomous. In all these conflicts among guilds the ambitions of guild officers played an important part, but so did the desires of masters and journeymen. Jurisdiction was worked out by the guilds in various ways. Some guilds existed only in a particular city quarter, whereas others functioned on a city-wide scale. The dynamics of the process of fission and unification piques Bayer's curiosity, though he is unable to provide answers. If we had detailed histories of the various guilds, it would be interesting to try to find out what determined whether a trade split up into separate guilds or remained unified under a common sheikh, when the members dispersed over different parts of the city. 37. We still, of course, lack detailed histories, but at least some answers will be attempted below. Here it is enough to note that some guilds, such as the Wagoners, Al-Arabajiya, and the Bakers, did have a unified guild structure throughout Cairo as evidenced in Table 6.2. In such instances, members elected a deputy guild master in each city quarter. 38 Such a unified structure throughout a large urban area, of course, also speaks to the guild's organizational capacity and ability to mobilize political resources in times of crisis. Conflict among guild officers over matters of jurisdiction arose when the authorities themselves had left such matters vague and unformalized, a by no means uncommon situation. It then fell to the guilds themselves to work out the conflicting claims. Only if they failed did they bring the state back in as arbiter. This sort of conflict among guild officers occurred in the case of the guards at the Delta city of Tanta. In 1875 the governor of Garbaya province, owing to an increase in the number of thefts in Tanta, wrote the Cairo police chief requesting that he send Nubians headed by a reliable guild master to restore order and protect the city. Uthman, the guild master of the guards that were dispatched, related how he and his men arrived and prevented further thefts. The guild master was troubled, however, to find some Nubians already present and employed as guards in the markets and workshops, and at the homes of wealthy private citizens and Europeans. Sheikh Ali said he did not know if these men paid a guild tax or not, and he felt it wise to take security deposits from them, lest he should later be held accountable for them as guild master of the Nubians. But it transpired that the hired guards in Tanta already had a guild master, and fixed taxes. Their leader, Sheikh Yusuf, worked as a government employee in the Office of Pious Endowments in the city. When the newcomer Sheikh attempted to find out the tax rate for Tanta's guards, the police informed him that they could only give out this information to the guild master, Sheikh Yusuf. 39 A power struggle developed between the two men, each of whom declared himself guild master. Both they and the authorities recognized that Tanta was not big enough for two guild masters, a situation that might cause troubles among their armed men. Local authorities had recognized Sheikh Yusuf as guild master for 10 years, preserving his security deposit at the Public Record Office, and he charged that Sheikh a troublemaker, was employing his guards to deprive Sheikh Yusuf of his livelihood. Sheikh Ali's authority. 181. Rested on his having been made head of the 40 men sent from Cairo, where he had paid his security deposit and had been certified by the Cairo guild master. All concerned recognized that the Cairo guild master should settle the affair. When the Garbaya governor wrote to him, he replied that as long as the incumbent Sheikh Yusuf performed his duties then he was guild master of Tanta's hired guards. The governor recommended placing all the guards under Sheikh Yusuf. Sheikh Ali in his petition contested this decision, insisting that if his rival intended to head all the guards he must increase his security deposit to cover them all. Moreover, he pointed out that if Sheikh Yusuf had been doing his job it would not have been necessary to call in outsiders from Cairo to restore order. Finally, he said, a guild master acted improperly in attempting also to hold down a desk job at the Pious Endowments office. If a theft occurred, would he leave his office to investigate it? The conflict between the two guild masters derived from several ambiguities. The Cairo authorities, in dispatching the new guards, gave them their own guild master rather than integrating them into the local structures from the beginning, which shows little understanding of provincial conditions. The troubleshooters from the big city clearly looked down on their colleagues in Tanta, and their leader saw the Tanta guild master as a milquetoast office worker. This sentiment indicates the potential for wider disputes between full-time guild officers and those who combine their post with other, often more white-collar, occupations. Not all disputes between guilds originated in the rivalries of guild officers. The rank-and-file members themselves sometimes sought to alter organizational affiliations. Where a general guild master asserted a claim to authority over a sub-guild, and could convince the state of the legitimacy of his claim, he could often have workers assigned to him. How actively did ordinary guild members respond to such assignment? One petition shows that they did not always simply acquiesce in the guild structure designed by the bureaucrats and guild masters. 91 wagon drivers protested early in 1875 that they did not wish to remain under the authority of the guild master of the camel drivers. This man, they said, had despotically forced the camel drivers to sell their livestock, so that they had been obliged to take up carting for a profession. The wagon drivers feared a similar fate awaited them at his hands, and wanted their own man, Ahmed Muhammad, as guild master. They warned that the camel driver still intended to enter them under his leadership and reduce them to a condition of slavery. Ahmed Muhammad made similar charges against the camel driver's leader, of having forced his men to sell their animals. But the authorities rejected Muhammad's own candidacy because he had a police record. 40. The wagon driver's petition demonstrates the near terror working men could feel at the prospect of having a guild master inimical to their perceived economic interests. Under such conditions they went so far as to liken themselves to slaves, no empty metaphor in a society that still practiced on a small 182 scale the buying and selling of human beings. In short, under some circumstances the ordinary guild members themselves made a bid to influence the drawing of guild lines by agitating and appealing in the strongest possible terms to the state. As noted, a guild often grouped several sub-guilds, each with its own deputy guild master, subsumed under the authority of a supreme guild master. 41. When a sub-guild grew in number of members or became more specialized, it frequently wished to break off and form an independent guild with its own autonomous guild master. This move was occasionally resisted by the larger guild, since it could detract from their wealth and power. The guild master of the fancy weavers, Aktadun, involved in making silk cords, braids, and tassels, who had general authority over similar workers using coarser materials as well as cloth weavers, Habakan, of various sorts, attempted to stop the secession of a sub-guild of Aktads who used reed materials rather than silk to make ribbons, buttons, and tassels. He, deputy guild masters, and other guild members totaling 49 persons submitted a petition to stop the new guild's recognition. 42. Officials often proved unsympathetic to such opposition, however. During Mahmoud Sami al-Baradai's tenure as Cairo police chief, in the late 1870s, officials had no objection to sub-guilds breaking off unilaterally. At age 80 the head of a sub-guild of importers wished to retire. Al-Baradai checked the guild register, but found no listing for the name of this guild or its master. He summoned the guild master of the silk merchants, who affirmed that these importers, a sub-guild under his leadership, had always shown a measure of independence. A check with the Cairo Municipal Council showed the old head as a deputy guild master responsible for the sub-guild's taxes. Police decided to call an election, but guild members replied that their guild was independent and they wanted As-Sayyid Abdul Qadir Badawi appointed as autonomous guild master. An upright man, he did not drink and had no police record, he proved willing and able to pay the required security deposit. With this choice the guild became independent. 43. Officials even cited this decision later as a precedent, when a sub-guild wished to break off from the Chinaware dealers because their numbers had grown to 65, and they allowed them to do so unilaterally. On the other hand, authorities resisted the recognition of guilds when they consisted of only a handful of members. Also, in some instances the previously dominant guild master and his supporters strenuously resisted the secession, feeling it would diminish his power and authority. 44. Conflicts over jurisdiction often broke out when a sub-guild feared that a guild master might, from personal or structural motives, adopt policies inimical to their own economic standing and activities. Raymond finds evidence that 18th-century guilds experienced little internal stratification by wealth, that guild masters on the whole left about the same size estates as other members. 45. But perhaps the cotton boom and other economic changes in the 1860s and 1870s began to change all that. Just as the Muslim Egyptian wealthy 183 tended to go into landowning or government office in this period, so we find the guild master of the hired guards in Tanta working in an endowment office while simultaneously pursuing his guild duties. The guild master of the camel drivers also seems to have had an economic position more favorable than his immiserated guild members. Such stratification within the guild, although quite different from the European phenomenon of the embourgeoisement of the upper guild leadership, appears as one source of tension that provoked secession attempts. In many cases sub-guilds could freely pull away to form their own independent guilds, but on occasion the interests of high officials made it more difficult for them to do so. At other times conflict broke out where the precise lines of authority were fuzzily drawn. The initiative for such restructuring of guild relationships, in any case, came from either guild officers or members themselves, rather than primarily from the government. If one considers these guild procedures as a model that members might also have had in the back of their minds when thinking of society and the state, the whole question of the ability of a sub-guild to secede and stress its independence takes on particular importance. The fear the wagoners felt at being put under the rapacious guild master of the camel drivers, who had overtaxed his men into penury, must have paralleled their trembling at Viceroy Ismail's extremely harsh taxes. Many sub-guilds could become independent simply by insisting they be so recognized. To what extent did guild participation in the Yoruba revolt on the side of the revolutionaries represent a similar bid for autonomy from a state system that had overtaxed them for 2 decades? Were they, in siding with Yoruba over Viceroy Tawfik, expressing a preference for being subsumed under the authority of one master rather than another? Ethnicity. The Yoruba revolt posed in the most vivid manner questions of ethnic identities and their impact on state-making. The junior officers and troops in the Egyptian army who supported the revolt often complained about being blocked and bullied by the Ottomans and Circassians who monopolized the higher military ranks. Once the European powers openly took the side of the Ottoman and Circassian-dominated status quo, Egyptian relations with Europeans deteriorated rapidly, reaching a low point in the Alexandria riot of June 11, 1882, wherein Egyptian laborers and artisans clashed violently with the thousands of Europeans in the port city. Yoruba appears to have conjured up an Egyptian nativism that, politically, had an element of proto-nationalism, despite Egyptians' reluctance to forsake the Ottoman Sultan Caliph. The apparent suddenness with which ethnic politics arrived on the scene during the Yoruba revolt, an illusion, derives from our ignorance of social history in this period. I will show in Chapter 7 below that Euro-Egyptian working class conflicts com. 184. Monly took place in the 1860s and 1870s, as tens of thousands of Greeks and Italians immigrated. Social closure on ethnic and religious grounds exists in any complex society, and can often achieve greater importance than economic differences among classes. Can we see further evidence for the prior importance of ethnic divisions in the politics of the guilds? The issue of ethnicity and the guilds has been controversial. Baer originally maintained that different religious categories universally generated several different guilds even within the same occupation. He concluded that the main reason for such divisions was the administrative and fiscal considerations of the government. 46. Raymond, on the other hand, found that 18th-century guilds most often had members of more than one religious group, and that even mostly Christian and Jewish guilds had a Muslim guild master appointed over them. Baer later approached Raymond's findings cautiously, however, pointing to the lack of statistical evidence and suggesting that whether one wanted to see guilds as mostly segregated by religion with some mixture, or mostly mixed with some segregation, was simply a matter of emphasis. He also continued to believe that separate guilds for Christians and Muslims grew increasingly common in the 19th century, as the economic position of Christians improved. 47. The guild petitions to the Interior Ministry cannot, of course, in and of themselves settle the issue of how mixed guilds were by religion or ethnicity. But they can help tell us whether ethnic divisions within an occupation really derived from the government's administrative priorities, and they can suggest what importance guild members attached to ethnic divisions. Ethnic differences led 79 Nubian and Sudanese wagon drivers in 1871 to protest against their continued inclusion in the General Guild. They wrote, "We wish to say that we are given no rest by the present guild master of the wagoners. Given this, we have been so bold as to approach your Excellency, hoping for the issuance of an order to the requisite quarters that we be separated off and given our own guild master. For there is no rest for persons of our race gens, and no concord with the above-mentioned guild master." In addition, a previous instance of such disharmony occurred in Alexandria. Then the sons of the Arabs were given their own guild master, whereas the Nubians were given an independent guild master, as a way of avoiding tiresome difficulties. The most beloved things for your Excellency are the comfort of men and the prevention of tyranny, which are among the affairs of justice. 48. Note that the workers themselves proposed a separate guild organization for persons pursuing the same occupation, previously in the same guild, on grounds of their guild master's racial prejudice. The Nubian wagoners responded to perceived mistreatment by a form of voluntary social closure whereby they sought to transform themselves from subordinates of lower 185 Egyptian co-workers into their competitors in a separate guild. The government, far from initiating such an arrangement for administrative reasons, had to be pressured into acknowledging it with the citation of grievances and precedents. A similar struggle that pitted private guards against a group from another region occurred in Alexandria. One Sheikh Abdul-Aziz, guild master for all the upper Egyptians in Alexandria, gained authority over the guards as well. The guards protested that he mistreated and then plundered them, and that his appointment bore no fruit for the guild of guards. Moreover, they had never wanted him over them, since he served as guild master for the upper Egyptians, a group that included household servants, doormen, bribe-takers, and waiters. 49 The guards, almost certainly Nubians, prided themselves on providing security to the city, and felt themselves demeaned by being grouped with base guilds under a man who, they felt, was irresponsible. Writers on Egyptian guilds from the Ottoman period onwards commonly classified guilds by social status, based on income and the griminess of the work. 50 But here we have clear evidence that considerations of social status and ethnicity sometimes overlapped. The Nubian guards objected to being classed with persons from Asiut and Georgia whose trade they considered either servile or dishonest. Moreover, they feared that a guild master primarily concerned with such groups would be unjust to them and would neglect to look after their interests. Religion could also form a basis of guild specialization, and could provoke conflict between guilds. Because Coptic Christians in Egypt practiced endogamy, there are grounds for looking at them as an ethnic group as well as a religious community. The one petition growing out of Coptic concerns in this period sought redress for a situation that arose from specifically religious considerations. The Guild of Coptic Merchants in El Minya complained that the general market day at the city fell on Sunday. Because of their other duties and religious observances on that day, they could not sell their goods. The Coptic merchants wanted the day changed. The governor of the district easily resolved this conflict by complying with the request, ordering that the day be changed to Monday. 51 Religion clearly played a part in some guild secessions, even where the documents do not openly refer to the issue. For instance, until 1879 the 218 cobblers in Cairo's posh Al-Azbekiyya quarter operated within a single guild structure, see Table 6.3. They consisted, however, of two distinct groups, the recently arrived foreign, Ifrangi, cobblers and the more established local, Baladi, ones. Al-Azbekiyya, a fashionable neighborhood rebuilt by Ismail, would have generated a fair amount of work for those who made European-style shoes and boots. The foreign cobblers seem to have been primarily Christians, probably Syrian and Armenian immigrants, whereas the local cobblers appear to have been mostly Muslim. The foreign cobblers began protesting that the guild master, Abdur-Rahim, a Muslim name, was mistreating them and they wanted him removed from office. The Ministry of the Interior, however, found no grounds for dismissing him. The foreign cobblers next decided to withdraw and form their own guild. Since they formed 63% of the guild's 218 members, and paid 67% of the tax assessment, government officials had no substantive reason to resist their formation of a separate guild. They held a formal election, choosing Suleiman Jurgis as their guild master. The latter paid the security fee, and had the pledge witnessed by Muallim Hanna Sabak. It was further attested by Jurgis Ilyas Kafasi, deputy guild master of the Armenian Jewelers Guild. 52 The Christian names and the informal relationship to the Armenian Guild suggest that religion formed one of the reasons for their secession from a guild headed by a local Muslim. Of course, economic reasons may have entered into the dispute. The immigrants appear to have been Ottomans, and thus subject to Egyptian taxes, but they clearly generated a disproportionate amount of the guild's wealth, even considering their greater numbers. They probably were admitted to an already existing guild as they arrived in the quarter, and so were stuck with the guild master elected before the influx of foreigners. They became a wealthy majority institutionally dominated by a less wealthy minority, simply because of what Jean-Paul Sartre calls serial inequality. They arrived too late to make a difference. Religious ethnicity overlapped with differences in working materials and wealth to provoke a split. On the other hand, these Christian Ottomans might well have been successfully integrated into the existing Muslim Egyptian guild structure had the authorities allowed new elections to reflect the vastly changed shape of the electorate. Society ascribes ethnic status, in the language of sociologists, rather than judging the member of an ethnic group by that person's individual achievements. But guild members themselves worked out how ethnicity would affect their professional organization. Where Nubians felt persecuted by lower Egyptian guild masters and colleagues, or where they felt demeaned by association with upper Egyptian servants, they sought to pull away and form their own guilds on an ethnic basis. Neither society nor the government imposed such ethnically differentiated guilds as a given, as the existence of many mixed guilds demonstrates. By locating the reasons for such divisions in bureaucratic 187 considerations, Baer underestimates the ongoing and socially dynamic forces of identity formation among workers and their own initiatives in shaping a work environment they found comfortable. The published administrative documents, precisely on these points, exaggerate the role of the government and give insufficient weight to the guild members' own role, something these petitions can help correct. Guild members themselves, then, sometimes fashioned ethnically similar guilds in response to their own prejudices or to perceptions of discrimination by others, as in the instance of the Alais-Bekiya cobblers. Such social closure could take place on the basis of feelings of group pride versus another ethnic or occupational category, or from practical cultural conflicts as with the Coptic recognition of Sunday, rather than Friday, as the day of worship. The idea that ethnic groups based on skin color, language, or religion, should when they find it necessary pull away from mixed guilds and establish a separate organization, cannot be devoid of political consequences. When Urabi complained about Ottoman Egyptian superciliousness, calling for an increased say for Egyptians, he was employing a cultural code of ethnic dispute that was already implicit in Egyptian public discourse. The anti-European sentiments and actions of the Egyptian crowd likewise depended on the ability to lump Italian, Greek, and Maltese workers with the French and British merchants and consuls, all as Christian Europeans, and to form an alliance of indigenous Muslims, redefining the essential ethnic divide for a political moment. The Nubians who seceded from a guild dominated by lower Egyptians, or from one in which upper Egyptians formed the majority, were not acting in a peculiar or unaccustomed manner, nor were Christian merchants who strove to remove disabilities caused by their religious minority status, or immigrant Christian cobblers attempting to find a way to express themselves politically in a guild structure already erected before their arrival. Such conceptions of ethnic relations within and among guilds more than likely helped structure popular attitudes toward and actions during the Urabi revolt. In 1866 Viceroy Ismail inaugurated the first Council of Deputies, a gathering of village headmen and other notables, including some guild officers, from up and down the Nile Valley, to advise him on government policy. The move, hailed in Europe as a step toward parliamentary constitutionalism, probably intended to give away less than it did. The deputies grew feistier over time, and in 1879 and 1881 effectively challenged the viceroy's autocracy. Ironically, Ismail's government also instituted formal guild elections in the mid-1860s. One wonders if the viceroy intended that all major innovations in his central government should radiate out to be reflected in the series of vertical, cone-shaped institutions that made up Egyptian society, such as tribes, villages, city quarters, and guilds. The evidence, that hundreds of journeymen and tens of masters began gathering for guild elections at local police stations, and that 188 government officials routinely tallied and analyzed their votes, startles by its contrast with the almost dynastic selection process known from the 18th century. Although still marked by some government interference and by corruption and paternalism on the part of the guild masters, from the mid-1860s the guilds may have become some of the more democratic institutions in Egyptian society, rivaling the Masonic orders in this regard. Indeed, an organizational matrix for popular ideology such as the guilds, carrying a more or less democratic message, had much wider implications for tens of thousands of ordinary Egyptians than Masonry, which affected a small elite. I believe that the masters and journeymen's conviction that they had a right to choose their guild leadership by formal balloting may have disposed them to support the calls for parliamentary constitutionalism raised by the Egyptian notables, officers, and intellectuals in 1879 and 1881-82. Ironically, Ismail's own government ordained a voting procedure that suggested to guildsmen a new basis for legitimate authority, deriving from the public will. Remember that one guild petition explicitly denied the right of a guild master to choose his successor. When the viceroy sought to prorogue the Council of Deputies and to rule in an autocratic fashion, he contradicted the new norms he himself had sown among the urban populace. The contrast for ordinary persons of being able to trek to the local police station to vote for their guild officials, but of having no opportunity to vote for government representatives, must have been stark and unsettling. As the viceroys increasingly overtaxed the ordinary folk in order to satisfy the caisse de la dette, they made themselves extremely unpopular. Ismail and Tawfiq became increasingly like the wicked guild master of the camel drivers who made his men sell their animals for his profit and forced them to take up common carting. I think the documents discussed above contain ample indication that guildsmen knew exactly what to do with an overbearing leader who overtaxed them. They agitated for his removal. The addition of European cabinet members to Ismail's government in the late 1870s also raised issues of jurisdiction. The Egyptian guilds practiced a closed shop. The middle-class nationalists, in effect, wanted a national closed shop that would exclude or control European capital, political influence, and even labor. Just as guild members were used to fighting over guild jurisdiction, they could understand the conflict posed by European claims over local resources. This sort of issue also elides into the question of ethnicity. Members of the guilds in Egypt sometimes formed guilds along religious and ethnic lines, even if that meant duplication of effort and an inefficient division of labor. Some guilds had a mixed membership, but religious and ethnic cleavages often provided a rationale for guild fission. As noted above, the discourse of social closure on the basis of religion and ethnicity suffused the politics of the Yoruba movement. The indigenous faction wanted a polity for Egyptians that would exclude, or weaken the position of, the dominant Turks, Circassians, and Europeans. They wanted a polity that would favor indigenous. 189. Shafi'i and Maliki Muslims and Copts over foreign Hanafi Muslims, Protestants, Catholics, and Greek Orthodox. In the words of one petition from ordinary people, cited above, there was no rest for people of the indigenous jinns, ethnicity, under the elites then in power. I have already admitted that the influence of guild administrative practices on popular conceptions of just national government can be posed only in a heuristic manner. Some of the guild's support for Yoruba's movement may have derived from their desire to see the Europeans their chief competitors weakened or driven out. Still, it seems to me that we can strengthen our understanding of the form this nativism took by looking at the everyday political rhetoric of the guildsmen. Only thus can we better explain the appearance of radical Democrats among the tailors and porters of late Ottoman Egypt. Nativism, after all, need not have taken a constitutionalist form. Taking account of the models provided for national politics by evolving institutions within society, it seems to me, will provide for a sturdier conceptual vehicle. The question of ethnic and economic conflict between Egyptians and Europeans remains an important one, of course, and we should now turn to its manifestations in crowd action during the viceregal period. 7. Of crowds and empires, Euro-Egyptian conflict. Having discussed the role of the guilds during the 1870s, let us now turn to some of the more informal vehicles for collective action in urban areas. The 12% of Egyptians who lived in large towns and cities structured their society in many ways. Informally, they gathered as a crowd on certain occasions. More formally, they grouped themselves by city quarter and by occupation. As we have seen, guilds dominated urban life, organizing skilled artisans, service workers, and those involved in transportation. The ways in which guild life interacted with the government bureaucracy and national politics have already been discussed. I want to pursue our exploration of the roles of workers and merchants in politics by focusing on a less structured form of association, the crowd. An urban crowd forms on many occasions during religious festivals and at coronations and other ceremonial events, at times of mourning and celebration, during strikes and demonstrations, and sometimes for violence during a riot. Despite the suggestive work of André Raymond and Gabriel Baer on the 18th and early 19th centuries, historians have virtually ignored the history of the Egyptian crowd during the second half of the 19th century. Yet crowd behavior has implications for a whole range of political phenomena, including Euro-Egyptian relations. Although scholars have much investigated the political and intellectual context of Egyptian resistance against European encroachments in the quarter century before the British occupation, little has been written about the urban social context of the conflict between Egyptians and Europeans. The Alexandria riot of June 1882 has drawn much attention, but it hardly constituted the first violent encounter between Egyptian and European crowds in Egypt's rapidly growing cities. The Euro-Egyptian urban clashes during the revolution of 1882 cannot fully be understood without reference to both economic and demographic changes in the preceding period and to the history of crowd action and conflict. We know that the nativist faction, largely drawn from the elite and the middling sort, sought links with the Egyptians who commonly made up the urban crowd. We may not assume, however, that the ordinary folk acted in this period simply as the elite directed. The problem of how to understand the crowd's own motivations remains unresolved. Albert Hourani, writing of the Ottoman lands, suggests that a number of anti-European or anti-Christian riots, including Jeddah, 1858, and Damascus, 1860, manifested the opposition of local notables to both Ottoman centralization and the increasing political and economic penetration of the European consuls and their clients. 3. This interpretation, a breakthrough at the time Hourani offered it, contains a strong element of truth. But its force is somewhat vitiated by the concentration solely on an elite. Hourani, appealing to both the Weberian notion of the patriciate and the Middle Eastern conception of the Ayyan or prominent leaders, limits the notables to three groups: the Muslim clergy or ulama, the heads of local garrisons, and the landed secular notables. The argument seems to assume that such riots were the work of mobs directed by notables. The question we must address is whether the anti-European urban riots to which Hourani refers, as well as those occurring in Egypt during this era, were really directed by persons deriving from these three groups. Or did the urban crowd act in a more complex and autonomous fashion than such an interpretation would suggest? A further question has to do with ways in which the context, aims, and tactics of crowd action changed over time. We know that in Ottoman Egypt crowds rioted to protest high food prices. Violence did occasionally break out between ordinary Egyptians and the Ottoman troops garrisoned in the major cities. These forms of crowd action tended to have the conservative aims of restoring ancient rights or securing a just economic situation in accordance with the crowd's moral economy. 4. In the period 1801-05, following the French defeat at the hands of an Ottoman army supported by the British Navy, crowds played an important proactive political role. The crowd action, in favor of the notable Umar Makram, set in motion a chain of events that led to the accession of a young Albanian officer named Muhammad Ali as Ottoman viceroy in preference to the Sultan's original appointee. These events marked the beginnings of crowd intervention in modern politics, for all the Ottoman and Mamluk urban traditions that lay behind these popular actions. A new sort of Ottoman army had begun to come into being, with implications for the nature of its relationship to political power. One faction of the Ottoman army in Egypt managed to gain allies among the crowd in an apparently unprecedented manner. The subsequent further integration of Egypt into the world market led to a greatly increased European impact on the country. In our much later period, from a little after mid-century to the early 1880s, the issues that animated the Egyptian crowd had increasingly to do with growing European economic and diplomatic influence. The European impact on Egypt, 1858-76. The Boring Report of 1839 foresaw that Egypt as the high road to India would also come into increasing contact with the British. Although there might be some initial opposition, the report concluded, it would die down when Egyptians realized that the British were spreading wealth and civilization. 5. The first part of the prediction, about increasing British influence, proved accurate, especially from the late 1850s. The completion of the Cairo-Alexandria Railway in 1858 helped open Egypt up to European penetration in a dramatic fashion. The trains shortened the length of a journey from the cosmopolitan port city of Alexandria to the previously more isolated capital of Cairo in the interior from 4 days to 8 hours. The treasury receipts from higher tax income generated by the cotton boom allowed the Egyptian government to hire European mechanics, engineers, teachers, and even former Confederate officers. And, of course, the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 created large expatriate communities at Suez and Port Said. The Europeans immigrated into a dynamic urban environment. We have seen that the rate of population growth probably went from 5 per 1,000 per annum to 12 in this period, and cities grew substantially in absolute terms, even though rural population growth kept pace. Such growth in and of itself, of course, need not have led to crowd violence or collective action. Charles Tilly has numbered among his 8 pernicious postulates the idea that rapid social change such as that involved in urbanization causes strain and disorder, arguing that the premise is a fallacy that social science has inherited from 19th-century middle-class publicists. He cites Joan Nelson to the effect that most third-world rural immigrants into cities employ continued networks of family, ethnic, and village solidarity to carve out a stable place for themselves in the city. Some even transport sections of their villages into outlying city enclaves. In any case, their lives very quickly become shaped by specifically urban concerns, and on the whole they show great adaptive abilities and manifest relatively little immigration-related disorder. Ehud R. Toledano finds similar immigrant networks at work in Cairo at mid-century. 6. In pointing to urban growth in the decades under consideration, I do not wish to suggest that growth in and of itself produced strains that led to crowd action. In 19th-century Egypt, as well, the evidence suggests that most rural immigrants to the cities were smoothly absorbed and that they employed kinship, guild, and quarter networks to make the transition. Rather, it is precisely the relatively high degree of organization manifested by Egyptian urban dwellers, recent immigrants or not, that gave them the ability to mobilize for collective action in seeking the attainment of their social and economic goals. The same tight networks, including those based on nationality, characterized immigrant Greek, Italian, Austrian, French, and British immigrants into Egypt's urban centers. The legacy of the weak state apparatus left by Viceroy Said in the 1850s did allow crowd action to proceed further than it might have with a stronger bureaucracy and police force in place. But rapid change did not in itself invite disorder. Collective action and collective violence on the part of workers and crowds manifested a competition for resources and for relative status in the new and dynamic urban setting of the cotton decades.